When others time travel, they either go directly to another world or enter the world of novels or anime. He starts with a system, gets to know the main characters and supporting characters, grabs resources and opportunities, and cheats his way through the game to become the strongest in that world. Even the least fortunate scenario involves transmigrating to ancient times, using modern knowledge to crush everything, expand territory, and achieve great success. At night, they can enjoy the company of dozens of wives, their lives reaching godlike status. But I'm different. My name is Tang Ping, and I was indeed fortunate enough to gain the ability to travel through time. But the problem is I didn't travel to the past, nor to some other world, but to the future 100 years from now. Everything here was completely unfamiliar to me. I had no knowledge, no common sense, and felt out of place, living like a savage. Even worse, this future world has been completely invaded by a doomsday game. Cities have fallen, order has collapsed, and zombies and all sorts of terrifying mutated creatures are everywhere. Here, even survival is a luxury. However, just when I was about to despair, I discovered something. I could actually travel freely between the present and the future. At that moment, I suddenly sat up in bed, grabbed my phone, which was charging beside me, and saw the date clearly displayed on the screen. January 1st, 2030. My breathing quickened. If I really had gone back 100 years, the doomsday game would begin at 8 o'clock tonight. I quickly recalled key information about the early days of the apocalypse. First, everyone who chooses a shelter becomes a player, gains a system panel, and awakens their talents. Secondly, and most importantly, is the shelter. Future save zones will almost entirely be built around the shelters of high-level players, expanding outwards layer by layer to eventually form a massive survival system. The shelter is not a fixed building, but rather attached to an object. Simply drop the object on the ground, and the shelter will unfold. It can also be taken with you when you leave, making it extremely flexible. More importantly, this item is indestructible and cannot be discarded, making it a core safeguard for players to survive disasters. In a sense, it is a mobile fortress of safety. Different items will also grant the shelter different characteristics. Some people use ancient swords to gain the Sword Immortal characteristic, which allows them to wield swords to kill enemies. Some people use golden Buddhas to possess an indestructible golden lotus barrier. And some people use jade guanine statues to produce healing water. These top-tier items are currently out of my reach. But I know very well that there's one thing that can grant equally incredible power: a mobile phone. If I become the first person to use my phone as a sanctuary, I can gain an SSS-level trait: mini-games. This feature became extremely famous in later generations. The first person to awaken it obtained a pixel farm, which allowed them to enter in person, refresh the seeds daily, and harvest resources in as little as half a day. What's even more terrifying is that new mini-games keep unlocking, each with unique abilities, truly godlike talents that grow with each game. Thinking this, my gaze hardened completely. If the apocalypse truly arrives, this is my chance to turn the tide. But the prerequisite is that I must survive the initial catastrophe. I quickly recalled the key moments. The first disaster after the apocalypse was called corruption. Within a month, all food would spoil, even becoming contaminated. The only exception was food stored within 30 minutes of choosing a shelter. This was crucial. The second disaster is pollution. Within 3 months, the air, water, and land will undergo complete transformation, and plants and animals will turn into terrifying polluting beasts, utterly collapsing the living environment. The third disaster is gray sun. Within 8 months, the sun will be gradually swallowed by gray fog until it disappears completely, plunging the world into prolonged darkness. From that moment on, Earth officially entered the age of calamity. Thinking back to the wasteland a century later, I couldn't help but feel a chill. I never want to experience that future again. We must stockpile supplies. I quickly made up my mind. I checked my balance. It was over 27,000 yuan. For someone who had only graduated a year ago, this was all my savings, but now I had to invest it all. I immediately took a taxi to the wholesale market and bought a large quantity of compressed biscuits, 200 boxes in one go. After negotiating the price, it cost me 6,000 yuan, enough to last me a long time. Then I bought 2,000 cans of luncheon meat that were nearing their expiration date, spending a total of 10,000 yuan. They're not big, but they provide a stable source of energy, perfect for early survival. Then I added 50 more cases of bottled water. All these supplies fit perfectly into the initial shelter, enough to meet my basic needs in the early stages. By the time I had moved everything back to my rented room, it was already 6 p.m., less than 2 hours before the apocalypse. With the remaining money, I didn't buy more food, but instead bought an exquisite gold ring as a backup plan. If I failed to secure the first phone binding opportunity, I would immediately switch to the gold ring as a safety net. Gold items, at the very least, have C-grade characteristics, making it a reliable safety net. After everything was prepared, I didn't do anything further, just quietly waited for time to pass. The air seemed to become heavy, and my hands were trembling slightly as I gripped my phone and ring tightly. Finally, at exactly 8 o'clock, a mechanical notification sounded in my mind. Ding! The end of the world has arrived. Please choose an item as a shelter medium within 30 minutes. Otherwise, it will be considered as giving up. Without any hesitation, I immediately said, I choose my cell phone. The apocalypse game has truly arrived. System notifications kept ringing out. I became the first player to use my phone as a shelter and even receive the SSS level feature minigames. The system even teased me about my fast reflexes, as if I'd practice a lot. Immediately afterward, I successfully bound my shelter and gained access to the player's system panel. Once the panel expanded, the attributes were laid bare. Player, Tang Ping, ID, 000000003, Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Strength 4, Speed 6. But the most eye-catching was the F-rank talent, Candlelight. I couldn't help but twitch my lips. With this kind of start, if my luck was even slightly worse, I probably wouldn't even make it through the early game. However, I quickly calmed down. Talents can be improved, and I possess the SSS level shelter trait, which is my capital for turning the tide. I looked out the window, knowing full well that in 30 minutes, many people who hadn't chosen a shelter would lose their eligibility and be left to struggle for survival in the apocalypse, even relying on other players to stay alive. These people will be called gray citizens in the future, and their descendants have an extremely low probability of awakening the system. Conversely, players with sanctuaries can allow their bloodlines to awaken steadily, gradually forming extraordinary families within the safe zone. Decades later, today's choices will become lifelong regrets for countless people. I looked away, and memories of the future surfaced in my mind. The first disaster wasn't just corruption, but also accompanied by a level 10 hurricane and sandstorm. I immediately summoned a shelter. My phone instantly transformed into a small gray house that could be placed anywhere, regardless of terrain. This ability is extremely crucial. The shelter can be hidden underground, underwater, or even in the air, making it perfect for escaping danger. I quickly stuffed all the supplies I had prepared into the shelter, then went downstairs and set up the shelter underground in a secluded alley, disguising the entrance as an ordinary manhole cover. I know the rules very well. In its phone form, it cannot be destroyed, but once it transforms into a shelter, it will be attacked. Once its health bar reaches 0, it will become unclaimed and can be taken by others. In the next 3 years, such looting will be commonplace, and even 100 years later, people will still be finding lost shelters. After settling in, I went inside the shelter. The space was small. I had moved in half of a bed from my rented room, and then crammed in a bedside table, a small table, and a bunch of supplies. There was almost no extra space. But for me now, this was an absolutely safe zone. I picked up my phone again and found the chat group was still active. The company's main group had completely exploded. Some were panicked, some were excited, and some had turned their thermos cups into a refuge, overwhelmed with excitement. Others were still unsure whether it was true or not, hesitant to take action. At this moment, a colleague named Little Grass posted in the group chat, saying that he had obtained an S-level trait and an S-level talent. The group chat instantly erupted in excitement. Some people asked to be carried. Some were so envious that they were on the verge of a breakdown, and others showed off their A-level abilities. The scene briefly turned into a Versailles convention. But some people are still determined to go to work, and managers are even threatening employees to write self-criticisms in group chats. Looking at these messages, I know very well that the end of the world has begun, and those whose thinking is still stuck in the old world will soon be eliminated. Just then, someone in the group chat suddenly sent a message. Brothers, it's getting windy outside. The end of the world had arrived. A level 10 gale instantly uprooted trees, ripped windows from tall buildings, and swept away the sun with yellow sand. 1 second it was calm and peaceful, The next, it was a scene of utter disaster. I sighed. This scene was exactly like the apocalypse I remembered. I shivered, immediately crawled out of the shelter, and hunched over, braving the wind. I had to become stronger. I didn't want to repeat the fate of starving to death 100 years later. I knew perfectly well that the 10 minutes before the storm hit were the easiest time to find treasure chests. Many people stayed home, completely unaware that opportunity was actually hidden in the sandstorm. As soon as I stepped out of the alley, I saw a dark gray treasure chest lying in the middle of the road. I immediately lowered my body, moving as close to the ground as a gecko, struggling to get closer to my target. "Look, there's a chest over there," a young man with a buzz cut exclaimed. The punk next to him immediately became excited. "That's a doomsday treasure chest. There must be good stuff inside." Just as the two were about to rush forward, I suddenly sprang to my feet and accelerated. "Someone's stealing our treasure chest," the crew cut man roared. The next second, a thick bolt of lightning struck my chest. I was shocked. This was a Class B superpower. There was no time to dodge. I threw my phone, summoning a shelter to block my path. Lightning struck the shelter, and my health bar instantly dropped. I seized the opportunity, grabbed the treasure chest, and ran. Once I was some distance away, the shelter vanished automatically, transforming back into my phone. The two men behind me cursed angrily. "Don't let us see you again." I rushed into the alley, panting, and cursed. Damn it, they actually gave me an F-level ability. I raised my finger and saw a tiny flame emerge from the tip, weaker than a candle. I could only smile wryly. But soon, I spotted another treasure chest in the green belt and rushed over. This time, no one stopped me, and I successfully retrieved the chest and scrambled away from the scene with the wind. Already, my spirits lifted. The first 10 minutes are not only full of treasure chests, but also easier to open and get good items. I must hurry and collect as many as possible. Suddenly, a piece of glass slammed down in front of me, startling me so much I broke out in a cold sweat. I immediately became more cautious, searching for treasure chests while remaining wary of any dangers around me. The highway was completely out of control, with vehicles colliding one after another and explosions occurring continuously. Large trucks crushed cars, steel coils rolled into shops, and screams of agony filled the air. In this apocalypse, no one could save anyone else. I gritted my teeth and rushed onto the road because I had found another treasure chest. Just then, a car that had been hit by a car came hurtling straight towards me. Without hesitation, I summoned my shelter to block the impact, and my health bar dropped again. I seized the opportunity to grab the treasure chest and quickly made my escape. At this point, I had obtained my third treasure chest. I glanced back at the crushed car, my heart sinking slightly, but I forced myself to suppress my emotions. In the apocalypse, morality can sometimes be deadly. I had to force myself to become cold and hard. Not far away, a middle-aged man rushed towards the little girl in the middle of the road, only to be hit and thrown into the air by a car. The girl ran away in panic, while the man's fate remained unknown. I lowered my head and continued forward without stopping. At that moment, only the treasure chest was worth stopping for. Soon, another treasure chest appeared at the entrance of the residential area. As soon as I got close, a huge rock suddenly came crashing down on me. I rolled away to avoid it, and then I saw a fat man approaching with a greedy look on his face. My eyes turned cold, and I grabbed the kitchen knife and threw it. "Ah!" The fat man screamed and fell to the ground. I seized the opportunity to rush forward and touch the treasure chest, simultaneously dropping the shelter behind me for defense. "Stop!" the fat man roared. I didn't turn around and quickly turned into the alley. Soon, I found another treasure chest, but just as I was about to touch it, the chest suddenly started flashing. My heart skipped a beat, and I lunged forward, finally managing to bring it into the shelter. I then checked my phone. Exactly 10 minutes had passed. I immediately released it from the shelter, disguised the entrance as a manhole cover again, and quickly crawled inside. Back at the shelter, my tense nerves finally relaxed. As long as the shelter's health bar didn't drop to 0, I was absolutely safe, and every midnight, my health would automatically refill. 5 doomsday treasure chests sat in the room, filling me with a sense of satisfaction. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, if only I could get a shelter attribute scroll. I was especially thinking about the pixel farm. If I got it, I'd never have to worry about food again. Everything grown, there would be high-quality crops, some even with special effects. I picked up the first treasure chest, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, Open the treasure chest. A system notification sounded. Received, dried bread plus 10, mineral water plus 10, strength attribute stone plus 1. Although somewhat disappointed, I immediately used the attribute stone, increasing my strength by 5 points, so at least I didn't leave empty-handed. After piling the food in the corner, I opened the second treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Gained 10 dry bread, 10 mineral water, and 1 E-rank talent upgrade stone. My eyes lit up the moment I saw the words talent upgrade stone. My original F-rank candlelight couldn't even light a fire, but now it can finally be upgraded. Use. I didn't hesitate. Talent upgraded to E-rank. Weak to fire. I immediately opened my palm, and a ball of flame the size of an egg popped out with a poof. The air was silent for a few seconds. Damn it, I cursed out loud. The improvement was practically negligible. Suppressing my disappointment, I opened the third treasure chest. Obtain cream bread plus 10, cola plus 10, F-rank extraordinary weapon black diamond knife plus 1. An extraordinary weapon. My spirits lifted instantly. This was far more practical than the slight improvement I'd received before. The black diamond blade was in the style of a Tang Dynasty sword. Its blade gleaming with a cold light, its hilt inlaid with black diamonds, and it could even be imbued with my innate power. I weighed in my hand. It was about 4 pounds, and the feel was just right. With this knife, I wouldn't be completely helpless if I encountered danger again. After collecting the supplies, only the last 2 treasure chests remained, and I became noticeably nervous. If I don't get a scroll soon, it'll be hard to get one. I muttered to myself, then opened the 4th treasure chest. Gain chocolate plus 10, fresh fruit bag plus 10, shelter trait scroll plus 1, got gold. I clenched my fist, my whole body pounding with excitement. For ordinary players, this scroll only grants a random trait, but with my SSS level minigame ability, the effect is completely different. I can directly obtain all sorts of minigames. Some minigames are useless, but others are incredibly powerful, even allowing you to bring in-game items directly into reality. I took a deep breath and prayed softly, please don't give me anything like Connect 4 or Candy Crush. Using the Shelter Specialty Scroll. The system notification immediately sounded. SSS level specialty detected. Minigame acquired. Plants vs. Zombies. Holy crap, I jumped up on the spot. This little game is also on another level of invincibility. In my memory, similar little games appeared in later generations, but Plants vs. Zombies was obtained by another advanced player with a mobile phone and did not belong to the system of that SSS level shelter player. The most outrageous thing about this little game is that it produces a fixed 200 suns every day, which can be used to buy plants. Even more absurdly, these plants can be brought directly into the real world and used for combat or to protect shelters. Sunlight itself can be extracted and used independently. A single sunbeam can provide half an hour of natural light. It may seem ordinary, but in the future, this will be extremely crucial, because in 1 year, Earth will completely lose sunlight. Without light, plants cannot grow, which means the agricultural system will completely collapse. But I'm different. Once my shelter reaches level 5 and I own a manor, I can continue growing crops using sunlight. At that point, clean and healthy food will become the most profitable resource. But that's all in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to improve in the present. I stared at Plants vs. Zombies on my phone, unable to contain my excitement. I was really lucky to get a game of this caliber for the first time. While it can't be integrated into the game like Pixel Farm, or even used as a storage space, its improvement in combat capabilities is more direct. Upon opening the game interface, I saw that I started with 200 sun and 3 unlocked plants. There are no sunflowers here, and sunlight doesn't increase. There's only a fixed daily allowance. Currently, there are only 3 options: pea shooter, walnut, and potato mine. After a moment's thought, I spent 100 sunlight on a pea shooter and exchanged the rest for potato mines. Soon, for plants lay quietly in the warehouse. Under the SSS level shelters modifications, the gameplay of this minigame had completely changed. Originally, it involved completing levels within a game. Now, it was directly applied to real-world combat. Let's test its power. I immediately sprang into action. I pushed open a manhole cover, made sure no one was around, climbed out of the ground, and placed the pea shooter. A plant with a distinctly game-like aesthetic suddenly appeared in the real world. Pea shooter attacked the wall. The command was given, and the pea shooter executed it immediately. A fist-sized pea shot out. With a bang, A crater an inch deep was blasted into the concrete wall, cracks spreading rapidly in all directions. This power instantly caught my eye. If it's this powerful against a wall, the consequences of hitting a person are unimaginable. I continued testing. Can you change direction? Attack to the left. But the pea shooter didn't react at all. I quickly realized that this thing could only attack in a straight line and couldn't turn freely, which was a significant drawback. However, after further observation, I confirmed that targets within a 1-meter radius of the pea shooter would be automatically locked onto and attacked. Overall, it's still very practical. After putting away the plants, I returned to the shelter. I still had one last treasure chest to open. Open treasure chest. A notification sounded. Obtained 10 hamburgers, 10 bottles of mineral water, and 1 unknown pet egg. A pet egg. I was slightly taken aback. I took out the giant purple egg, which was about a foot tall. The shell was covered with mysterious patterns, and a line of information appeared on it. Hatching progress. 0.01%. It can even hatch automatically? I resisted the urge to crack it open and place the egg on my bedside table. After opening all 5 treasure chests, my haul was quite substantial. Besides special items, there was a large amount of food and drinks. Food in the shelter doesn't expire, but the problem now is that these things are scattered around too much, taking up a lot of space. I looked around and a thought suddenly popped into my head. Go and fetch some shelves. It was already past 9 o'clock at night, and the shelter selection period had long since ended. Many people would probably soon regret their earlier hesitation. I left the shelter again, gripped the black diamond knife tightly, and crept towards the nearby, small supermarket. Outside, the wind howled, sand and dust filled the air, and the darkness after the power outage plunged the entire city into chaos. Visibility was terrifyingly low. I walked slowly along the wall and soon arrived at the familiar little supermarket, its roller shutter door tightly shut. At that time, most people were still hiding in the storm and panic, completely unaware that they should come out to collect supplies. However, the food from outside has already been affected by the corruption. Even if it is brought back to the shelter, it can only slow down the spoilage and cannot completely stop it. Once the corruption deepens, eating it may even turn one into an infected person, almost indistinguishable from a zombie. Without hesitation, I raised the black diamond cutter and sliced a gash in the roller shutter door, easily squeezing inside. I quickly emptied the shelves of all the snacks, leaving only the shelves themselves, and then carried them into the shelter one by one. Before long, I had emptied the entire supermarket shelves. After returning to the shelter, I started organizing the supplies, sorting and arranging all the compressed biscuits, canned goods, bread, and hamburgers, making the space much tidier. Just then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Buzz, someone's calling? I frowned slightly. I answered the phone, and a familiar voice immediately came from the other end. Hello, Tang Ping, it's me, Wang Yinyin, the manager from the company. The phone rang suddenly. As soon as I answered, a woman's condescending voice came from the other end. Tang Ping, right? This is manager Wang Yinyin. The company has decided to establish a survivor base, and you have priority to join. Her tone was full of condescension, and she added, however, before you join, your shelter characteristics and talents need to be registered, and the company will arrange work for you. As soon as she finished speaking, I hung up the phone. Wang Yinyin was visibly stunned for a moment. Then her anger flared up. Tang Ping, how dare you hang up on me? You can forget about ever entering Shengtian base again. Her face turned ugly with anger, as she lost control of her emotions. At this moment, a man's voice came from inside the room. What's going on? Wang Yinyin's expression immediately changed, and her tone became soft and ingratiating. Chairman Sheng, he's just an ungrateful brat who refuses to join us. The man sounded somewhat surprised. What's your name? The fact that you could refuse means you have some confidence. If you can persuade them, offer some benefits, and bring them over. His tone already conveyed a sense of complete control. Wang Yinyin hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said, he just graduated and is young and impetuous. If he really has some ability, he might be hard to control. Clearly, she didn't want me to be given an important position. The man chuckled lightly. Difficult to control? Then get rid of it. Jiangxin will only belong to Xingtian from now on. He spoke casually, yet his words carried a chilling undertone. Wang Yinyin immediately nodded in agreement. She knew very well where Chairman Sheng's confidence came from, A jade mountain worth hundreds of millions had become his sanctuary, allowing him to directly obtain SS-level characteristics and S-level talents. In her eyes, such a person was destined to become a powerful figure in the future. As for me, she simply didn't plan to report me anymore, and had even begun to plot to find an opportunity to eliminate me, this potential threat, in private. She looked up at Chairman Sheng, her expression gradually becoming ambiguous, and her voice softened. Chairman Sheng? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became more ambiguous. On the other side, I had already put my phone away and couldn't help but curse. It's the apocalypse, and they still want me to work? That's ridiculous. My tone was full of disdain. But the next second, I suddenly froze, and a key piece of information flashed through my mind. Shantian Survivor Base. This name was all too familiar to me. In my memories from 100 years in the future, the safe zone I'm in belongs to the Shantian group. It's a true behemoth, so powerful that ordinary people don't even have the right to look up to it. Even the outermost safe zone is not something ordinary people can breach. The inner ring area has sunshine, clean air, and water, making it practically a paradise in the apocalypse. The textbooks mentioned countless times things like the Tree of Sunshine, the inexhaustible spring, and the guardian beasts, those almost miraculous creations, all made by Shang Tian. Yet, even so, I still had no intention of joining. That was Shang Tian 100 years in the future. Right now, everything was far from settled. Now that I'm here, the future may not be the same. My gaze was firm, clearly indicating that I had no intention of becoming anyone's subordinate. More than 10 minutes had passed since I left the small supermarket, and there were noticeably fewer treasure chests outside, making it much harder to find more. I gave up the search and found a secluded alley. After setting up my shelter and disguising the entrance, I quickly slipped inside. Back at the shelter, my tense nerves finally relaxed a little. I picked up some food and ate while checking the chat channel to see what was happening. The post-apocalyptic game has 3 channels: World, Region, and Server. I'm in Server Channel 012369, which originally had 10,000 players. But now, the number has dropped to 9,862 out of 10,000. In just over an hour, more than 100 people have died. This number sent a chill down my spine. However, upon closer examination, most of these people likely died from various accidents caused by the sudden sandstorm, and the number actually killed directly by the disaster itself may not be that many. I opened the chat interface, and it was already in an uproar. Some people were bragging about finding treasure chests, some were urging others to open them quickly, and others were warning that there might be monsters hiding inside. The debate intensified, with some claiming they had obtained attribute stones that significantly boosted their strength, while others said they had witnessed someone being bitten to death by a monster from a treasure chest. It was impossible to tell the truth from the falsehoods. Some people also revealed that treasure chests are most likely to appear within the first 10 minutes of a sandstorm, and their numbers have now significantly decreased, leaving many people filled with regret. Just then, a message caught everyone's attention. Is there any way to get shelter again? My family member didn't get one. After a brief silence, someone offered an answer. Yes, kill someone and pick up the items they dropped in the shelter. Someone even added, I've tried it, it really works. In that instant, the entire chat channel seemed to fall silent. Everyone understood what those words truly meant. The rules had completely changed. I looked at the screen and sighed softly. The apocalypse has only just begun. Suspicion, once sown, is difficult to eradicate completely. Even parents and relatives will begin to distrust each other. The truly terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is never just the disaster itself, but the collapse of humanity. Everyone begins to live only for themselves, and civilization and order will gradually drift into a long, harsh winter. I practiced chopping for half an hour in my room, swinging the 4-pound knife until my arm went numb. Finally, I collapsed onto the bed and drifted off to sleep. When I woke up again, it was already past 5 the next morning. The first thing I did was open the minigame and spend all 200 suns to get 2 pea shooters. By this time, I had 7 plants stored in my game inventory. After organizing my equipment, I grabbed my black diamond knife and carefully left the shelter. After the first day of the apocalypse, the world had begun to subtly change, and some mutated plants and animals had started to appear. They were collectively called pollution beasts. These polluting beasts continuously release polluting energy, eroding water sources, air, and land. Being scratched by them almost certainly results in infection. Even players find it difficult to completely resist, as their physical constitution is not significantly stronger than that of ordinary people at this stage. I know perfectly well that killing corruption beasts is completely unprofitable. They don't drop any resources or increase talent experience. What truly brings growth are calamity beasts, those experienced monsters born alongside disasters, such as corruption beasts, storm beasts, and sandstorm beasts. These monsters were terrifying beyond belief. Even ordinary firearms could barely harm them. In the early days of the apocalypse, the appearance of each calamity beast almost always meant disaster. I had no intention of taking that risk. My goal had always been clear: to find the treasure chest and steadily improve myself. But reality is often not so smooth. I searched all morning in the sandstorm, but found nothing. More and more people are slowly adapting to the apocalypse and joining the search for treasure chests. Under these circumstances, treasure chests naturally become increasingly scarce. Moreover, the players themselves are also in great danger under the cover of the sandstorm. No one knows if someone will suddenly attack from behind at any moment. I remained highly vigilant, not daring to relax for even a second. It was almost noon, so I had to give up for the time being. I set up shelter in a grove of trees behind a residential area, disguised the entrance as a lawn, and went back inside to rest. I took out the burger I got yesterday from the shelf and was just about to eat it. The next moment, my consciousness was suddenly pulled away by a force. I realized almost instantly I was going back to that dying body 100 years in the future. I had only experienced that extreme hunger once, but it was already deeply ingrained in my bones. When I regained consciousness, I heard Fat Tiger's mother's voice. "You brat, if you're going to die, don't die in my house." I opened my eyes, but was stunned. In my field of vision, there was a countdown. 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. I immediately realized that this was likely the time I could stay. If I could just survive these 6 hours, I would have a chance to rewrite my fate. My plan was crazy: to find an item from a player's sanctuary from 100 years ago, bury it, and gamble that it would survive a century and be dug up by me in the present. "Wait," I said weakly. Fat Tiger's mom sneered. "What, you want to pay rent?" I grinned. "Give me one more day, and I'll give you 2 months' rent, and I'm only staying for 1 month. This clearly made Fat Tiger Mom hesitate. She was just a manager. The extra rent would basically all go into her own pocket. I continued, "If you can't do that, I'll volunteer to go to the arena, and all the money I earn is yours." Upon hearing the words Coliseum, Fat Tiger Mom's expression visibly changed. That place was almost always a one-way trip. I immediately wrote a pledge, even biting my finger to leave a bloody mark. Fat Tiger Mom stared at the paper for a long while before finally nodding. "All right, you can stay for 1 day." She turned to leave, but I spoke again. "I need more food, otherwise I won't be able to go to the arena tomorrow." Fat Tiger Mom stared at me for a while, then finally said only, "Wait," before turning and leaving. The moment the door closed, I finally relaxed completely. I knew my life was temporarily saved. The excruciating pain in my stomach contorted my face, but even so, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. It's time to change this identity. I took a breath and looked around the small room again. Even though I have memories of my past life, and this wasn't my first time here, seeing all this again still made me feel so oppressed that I could hardly breathe. This is where the vast majority of gray-skinned people spend their entire lives. It's cramped and narrow, and it's common to see families of 3 crammed together. But leaving the house is tantamount to going to their deaths. The gray sun outside pollutes the body, the dark moon erodes the spirit, and the biting wind slowly erodes life. Without shelter, it's impossible to survive outside. The outermost 5th ring of the safe zone is entirely composed of these high-rise buildings, ranging from 6 to 10 stories, with no private land ownership. The rooms inside are as small as pigeonholes, yet demand still far exceed supply, because the nights are simply too terrifying. The excruciating pain of the biting wind and the nightmares created by the black moon are like the cruelest tortures, making people prefer to huddle here and eke out a living. The difference in treatment between different rings is outrageous. The 5th ring has no sunlight. The 4th ring has only 1 hour of sunlight a day. The 3rd ring has 3 hours, and it is also immune to the black moon. The further in you go, the better the conditions become. Upon reaching the central area, it was almost as if the world had been restored to what it was 100 years ago, with normal day and night cycles and lush vegetation, earning it the title of a true paradise on Earth. Countless gray citizens dreamed of entering it. However, there are only two ways to enter the central area. The first is for an awakened to raise their talent to level 3. The second is for a commoner with extremely low natural contamination. I know very well that my contamination level is definitely over 80%, so the only way to get in is to raise my talent to level 3. I stared at the countdown, my expression growing increasingly serious. There wasn't enough time, but growing too quickly could easily arouse suspicion, and once someone was watching me, it would only bring me more trouble. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind, and my eyes lit up. Internet cafes still exist in this world, so data from 100 years ago should still be preserved. The past that others can't change might not be the case for me. A bold idea quietly took root in my mind. Next time I come, I'll try hiding something first. Just then, the door was pushed open with a bang. Fat Tiger's mother shouted in a gruff voice, "Tang Ping, take this, don't starve to death in my room." A bag of dried flatbread hit me, with 7 pieces in total. I was stunned for a moment, because this scene was completely different from the one I remembered. Fat Tiger's mother then tore off the paper with a bloody handprint on it and said coldly, "This kind of thing is useless. Eat and leave, don't try any more tricks." After saying that, she tossed over a cloth bag that jingled, clearly containing money. I frowned slightly. This change was too abnormal. But I didn't refuse because this money was too important to me right now. Without it, I wouldn't even be able to find a place to stay. "Why are you giving me money?" I couldn't help but ask. Fat Tiger's mother's gaze was deep, and her tone was indifferent. "The past is forgotten. Don't come back, and don't show your face in District 81 again. This money is enough for you to live on for a while." The door slammed shut. I opened the bag and found 120 Xingtian coins inside. 1 Xingtian coin could buy 5 pancakes, which was quite a fortune. After finishing the flatbread, I finally regained some strength, packed my luggage, and left the room. Whatever her reason, I will remember this kindness. In another, slightly more spacious room, a boy asked with a puzzled look, "Mom, why did you give him so much?" Fat Tiger's mother replied calmly, "Just forget about this person, pretend he never came." But deep down, she knew the boy's eyes had changed. They weren't the eyes of an ordinary gray citizen. As for the specifics, she didn't want to delve into it. "Awakening, it really drives people crazy," she murmured, then closed the heavy window. I walked down the dimly lit corridor, lined with countless doors on both sides. 20 households on the 4th floor effectively kept the dangers outside at bay, but today I was leaving this place. As I stepped out of the building and looked up at the gray sky, my heart sank. The gray fog shrouded everything, and the dim sun cast a suffocating light, making it almost impossible to breathe. This oppressive feeling, so real it was almost unbearable, was even heavier than I remembered. I could hardly imagine how the people in this world could endure it day after day. I clutched the money and food in my arms, and then gripped the worn-out knife tightly. I took a deep breath and headed towards District 66 of the 5th Ring Road. I rented a new shelter in District 66. It was still only 6 square meters, but it cost 40 Xingtian coins a month. In the dimly lit room, I spread out a map and quickly locked onto my target. I discovered that the so-called Jiangxing ruins were just outside the safety zone, and the entire safety zone was built on the site of Jiangxing's outskirts a century ago. I quickly found the street where I used to live and decided to go and see it for myself. If my actions could truly influence this space-time, then the chance to awaken my talent might very well lie within this attempt. With that in mind, I no longer hesitated. I grabbed some food, left the safe zone alone, and stepped into the wasteland. The sandstorm lashed at our faces like knives, and the ground was covered in traces of acid rain corrosion. Strangely, however, this wasteland was still covered with plants, though they were dull in color, twisted in shape, and looked extremely abnormal. I proceeded cautiously through the ruins. A century had passed, and most of the buildings had collapsed, leaving only a few barely standing. The exterior walls of the high-rises were pitted, and the steel bars were exposed. I dare not be careless, for infected and polluted beasts could emerge at any moment. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and I finally arrived at my destination safely. Even though 100 years had passed, I recognized the dilapidated street in front of me at a glance. It was the place where I used to live. I looked up at a dilapidated building, What was once 7 stories had now dwindled to 4.5. I wonder if my room is still there, I murmured, slowly walking forward, memories and reality constantly intertwining in my mind. I suppressed my complex emotions because right now, only one thing mattered to me, changing my fate. But just then, the countdown in front of me reached 0. The next second, my consciousness was abruptly pulled back. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the shelter. I was already used to this, so I quickly finished the food in my hand to replenish my strength. This time, I stepped out of the shelter again, my objective clear, to kill and steal its belongings. I walked from the alley to the highway, my eyes scanning the sandstorm for prey. Just then, a doomsday treasure chest suddenly appeared before me, and I took it without hesitation. Hand over the treasure chest. 3 burly men emerged from the sandstorm, clearly having witnessed the scene. Without a word, I took out 3 pea shooters and lined them up. Attack. Before the burly men could react, one of them cried out, "This is from Plants vs. Zombies." But before he could finish speaking, 3 high-speed peas were launched, instantly hitting their targets. The next second, flesh and blood exploded, and the 3 men were blasted into pieces on spot. The other players hiding in the shadows froze, none of them daring to move. I coldly glanced around, then stepped forward and collected all the shelter items dropped by the 3. I hoisted 2 pea shooters on my shoulder, clutching one more in my arms, and vanished into the sandstorm. It wasn't until long after I left that the people around me dared to speak again. What kind of monster was that? Killing people with pea shooters. Luckily, I wasn't the first to rush up, otherwise I would be that pile of mangled flesh on the ground now. A greedy look appeared in someone's eyes. If only I could grab those 3 pea shooters. Before he could finish speaking, a pea suddenly flew from the sandstorm and instantly shattered his head. Silence fell once more, and no one dared to covet the spoils anymore. Once I was sure it was safe, I reappeared, picked up everything from the ground, and quickly left. The sandstorm obscured visibility, and the abandoned vehicles scattered along the road provided perfect cover for my ambush. Someone hesitated, asking, "Has he left?" Whether he's gone or not, I'm not staying here anymore. This place is too dangerous. Many people had already begun to evacuate, but some were still unwilling to give up. A young man in joggers gritted his teeth and chased after me. The next second, 3 peas came hurtling towards him. He didn't even have time to utter a complete sentence before he was blown to bits. The series of explosions shattered everyone's last shred of hope. The remaining people fled, and the crossroads quickly emptied. I reappeared, picked up the last item from the shelter, and glanced down at it, another trash trait. By this time, I had 5 shelter items. I planned to hide 3 of them in different locations for future use. Of these 5 shelter items, 3 had F-rank characteristics, and the other 2 had E-rank characteristics. I took these items and quietly returned to the building near my rented apartment. Following my memory, I specifically chose locations where the tomb wouldn't be destroyed in the future. I started by digging a hole more than a meter deep in the corner of the wall, continuing until even the Tang sword couldn't be inserted before finally stopping. Then, I threw the pebbles into the pit and buried them, covering the traces with withered branches and leaves, making it look as if no one had ever touched them. Next, I used the same method to hide the other 2 shelter items. One of them was buried under the flower bed of the building opposite, a flower bed that, in my memory, had remained intact for a full century. The other one is buried under a large tree that will grow exceptionally thick in the future, even cracking the road. It's clearly unlikely to disappear easily. Having done all this, all I need to do now is wait for the next time travel and retrieve these pre-buried resources from the future. Back at the shelter, I casually opened the Doomsday treasure chest I'd just obtained. Underwear X3, toilet paper X3, speed attribute stone X1. The quality has definitely dropped. I frowned. Right now, food is clearly the most important thing to me, but the items I get from treasure chests are getting increasingly unreliable. I used the speed attribute stone directly, increasing my speed from 6 to 7, making it the highest among my 4 attributes. After that, I didn't go out again, but instead opened the trading area, preparing to dispose of the 2 remaining shelter items and exchange them for some resources that were more valuable to me. Special treasures for sale in the shelter. Private message if interested. The number of comments surged instantly after this message was posted. Clearly, the shelter has become the most sought-after resource. Many people have shelters for themselves, but their families don't. Without shelter, there are no character stats, no talents, and almost no chance of survival in the apocalypse. Therefore, many have begun frantically collecting shelter items, and it's even possible that wealthy corporations, powerful factions, or even government agencies are secretly pushing this initiative. Of course, many people are simply willing to trade the valuable items they find in the treasure chest for their family or loved ones at high prices. I quickly scrolled through the comments, many of which were insults and attempts at moral blackmail. I scoffed and blocked them all. Those I truly kept were only those who genuinely wanted to trade. Some were willing to offer attribute stones, some planned to exchange their spatial backpacks, and others offered extraordinary weapons, pills, protective gear, and even some rare equipment. I read through the messages one by one, but didn't make a decision immediately. Then one message made my fingers freeze. Zhangshila, big brother, I'll trade a resurrection scroll for it. My breath hitched slightly, and I immediately replied, Resurrection scroll? What exactly is that? The other party quickly sent a message, along with a screenshot. I clicked on it, and my eyes instantly lit up with excitement. This was actually a real resurrection scroll. Not only could it resurrect someone in a shelter, but it also had a 1-kilometer teleportation effect, making it an absolute top-tier, life-saving artifact. It's tradable, but you can only exchange it for 1 shelter. I quickly gave my terms. Zhangshila was clearly a little unwilling. Brother, this thing is worth exchanging for 2 shelters. But I didn't budge. I can add one more thing. The reason I said that was because I found something else that appealed to me in his message. Zhangshila hesitated for a moment. Then tell me, what else can you add? On the other side, Zhangshila stared at my ID and couldn't help but swallow hard. 000-000-0003. He already knew from the message scroll that the players whose IDs were ranked in the top 10 must all have SSS-level shelter characteristics. In other words, I am a true top-tier figure. His initiative to trade wasn't just about the shelter. He also wanted to seize the opportunity to curry favor with me. Soon after, I sent him a short video. The video first showed a wall blasted into a large crater. Then the camera panned to reveal a plant that was both familiar and eerie. Zhangshila was completely stunned after watching the entire video. The next second, he couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Holy crap. A pea shoot. Holy crap, this guy's awesome. Zhangshila's eyes lit up. In his eyes, this wasn't just a pea shooter. It was a mobile turret. I asked directly, so how about a trade? The other party immediately replied, Trade, but could we be friends, sir? I thought about it and finally agreed to the request. We quickly added each other as friends, and the transaction was completed. I traded a pea shooter for a shelter item. Zhangshila was incredibly excited. Thank you so much, boss. Maybe you can mentor me sometime. I was a little confused, so I asked him why he kept calling me boss. Zhangshila explained, I have a message scroll that says the top 10 players by ID will definitely have SSS-level shelter traits. Hearing this, I finally understood why. I glanced down at my ID. It was indeed too conspicuous. Fortunately, the system supported hiding it, so I quickly did so to hide it and avoid unnecessary trouble. After a few brief pleasantries, I was about to leave when Zhangshila sent me several screenshots of message scrolls, which might be useful to me. The information is actually quite simple. Store more food, shelters will drop, and food from outside will no longer be edible after 10 days. It's certainly important for ordinary people, but for me, it's not very meaningful anymore. I then checked the instructions for the resurrection scroll and confirmed that it would trigger upon death after being bound. I immediately chose to use it and stuck it on the wall of my shelter to make sure it would work. After dealing with those matters, I opened the trading area and quickly spotted a crucial item, a Grade-B water purifier pump. This device can purify highly polluted water sources, making it almost a core survival resource in the future. Once we control clean water sources, we can even exchange it for a large amount of resources. Without hesitation, I contacted them directly and successfully replaced the water purifier pump. The other party, Nan Jiao, seemed somewhat puzzled. You replaced it. Do you know something? She asked tentatively. I simply replied, I want to drink clean water. The other person pressed for answers a few more times, but seeing they couldn't get anything out of her, they gave up. However, I could tell she was already on her guard and starting to consider stockpiling water. Meanwhile, after a fruitful haul, I left the shelter again. For the rest of the afternoon, I found almost no more treasure chests. People in the city became unusually vigilant, wary of each other. Coupled with the sandstorm obscuring visibility, the vast river city seemed exceptionally empty. Just as I was preparing to search for another hour, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence in the distance. I immediately became alert, hoisted 2 pea shooters onto my shoulder, and hid in a corner to observe. Soon, I spotted my target, the calamity beast, the storm beast. It was a monster that was at least 2 meters tall and resembled a toad. With a single opening of its mouth, it created a terrifying suction force, sucking a person directly into its mouth, their scream abruptly cut short. The next second, the storm beast's gaze swept over me. Without hesitation, I turned and ran. This was something I couldn't possibly fight head-on right now. But the storm beast had already locked onto me, its massive maw suddenly sucking in, the terrifying suction instantly pulling my body down. I clung tightly to the pillar beside me, almost being dragged away. We can't delay any longer. My face darkened. If I were really sucked in, even a resurrection scroll might not be enough to save me. In desperation, I threw out 4 potato mines, planting them all on the ground. This was my only way to fight back. The potato mine takes 30 seconds to activate, and the storm beast usually doesn't move easily while feeding, which gave me my only chance. I gritted my teeth and held on, my eyes fixed on the ground. I was gambling that the monster wouldn't leave early, and gambling that I could hold out until the mine was fully formed. Finally, 30 seconds passed, and the potato mine burst from the ground. Pea shooter! I shouted the command. The pea shooter on my shoulder immediately secured itself to my body, its mouth rapidly expanding. A pea, propelled by the gale, shot fiercely towards the storm beast. With a loud bang, the pea exploded directly in its mouth, and blood gushed out instantly. The storm beast was clearly stunned for a moment, then its eyes turned bloodshot, and it suddenly leaped up and pounced on me. The moment the suction disappeared, I slid down the pillar, then without hesitation released the shelter, buried it underground, and quickly crawled inside after lifting the manhole cover. The moment I crawled inside, the storm beast landed with a thud. It seemed to sense the anomaly beneath its feet. Looking down to see the potato mine was completely red-hot. The next second, 4 deafening explosions erupted, shockwaves sweeping across the surrounding area. Inside the shelter, my pupils constricted sharply. The explosion was incredibly powerful. The shelter's long health bar instantly dropped by more than half. But instead of panicking, I excitedly muttered, "These potato mines are really powerful." I didn't rush out. I waited until it was completely quiet outside before carefully lifting the manhole cover. What I saw was a scene of utter devastation. Nearby buildings had been blown apart, and the storm beast lay dying on the ground. I gripped my tang sword tightly and muttered, "The calamity beast is really tough." Then I quickly found the wind pocket on the storm beast's abdomen, which was its fatal weakness. Once pierced, the wind force inside its body would backfire on it. I plunged my blade down with a mighty thrust. The blade pierced the storm beast's pocket in an instant. The storm beast's body shuddered violently. The light in its eyes dimmed rapidly, and it finally lost all life. System notifications rang out in succession. Killed a level 1 storm beast. Gained 10 talent experience points. Sanctuary fragment +1. First player to kill a storm beast. Gained 10 times the experience. Without any hesitation, I immediately chose to level up. Level up. The next moment, my talent was upgraded. Talent. Weak to fire E. Level 2 at the same time, my strength and speed also increased. To have improved to this extent in just one day is already far ahead of the vast majority of players. I opened my palm, and a ball of orange-red flame rose up, significantly stronger than the previous pale yellow flame, and its size had increased from the size of an egg to the size of a fist. However, limited by my mental strength, this fireball couldn't fly far. It would be more practical to attach it to my tang sword. After collecting my spoils, I looked at my cramped shelter. It was piled high with supplies, leaving almost no room to even step. I frowned. I need to upgrade my shelter as soon as possible. But upgrading requires 10 fragments, and I only have one right now. I turned on my phone and was surprised to find that the network was still active. Just then, I noticed that the battery was down to 22%. I'll have to find a power bank tomorrow, I muttered to myself, then opened the company group chat to check the status. The group chat was in complete chaos. Some people were exclaiming that they had encountered zombie-like monsters, while others reported that their shelters were on the verge of collapse and they had to flee with other ordinary people. Even more terrifying, some ordinary people had begun to attack the players, trying to seize their shelters. Someone warned, "Don't reveal your identity. Those people are more dangerous than monsters." Others completely broke down, even cursing everyone to die in the group chat, only to be quickly kicked out. Chaos and fear were spreading among everyone. Soon, someone suggested forming a survivor base so everyone could stick together and support each other. The group chat was flooded with +1 messages, clearly indicating that many had realized that going it alone would make survival in this world extremely difficult. I looked at the suggestions in the group chat, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided against joining. I knew very well that I possessed information about the future, and joining an organization with so many people and eyes would only make me more vulnerable to being exposed. "At Xiaotang, are you joining?" Sister Wang from next door suddenly asked. I replied, "Sister Wang, I probably won't stay in Jiangcheng any longer." Sister Wang didn't insist, simply replying, "All right, but you can keep the group chat. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." Little Grass chimed in, "Sister has S-level talent. Come find me if you need anything." Nyoma Ben Nyo chimed in, "That Wang Yin is a scoundrel. If anyone bullies you in the future, come find your brother." I simply replied, "Thank you, everyone." After I closed the group chat, I discovered that the group name had been changed to Star Club. This name startled me slightly, as I felt I had seen it before. Upon careful reflection, I vaguely recalled that 100 years later, did indeed hear about this organization, only that it later disappeared. My heart sank. The safe zone is clearly controlled by the Shengtian group now. So, is it possible that they didn't originally establish it? Looks like I'll have to investigate Xingyao next time. My gaze turned slightly cold. If there's something more to this than meets the eye, maybe I can still change some things about the future. I found a building and hid the shelter in the basement of the storage room. The entrance was disguised as floor tiles, and I even locked the door from the inside. The situation outside is becoming increasingly dangerous. The infected have begun to spread, and before long, the entire city of Jiangcheng will become a complete hell. A fierce wind swept through the streets, carrying sand and gravel, and fire spread between high-rise buildings. Some people jumped in despair, only to be swept away by the wind, their deaths gruesome. In the darkness, order crumbles, and so does humanity. Some people fall asleep clutching kitchen knives, hoping only to live until tomorrow morning. In a room, a family of 3 wept helplessly. The man remained silent for a long time before sending a message to a friend for help, concealing the true situation. The other party agreed to pick him up the next morning. He looked at his wife and daughter and whispered, "I'm sorry." Clearly, he had already made his choice. The wind had subsided considerably by the next morning. I woke up around 5 a.m., which was even more regular than my routine before the apocalypse. I practiced swordsmanship for half an hour, and gradually became proficient in chopping, slashing, thrusting, and stabbing. At least when facing ordinary people, I was able to handle them. After a quick meal, I used my sunshine to buy a pea shooter and 4 potato mines and got ready to go out. But as soon as I climbed out of the shelter, my face immediately darkened. The area outside was full of infected people. A low, hissing sound continued to echo. My current physical condition isn't strong enough. If I get scratched, I'll still get infected, and the risk is extremely high. Through the small window, I saw at least 6 infected people in the hall. Rushing out rashly would be tantamount to suicide. They lock onto their targets by sound and the smell of blood. I muttered to myself, starting to search the room for a way to escape. Soon, I noticed the window, so I moved a stool over to check, but there were also infected people outside, so climbing through the window was obviously not feasible. Just then, a sudden inspiration struck me, and I immediately took out the pea shooter. Aim at that building across the street and fire. As soon as I gave the command, peas were fired in succession, exploding in the distance. Although the noise wasn't too loud, it was enough to attract the infected. Soon, the roars outside began to fade into the distance. After launching more than a dozen missiles in succession, I checked the situation again and found that only 2 infected people remained nearby. That's enough. I calmed myself down and prepared to act immediately. I pushed open the door to the storage room, and the jarring creaking sound immediately startled the 2 infected individuals. Without the slightest hesitation, I rushed out. I had no intention of getting entangled with these infected individuals, because they were of no value to me. My speed advantage came into play immediately. I leaped over the front desk and quickly rushed out the door. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the infected people had been lured away, I ran away without looking back. We must leave Jiangsheng. My gaze was firm, and the first destination that came to mind was the original starting point of that safe zone 100 years later. I planned to hide the shelter supplies on that small hill outside the safe zone. It's a secluded spot, and if I can really influence the future, it will make transporting supplies much easier. Moreover, I am well aware that Jiangsheng will only become more and more dangerous as time goes on. Once tens of millions of people are fully infected, let alone continuing to go out, even hiding in shelters could lead to being besieged until their health is reduced to zero. As I was pondering this, I suddenly ducked into a corner. Ahead, a group of people were surrounded by infected individuals, and if they discovered me, they might drag me down with them. I peered out and quickly discovered that the people surrounded were all strong, well-equipped men. They didn't look like ordinary scavengers at all. Instead, they seemed more like ruthless characters who specialized in hunting down players and robbing shelters. Just then, a student suddenly rushed out, flames erupting from his hand as he slammed it down on the infected. My pupils constricted sharply. This power was at least a B-rank fire talent. Immediately afterwards, several more students in school uniforms joined the battle. Fire, ice, lightning, metal, various high-level talents erupted simultaneously, quickly wiping out the infected. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would be finished today," the leader of the group said gratefully, shaking the hand of the flame student. On the surface, he appeared to be expressing gratitude, but I could see the greed lurking in his eyes at a glance. Moreover, that group of people had already been quietly approaching the students, clearly with ill intentions. But the students were completely oblivious, and the boy who seemed to be the class monitor calmly said, "Humans should help each other and rebuild order together." The girl next to her added proudly, "Our class monitor has an S-rank fire talent." The man nodded repeatedly, but his lips twitched slightly. He exchanged a glance with his companion, and the men's hands quietly reached for the daggers behind their backs. I was hesitating whether to make a move when I suddenly felt my consciousness being forcibly pulled away. My expression changed drastically, and I quickly disguised the shelter and slipped inside. The next second, the familiar darkness descended once again. When I opened my eyes again, I had returned to 100 years in the future. I immediately checked the time and found that only 3 seconds had passed, which meant that the shift in consciousness had almost no effect on real time. I suppressed my emotions and immediately got up and rushed downstairs. I need to confirm whether the shelter items I buried are still there. When I arrived at the location of the first big tree, I was completely stunned. The tree was gone. All that remained on the ground was a huge crater, and the items from the shelter had completely vanished. I continued searching relentlessly, but found nothing. Even more bizarrely, the tree didn't look like it had been cut down at all. It seemed as if it had run away on its own. All the roots had been taken with it, making it look almost like a living thing. My face immediately turned grim. This tree has become a polluting beast, and it's even bound to the shelter. I know very well that this is not impossible. Some intelligent, corrupted beasts can indeed seize sanctuaries and even grow into beast kings. Filled with intense unease, I rushed to the second flower bed. Before I even got close, I saw that the flower bed had already split in two, and, as expected, the items buried inside were gone. I sat down on the ground, my heart sinking. I was almost certain that the disappearance of these 2 items was most likely related to that tree. Only one left. I gritted my teeth, stood up, rushed to the corner of the building across the street, and began frantically digging downwards. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. Suddenly, a glimmer of light shone through the soil. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down, and I dug out the item from the shelter. It was a pebble. A mechanical prompt then sounded. "Bind shelter item?" "Bind." I didn't hesitate for a moment. Successfully bound. Acquired E-level trait. Accelerated growth. Immediately afterwards, another notification sound rang out. Awakened talent. S-rank extreme ice. I froze on the spot, and the next second, my breathing became rapid. S-rank talent. What? S-rank talent. I froze on the spot, as if I had been rooted to the spot. The next second, a huge surge of joy welled up inside him. S-rank. That was the highest rank that could be achieved through awakening, aside from the original players. I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Why didn't I have this kind of luck in my original body? Am I really a useless body? But I quickly suppressed my emotions and immediately checked my personal panel. As someone who became a player by finding a shelter, I could only see basic information and there were no chat or trading functions. Player, Tang Ping. ID, 007-935-1681. Physical condition, 3. Spirit, 7. Strength, 3. Speed, 4. Talent, Extreme Ice, S. Level, 10/100. It really is S rank. I murmured to myself, hardly believing it myself. The next moment, I raised my hand and pressed it against the wall. The power of extreme cold erupted instantly, and ice crystals spread rapidly, covering an area of 3 or 4 meters. Moreover, I felt almost no fatigue. I withdrew my hand, and a 2-foot-long ice spike quickly condensed and shot directly at the distant wall. The ice spikes pierced the wall instantly, and a burst of cold air froze everything within a half-meter radius. This is incredible. I couldn't help but get excited. This is true superhuman power. Compared to that pitiful little flame before, it was a world of difference. But soon, I calmed down and looked down at the pebble in my hand that was still gleaming faintly. This shelter item has now become a hidden danger. Carrying it on your person does provide an extra mobile shelter and allows you to see the location of treasure chests, but level 1 shelters are too fragile. Even a single corrupted beast could destroy it. More importantly, once I am discovered, I will inevitably be targeted and may even face death. Furthermore, I need to return to the safe zone and even enter the inner ring to check information. Nowadays, there are many ways to detect items in the shelter, so this thing absolutely cannot be carried on my person. The heads of the major families in the safe zone rarely venture out, and everyone has raised their talents to level 4 or above. Although I have awakened an S-level talent, I'm only at level 1 now, and I can't hold on to it at all. Therefore, we must give up. I quickly made a decision to untie the shelter and then rebury it in its original location. After dealing with all of this, I immediately set off back to the safe zone. After a series of close calls, I finally returned to the area enclosed by a 20-meter-high city wall. Inside, it was further divided into 81 districts, each separated by a 10-meter-high wall. On the surface, this appears to be protection, but in reality, it's nothing more than layers upon layers of human-human buffers. Once the beast tide rushes in, they'll retreat once they've eaten their fill, and no one will care about the lives of the lower classes. I chuckled to myself. Here, the lives of the Greys are worthless anyway. When I got back to District 66, there were less than 3 hours left in the 6-hour countdown. I found an internet cafe to look up information. In this era, many ordinary people can't even earn 2 yuan a day, while an hour in internet cafe costs 3 yuan. But when I pay, I don't feel anything at all. It's like throwing away a few pieces of scrap metal. Even the network administrator couldn't help but glance at me a couple more times. In Zone 66, most people who go online are extremely distressed, and very few can remain as calm as I am. However, the network administrator quickly looked away. He had obviously seen too many people and could tell who was not to be messed with just by looking at their demeanor. Especially my noticeably fair skin, which stands out so much among the gray-skinned people. Makes me look like someone from the inner third ring road of Beijing, no matter how you look at me. But I didn't pay much attention to these changes myself. After awakening my extreme ice talent, my entire state of being is completely different from before. After sitting down, I immediately searched for Xingyao online. The internet speed was surprisingly good, and a bunch of messages popped up very quickly. When I saw the content at the very top, my body jolted. It turns out that 15 years ago, this place was called Starry Safe Zone. This name instantly reminded me of the Star Club that the group of people in the company group chat created. Although the company's leaders were all disgusting, the colleagues were very loyal. We usually went to and from get off work together, never worked overtime, and helped each other out. Even the last time I was blamed, if it weren't for Sister Wong and the others helping me, I would have been fired long ago. Thinking about this, I felt a mix of emotions. I didn't want to join any faction, but I also didn't want to see this safe zone, which they were likely to establish, end up in the hands of someone else. The question is, how exactly do I change all of this? After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly popped into my head. What if I could provide Sister Wong and her team with a group of highly capable individuals in advance? especially those with high-level talents. The next second, a target immediately popped into my mind. That group of high school students. Chapter 17, 5 students. After having this thought, Tang Ping couldn't help but want to go back, but the time wasn't right yet. Perhaps he could also search for information about dungeons. As a post-apocalyptic game, how could it not have game instances? This is a special space that only players can enter. Black wormholes will randomly spawn in various player regions. Entering these wormholes allows you to participate in dungeon challenges. Not only is it easy to obtain doomsday treasure chests inside, but the rewards after clearing the dungeon are also very tempting. Of course, these instances are also fraught with danger. However, with proper teamwork and a good understanding of the dungeon, casualties can generally be avoided. Most importantly, you can exit the instance at any time. On the computer screen, information about the copy appeared one after another. Clearly, besides sending talent to the Star Club, these instances are also quite good. Many dungeons have a limit on the number of times you can enter them. Once you exceed a certain number of entries, the black wormhole will disappear and may reappear in other areas, or it may never appear again. As for the players, each player can only enter the same instance 3 times, or even less. And after clearing the instance, they cannot enter the same instance again. After Tang Ping finds these instances and enters them himself, he'd rather leave the remaining opportunities to Sister Wang and Brother Neo than let outsiders benefit from them. Tang Ping began searching for instances related to the Jiangxing region during the early stages of the apocalyptic game. He actually found a few. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the apocalypse, a dungeon appeared near Four Seasons Lake on the eastern outskirts of Jiangxing. This dungeon disappeared on the 7th day of the apocalypse. It was said to be a unique dungeon, accessible only 10 times, with each player having only 1 chance. Information about this dungeon. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, a dungeon appeared on Tianhua Avenue in Jiangxing. The dungeon disappeared on the 10th day of the apocalypse. Empress Lihua accidentally entered it on her way out of Jiangxing. Empress Lihua herself said that the gains from this dungeon greatly helped her to grow into an empress. This copy is said to be. Tang Ping checked the other instances that appeared and found that the 3rd one was 2 months later. Who is this Empress Lihua? Tang Ping returned to the information in the 2nd copy, where Empress Lihua's name was specifically marked. Lihua Tang Ping didn't know who she was, but he was very familiar with the title of Queen of Heaven. Almost no one knows how prestigious the terms Heavenly King and Heavenly Queen truly are. To obtain this honorific title, 2 conditions must first be met. The first requirement is to reach talent level 7. Secondly, your talent must be S level. Only by meeting both of these conditions can one obtain the titles of Heavenly King and Heavenly Queen. Almost 90% of these people were the original players. Now, a century later, these people stand at the top of the pyramid, and none of them are simpletons. Behind every individual is a powerful force, controlling countless resources. Their own trump cards, accumulated over a century, are even more terrifying. If you offend someone with the title of Heavenly King or Heavenly Queen, without the Heavenly King or Queen even lifting a finger, countless forces, families, and hunters will vie to kill that person in order to curry favor with them. Tang Ping knew the significance of those 2 words, and therefore became even more curious about Empress Lihua, the diva born in Jiangxing, and what kind of person she really was. Unfortunately, after searching, he found that Lihua was only mentioned in some articles, and there was no detailed introduction to her at all. Tang Ping knew that to truly obtain information about a celestial empress, he would probably have to enter the central area of the safe zone. Only there can one perhaps learn about a legendary diva. With time running out, Tang Ping returned to his rented room. Although my current rented room is still incredibly dark, it's much cleaner and tidier now. At least it costs me 10 more Xingtian coins a month, and there's even a small light bulb. The countdown ended, and his consciousness was pulled into darkness. When he woke up again, he had returned to 100 years ago. Tang Ping, who was already prepared, immediately rushed out of the shelter. Careful! The moment Tang Ping shouted, the men's expressions changed, and they quickly drew their knives from their waists. However, a player who could control vines reacted immediately upon seeing the weapon, and the vines swept over the men around a classmate. However, kitchen knives and fruit knives still cut the student's shoulders, and one student almost had his throat slit. There were 5 students in total. After the sneak attack, the class monitor reacted quickly, sending several flames towards the men's chests. The man who was hit screamed in agony. His chest was charred black and smelled of flesh. When the class monitor saw the fruit knife stuck in his classmate's shoulder, his face turned cold. He stared at the men. Why? We saved you. The leader sneered. A bunch of brats, talking too much nonsense. If it weren't for that guy, you'd all be lying on the ground by now. Clearly, the man knew he couldn't escape. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Once these students became alert, they wouldn't even have a chance to get close to him, given that these students, who were at least B-level talents. The female student, clutching her bleeding arm, tears streaming down her face, still loudly questioned, "Why did you do this?" "We saved you." A man lay on the ground, his chest charred black. He stared at the girl as if she were an idiot. Instead of explaining, he mocked, "You bunch of fools. Someone warned you this time. You didn't die, but sooner or later you'll be buried with me." Ha ha ha. The student class monitor unleashed a burst of flames, the terrifying inferno resembling lava, which engulfed him. Then the others were also engulfed by the merciless flames. Some tried to escape, but they still could not escape the fate of being consumed by the flames. From rescuing the men to killing them, the squad leader acted swiftly and decisively. Tang Ping thought to himself, "Beautiful. This student is alive now, and if he doesn't perish along the way, he might become a heavenly king in the future, and a heavenly king with extremely strong combat power." Class monitor. The girl was clearly panicked. The class monitor had killed someone. Even though she was already skilled at killing infected people, killing someone was still hard for her to accept. "Squad leader, how could you kill someone?" Another short-haired girl said, her face pale. The squad leader's eyes were cold. "These people are not worth dying for. Killing them will only save more people." The short-haired girl looked at the class monitor with a hint of fear, but still questioned, But if even we kill people, what's the difference between us and those infected? Didn't we promise the teacher we'd protect our classmates? Protect the purity in our hearts? If you kill someone now, you'll open Pandora's box, and you'll only kill more people in the future. The class monitor didn't answer, but turned around and said, "We should go back to school." "Wait." Tang Ping emerged from the sandstorm, carrying 2 pea shooters on his shoulders and another in his arms. "Hey, I just saved you guys, and you students didn't even say thank you. I'll go find your teacher." Chapter 18, Changing History. The 5 high school students were clearly also taken aback by Tang Ping's equipment. The girl with the ponytail looked on in surprise. "Dave?" The class monitor paused for a moment, then said, "Thank you for reminding me earlier. If you need anything, you can come to number 1 high school to find us." "That just so happens. I do have something to discuss," Tang Ping said. "What's going on?" The class monitor wondered what this person wanted. Although he had just saved them, the monitor was still wary of Tang Ping after what had just happened. Tang Ping didn't extend a direct invitation. If he had, the other party would most likely not have agreed, and their chances of joining the Star Glory Club would have been even lower. "I believe you have all seen what just happened. The outside world has changed, but you students have never even left the campus. There are some things that are hard for you to think about and hard for you to learn. Some of your ideas will even lead you into the abyss. Adapting to the current state of the world may come at a terrible cost. You may lose your classmates, your friends, and your family. And you probably want to go back to school to protect the other students, right? That's why you're clearing out the infected people, right? But you obviously don't have any experience in how to manage it. If possible, I would recommend you join a club. They're a group of very experienced people. Of course, you can chat first, but whether or not you join is ultimately your decision." Tang Ping took out his phone and said to the student class monitor, "How about it? Let's exchange contact information. I'll recommend someone from the club to you." The student class monitor was relieved to hear that it was just such a small request. After a moment's thought, he agreed. "Okay, I will seriously consider the club matter." Tang Ping successfully got in touch with the student's class monitor, whose name was Zhou Zheng. He then passed this person on to Sister Wang. Tang Ping sent a message to Sister Wang, briefly introducing what had just happened. "Sister Wang, this is a student from Jiangxing No. 1 High School that I met on the road. He's a class monitor. He just saved someone and was almost caught in a farmer and snake incident by that group of people. This student is very talented. He's S level. I'm thinking if possible, I'd like to see if I can get him into the Starry Club that you just established, Sister Wang. He has a group of students around him, and I estimate their talent to be either B level or A level. I just recommended the Star Glory Club's group chat to him. Whether he can successfully join the club depends on Sister Wang and everyone else." Sister Wang what? S-level talent. And he's a high school student. Well done, Xiao Tang. Don't worry about this. Leave it to me. We'll head straight to the high school in a bit, since Lao Nyo's son goes there too. Sister Wang. Also, what do you mean by the club established by Sister Wang? Don't say things like that anymore. It makes me sound like that old woman Wang Yin. From now on, you have to call it our club. It belongs to everyone. Understand? Tang Ping. I understand, Sister Wang. You all need to be careful. There are many infected people outside right now. If you get scratched, we players also have a very high chance of getting infected. Sister Wang, don't worry about that. Everyone picked up a lot of treasure chests in the staff dormitory before, and there are a lot of good things in them. Old Nyo opened a shelter attribute scroll, and now the shelter has obtained an S-level attribute, Holy Healing. We've confirmed that even if someone is infected by another infected person, as long as they don't become infected themselves, they can recover in less than an hour in the shelter. Tang Ping was surprised, not expecting that there was such a shelter feature. The biggest threat at present is the infected, but now that there is Brother Nyo's shelter, there's basically no need to worry about being infected. Tang Ping. Okay, then Sister Wang, please take care of your journey. I have to leave Jiangcheng soon, so I won't chat any longer. Sister Wang. Okay, be careful too. I know you have your own opinions, but don't be too impulsive. Staying calm when things happen is half the battle won. Tang Ping. I will. After ending the chat, Tang Ping looked at his phone, wondering if his decision had changed anything in another timeline. Does the Starry Safe Zone still exist, or is it still occupied and become the safe zone of Xingtian Group? After packing his things, Tang Ping carried 2 pea shooters on his shoulder, gripped his Tang sword, and continued to leave Jiangcheng. As for going home, he had lived with his grandfather since he was a child, but his grandfather passed away when he was in college. Perhaps his parents were still alive, but he didn't know them, so it didn't matter. The wind hasn't stopped, but it's noticeably weaker, around force 6. This wind is no longer a threat, and the sandstorm is slowly dissipating. It shouldn't be long before the weather clears up again. But now infected people are everywhere outside. Ordinary people who were out looking for supplies yesterday are now rarely seen. Jiangcheng has completely become a dead city. Tang Ping didn't advance very fast. These infected were extremely sensitive to sound and the smell of blood. Fortunately, he had pea shooters. He had the pea shooters shoot at other places along the way, creating noise that attracted the infected away, so he made it through without any major incidents. Treasure chest. Doomsday treasure chest. Around 2 p.m., Tang Ping discovered a Doomsday treasure chest next to a vehicle on the main road. Pea shooter, lure the infected to that location. Tang Ping et Sitan Li Gongman. The pea shooter attacked a car about 80 or 90 meters away. The fist-sized peas shattered the glass instantly with a loud bang, and the surrounding infected immediately turned around and rushed forward with a roar. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tang Ping immediately picked up the Doomsday treasure chest, then ran far away, running 400 or 500 meters before turning into a corner and stopping. Then he opened the Doomsday treasure chest to see if there was anything good inside. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have received 10 socks, 10 buns, and 1 shelter fragment. I actually got a shelter fragment. Not bad. I'm 1 step closer to upgrading my shelter to level 2. Tang Ping was very satisfied with what he had obtained. A level 2 shelter is essentially a 2-bedroom, 1 living room shelter, which will provide significantly more space, allowing him to store his supplies in the other room. Of course, there are no toilets in the level 2 shelter, so you have to go outside to poop. Fortunately, there aren't many people outside right now, so you could just find a place to poop. Tang Ping wanted the bathroom blueprints because he felt it was dangerous to defecate outside. He felt that the smell of feces was very strong and that infected people nearby might smell it and even eat it. However, he has yet to receive any blueprints. I wish we could get a mini-game called Pixel Farm when we can go there and poop. Tang Ping noticed a hardware store not far away and immediately wanted to rummage through it to see if there was anything he could use later. My phone suddenly vibrated. He opened the message and saw that it was from Sister Wang tagging him. Chapter 19, Doomsday Dungeon. The Last Spark, Part 1. Sister Wang. Xiao Tang, this is the serum from the infected person that we just obtained. With this, you don't have to worry about getting infected. We have Lao Nyo's shelter here, so we don't need it. We'll give it to you. Tang Ping was pleasantly surprised and quickly replied, Thank you, Sister Wang. I don't know when my physique will be raised to 30 or my talent to level 3. Obtaining infected serum would undoubtedly reduce the risks considerably. Sister Wong, this is my ID number, please add it. Okowo. A trade request came in quickly. The item to be traded was irrelevant. Tang Ping didn't take it for nothing. This is a potato mine. It's very powerful and can blow through concrete walls. Sister Wong, be careful when you use it. Sister Wong, there are these strange things too? Okay, I understand. Tang Ping took out the infected person's serum, looked at the system introduction on it, felt relieved, and quickly took it. It felt like drinking water that was slightly fishy and sweet, but I didn't feel anything afterward. However, Tang Ping wouldn't be foolish enough to try it on an infected person. He headed towards the eastern outskirts of Jiangcheng, to the shores of Four Seasons Lake, where a new instance was about to appear, and it was the only one there, with rewards that were sure to be amazing. Around 3 p.m., Tang Ping finally arrived at his destination. Four Seasons Lake is not large. You can see the other side at a glance. Because it is surrounded by scenic areas, there are not many people to begin with. After the Apocalypse game arrived, most people left, so there are very few infected people here. Tang Ping found a viewing tower and decided to wait there. As time slowly passed, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a black vortex suddenly appeared on the lakeside. It's the only copy. With a burning gaze, Tang Ping quickly arrived at the side of the dungeon's black hole. The entrance resembled a black hole about 10 feet high, and as players approached, they could clearly see a line of text on it. Player Dungeon, unique the last spark. Expiration date, 4 days. He stepped into the instance without hesitation. After a dizzying moment, he found himself in a room. There were actually 4 foreigners with him. Clearly, this unique copy doesn't have just one entrance. These people must have entered through other entrances. The 5 people were wary of each other. Tang Ping, holding a Tang sword, also leaned against the corner of the wall. The other 4 were a young man from the north, wearing a black windbreaker, who was holding a 2-inch wide longsword. There was also a Japanese girl from Yamato province, wearing a kimono, greeting everyone with a vulgar konnichiwa, konnichiwa. The remaining 2 were a blonde, blue-eyed woman and a burly man with reddish-brown hair. Tang Ping glanced at it and was quickly drawn to a line of text that appeared in front of him. Main mission: successfully escort the infected serum sample to Safe Zone 9. Task reward: unknown. Sure enough, Tang Ping thought to himself, just like what he had found in his future life, this instance was for delivering the original serum of infected individuals. But besides the main quest, he also knew about a hidden mission: to protect a young soldier in the team. This soldier is no ordinary person. He is not actually a soldier, but a student of the professor who developed the serum for infected individuals, and even participated in the research on the serum for infected individuals. Moreover, this student, although only in his 20s, has already inherited most of the professor's skills. Compared to the infected person's serum, this soldier, who was hiding his identity, was the one they were truly escorting. Therefore, Tang Ping knew that what he needed to do was to safely escort this soldier to the 9th safe zone while completing the main mission each time. The door to the room opened, and a doctor in a white coat walked in. You must be the chosen ones to escort the serum this time. Your mission is to deliver the serum concentrate to Safe Zone 9. To prevent the loss of this precious concentrate, each of you will carry one sample, and a team of soldiers will escort you. After the doctor in the white coat finished explaining, he concluded, "All right, time is of the essence. You should set off now." Each of the 5 people received a backpack containing the original serum of the infected individuals. Apart from that crying Japanese girl, everyone was very cautious of each other. Tang Ping had no intention of engaging in any deeper discussions. He simply wanted to clear the level as quickly as possible and obtain what he desired. It is said that after clearing the game, you are guaranteed to receive a lot of attribute stones and shelter trait scrolls. Upon leaving the room, Tang Ping discovered that the world inside this instance was remarkably similar to the world 100 years later. The sky was shrouded in thick gray smog, and a gray sun emitted an eerie light. The land was desolate, and every now and then a black wind would sweep through the wasteland, leaving the gray and white vegetation as if it had been swept by a sharp blade, becoming broken and tattered. Gripping his knife tightly, Tang Ping followed the fully armed team of 30 soldiers. They began trekking through the wasteland towards Safe Zone 9, 100 miles away. The other four were clearly seeing this scene for the first time and were stunned for a moment. They probably don't know yet that this scene will soon appear on Earth as well. When the golden sunlight disappears, the old world will be gone forever, becoming history. The journey was far from peaceful. There are many infected people and even polluted beasts on the road. Players can abandon the dungeon and choose to leave when they encounter danger. However, the rewards were also pitifully small, sometimes consisting of only ordinary food and water as consolation prizes. 5 players from different regions kept a certain distance from each other. Although they spoke different languages, they had a temporary group chat for the instance. Sakura. Hello. My name is Sakura, and my talent is A-rank charm. We can help each other out. I guess the rewards for clearing this dungeon will be very generous, because when I first entered, I used an information scroll that said this is a unique dungeon that will never appear again, and each person can only enter once. So, to ensure we can clear the dungeon, let's introduce ourselves to each other. Kelly. My name is Kelly, and my talent is Judgment Light, a rank. BASF. My name is BASF, and my talent is Black Wind, B-level. Jace. My name is Jace, and my talent is B-rank rock. Tang Ping replied in return. My name is Tang Ping, and my E-rank talent is weak to fire. After Tang Ping replied, everyone looked at him with strange eyes. Among the players with A-level or B-level talents, the E-level talent was indeed quite eye-catching. Sakurako. Then let's help each other and support each other. I believe we can definitely clear the level. This Japanese girl looked at everyone else, but ignored Tang Ping. Tang Ping seemed to be completely ignored, but of course he didn't care, since he had no intention of joining the group. Moreover, there are some things on the way, and he can easily leave alone later. Chapter 20 Doomsday Dungeon. The Last Spark, Part 2. The team began to advance. At first, the soldiers were able to suppress the infected, but as time went on, more and more infected people gathered behind them. The pressure on the 5 of them also began to increase. Kelly. Quick, we have to get out of here as soon as possible. There's a group of infected people closing in on us. Jess. Forget about these ordinary people. They're just a burden to us. Let's go. Sakurako. But is this really okay? Sakura's eyes lit up with pink, and while she spoke kind words, she actually controlled the soldiers to rush towards the infected outside. BASF. We can't wait any longer. Let's go. The 4 seemed to have reached some kind of agreement and left directly. As for Tang Ping, with his E-level talent, he was no different from an ordinary person and was simply abandoned. A sergeant gave a bitter laugh, as if he had expected this. Brothers, hold off these infected. We'll fight our way out. Turning his head, the sergeant looked at Tang Ping. Aren't you leaving? Tang Ping said calmly. I will take you away. The sergeant was stunned, then gave a wry smile. You really are different from them. You should leave now. We can still hold off these infected. Tang Ping didn't answer, but started counting down. 5, 4. The sergeant was somewhat confused, but the situation was critical, and he had no choice but to confront the infected. 3, 2, 1. Dozens of infected people arrived and completely surrounded them. But then, a deafening roar. The ground exploded. The infected on the periphery were instantly torn to pieces. The enormous roar sent all the infected staggering, including the soldiers who now numbered less than 20. Tang Ping was already prepared and immediately took out 3 pea shooters. Fire! 3 pea shooters, 1 pea per infected. Those fist-sized peas smashed down, scattering the infected into pieces, much more powerful than in the game. After the potato mines blew up most of the infected on the outer perimeter, 3 pea shooters quickly took care of the remaining down infected. This is... The sergeant steadied himself in astonishment. Now is not the time to talk. Such a commotion will definitely attract more infected people from further away. We need to leave quickly, Tang Ping said quickly. His gaze fell on the pale-faced soldier. Seeing that the man was all right, he was relieved. Compared to escorting the serum, this man was the most precious. All right. The sergeant reacted quickly and immediately ordered, everyone, evacuate with me. The other 4 people had already run more than a kilometer. They also clearly heard a huge explosion. Jess, it seems these people have already cleared out the infected. BASF. Without the burden of these ordinary people, our speed has indeed improved significantly. Sakurako. I hope they can go to heaven after they die. The 4 men raced across the wasteland, unaware that after losing their soldiers, they would immediately enter the next phase. Pollution Beast. If they had even one soldier with them, they would only be facing infected people, but unfortunately they didn't. Tang Ping had no obligation to tell them about this hidden protection mechanism. On a rocky hill, a group of soldiers huddled in a small cave. Tang Ping took out compressed biscuits, bottled water, and canned meat from the shelter. Eat these quickly, regain your energy, and then we can continue our journey. A soldier opened the package, took a bite, and found that there was no rotten taste. His eyes widened immediately. This is food without any contamination. My God, this was only available decades ago. No contaminated food. The other soldiers stopped holding their food. This food is too precious. We can't eat it. The sergeant's hand paused. He had thought it was just ordinary food, but it turned out to be food without any pollution. Tang Ping shook his head. They've already been taken out, and they've already been tainted by the disaster of corruption. Even if you put them back, they'll still be contaminated. Hurry up and eat. The sergeant immediately felt a pang of guilt. This chosen one, we will definitely escort you safely to the safe zone. The 17 remaining soldiers tasted a delicious flavor they would probably never experience again in their lives. Food without any off-putting smell. After a half-hour rest, the group set off again. There are still infected people on the road, but it seems to be much less so. Tang Ping found this path from that website address, although this unique copy will not reappear after 4 days. However, there are many entrances to this instance around the world. In these 4 days, quite a few players entered, and many of those who left safely even broke through to level 7 and lived for 100 years. So he found a lot of useful information. In addition to the hidden missions, there are also safer routes. There are so few infected people on this route. The sergeant was thrilled. If this route could be memorized, casualties would be greatly reduced when the two safe zones communicated in the future. That's right. This is the route I got by chance from an old man. You can draw a map when we get back to the safe zone, but you must remember it. Tang Ping pointed to a mountain in the distance that resembled a tortoise shell. There is a level 7 polluted beast. A level 7 pollution beast. The sergeant's pupils contracted, clearly showing fear. You don't need to worry too much. It's a big tortoise. As long as you don't do anything stupid to provoke it, it usually won't bother to move, Tang Ping said calmly. The sergeant calmed himself down a bit. Turtle, thank you. I will report it truthfully. Thank you. He was secretly shocked. No wonder there were so few infected people on this road. It turned out there was such a terrifying being. However, if used properly, it might actually open up a path connecting the two safe zones. The sergeant felt a surge of excitement. Among the soldiers, the pale-faced one was also secretly observing Tang Ping, his eyes filled with curiosity. As Tang Ping advanced, he got closer and closer to the safe zone. You guys rest here for half an hour. I'm going out for a bit, Tang Ping suddenly said. The sergeant was stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. He and his men had survived entirely because of the other party. All right, everyone, rest here for half an hour. The soldiers were indeed very tired. Tang Ping headed up the mountain. This rocky mountain is not high, only a little over 300 meters, but it contains a very precious treasure. This treasure, in a time 100 years later, created a king with dual S-level talents. Moreover, this item is unique. Once someone collects it, no one else will encounter it again, even if they enter the instance again. Tang Ping faced the wind, which was extremely strange, and felt as if knives were scraping his bones. By the time they reached the mountaintop, Tang Ping was completely exhausted. Found it. A red lotus, out of place in this gloomy, dilapidated world, sways gently. Chapter 21 Doomsday Dungeon. The Last Spark, Part 3. Tang Ping struggled to his feet through the cracks and grabbed the swaying lotus flower. The lotus has no stem, no leaves, and no roots. It simply grows quietly in a shallow pond that is only half a meter wide. I finally got this. Now I can awaken my second talent. Tang Ping was a little excited as he swallowed the red lotus whole. The red lotus tasted like a flame upon entering his mouth, but this flame was very warm, like flowing water, and began to travel along his bloodstream throughout his body. Tang Ping was filled with admiration. Just as described in the post, this red lotus could not only help awaken a second superpower, but also comprehensively enhance the four-dimensional attributes. Soon, Tang Ping sensed something was amiss. He stretched out his hand, and a strange flame rose in his palm, forming a lotus flower. Crimson Lotus Flame. Player, Tang Ping. ID, 0000000003. Physical condition, 10. Spirit, 10. Strength, 8. Speed, 9. Talent 1, Weak Fire, E. Talent level, 2, 0/1000. Talent 2, Crimson Flame, S. Talent level, 1, 0/100. Looking at his personal information panel, Tang Ping felt a surge of joy. Even without other rewards, this was still a great success. Physical fitness increased by 5 points, mental strength increased by 5 points, strength increased by 3 points, and speed increased by 2 points. This Red Lotus alone has already propelled me to the forefront of today's players. After all, awakening an S-level talent is 1 in 10,000. Once the talent grows to level 7, that's a king. Moreover, with this domineering Red Lotus Flame, he is an extremely powerful heavenly king. Tang Ping knew that his Crimson Lotus Flame was not as calm and gentle as it appeared on the surface. On the contrary, it is extremely domineering. Having obtained what he wanted, Tang Ping immediately descended the mountain. With his physique greatly enhanced, he was now more resistant to the bone-corroding wind and was no longer in as much pain as when he went up the mountain. Mr. Tang Ping. The sergeant stood up. He had already learned Tang Ping's name along the way. Let's pack up and get ready to head straight for Safe Zone 9, Tang Ping said. Good. The sergeant was excited. They were only 30 miles away from Safety Zone number 9. If they were fast, they could get there in about an hour. Tang Ping also knew this. The safe zones in this instance were not far apart, and each safe zone was not large, only about 1 or 2 square kilometers. It was still no match for the safe zone he lived in his later life, one of the 81 zones. Meanwhile, other players were desperately fleeing from a powerful, corrupted beast. Fuck, why are there always these polluted beasts staring at us? Jess couldn't help but curse, now covered in blood. The polluted beast chasing them was ferocious in appearance, with a body resembling a giant wolf but with 8 spider legs, fly compound eyes on its forehead, and a scorpion tail. It's a deformed monster pieced together from various creatures. This polluting beast is as big as an elephant, but it is extremely fast. The rugged mountains are like flat ground to it. Suddenly, the polluting beast leaped up and landed on top of Sakura's head. Brother Jess, save me. A seductive voice reached Jess's ears. Jess, who had been furious, suddenly stared blankly at Sakura with admiration. Miss Sakura, run. I'll hold off the corruption beast. Jess stomped his foot on the ground, and a solid rock wall rose up. They stopped the pollution beast, but this also made the pollution beast set its sights on Jess. Without a second thought, Jess charged straight at the polluted beast. Miss Sakurako, run. The black scorpion tail left after images in the air before piercing Jess's chest. Sakura, Jess exclaimed, his eyes filled with adoration. We must get out of here. The polluted beast lifted Jess up and swallowed him whole. But the next moment, the polluted beast exploded, turning into a pile of fragments, and Jess was obviously scattered everywhere as well. Kelly and BASF looked at Sakura in horror. They knew perfectly well that this was all due to Sakura using her talent. Once you're controlled by the charm talent, you can't even leave the dungeon. The two exchanged a glance, and suddenly turned on Sakura with deadly force. The black wind and the holy sword formed from light, slashed toward Sakura. Sister Kelly, Brother BASF, why are you treating me like this? Sakura dodged away, looking at the two with a pitiful expression. The pink color began to spread in his eyes, and his entire pupil quickly turned pink. No, kill her. Kelly's eyes turned icy, and a crossbow suddenly appeared in her hand. The crossbow bolt seemed to have an auto-aiming function, chasing after Sakura and firing at her. BASF showed no mercy. He knew that now that Jess was dead, he would be next. The power of a woman's allure on a man is terrifying. A card appeared in BASF's hand, and when the card was torn open, dozens of ice spikes attacked Sakura. Sakurako, her eyes alluring, called out softly, Brother BASF. Suddenly, BASF froze and tore open another card. The card transformed into a protective shield, shielding Sakura. BASF, what are you doing? Kelly exclaimed angrily, as a beam of light entered BASF's mind. The intense pain jolted BASF awake. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his face turning grim. You bitch. You're asking for it. BASF was enraged and tore open the 3 cards. Brother BASF, how could you treat someone like this? Sakura's eyes were filled with resentment, but unfortunately, BASF used a card that could protect his mind at this moment. BASF originally thought that Sakura was going to die, but suddenly the ground shook, and the next moment, a giant worm emerged from the ground, blocking all the attacks. The worm's eye contained a cherry blossom. Kelly exclaimed, "This is definitely not an A-level talent." The worm in front of me was as thick as a van and was over 10 meters long. Even if Kelly is stupid, she knows that an A-level charm talent could never achieve this level. BASF has already withdrawn. He left as soon as he saw the worm protecting Sakura. If he hadn't left, he wouldn't even know how he was played to death by this woman from Yamato. This time they suffered a huge loss. BASF was heartbroken when they left. On a frozen lake, BASF appeared in the biting wind, his eyes filled with malice. "Sakura! Haha, don't let me have another chance to meet you." Inside the instance, Kelly's face was also grim. She knew this instance was no easy feat. It could only be entered once, meaning that once she left, she wouldn't be able to re-enter. You might never meet them again. "Sister, do you have some misunderstanding about me?" Sakura stared at Kelly with a wronged expression. Kelly didn't look directly into the other person's eyes. She looked at the giant worm, took a deep breath, and said, "You're from Yamato, right? I'll remember you. I hope you'll be safe and sound when you go back." She sneered. The Yamato kingdom was nothing more than a dog of the Eagle Empire, and her family happened to be very powerful in the Eagle Empire. Sakura tilted her head slightly, looking quite playful. "What is my sister saying? I don't understand." Her eyes are becoming increasingly pink. Kelly felt a moment of mental confusion, then bit her tongue, snorted coldly, and exited the instance. If she had been a man, she probably would have been controlled. Sakura lowered her eyes and said, "Big guy, someone's threatening us." Hee, they're just a bunch of trash. Chapter 22, A Bountiful Harvest. Meanwhile, Tang Ping had already arrived at Safe Zone 9 and successfully completed his mission. And leave the instance. Congratulations to the player for clearing the dungeon, the last spark, completing the main quest, and receiving the following rewards. Doomsday Chest +2, Infected Serum +5, Shelter Trait Scroll +1, and Spirit Attribute Stone +5. Congratulations on your first dungeon clear. You have received a hidden reward, Starfire Medal. Main quest rewards are doubled. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, the True Spark. Rewards. Level 3 Shelter Blueprint +1, Shelter Fragment +3. Congratulations to the player who became the first to achieve the hidden dungeon achievement, the Soldier's Return. Reward, Soldier's Blessing Badge. The reward was so generous that it left Tang Ping completely bewildered. "Damn it, I'm taking off right here." Tang Ping emerged from the dungeon entrance, brimming with excitement. Instead of checking the reward immediately, he sent Sister Wong his location and a short video. Tang Ping. "Sister Wong, there's a game instance here with lots of good stuff. Each person can only enter once, and there are a total of 10 entries. I've already used one, so there are only 9 spots left. I'll use something to block the entrance later, so if you're coming, hurry up." He then sent over some screenshots of the rewards, along with some notes, hidden quests, hidden rewards, and so on. In fact, there were some hidden quest rewards for ordinary items like food, water, and clothing that were of little use. Tang Ping was too lazy to bother with them, as they were useless and only wasted his time. Without waiting for Sister Wang's reply, Tang Ping found several large cabinets, put them into the shelter first, and then ran to the entrance of the dungeon, using 2 of the large cabinets to clamp the entrance shut. "Okay, all done." I snapped a photo and sent it to Sister Wang. Tang Ping. "Sister Wang, I'm leaving now. I've hidden the entrance, but who knows if a strong wind will blow again. If you have time, please come as soon as possible." Sister Wang. "Little Tang, I know I was right about you. Don't worry, we'll set off tonight. Oh, and I sent you some things, don't mind them. I'll thank you properly when I get some good stuff from the dungeon." Ding. Your friend Wang Xiuhua has sent a trade request. D-grade extraordinary item. Holy Light Bracelet for a handful of dirt. Tang Ping's lips twitched. A D-grade extraordinary item, traded for a piece of dirt. It's really like using a small knife to cut a hole. However, he did not refuse and accepted it decisively. Then he grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground. Extraordinary item. Holy Light Bracelet. Great, D. Function. When attacked, it automatically activates Holy Light Protection and can be used a total of 10 times. An automatic life-saving item that protects its owner. What a great thing! Tang Ping exclaimed in amazement. This thing is even degrade. In the early stages of the apocalypse, it's definitely a life-saving artifact. He immediately put it on his hand. Tang Ping then found a secluded spot, set up a shelter, and went inside. Start using the items from this reward and give yourself a comprehensive upgrade. He received 10 spirit attribute stones after the reward was doubled, and used them all. His spirit attribute, which had already been doubled due to the Red Lotus, was doubled again, reaching 20 points. This mental attribute allows Tang Ping to use his E-level talent, Weak Fire, to condense a fireball and launch it 10 meters away. There are also shelter feature scrolls, which you will receive 2 of after the rewards are doubled. Tang Ping immediately put his shelter to use, hoping to get some kind of minigame. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the shelter trait scroll. Player detected to possess SSS level trait in minigames. Minigame unlocked, planting oranges. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the shelter trait scroll. Player detected to possess SSS level trait in minigames. Minigame obtained. Magical Girl. Tang Ping was a little confused. What were these 2 little games for? After examining them, he quickly understood the purpose of the 2 minigames. First minigame, planting oranges. Every day, you can collect rainwater to water the orange trees. When the oranges ripen, you can harvest them, and all of these oranges can be brought into reality. This made up for Tang Ping's lack of fruit. Although he didn't really want to eat fruit and preferred something more substantial, it was still better than getting something like raising a cat, playing the piano, or playing a puzzle game. Second game, Magical Girl. It's a room with a magical girl inside. Tang Ping can use real-world items to bless the magical girl, as she will express her gratitude, thus increasing his affection for her. Tang Ping. So, does he look like a sucker? He said this minigame is even more of a rip-off than raising cats. At least in the cat-raising minigame, you earn coins by completing tasks, and there are fixed daily sign-in coin rewards, so you don't actually have to spend your own money to play the game. But this magical girl actually wants his real-world things. Tang Ping said, even dogs wouldn't play with that. He then opened the Doomsday treasure chest. The reward from the Doomsday chests are also doubled, so he now has 4 Doomsday chests. Open all the Doomsday treasure chests. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have received plus 10 pizza, plus 10 mineral water, and plus 1 strength attribute stone. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have obtained plus 10 level 3 polluted beast cakes, plus 10 glutinous rice cakes, and plus 1 strength attribute stone. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have obtained a plus 10 sports suit, plus 10 travel boots, and plus 1 shelter fragment. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have obtained a pink bear plush toy plus 10, dog slippers plus 10, and a D-grade talent experience stone plus 20. Tang Ping examined the D-grade talent experience stone and found that it was for D-grade talents or talents below D-grade. 1 stone could increase 10 experience points, which was quite good. At least he didn't have to hunt calamity beasts. In fact, most players rely on experience stones to improve their talent experience, since the calamity beast is too overpowered and rare, making it difficult to encounter. Player, Tang Ping. ID, 000000003. Physical fitness, 10. Spirit, 20. Strength, 10. Speed, 9. Talent 1. Weak to fire, E orange. Talent level, 2, 200/1000. Talent 2. Crimson Flame, S. Talent level, 1, 0/100. Tang Ping looked at his mental attributes, which were far ahead of others, although it doesn't have the same direct effect as the other 3 attributes. However, improving mental attributes provides a significant boost to mastery of talents. A flame the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Normally, this was the only flame he could release. But now, the flames in his hand slowly shrank, turning into a small fireball the size of a walnut. Although it was much smaller, its power increased many times over, and he can easily launch that small fireball in his hand a great distance. The mental attribute is indeed very important for controlling one's talent. Tang Ping put away the small fireball, Put away the items from the treasure chest, and then check the other rewards. Chapter 23 Minigames, Magical Girl. Level 3 Shelter Blueprints. Description: a necessary item for upgrading a level 2 shelter to a level 3 shelter. Special item: Soldier's Blessing Badge. Description: carrying it on your person or placing it in a shelter can bring good luck. Rare treasure: Starfire Medal. Description: when facing mortal danger, all 4 main attributes receive a 100% boost. No side effects. If you possess the Soldier's Blessing Badge, its luck bonus will increase by 500%. The level 2 shelter is still a long way off, but we've already gathered the blueprints for the level 3 shelter. Tang Ping put everything into the shelter. He was very satisfied with the last 2 items. Although they were not usually needed, they were just as useful as life-saving items when they were truly needed. Especially that thing called Extraordinary Treasure. It's not an extraordinary item or weapon. The information clearly states Extraordinary Treasure, which is enough to show its extraordinary nature. Its effect also proves the power of the rare treasure, increasing all attributes by 100%. Although it occurred when life was in danger, it was not really a defect. Tang Ping's attributes are low now, and the increase is 100%, so it's not obvious yet. But in the future, when his 4 attributes reach several hundred or even thousands, if it increases by another 100% then, that would truly be defying the heavens. Tang Ping hung both medals on the wall next to his bed. His current bed was replaced by a bunk bed he found on his way out of Jiangcheng, which greatly increased the utilization rate of the shelter space. He filled the upper bunk with all sorts of items, including the 10 pink bear plush toys he had just opened from the treasure chest, since they were from the treasure chest after all. As for Tang Ping himself, he slept on the lower bunk. Underneath the lower bunk, he could store some shoes, exactly 10 sets of tracksuit shoes, 10 pairs of slippers, and 10 pairs of travel shoes. Tang Ping used to play games and didn't like to throw away the items he used to fight monsters. He kept them all in categories. He even made a special box to store the sand and soil he didn't need when playing building games. So now that it's his turn to play the real version, out of habit, he didn't throw anything away. Maybe it will come in handy. The shelter was tidied up thoroughly, and all the clothes, socks, and underwear that had been obtained were put into the storage box on the upper bunk. Everything was neatly arranged. The shelves were also filled with previously stockpiled compressed biscuits, near-expiry canned meat, and various drinks and food from the treasure chests. The small shelter gave Tang Ping a great sense of security. Nothing is more reassuring than having plenty of food and a safe shelter in the apocalypse. After tidying everything up, Tang Ping began to carefully examine the minigames. The first thing I opened was the orange plant I had just acquired on my phone. The game graphics are very simple, with an orange tree in the middle and a very simple anime style. There was a large sun above, but it looked like it was about to set. There are also some cartoon birds and butterflies inside, and rabbits and groundhogs under the trees. On the far left are the only 2 buttons that can be controlled. One is a water droplet, and the other is a fruit basket. The water droplet is for collecting water, and the fruit basket is for collecting ripe oranges by clicking on them. Clicking on the fruit basket again allows you to select the number of oranges to take out. Then you can bring the oranges into reality. Tang Ping noticed that +3 was displayed below the water droplet, indicating that 3 drops of water had been collected. He then clicked on the water droplet to water the orange tree. The orange tree swayed, seemingly enjoying it. After pouring in all 3 drops of water, tiny flowers finally appeared on the orange tree. Hey, I have to say, it's actually quite fun. Tang Ping discovered that he could also click on some small water droplets that appeared on the screen to speed up the water collection. You can even steal water from rabbits, groundhogs, and birds, making them so angry they jump around and eventually run off the screen, only to return with water droplets on their beaks shortly afterward. You can also click to collect the water droplets, and then these little animals will show expressions of enjoyment. So, through Tang Ping's tireless efforts, the flower gradually grew larger and eventually produced small oranges. These little oranges are growing too slowly. Tang Ping wiggled his fingers and then opened another minigame. Magical Girl. The scene shows the interior of a very dilapidated house, where you can see the bedroom and living room. Tang Ping could move the furnishings inside at will, and he could even spend gold coins to repair the house or add new furniture and decorations. As for the source of the gold coins, Tang Ping's gaze fell on the food on the shelf. 2 minutes later, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits and 2 boxes of mineral water were empty next to Tang Ping. 5 pizzas were missing, and a cotton quilt had vanished without a trace. Only 2 pink bear plush toys remained, making them a lonely pair. Magical girls? Even a dog wouldn't play that. Tang Ping, if the dog won't play with me, I will. The magical girl doesn't seem to be home. But Tang Ping paid no attention to these things. He simply focused on decorating his house. That's right, the minigame is his, and the house in the minigame is naturally his too. The original house was filthy, with many wooden planks rotten and broken, and even the windows were drafty and the roof let in light. Now, with the gold coins obtained by exchanging recharged resources and the all-powerful gold coins, the room can be completely transformed. Even the bed, which used to be a tattered and uncomfortable quilt, has now been transformed into a clean and thick floral cotton quilt. 8 pink teddy bears were neatly arranged beside the bed. Tang Ping looked at the plain table and felt that something was missing. He glanced around the room, and finally his gaze fell on a cactus, which he had kept in his rented room for a year. Tang Ping clicked blessing directly and then placed the cactus on his phone. The cactus suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the warehouse. He dragged the cactus out of the warehouse and moved it towards the table. At this moment, the door in the game opened. A thin, pale-faced girl wearing a black robe entered. The girl was clearly stunned when she entered the room. Then exclamation marks and question marks started popping up all over my head. Finally, I saw the cactus, steadily placed on the brand-new wooden table. He actually knelt down and started bowing to the table. Some words appeared above the magical girl's head. Thanks be to God for his blessings. Merciful God, Sophia will offer you her sincerest loyalty. Wow, what a warm room. Sophia finally doesn't have to endure the cold anymore. Sophia offered her heartfelt thanks to the merciful gods. My God, is this a divine gift from the gods? It can even purify the air. Oh my God, the air is so clean. Oh my God, thank God. Sophia arrived at the bedroom and was immediately stunned. What a beautiful and clean blanket. Did the gods give it to Sophia? Great God, Sophia will surely become your most devout follower. One adorable doll. So soft and warm. Tang Ping looked at the thin and small magical girl. Then his gaze fell on his pizza. One last drastic measure. Charge. Chapter 24 Survival of the Fittest. Tang Ping then quickly filled the pizza with his hand. Then they dragged it out of the warehouse and brought it to the magical girl's side. The magical girl was clearly stunned by this sudden turn of events. Oh God, merciful God, is this the food you have given me? The magical girl prayed devoutly, then carefully took the pizza, ate a small bite, and once again showed an incredulous expression on her face. Clean food. This is even cleaner than the holy water from the church. Oh my God, I feel like my body has been purified. A merciful God, an omnipotent God. Tang Ping noticed that the magical girl's complexion had become rosy. Is this pizza really that good? He licked his lips, took a slice, and found it was indeed delicious. 3 hours passed by unnoticed while playing the game. Tang Ping looked at the clock and realized it was almost midnight. He quickly grabbed his blanket and prepared to go to sleep. When Tang Ping woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock. He came out of the shelter and went to an abandoned house, where he practiced his swordsmanship for an hour. Thanks to his improved physique and strength, Tang Ping now wields the Tang sword with ease. The heavy black diamond sword now feels like a toy in his hands. Even without any special moves, his slashes, enhanced by 10 points of strength, are enough to decapitate an infected person. Tang Ping practiced for an hour, planning to find an infected person for real combat. He had already taken the infected person serum, so he didn't need to worry about being infected at all. Stepping out of the building, the wind was still not too strong today, only around force 6 or 7. However, the outside world had already been ravaged by storms and sandstorms in the 2 days leading up to the apocalypse. There are still many infected people wandering around outside. He was now outside Jiangcheng. From here, Tang Ping could even see that many other people were also fleeing out of Jiangcheng. Some people successfully escaped Jiangcheng, but many more were besieged by infected individuals. Tang Ping withdrew his gaze, gripped the black diamond knife in his hand, and struck a piece of sheet metal. The loud sound immediately attracted more than a dozen infected people nearby. The most recent infected creature had a festering body. Its eyes were deathly white, and it roared as it pounced. Tang Ping took a deep breath and the black diamond knife was instantly enveloped in flames. He clenched his fists and slashed at the infected person. The infected person who lunged at him was snapped in half mid-air, splattering Tang Ping with blood and pus, a truly disgusting sight. Vomit. Tang Ping couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited up his dinner from the night before. Previously, killing infected and other people was done with the pea shooter, using long-range attacks. Even if the pea shooter was shattered into pieces, it didn't bother me much. Now, fighting at close range, with the infected's blood and pus covering my entire body, I simply couldn't bear it anymore. However, Tang Ping knew that he would need to gradually adapt to these things. While the pea shooter is good, it only became a god-tier weapon in the early stages of the apocalypse. As the infected became stronger and the contaminated beasts gradually appeared, the pea shooter became somewhat useless. As for upgrading the plants, he doesn't know how to do it yet, and he hasn't even unlocked more plants. He can't entrust his future to a little game. He must take advantage of the present to grow as much as possible and adapt to this new world. One infected person after another. Tang Ping spat it out, wiped his mouth, and plunged the flaming longsword directly into the infected man's head. Then with a powerful slash, half of the head flew off. With a kick, Tang Ping sent the infected flying, then turned and swung his knife, slicing the infected who pounced on him from behind in half. No skill involved, just brute force. Although Tang Ping practiced with the sword for 2 days, he could only barely hold it. As for swordsmanship, he could only fantasize about it. However, in the process of fighting against the infected, his strong spirit gave Tang Ping a high level of insight and comprehension. Gradually, he began to develop his own set of killing techniques. For example, how can we eliminate infected individuals more quickly and accurately with a single, decisive strike? On the highway, there were 10 people sitting in a minivan. A little girl by the car window noticed Tang Ping. "Mommy, look how powerful that brother is." The little girl's eyes widened, showing no fear of the bloody scene. Instead, she excitedly noticed the cool, flaming blade. The little girl's mother had been nervously watching the area around the car and hadn't paid attention to anything further away. Only when she heard the little girl's voice did she look towards the distance. What an incredibly powerful person. The girl's mother was also astonished. "Honey, look at that person." The girl's mother tugged at the man next to her. The girl's father had already noticed her the moment she spoke, his eyes shining with excitement. "This is definitely a very strong player. If we can recruit her into our team, she will definitely be a great help to us." The elegant woman beside him immediately objected. "Impossible. With so many infected attacking him, he must be injured. What if he becomes infected himself?" The woman in front of us also refused. "We can't let him get on. If he becomes infected on the bus, none of us will escape. Look at the way he's acting. It's like he's actively chasing after infected people and cutting them down. Maybe he's not worried about getting infected at all," a female college student said. "That won't do either. If something happens, can you take responsibility?" the sophisticated woman demanded. The female college student immediately fell silent. The man driving in front spoke up at this point. "All right, let's not worry about the others. There's no more room in the car now. It's already good enough that we can leave safely." The little girl watched Tang Ping getting further and further away and said, "That big brother is really amazing." She could sense that the older boy was more capable than everyone else on the bus, because the little girl's talent was A-level spiritual perception. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to what the little girl was saying. The 10 people in the vehicle were all players with shelters, and each of them possessed a talent. "Where do we go next?" the girl's mother asked. The woman said, "The authorities have established safe zones, so of course it's best to go to the safe zones. Besides, I heard that those of us with shelters can enjoy very high benefits." The elegantly dressed woman flatly refused. "No, this is the apocalypse. No one can believe that we have a shelter and can live, well, anywhere. Besides, what if we go to the safe zone and they ask us to hand over our shelter? What if we have to give up the food in our shelter too? Are you willing to do that?" The woman was speechless. Clearly, this possibility wasn't entirely out of the question. The man driving then said, "Then let's get away from Jiangsheng and densely populated areas for a few days. Let's find a place in the wild and stay there for a while. Then we'll keep an eye on the situation in the official safe zone. If it's possible, we'll go there." The sophisticated woman curled her lip. "You guys go if you want. I'm not going." What others don't know is that her shelter has an A-level characteristic. Who knows? Even after going to the safe zone, the shelter will still be hers. Now she can just find a mountain to hide in and rely on the shelter to survive well. With their own thoughts, the group continued along the highway, getting further and further away from Jiangxing. There are many others like them who are far away from Jiangxing. By the Four Seasons Lake, Tang Ping wiped his knife and got up to walk towards Tianhua Avenue. There is also a copy there, but it will only appear on the 6th day of the apocalypse. It's only the 4th day now, so Tang Ping isn't in a hurry. Chapter 25, The Still Destroyed Starry Safe Zone. Star Club. Jiangxing No. 1 High School is just ahead. Old Nyo was excited. He was about to find his son. He just didn't know if his son had chosen a shelter. High schools are closed, and he couldn't contact his son at the time. Sister Wang raised her hand, and the people behind her immediately stopped. There are quite a few infected people at the school gate. We'll climb over the wall from another location. Sister Xiao Xiao said, "Leave it to me. I'll go in and check first. If it's safe inside, I'll pull you in." "Okay." Sister Wang nodded. A vine appeared beneath Sister Xiao Xiao's feet, wrapped around her waist, and pulled her into the wall. Soon, the vine sprouted again, and Sister Xiao Xiao's voice came through. "Everything is safe. All the infected people in Jiangxing No. 1 High School have been cleared out." The vines wrapped around the others, beginning to bring the Starshine Club members into the campus. At that moment, a group of people walked out of the teaching building. It was the same group of students that Tang Ping had encountered. Zhou Zheng walked over and recognized Lao Nyo. "Uncle Nyo, you've come." "Good lad, it really is you." Old Nyo exclaimed in surprise. This Zhou Zheng was his neighbor, and he had actually awakened an S-level talent. Sister Wang then smiled and said, "Zhou Zheng, I won't stand on ceremony. In short, from now on, Xingyao Club will be your home. We're all family. If you stay, we'll help and support each other. Even if you leave in the future, as long as you don't do anything that will anger heaven and earth, we'll still consider you family." Looking at the expectant Uncle Nyo, Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, Sister Wang, I'll join." "Haha, welcome, welcome." Sister Xiao Xiao happily came over and patted Zhou Zheng. "From now on, you will be our club's secondest level talent player. Let's go, pack our things. We're going to Four Seasons Lake." Sister Wang's eyes sparkled. "What are we going to Four Seasons Lake for?" Zhou Zheng asked, puzzled. Sister Xiao Xiao winked. "There's a little brother in our club who found something great somewhere." "Good stuff." Zhou Zheng was also a little curious. At that moment, inside a building, a group of people were also getting ready to leave. Director Sheng, "Hasn't the helicopter arrived yet?" Wang Yinyan asked, puzzled. A tall, handsome man stood in front of them. "We were attacked by a strange bird, and the helicopter can't come anymore." "A strange bird?" Wang Yinyan asked in confusion. What kind of strange bird could attack a helicopter? Sheng Tianqi's gaze was profound. The world has begun to change. It's not just people, but also every blade of grass, every tree, every bird, beast, insect, and fish. Everything is changing. Wang Yinyan nodded thoughtfully. Where do we leave Jiangxing from? Towards the Sheng family manor. Tianhua Avenue. At noon, Tang Ping felt a pull in his consciousness again, and he knew that he was about to travel through time again. He quickly hid in the shelter and crept inside. Although he returned at the same time, Tang Ping still preferred to hide his body. Tang Ping lay obediently on the bed, his consciousness fading into darkness. When I woke up again, I found myself in District 66. I wonder if history has changed. Is the current safe zone under the jurisdiction of Shengtian Group or Xingyao Club? Tang Ping got up and hurried towards the internet cafe. His soul is not in this time and space, so even if history changes, he cannot know it immediately. The internet cafe manager gave Tang Ping a strange look. After all, in the eyes of the network administrator, Tang Ping had just left, yet he had already returned. Tang Ping paid another 3 Shengtian coins and began to think that he had earned some money, otherwise he would soon become penniless. So he planned to go outside the safe zone after checking the information and hunt some polluted beasts to make money. After finding a spot, Tang Ping began searching for the safe zone. But the result left Tang Ping speechless once again. He did indeed change history. The safe zone that was occupied by the Shengtian Group 15 years ago became what it was 10 years ago. Many people still remember this terrible battle. Some videos were even taken. That day, the Azure Queen and the Melting Flame King of the Starry Safe Zone were besieged by 2 kings and 1 queen. The 5 people standing at the top of the pyramid used their terrifying talents and abilities to drive away the smog that covered the sky. The blazing flames were like the legendary scorching sun, and the immortal green vines stretched straight into the sky. However, betrayed by 3 equally powerful individuals and their friends, the Azure Queen and the Flame King, both poisoned, ultimately perished. The leaders of the Starry Safe Zone were all killed. This massacre did not gradually subside until 3 years later, with countless people perishing in this disaster. Ultimately, that terrifying, dominant force took over the Starry Glory Security Zone, which was then renamed Shung 14 Security Zone and overseen by Empress Lihua. However, it is said that the former leader of the Starry Glory Safe Zone, the mysterious Sister Wong, is still missing, and her bounty remains at the top of the Shung 14 Safe Zone's bounty list. Tang Ping closed the webpage and sat silently in place. It was originally thought that Xingyao Club was targeted by Xingtian Group because it only had a relatively weak female leader, which led to its downfall. But now that they have a powerful Molten Flame King, the Xingtian Group actually sent 2 kings and 1 queen. It seems that if we want Sister Wong and the others to survive, simply increasing the strength of Xingyao Club won't work. We also need to weaken the strength of Shangtian Group. Tang Ping's eyes darkened. And who exactly is this Queen Lihua? He remembered that this Lihua diva would go to the Tianhua Avenue instance. Since that's the case, then I'll kill this Empress Lihua in this instance first. Losing a top-tier expert must be a serious blow to the Shangtian Group. Tang Ping suddenly thought of betrayal. Who exactly betrayed Xingyao Club and even managed to contact Sister Xiao Xiao and Zhou Zheng to poison them? He opened a webpage and searched for a long time, but found no useful information. It seems this traitor was extremely well hidden, and even after the mission succeeded, his identity was not revealed. If that's the case, Tang Ping pondered that the only way to find the traitor behind the scenes would probably be to find the core members of the former Starry Sky Safe Zone. Has Sister Wong not been caught yet? Tang Ping wondered to himself, but he did not immediately search for her. He has plenty of time to change things. The most important thing now is to keep searching for opportunities to make myself stronger in the early days of the apocalypse, and then make this body grow rapidly as well. One must at least grow into a superstar to have the power to protect oneself. So after realizing that things were hopeless, Tang Ping stopped paying attention to the Starshine Club in this timeline, and made no attempt to find anyone. Instead, they focus on searching for information about various opportunities. If these opportunities are repeatable, such as dungeons, they can continuously share them with the Star Club. Since 2 Heavenly Kings aren't enough, then we'll need more. Chapter 26, Wasteland Market. Tang Ping began searching for other opportunities and strange tales from the early days of the apocalypse. This search actually led him to a forum called Doomsday Game. Inside were many people with awakened talents, discussing things related to the early stages of the apocalyptic game. As for players, there are relatively few of them. Although there are many people with shelters now, most of them inherited them. Not being the first owner of the shelter, he wasn't really a player in the true sense, because there was no chat page, no trading area, and other features. Apart from a personal panel, there was nothing else. Now, in this world 100 years from now, very few players are still alive. Most have died. Even those who have survived numerous disasters cannot escape the ravages of time. Before one's talent reaches level 7, one cannot break free from the shackles of lifespan. Even those who were lucky enough to still be alive were all over 100 years old and very old. However, Tang Ping discovered that many people in this forum were descendants of the original players. Moreover, because they were far apart and didn't know each other, they were much more daring in their speech. Many of the things they said were true. Tang Ping quickly found posts that interested him. The post was published 9 years ago. Flying Fish Bro. Do you guys know why Shangtian Group wanted to seize the Starry Sky Safe Zone? Super P. Yeah, I'm really confused. Although the Starry Glory Safe Zone is pretty good, its strength is also considerable. Back then, in order to take over this safe zone, those 3 Heavenly King level experts suffered 1 death and 2 injuries. It was definitely not worth it. Chicken Bro. I think I've heard that the leaders of the Starry Glory Safe Zone were actually employees of a branch of the Xingtian Group before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, they defected. Black Dog Egg. Bullshit. Can you even use the word betray for this? Even before the apocalypse, Shangtian Group wasn't any good, and it's become even more ruthless after the apocalypse. Besides, a bunch of people are working like cattle and horses, and you're using betrayed here? You Shuntian dog, get out of here. You're idle. I know a little about that too, but to pay such a heavy price to destroy the Starry Glory safe zone, just for that seems a bit far-fetched. I guess Starry Glory might have some kind of treasure. Scorpion Dragon, I don't want to know that. I'm just curious. I heard that a traitor appeared in the Starry Glory safe zone and poisoned the Azure Queen and the Flame King, which led to their deaths. I just want to know who it is. Holy Angel, I'm curious about that too. To be able to drug 2 heavenly king-level powerhouses before the battle, one must be a core member of the Star Glory safe zone. Song Cheonwei, who knows? Probably only the core high-ranking members of the Star Glory safe zone back, then would know who the traitor is. It's a pity they're all dead. Brother Flying Fish. It seems that not everyone is clear about this matter, but I heard that the reason why Xingtian Group destroyed Xingyao safe zone is because that traitor had an affair with Empress Li Hua. Pudding wow. Is it that exciting? Tell me more. Chang and Chimian should don't speak, don't pry, good night, Macca Pacca. Tang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He was in a state of utter confusion. This post felt incredibly eerie. He stopped paying attention to that post and continued browsing other ones. Tang Ping was somewhat disappointed that he hadn't found anything useful this time. Looking at the 4 hours left, he decided to leave the safe zone and go out to hunt polluted beasts to earn some money first. With the money, he could go to the historical libraries within the 3rd ring road of the safe zone to look for clues. District 66 is the outermost ring of the safe zone and naturally has a gate that leads directly to the outside of the safe zone. At this time, there were many scavengers and hunters at the gate. So-called scavengers are actually just a group of ordinary people who rely on their courage to enter and leave the safe zone and deal with the wasteland outside, making a living by picking up things from the wasteland. These scavengers, being ordinary people, are naturally not very strong. Even an infected person could easily take their lives. As for the hunters, they are naturally talented individuals. This group usually works in teams. They are powerful in combat, capable of hunting polluted beasts, unafraid of infected individuals, and able to leave the safe zone to a great distance. The difference between scavengers and hunters is only one word, but the difference is like heaven and earth. Tang Ping, wrapped in thick clothes, arrived at a square in front of the city gate. In this square, there are many merchants who buy polluted beasts, as well as merchants who buy all kinds of strange plants and flowers. There were also many simple stalls selling things needed for going out, such as swords, ropes, dry food, and water bottles, a dazzling array of strange and unusual items. Tang Ping also stopped and began to observe. He discovered that there were even people selling extraordinary weapons. They are all F-grade extraordinary weapons, and most of them are damaged, but they are still incredibly expensive. The cheapest knife costs tens of thousands of yuan. The most expensive sword costs over 10,000 yuan, which is obviously an astronomical price for Tang Ping. Get out of here. If you can't afford it, what are you looking at? If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Don't get in my way and block my business. The woman with a deep groove above her left eye exuded a fierce aura, clearly possessing immense strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to protect such a small stall. Tang Ping was very obedient and left quietly. What else could he do but leave? Others can pretend to be weak to take advantage of others, but he was a real pig now. Despite possessing S-level talent, he was certain that if that old woman became displeased, she could slice off his head in the next second without even using her talent. In today's world, attribute stones are extremely precious resources. They have no side effects when taken, but each one costs tens of thousands of dollars. And even if you have the money, it's hard to buy one. Tang Ping now wants to improve the 4-dimensional attributes of his body, since his body is too weak. Especially in terms of physique and strength, there are only 3 aspects, which many ordinary adults cannot match. The reason for this is that he suffered from long-term malnutrition and overwork. In Tang Ping's view, it was already a miracle that the original owner of this body could live to the age of 18. If possible, get some attribute stones to improve my physique and speed first. Tang Ping pondered, wondering what good things he had in the early days of the apocalypse. You can bring it next time. Alright, infected serum. How could I forget about that? Tang Ping slapped his forehead. This stuff could make him immune to the infected, greatly reducing the danger of traversing the wasteland. Most importantly, this thing is worth a lot of money, so it's definitely worth selling. This way, he wouldn't have to risk going outside the safe zone to hunt polluted beasts for money. Thinking of this, Tang Ping stopped leaving the city and instead continued searching for items in the wasteland market, hoping to find something that could help him. My gaze suddenly fell on a stall displaying books. Knife Skills. Chapter 27 Secret Manual, Supernatural Powers. How much do I need to buy these sword and saber techniques? Tang Ping had already mentally rehearsed how to bargain later. 2 yuan a book, 3 books for 5 yuan. The disheveled middle-aged man at the stall, picking his toes, was staring at an old-fashioned keypad phone, then scribbling on a blank notebook. He casually said this when he saw someone come in. Tang Ping nodded, about to negotiate the price, when he suddenly froze. Wait, how much was it again? He stared at the disheveled man with suspicion. This isn't a fake, is it? The disheveled man immediately sat up straight and shouted, You can question my character, but you absolutely cannot question these martial arts manuals of mine. Let me tell you, none of them are top-tier secret manuals or divine abilities. None of them are on my stall. Tang Ping became even more suspicious and prepared to get up. Hey kid, I see you have some talent. I'll give you a discount. 1 yuan a book, buy 1 get 1 free. The slovenly man quickly said, Don't rush off yet. You can take a look first. You can check the goods first. Upon hearing that he could see it, Tang Ping immediately stopped. Thinking it wouldn't be a waste of time, he squatted down to take a look. But what he saw made his scalp tingle. This thing? It cost $1. He stared intently at the manual, his hands trembling. Damn it, it's real. Absolutely real. The language was simple, yet every word was precious, even including illustrations and instructions on combining talent with extraordinary weapons. The book Tang Ping is looking at now is a sword technique for those with the talent of ice. His talent was a perfect match for him, and he even secretly activated it according to the instructions on how to use the talent. That's impressive. He almost unleashed a cold, gleaming sword aura from his hand. Therefore, he could better appreciate how good this sword technique was. As long as he practiced according to it, he could definitely double his combat power in a short period of time. Boss, I want all of these. Oh, you want to buy them? Ha. I knew you had good taste. How many do you want? Wait, how many did you just say you wanted? The slovenly man suddenly shuddered. I want all of these. Tang Ping waved his hand. Ha. Okay. Tang Ping left shortly after. The disheveled man happily counted the money in his hand, while a man selling dry food next to him looked on with envy. Old Zhang, you've tricked another one. This time you made over 30 yuan, enough for a month's rent, the man selling dry food said enviously. Nonsense. How can this be considered a scam? I'm just asking you, is this fake? Is there anything wrong with my manual? The slovenly man retorted. The dry goods vendor sheepishly withdrew his head, muttering, The stuff is genuine, but you can find a bunch of these for 3 yuan at any internet cafe. This kid's obviously not very bright. At this moment, Tang Ping was unaware that the secret manual he had spent a huge sum of 38 yuan to buy could be found anywhere with just 3 yuan of internet access. At this moment, Tang Ping was already thinking that even if he only sold each of these secret manuals on combining talent with weapons to one person, he might be able to exchange them for a huge amount of resources. Perhaps I can use these manuals to exchange for a large number of attribute stones, or even experience stones. Tang Ping's eyes burned with excitement. With these resources, he was certain he could gain a significant advantage over others in the early stages of the apocalypse. Far ahead, he carried a pile of books like precious treasures and ran towards his rented room. By the time we arrived at the rental apartment, the countdown was almost over. Tang Ping grabbed a flatbread, swallowed it whole, and then, relying on his memory, kept flipping through the pages. Suddenly, everything went black. Damn it, I just finished reading one. In his final moments, Tang Ping thought that next time he must get a box of spirit attribute stones to improve his spirit attribute, and then memorize everything. With light restored, Tang Ping returned to the shelter. He immediately and without delay found paper and pen. Fortunately, his shelter had everything, and he quickly found them. Then, based on the words you memorized, start writing them down from memory. Tang Ping could sense that these secret manuals were all true techniques that had been comprehended through countless battles. I don't know why it's buy 1 book and get 1 free for $1. But as long as the product is genuine, that's fine. What Tang Ping didn't know was that in the 2 hours he was gone, the slovenly man had filled the place with a pile of food again. Soon, Tang Ping copied down the book Blazing Blade Technique. The book was not long, only a little over 2,000 words, but every sentence seemed to give people a feeling of enlightenment. Every word seemed to be filled with the survival rules of the apocalypse. Tang Ping's eyes flickered. This thing was valuable. He just didn't know how many good things it could bring him in trade. These 2,000 words, I don't know if the writer did it on purpose. Make exactly 5 chapters, and each chapter has 2 paragraphs. It's so frustrating. The original owner of this item probably knew it was a one-off sale, which is why he did it this way, so he could sell it multiple times. Tang Ping took a picture of the first paragraph of the first article and posted it in the trading area. An S-rank secret manual found in a doomsday treasure chest. With it, killing infected is as easy as slicing vegetables. Ordinary people can also roam freely in the apocalypse. DM me if interested. This manual has system-defined dissemination restrictions. Exceeding these restrictions will prevent you from learning it. Tang Ping edited the product description and waited for other people to make a purchase. As for the system restrictions, they were all nonsense he made up. Good things don't need much embellishment, and soon someone replied. At a certain dojo, a young man dressed in a dojo robe is looking at a photograph in the trading area in front of him. He tried to follow what was in the photo. The wind on the mountaintop gradually calmed down, and the surrounding insects and birds suddenly fell silent. The young man in the Taoist robe closed his eyes and gradually entered a state of deep concentration. He slowly wielded his long sword, and flames, like long snakes, swirled around it. Suddenly, the young man in the Taoist robe opened his eyes. The long sword was unleashed, and a long serpent of flame suddenly shot out. A large tree, as thick as a bowl, in front of us was hit. The fiery serpent pierced straight through the tree. A charred hole was left behind. This thing is actually real. The young man in the Taoist robes' eyes lit up. The technique he just used was recorded in that half-page manual with crooked, worm-like handwriting. This secret technique is called the one-word long snake. We must buy it, no matter the cost. The young man in the Taoist robe had a determined look in his eyes. This was no longer just a simple manual. It was a path, a road leading to the heavens. Master, come take a look at this. The young man in the Taoist robe couldn't wait and wanted to discuss it with his master first. If one's own comprehension is exceptional, then one's master is the most exceptional of all. The young man in the Taoist robe looked on with reverence. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? In the small courtyard, there was an old man with a long beard and hair, sitting on a cloud of mist. The young man in the Taoist robe looked on in amazement. This was his master, a talent SS level, the Lord of Clouds and Mist. And now, his master has actually comprehended a supernatural power that only exists in myths and legends, the ability to ride the clouds. Of course, for now he can only sit on it. His master has not yet truly comprehended the ability to fly on the clouds. Master, take a look at this. The young man in the Taoist robe sent the picture to his master. At first, the old man didn't pay any attention, but after his gaze fell on that page of paper, he suddenly shuddered. This is it, the old man exclaimed, opening his eyes. Suddenly, the clouds and mist beneath him transformed and rose from the ground. Ah! Good. Disciple, this person has done me a great favor. Although the subsequent secret manuals are no longer of much use to us, you should still use this item to trade with him. Master, this, Mo Xuanji stared in astonishment at the jade in his hand. Chapter 28 Breeding Technique. Someone found someone so quickly. It's true that the world has no shortage of people who know their stuff. Tang Ping opened the trading area to check other people's comments. Mo Xuanji, fellow Taoist, how much do you charge for the manuals you have later? Tang Ping was stunned. For a moment, he felt that he might have transmigrated into the world of cultivation again. Tang Ping, I need a talent upgrade stone. Do you have one? This question completely silenced the other side. Mo Xuanji, this might be a bit difficult. Tang Ping replied directly. Then you tell me first what you can offer. If you can, I'll agree to the deal. But don't try to fool me with anything you can find. I'm sure you know the value of this thing. Mo Xuanji, of course, I have an ancestral breathing technique that I can trade with you. Practicing this breathing technique for a long time can significantly improve the four-dimensional attributes. Tang Ping was stunned. The ancestral breathing method? Was this correct? Where did this come from? Stockpiling, breeding technique? A family heirloom? Not something you acquired after the apocalypse game. Mo, Xuanji, fellow Taoist, our world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Although it is not as exaggerated as in myths and legends, there are still some supernatural phenomena. Tang Ping understood, and his heart was immediately moved. Without a doubt, this breathing technique that could enhance the four-dimensional attributes was extremely precious. So there really are people in this world who eat the clouds and live on the air, he thought in amazement. Tang Ping replied, Sure, but how we trade the breathing technique you mentioned? Mo, Xuanji, this thing can only be understood intuitively and cannot be explained in words. If you want to learn it, unless you have extremely high comprehension, you can only rely on an elder who has cultivated the breathing technique to a high level to impart divine will to you. But don't worry, my master has already refined a divine will stone. You only need to stick it on your forehead to comprehend it directly. Tang Ping readily agreed. He hadn't expected to get such a good thing in return. Okay, but this is obviously a one-time use item, so I'll give you the first 2 chapters first, and the last 3 chapters will be sent to you in a couple of days. At this moment, in the dojo, Mo, Xuanji quickly understood what the other party meant and chuckled. He was not that kind of person. Don't worry, I will never use your things to seek profit in the trading area. Tang Ping didn't care about any of that. He knew that as long as he sold these things, they would eventually be sold for a pittance, so he didn't care whether others were selling them or not. Of course, even if he did care, it wouldn't make a difference. All he needed to do was ensure that he harvested the first batch of the fattest chives. Just like now, we can actually trade for something as incredible as breathing techniques. For Tang Ping, he had already broken even, and the key point was that the other party did not say that he could not pass it on to others in the future. Ding! Player Mo Xuanji has sent you a trade request. Tang Ping snapped a few photos and completed the transaction. Tang Ping, let's add each other as friends. There are 3 more articles left. I'll send them to you in a couple of days. Montak Xuanyi, okay. Tang Ping quickly added Mo Xuanji as a friend. This Mo Xuanji actually possesses a breathing technique. Perhaps he will become a great figure 100 years from now. I can investigate him next time I go back. Tang Ping kept this in mind. Then he received what the other party had mentioned, the divine stone. This thing, what powerful mental fluctuations! Tang Ping exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. With his mental strength already at 20, he had actually surpassed ordinary people and entered the threshold of the extraordinary. Tang Ping could vaguely sense that if one's mental strength reached a certain level, one could perceive the outside world even with one's eyes closed. The divine stone before them was filled with powerful spiritual energy. To what extent would one's spiritual energy be able to remain in the outside world and be preserved on a piece of jade? It seems that there are things in this world that are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Tang Ping was somewhat shocked. He had originally thought that these things only existed in novels and stories, but he didn't expect that they also existed in reality. If it weren't for the apocalyptic game, I probably would never have come into contact with something like this in my life. Tang Ping checked the system's notes. Although this item wasn't produced by the system, it still had the system's certification through the transaction. This is an amazing artifact containing a transcendent system belonging to this world. It can absorb the energy of heaven and earth to refine one's essence, chi, and spirit. You can use it with complete peace of mind. Note, this is a very good, extraordinary system. It seems your world isn't as primitive as I imagined. This system will steal a copy of this. As compensation, I'll give you a duplicate of the divine will stone. Then the jade in Tang Ping's hand turned into 2. Tang Ping was stunned. Looking at the system's notes, he realized for the first time that this system was conscious. And what's this your world thing? What does that mean? Could it be that the apocalyptic game isn't just happening in my own world? Tang Ping suddenly remembered the instance he had entered, the last spark. Perhaps this instance is actually a real world. However, in that instance, their safe zone was far inferior to the safe zone in their own world 100 years later. Although one has been in the apocalypse for a century, the other has been in the last 50 or 60 years. But the gap should definitely not be this big. The thought popped into Tang Ping's head, and he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. If that were really the case, then the Doomsday Game would probably be far beyond his imagination. If behind every instance lies a post-apocalyptic world, wouldn't all those thousands upon thousands of instances be like that? Tang Ping took a deep breath. Forget it. These are not things he should worry about. Just like ordinary people worrying about world wars, it's useless. What I need to do now is to work hard to improve my own abilities. Emptying his mind, Tang Ping directly placed the divine stone on his forehead. Mysterious origin breathing method. Before chaos was divided, there was primordial qi. In a single breath, it transformed into yin and yang. The profound source connects to the heavens, and the 9 cycles of cultivation reveal the true essence. At dawn, purple clouds rise in the east, and the 3 long and 2 short ray gather pure spirit. The center of the chest is like a sea containing stars, and the lower abdomen is like a furnace refining the true form. 1 breath, and the light of heaven sinks to the bottom of the sea. 2 exhales, and the earth's veins surge forth with a roar. The 3 cycles of circulation return to the purple palace. The mysterious pearl secretly binds to the 100 bones, revealing its power. 3 hours later, Tang Ping slowly woke up. His eyes, which were slightly open, shone with an eerie light that vanished in an instant. So this is the breathing technique. I didn't realize that such incredible things existed in this world. He had underestimated the water in his world before. This water is a bit deep. There's 1 divine intent stone left. Tang Ping looked at the other divine intent stone, which was copied by the system. This divine stone is useless to him now, since his consciousness is singular. So even if he returns to 100 years later, he will still know the profound origin breathing technique. Tang Ping couldn't decide what to do with such a precious item for a moment. As for selling, he has no such intention. This is different from a secret manual. A secret manual is at most a method or technique, an application of talent and weapon. In the end, it's just a set of tools. As long as the conditions are met, you can basically practice it, but its improvement for yourself is very limited. However, this profound origin breathing technique is a true cultivation method. With practice, it can continuously improve the 4 dimensions of one's attributes, which is far beyond what those secret manuals can compare to. So selling it is out of the question. This is something we have to keep in our own hands. Keep it for now. Chapter 29. Major boost to 4-dimensional attributes. As for giving it to Sister Wong and the others, to be honest, Tang Ping felt that their relationship hadn't reached that point yet. As for the previous talent recommendations and copy sharing, it was because it did not harm my own interests at all. In fact, pushing these to Sister Wong could be of great help to me. After all, although he did not explicitly state that he had joined the Star Club. However, Xingyao Club failed to kick itself out. Rounding it off, I'm actually considered a member of the Star Club, and even a core member of the upper echelons. After all, in the group, Sister Wong made no attempt to hide who recommended Zhou Zheng, such a genius, or who brought the dungeon. In addition, he owed Zhou Zheng and his classmates a debt of gratitude for saving their lives. Therefore, although Tang Ping didn't seem very active in the Starshine Club, his status was on par with Sister Wong, Sister Xiao Xiao, and Brother Liaoniao. Let's keep it for now. After much deliberation, Tang Ping decided to keep it for the time being. After the transaction with Mo Xuanji was completed, many more messages appeared in the background. Clearly, the manual's instructions on utilizing talent and its incisive swordsmanship have greatly benefited many people. Moreover, the upper section can unleash a special technique, the long snake, in 1 stroke. The next section builds upon this foundation, allowing the use of a special technique, the serpentine 3-way movement. The originally straightforward fiery serpent can now change its position and attack unpredictably after learning this technique. Although many people have not reached the level of applying knowledge to other situations, there are clearly quite a few people who have awakened their fire talent. Tang Ping then focused on the trading. Many players obviously didn't have anything good, but Tang Ping accepted them all. However, just to be on the safe side, they always have these people send them transaction requests first. When you post a transaction request, you need to upload your own items first. Once the other party adds the required items and the system verifies that everything is correct, the transaction can proceed directly. Therefore, Tang Ping planned to accumulate these transaction requests and then process them all once a certain number had been reached. In this way, even if others take his things and resell them to others, Tang Ping will still have earned what he was entitled to. On Tang Ping's system, transaction requests were being sent one after another, almost as many as the orders being received by a milk tea shop. Most of these transactions involve attribute stones and experience stones. Frankly, it's very difficult to trade anything better. It's rare to see someone as easily fooled as Mo Xuanji. After all, his secret manual, while it can improve combat ability, is based on one's own foundation. It's like building a house. You've already bought the bricks and laid the ground. All you need is the blueprint. His secret is this blueprint. So, this thing, if you say it's precious, it really is quite precious. If you say it's not precious, it's just unlucky to be born in the early stages of the apocalypse, so its value is naturally just SOSO. Even if the manual is of a high level and can be used for a long time, even if the talent grows to level 7 in the future, it can still exert considerable power. However, this is a post-apocalyptic game, and who knows if we'll survive until tomorrow. So, the price is subjective. Tang Ping didn't care about these things. After all, it was a buy one get one free deal. What more could you expect? You were lucky to get it. Looking at the attribute stones and experience stones in the transaction request, Tang Ping felt happy, as if he had finally achieved his goal in this life. This is just the first post. Although the subsequent posts may not earn as much as the first one, at least we can still make some money off the newbies. Who cares if it's fatty or lean? I'll eat it first. Tang Ping didn't go out all afternoon, constantly communicating with others. Eventually, typing became too slow, so he switched to voice messages, his spittle flying everywhere, creating a scene that resembled a verbal battle among heroes. At 10 p.m., Tang Ping finally ended the long transaction and opened the list of golden transaction requests. Take a photo and upload it. Take a photo and upload it. Take a photo and upload it. A dozen minutes later, Tang Ping shook his aching wrists, looked at the pile of stones inside the storage box, and grinned from ear to ear. Grade E experience stone plus 80. Grade D experience stone plus 200. Grade C experience stone plus 100. Grade B experience stone plus 50. Grade A experience stone plus 30. Grade S experience stone plus 11. These experience stones all increase experience points by 10. However, an E-grade experience stone can only increase the experience gain from an E-grade talent. Grade D experience stones can increase the experience gain from Grade D talents. Therefore, the number of experience stones required does not decrease as the talent stone becomes more advanced. 10 are needed to advance from level 1 talent. Level 2 talent advances to level 100. Level 3 talent advances to level 1000. Tang Ping currently has a level 2 E-rank talent, and he is still 80 experience stones short. I collected all the necessary items and upgraded my talent to level 3. As for the remaining experience stones, Tang Ping didn't use them again, waiting until his talent level improved from E to D. Besides experience stones, there are attribute stones. Constitution attribute stone plus 69, spirit attribute stone plus 56, strength attribute stone plus 55, speed attribute stone plus 51. Tang Ping was extremely excited. These attribute stones, if you keep them for 100 years, will be worth tens of thousands. He only spent 1 yuan to buy 1 manual and get 1 free, and he got so much in return. If that slovenly man knew, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. I'll first raise the attributes of my body to 40 using these attribute stones, and then bury the rest in one place. I'll dig them up again 100 years from now. Having made up his mind, Tang Ping began using attribute stones to raise all 4 of his current attribute panels to 40. Constitution attribute stone consumes 30, spirit attribute stone consumes 20, strength attribute stone consumes 30, and speed attribute stone consumes 31. Player, Tang Ping. ID 0000000003. Physical condition 40. Spirit 40. Strength 40. Speed 40. Talent 1, weak fire E. Talent level 3, 0/10,000. Talent 2, crimson flame S. Talent level 1, 0/100. Current remaining. Constitution attribute stones plus 39, spirit attribute stones plus 36, strength attribute stones plus 25, speed attribute stones plus 20. These attribute stones were enough to allow the body in later generations to undergo a qualitative leap. Furthermore, he also possesses 11 S-grade experience stones, which can be used to enhance the experience of S-grade talents. Tang Ping plans not to use them on his own persona, but rather on his future incarnation. Now, in the early stages of the apocalypse, with a level 3 E-rank talent, P-Shooter, Resurrection Scrolls, D-rank Holy Light Bracelet, Starfire Medal, and other good stuff, there's basically nothing that can threaten his life. However, the situation is different in the future. It is 100 years later, and there are countless heavenly kings and heavenly queens. The infected are 10 times stronger than they are now, and there are even more powerful infected. The same goes for the pollution beasts. Just a little further away from the safe zone, you'll find plenty of powerful pollution beasts. Therefore, Tang Ping planned to use these S-grade experience stones for his future self, which would be just enough to raise his talent from level 1 to level 2. After tidying everything up, Tang Ping hung up the second sword technique manual. The price is clear now. You can exchange it for a single attribute stone or 10D grade or higher experience stones. If you want to buy, just send me your transaction request first, and I'll process the transaction for you when I wake up tomorrow. Tang Ping left a message under the product listing, saying that after the second one was sold out, he would sell the third, fourth, and fifth one. After selling this book and reaping the rewards from players with fire attribute talents, he could sell the next one and reap the reward from players with water attribute talents, and so on, round after round, enjoying a very lucrative business. Perhaps lacking the motivation to collect doomsday treasure chests, Tang Ping woke up at around 9 o'clock. Tang Ping needed to travel through time again at midnight, so he wanted to find a place to bury the things. But no matter how much he thought about it, Tang Ping was still not satisfied. Afraid of losing it, he gritted his teeth and ran back to Jiangcheng. We arrived at his rented apartment. Suddenly, Tang Ping's gaze fell on the flower bed and the big tree. Damn it, those 2 shelters are gone. If he digs it out now, it shouldn't be lost anymore. Thinking of all this, Tang Ping dug up the shelter items he had buried under the flower bed and under the big tree. Then, looking at the big tree, he spat and said, "Pa, you think you can steal my things?" Then Tang Ping swaggered over to the building where he had buried his shelter, walked to the corner of the wall, and continued digging. After digging out the special item from the shelter, which is a pebble, Tang Ping unbound his own shelter and bound it to this shelter, taking in everything that needed to be sent 100 years into the future. Finally, Tang Ping untied himself and retired to his own sanctuary. Then he buried the shelter items, which were filled with attribute stones, infected serum, and experience stones. Soon, it was 12 o'clock. A piece of trash was thrown on the ground at Tang Ping's shelter. Time travel. Initiate. Chapter 30 S-rank talent. Extreme Ice, Level 2. I've time traveled again. Tang Ping sighed. Everyone else time travels once, but for me, it's like taking a dump every day, once a day. Looking at the pile of secret manuals on the ground, Tang Ping decided to take them and head to the Jiangxing ruins. Anyway, after using those attribute stones and greatly improving his physique, he was basically fearless of the bone-corroding wind. Moreover, after living in the Jiangxing ruins, he could openly use the shelter's items and hide inside the shelter when night fell. As for when he would return, Tang Ping shouldered a sack of secret manuals and decided to use them to harvest them all before considering his return. By then, my current body and S-level talent might have been upgraded to level 3. Once an S-rank talent is upgraded to level 3, that's when you truly have the basic ability to protect yourself. Once an S-rank talent reaches level 3, it can already compete with a level 4 A-rank talent. In his safe zone, there aren't many experts of this level. The next time he comes back, he plans to go straight into the inner third ring road. At that time, even if he openly takes out the shelter, it won't be a problem, because he has enough strength. The journey was uneventful. No clowns jumped out and then, with a whoosh, declared, "This road is mine." Tang Ping arrived at the Jiangxing ruins without any problems, and then went to the building where his rented apartment was located. Wow, now they can't escape. Tang Ping spotted the big tree at a glance. Last time, this big tree ran away, but now it's staying here obediently. "You little brat, do you think your grandpa's stuff is so easy to take?" Tang Ping strode over, spitting out another mouthful of phlegm. This is a kiss that spans a century. Arriving at the back of the building, Tang Ping skillfully dug and quickly unearthed the shelter. He had previously placed all his belongings in the shelter, and he only needed to rebind them to retrieve them. Constitution Attribute Stone plus 39, Spirit Attribute Stone plus 36, Strength Attribute Stone plus 25, Speed Attribute Stone plus 20. Infected Serum plus 5, S-Grade Experience Stone plus 10. I remember that things stored in the shelter can generally be preserved indefinitely as long as they are not contaminated by corruption and won't spoil. Next time, we can leave some food in the shelter and bring it over with us. Tang Ping pondered perhaps he could also get some beds, clothes, mobile phones, and power banks. This body is finally giving you a good life. Tang Ping pinched his face, satisfied, and bound himself to the shelter. Then he found a century-old basement, threw the shelter on the ground, and hid it underground, with the door disguised as the old floor. Upon entering the shelter, Tang Ping discovered that there were actually beds inside. Only then did he realize that although he had killed the owner of the shelter, he had not checked what was inside. At the same time, Tang Ping also noticed some food items, most of which had turned into stains. These were clearly foods that had been infected with corruption and then, after 100 years, had become like this. However, some food items remained intact, and Tang Ping guessed that these items must have been obtained from the treasure chest. Now, let's focus on improving our 4 core attributes and talents. All 4-dimensional attribute stones and S-grade experience stones were instantly consumed. Player, Tang Ping. ID, 007-935-1681. Physical condition, 42. Spirit, 43. Strength, 28. Speed, 24. Talent, Extreme Ice S. Talent level, 2-0/1000. Chapter 31, King Mingxian. A level 2 S-rank talent. Indeed powerful. Tang Ping felt the power within his body and was amazed. This was a completely different concept compared to E-level talent. He could clearly tell that a level 2 S-rank talent could completely crush a level 3 E-rank talent. It's as easy as killing a chicken. With his current strength, I can barely survive in the wasteland. Tang Ping then took out the serum from the infected person. Although his physical condition was now over 40 and he had stronger resistance to infection, drinking it was better than not drinking it at all. After finishing these tasks, Tang Ping tidied up the shelter, making it clean and tidy. It seems there's still something about Mo Xuanji that I need to investigate. But oh well, we're out now. We can check it out when we get back. Tang Ping was a little curious about whether Mo Xuanji still existed 100 years later, but since he had already left the safe zone, he didn't plan to go back anytime soon. Moreover, if you're careful with the food in the shelter, it'll be enough to last for several days. Tang Ping found a manual, which was also compiled by a heavenly king-level expert. Moreover, this heavenly king-level expert was of the ice attribute and was skilled in using swords. After his mental strength broke through to 40, he could read almost 10 lines at a glance and quickly memorized 3 books. A sudden rumble shook the shelter. Even a little bit of his health bar dropped. Tang Ping was shocked, and the secret manual in his hand was shaken away. He quickly steadied himself, and looking at the health bar that was being shaken away, he hardened his heart and decided that he had to get out. If things go wrong, he needs to stay away. Otherwise, if he gets involved, no one knows what might happen. He immediately emerged from the shelter, his pupils trembling. It's a calamity beast. Even though it was far away, he still recognized it as a storm beast. However, this storm beast was too big. Sitting there, it was like a mountain. Its towering height of 80 or 90 meters is much taller than most of the high-rise buildings in the Jiangsheng ruins. There's actually a storm beast here. This storm beast is definitely at level 6. Tang Ping felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of dread rising within him. A level 6 storm beast. As a calamity beast, the storm beast combat power is terrifying, equivalent to that of a human S-class player. A powerful physique, an exaggerated size, terrifying destructive power, coupled with extremely abnormal talent abilities. Only players with S-level talent of the same level have the ability to fight against them. Who has angered this terrifying calamity beast? Tang Ping was terrified and immediately ran towards the outside of the Jiangsheng ruins. He hadn't run far when he saw the gray sky shrouded in purple flames. The purple flames were incredibly hot. The heat alone made Tang Ping feel as if his spirit was being roasted on a fire. This is a flame dedicated to the spirit, and it's definitely S-class. Tang Ping immediately switched to his innate talent, Extreme Ice, and enveloped his entire body in extreme cold, thus blocking the aftershocks of the purple flames. He was filled with fear. Who was the owner of this purple flame? The mere heat emanating from the flame had already left him in such a sorry state. What would happen if he were in the center of the flame? Tang Ping stopped behind a building and looked back. A figure stood in the sky. Purple flames enveloped the sky, illuminating the world. Although the distance was great, Tang Ping, whose physique and spirit had broken through the 40, could still clearly see that person's face. He felt a sense of disbelief. Brother Nyo. Suddenly, he remembered what that person had said in a previous post, that someone had betrayed the Starry Sky safe zone. Now, this place is near the safe zone. While the remnants of Xingyao are being hunted down, Brother Nyo can openly appear in the vicinity. What it represents is self-evident. Tang Ping thought his kind and honest older brother and still couldn't believe that it was him who had betrayed the Starry Sky safe zone. My gaze swept over that figure again, fleetingly. This time, he immediately noticed something was wrong. No, that's not right. This isn't Brother Nyo. Tang Ping squeaked. This person bears a striking resemblance to Brother Nyo, but there are still some differences. Moreover, this person's aura is obviously much younger. Old Nyo has been a bull and horseman for more than 20 years. Even if he has changed, he could not possibly have the vigor of a young man. After confirming again, Tang Ping was certain that this was not Brother Lao Nyo. But this person looks so much like Brother Nyo, it's impossible to say that they have no connection with Brother Nyo. Before Tang Ping could think any further, he saw purple flames filling the sky, engulfing the storm beast. The storm beast spewed out hurricanes, instantly shredding the already dilapidated ruins of the surrounding buildings. But as the purple flames burned, a giant hand suddenly reached out and extinguished the hurricane. Level 7. S-rank talent. This is a heavenly, king-level expert. Tang Ping lowered his gaze, not daring to look too long, as if afraid that even a single glance would draw attention. The storm beast's shrill scream rang in my ears, but soon the sound disappeared. Oh my, congratulations, Nyo Mingxian. No, I should call you King Mingxian now. A charming voice rang out from the sky. Queen Lihua, what do you want with me? The indifferent voice carried a hint of wariness. Oh dear, we're all family. Why are you so nervous? Since you're already here, why don't you come in and have a seat at my place? Queen Lihua said with a smile. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Good. Upon hearing the name of Empress Lihua, Tang Ping tensed up and glanced at the two of them again. When he saw Empress Lihua's face, he recognized her instantly. It's her, it's actually her. He recognized that hateful face all too well. Even if she turned into an old hag, he would recognize her at a glance. It was Wang Yinyan. The Queen of Lihua is actually Wang Yinyan. Tang Ping's eyes darkened. This was something he truly hadn't expected. If Lihua Tianho is Wang Yinyan, then the destruction of Xingyao safe zone makes some sense. This woman is extremely suspicious, and what she fears most is that someone she has suppressed will surpass her. It's important to know that the core high-ranking members of the Starry Sky safe zone are basically this woman's former subordinates. They were treated worse than pigs and dogs by this woman, and what she liked most was to suppress wages. Often, this process can last for half a year. With so many employees under their command, their salaries are held in their hands for half a year. Then, taking advantage of the company's convenience, they make some high-return investments, and the sports car fragments are reassembled. Once, Sister Wang's mother was seriously ill and urgently needed money. Sister Wang wanted to get back the 6-month salary that had been withheld, but the money had all been invested by Wang Yinyan. Of course, she didn't get it back. As a result, her mother's condition worsened because of the delayed treatment. Even though her colleagues chipped in, it wasn't enough, and her condition deteriorated. Finally, after 6 months, Sister Wang's mother took off her oxygen mask and passed away. Who exactly is this Nyo Mingxian? Tang Ping muttered to himself, but he already knew who it was in his heart. However, should he really tell Brother Nyo? Especially since it was Brother Nyo from 100 years ago. Then just remind Sister Wang. Tang Ping's gaze was solemn. He trusted Sister Wang and believed she would make a good judgment. The purple flames in the sky disappeared, and the man and woman returned to the safe zone. Tang Ping withdrew his gaze and returned to his original position. Nyo Mingxian, Tang Ping repeated, quietly awaiting his return. The mental tug-of-war reappeared, and Tang Ping fell into chaos. Chapter 32, Re-encounter with the Talent Upgrade Stone. As soon as he got back, Tang Ping immediately contacted Sister Wang. Tang Ping, Sister Wang, ask Brother Nyo's son if his name is Nyo Mingxian. Sister Wang, what's wrong, Xiao Tang? Why are you suddenly asking about Lao Nyo's son? Let me tell you, he's just a high school student. Although I, Sister Wang, Have no objection to other new types of romantic relationships. He's too young. If you want to get to know him, I can introduce you to Xiao Chao's brother. Xiao Chao's brother is a college student, and he studies sports. Tang Ping. No, Sister Wang, what are you talking about? I have something urgent. You should ask Brother Niu first if his son is named Niu Mingxian. By the way, don't be too deliberate, just ask casually. Sister Wang looked at the message with a puzzled look in her eyes. Okay, I'll go ask. Soon, Sister Wang replied. That's right, his name is Niu Mingxian. What's wrong? Tang Ping's heart sank. Sure enough, it really was Brother Niu's son. He hesitated before replying to Sister Wang. Sister Wang, you need to be careful of this person and be vigilant. Only you need to keep an eye on him. In short, never let your guard down and never trust him. But Sister Wang, you just need to do all this secretly. What I'm saying might sound a bit strange, but Sister Wang, you must be careful of this person. On the other side, Sister Wang looked at Tang Ping's message and indeed felt somewhat confused, but she also made a mental note of it. She knew Tang Ping's character and that he wasn't the kind of person who would make baseless accusations. Sister Wang. Okay, I'll keep an eye on this person. Tang Ping. This period of time may be very long, Sister Wang. You must not let your guard down. After saying all this, Tang Ping sat on the bed. That was all he could do. He couldn't just kill Brother Niu's son now, because of what might happen in the future. What if Niu Mingxian doesn't betray the Starry Sky safe zone in the future? After all, that's something that happens 90 years from now. Let's see how it goes next time. If it still doesn't stop him, then I will definitely kill this guy in the future. Tang Ping's eyes turned slightly cold. The emotions gradually shifted away from the recent event. He wasn't really just 100 years later. What others see as unalterable history is merely a puppet he can manipulate at will. Perhaps if Xingyao Club is unable to compete with Shantian Group in the future, no matter what, then we can find some foreign aid. Tang Ping's gaze fell on Mo Xuanji's friend. After thinking for a moment, he immediately began copying the 3 secret manuals he had memorized. This time, he even copied the illustrations. Then send them all to Mo Xuanji. Tang Ping. Brother, will these be of any use to you? Mo Xuanji looked at the 3 new manuals with some surprise. Although his master had already figured out the current approach, it would definitely take some time for him to develop his own manual. After much deliberation, Mo Xuanji replied, Fellow Taoist, these manuals are all extremely precious, but I really have nothing of value to offer you. Tang Ping. You don't need to pay any price, brother. I just want to ask you for a favor. Mo Xuanji. Fellow Taoist, please speak freely. Tang Ping. In Jiangcheng, there is a Star Glory Club. If you have enough strength in the future, you can support this force and provide it with nominal protection. Montak Suanyi found it. This price, though seemingly small, was actually the greatest. However, the other party had put it very tactfully, only saying that he had enough strength and that it was only nominal protection. He thought for a moment and said, Okay, but if they violate morality and do something that attracts enemies, I will not protect them. Tang Ping replied directly, Of course, I won't make things difficult for you, brother. If Xingyao Club really does something heinous, that's their own business. But if they encounter even stronger forces in the future, I hope you can lend a hand. I have more than 10 secret manuals here. Once I've organized them, I'll send them to you. Mo Xuanji was immediately tempted. He could tell from these manuals that each one could help him reach an extremely high level of cultivation. With so many things, it wasn't impossible to do something from the heart. All right, fellow Taoist, rest assured, even if some people slander me in the future, I will still speak up for them. Tang Ping was immediately relieved to see this. Thanks, although he didn't know what Mo Xuanji's future would be like. However, just because the opponent stood in the extraordinary realm that ordinary people could not access before the apocalypse game arrived. This is enough to prove that even 100 years from now, as long as this Taoist sect does not undergo any major changes, it will definitely be a dominant force in the region. There's a very high probability that it will not be weaker than Xingtian Group. Tang Ping closed the chat. Now he has done everything he could, reminding Sister Wang and winning over a force that is likely to become on par with Xingtian Group in the future. As for what will happen 100 years from now, we can only leave it to fate. He opened the trading platform. Sure enough, there were many transaction requests inside. Tang Ping directly filtered out some of the mediocre ones. Only the attribute stones and experience stones were left. Then trade everything. Sure enough, the harvest this time was much less than last time. Tang Ping searched the trading area again and found that those who had bought his first book had started selling it, just like him. In just half a day, the asking price had even dropped to that of bread and bottled water. Tang Ping sighed. This is insane. Before long, I'm afraid all of this will be available for free on mobile phones. Huh? Free? Tang Ping was taken aback, then suddenly remembered that slovenly man with the look of someone who had made a fortune. Holy crap. No way. Tang Ping's eyes were strange. He looked at the bargain prices of these precious manuals in the trading area and immediately understood. These things might actually be available for free online in future generations. Damn it. I got ripped off for 38 yuan. Tang Ping's face twisted in disgust. The 38 yuan didn't matter. What mattered was that he had been treated like an idiot and fooled. You're charging me so much for something that's free. 38 yuan. That's enough for a family of 3 to have food for a month. Damn it. Don't let me run into you again. Tang Ping sold out his second book and then started selling his third. Although the first 2 articles affected the sales of the later ones, these 5 articles are progressively better, each one more impressive than the last. Plus, he was the first one. Therefore, Tang Ping has absolutely no intention of lowering the price. The incredibly low price of the first chapter attracted a lot of people, so Tang Ping didn't lower the price, but instead increased it, doubling the price. His grandmother's legs were like the first and fattest batch of chives. None other than his. Tang Ping took out everything from the transaction request. Although he knew this would happen, he still felt a little uneasy. It's a pity we don't live in a peaceful society anymore. Otherwise, he could easily get a copyright, and anyone who dares to steal it would be severely punished. We can upgrade again. Tang Ping sighed as he looked at the stones in the storage box. Suddenly, a transaction request appeared right in front of him, highlighted in bold. A C-grade talent upgrade stone can upgrade talents below C-grade by 1 level. In return, you'll trade me all the subsequent parts of this manual. Talent upgrade stone. Chapter 33 Cherry Bomb. Although it's only a C-grade talent upgrade stone, it can only upgrade a D-grade talent to C-grade at most, and cannot upgrade an S-grade talent. But for Tang Ping, that was enough. He could raise his E-level talent by 1 level, reaching D-level. However, Tang Ping had no intention of trading the remaining 3 chapters to the other party. Although he gained less from this one, he could still obtain at least a few dozen attribute stones, enough to raise his 4-dimensional attributes to a level far exceeding that of ordinary people. The other party is willing to trade this item, so they definitely don't need it. Besides, a C-grade talent upgrade stone is only C- grade after all. Moreover, talent upgrade stones can only raise a talent by 1 level. They can't directly upgrade an F-level talent to a C-level talent. Therefore, its value is naturally greatly reduced. Tang Ping, I can give you the third one, but don't even think about the rest. And Z, this talent upgrade stone is enough to upgrade a D-level talent to C-level. It is a very precious resource. 1 stone is far too few. Tang Ping, that's quite a lot. You said it yourself. It can only upgrade a D-level talent to C-level, not directly upgrade an F-level talent to C-level. If you want to trade ahead of time, you must want to earn attribute stones and experience stones in the trading area. I feel like I'm losing out by selling you this. And Z, 2 articles, please. Talent upgrade stones are not easy to obtain. Seeing that the other party still dared to be stubborn, Tang Ping directly reversed the bargaining. I don't have enough C-grade talent upgrade stones. You also need to get me an F-grade extraordinary weapon, a sword. And Z, Tang Ping, do you want or not? If not, forget it. And Z gritted his teeth. I want it, but you have to promise that the transaction won't be completed within a day. Tang Ping, at midnight tonight, we will simultaneously click to complete our respective transaction requests. And Z, you have to keep your word. I paid a high price to buy it. You can't just sell the 3rd chapter right after we completed the transaction. Tang Ping, a promise is a promise. Ding. And Z has sent you a trade request. Tang Ping was surprised, not expecting the other party to have obtained an F-grade extraordinary weapon so quickly, probably because they already had it from the beginning. It's actually a top-grade product, which shows quite a bit of sincerity. Tang Ping immediately clicked agree. The transaction was completed, and I received a talent upgrade stone and an F-grade extraordinary weapon. For him, being able to exchange for a talent upgrade stone was already a huge win, since S-grade talent upgrade stones and D-grade talent upgrade stones were the same to him. You can only upgrade an E-rank talent by 1 grade. To upgrade his S-rank talent, he needs an SS rank talent upgrade stone. Let's upgrade the E-level talent to D-level talent first. Tang Ping used a talent upgrade stone to enhance his E-rank talent, Weak Fire. Congratulations to the player for successfully upgrading their talent by 1 grade using a C-grade talent upgrade stone. The E-rank talent, Weakness to Fire, has been upgraded to the D-rank talent, Blazing Fire. A ball of flame the size of a basketball appeared in Tang Ping's palm. Its original orange-red color had turned crimson, and given that it was level 3, its power was already considerable. A level 3 D-rank talent, a level 1 S-rank talent, and all 4 attributes reaching 40. With my current strength, I'm probably able to hold my own against the calamity beast. Tang Ping's eyes were filled with satisfaction. It was only the 6th day of the apocalypse, and there were probably not many people who could reach his level. Of course, this excludes those humans who were originally extraordinary. Tang Ping then took out the extraordinary weapon he had acquired in the transaction, a sword, the Cold Light Sword. He certainly doesn't need it now, but it can be sent 100 years from now. Carrying the Cold Light Sword, Tang Ping left the shelter, dug out the shelter he had buried, and then unbound and rebounded. After a series of actions, Tang Ping put some extraordinary weapons, bottled water, food, mobile phones, power banks, clothes, shoes, and other items inside. I just finished my work and returned to the shelter. Another message came from a friend in the system. Zhang Shila? What does he want from me again? Tang Ping opened his friend's list to check the messages. Zhang Shila, boss, do you have any more pea shooters? My parents and I are in the mountains, and we've encountered a pack of wolves. These wolves are incredibly fierce, bigger than tigers. Our shelter is about to collapse. Boss, please save my parents and my grandparents. I'm willing to offer a slave contract. Please, boss. Ding. Player Zhang Shila has used a servant contract. Sign the contract and become its master. Tang Ping was taken aback. A servant contract? Before he could even think about it, Zhang Shila sent another message. Zhang Shila, boss, our shelter is almost out of health and can't hold on for more than a few minutes. If you can't help us either, I'll give you my stuff as a trade after we die. Tang Ping looked at the contract in front of him. It's a servant contract. After hesitating for a moment, it seemed that there weren't too many bad things going on. However, Tang Ping still asked, what level are your shelter's special features and your personal talents? Soon he saw the 2 pictures that had been sent to him. Zhang Shila, boss, my shelter's trait is a level manor, which comes with a manor territory that is 24 times larger than a shelter. Within this area, any crops and poultry can grow normally. I don't know exactly how they grow normally. Zhang Shila, my talent is also a level, radiant, but it seems that apart from emitting light, I haven't been able to figure out any other uses for it. Tang Ping's eyes flickered slightly. A-level shelter characteristics and A-level talent, although not high, are already very good. Tang Ping, okay, then I'll help you this time. So he clicked agree. Ding. Congratulations on using the servant contract and becoming the master of player Zhang Shila. Tang Ping, I'll give you some things. Find an opportunity to throw them into the middle of the wolf pack. For potato mines were sent to Zhang Shila. There are also 2 pea shooters. Thinking about it, I still haven't spent 200 suns in Plants vs. Zombies today. Upon opening it, I discovered a new plant, Cherry Bomb. This is a really good thing. He bought one and sent it to Zhang Shila. Zhang Shila, there's a cherry bomb. That's great. Thank you so much. Tang Ping, don't mess things up yourself, or I'll suffer a huge loss. Zhang Shila, boss, don't worry. From now on, I, Zhang Shila, am yours. At this moment, Zhang Shila was hiding in the cramped shelter, watching the shelter's health bar drop rapidly. He gritted his teeth and was about to open the door. Son, what are you doing? A middle-aged woman said, barely suppressing her fear. Xiaolu, don't do anything foolish, an old woman said, wiping away her tears. There was a middle-aged man and an old man sitting there smoking. The middle-aged man stood up. Shila, I'll go out and distract them. You take your mother, grandparents, and run away quickly. Nonsense. You all better keep your things with you. The old man tapped his pipe, stood up, and picked up an old hunting rifle from the wall. Give it to me. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma. Zhang Shila said solemnly. Trust me. He turned around and opened the door. A pack of giant wolves, each the size of tiger, surrounded the shelter. Zhang Shila's face contorted as he raised the enormous cherry in his hand. Go to hell. Chapter 34 Luck. A second before the terrifying explosion, The necklace around Zhang Shila's neck suddenly lit up. A protective shield lit up, enveloping itself and the shelter behind it. The aftershocks of the explosion lasted for more than 10 seconds before disappearing. But ahead, the air was still thick with smoke, and nothing could be seen clearly. Zhang Shila immediately released 3 pea shooters to guard the sanctuary. Pea shooter fire. He didn't care whether there were giant wolves in the black smoke, and directly ordered the pea shooter to fire. As for the potato mines, he had already buried them in front of the shelter. Sure enough, soon, 2 giant wolves covered in blood, with bloodshot eyes, rushed out of the black smoke. However, there was no fear in Zhang Shila's eyes. The potato mines on the ground were already prepared. Rumble. The 2 giant wolves, already covered in wounds, were instantly torn to pieces. The black smoke began to dissipate gradually, and Zhang Shila, gripping a kitchen knife, stared intently inside. Roar. The roar of the giant wolf sent the last plumes of black smoke flying. One of the giant wolf's legs was blown off. One, I was blinded, and its entire chin drooped, making it look extremely ferocious. This is the last giant wolf. It was that wolf king. Even though it was at the center of the explosion, it didn't die. Zhang Shila adjusted the position of the pea shooters, and the 3 pea shooters attacked the giant wolf. The giant wolf stared at Zhang Shila with hatred in its eyes, and then it ran away. They got away. Zhang Shila's heart sank. Just then, he heard the sound of a gun being chambered behind him. One shot. Bang! The bullet struck the giant wolf precisely in the wound on its head. Zhang Shila was taken aback and turned to see her grandfather, who had appeared out of nowhere. The old man aimed again and bang. The previous bullet had already struck the Wolf King in the head, leaving a gruesome wound that caused it to stagger. This latest shot, however, went directly into the Wolf King's head through the wound. Oh! The Wolf King let out a mournful howl and collapsed to the ground. But he was still breathing, and the Wolf King's eyes were fixed on the grandfather and grandson. Zhang Shila realized what was happening and moved the pea shooter's position again, unleashing a barrage of fire at the Wolf King. The old man was ruthless and didn't talk much. He fired 3 more shots in quick succession. Finally, the giant wolf lowered its head. Dead. Zhang Shila was in a daze for a moment. All 9 giant wolves were really dead. He still felt a little incredulous. Xiaolo, well done. The old man patted his grandson on the shoulder, his eyes full of satisfaction. Grandpa, Zhang Shila finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Just cry it out. Once you cried it out, our family can continue to live well. 1 hour later, Zhang Shila's family began cleaning up the cave. Their shelter was inside a cave on the mountaintop. Because of the power of the cherry bomb, the entire cave instantly became much wider. Zhang Shila's shelter was moved again to the cave entrance. Because of the manor-like characteristics, his shelter needed land around it. The other shelter, which was traded from Tang Ping, was bound by his father and placed inside the rock wall of the cave, with only one door exposed. Both shelters are completely open to families. Zhang Shila gazed down the mountain, her eyes filled with confusion. The villagers are mostly elderly people and children left behind, and most of them go to bed early, so very few choose to go to shelters. As for those young people, they were all in the city, and he already knew about the outbreak of infections in the city from the internet. Strangely enough, the mountain village where the signal used to be intermittent suddenly had full signal after the apocalypse game. I wonder if anyone will be able to come back, Zhang Shila muttered. If he hadn't lost his job, he probably wouldn't have returned to the village. However, he has decided that no matter what, he will live a good life with his family. Suddenly, he remembered his boss, who had saved his entire family this time. At that moment, Tang Ping, who was eating a steam bun with compressed biscuits, saw Zhang Shila's reply. Zhang Shila, boss, thank you, we survived. Tang Ping, yeah, as long as you survive, that's good. By the way, you must develop your shelter well. It will be very useful in the future. Tang Ping had already remembered that Zhang Shila's manners characteristics seemed rather useless. After all, the shelter itself was very small. However, if the other party's shelter is upgraded to level 5, they will already have a manor shelter, and with the addition of this A-level manor feature, it will be expanded by a full 24 times. Level 5 shelters all have a 1,000-acre estate. After the pollution disaster struck, most bases relied on this for survival. Zhang Shila has this shelter characteristic, and if it were expanded 24 times, it would be 24,000 acres. Tang Ping keenly noticed that Zhang Shila had previously said that the crops in the manor were growing normally. This guy is practically a professional farmer. As long as we have enough strength to develop. Once we upgrade to a level 7 shelter, we can even support the entire safe zone with just one shelter. Most importantly, Zhang Shila may not know the true value of normal crop growth, but Tang Ping knows what the world will become in the future. If it grows normally, doesn't that mean the food is uncontaminated? Uncontaminated grain is incredibly expensive. Zhang Shila replied from among her friends. Zhang Shila, don't worry, boss. I definitely will. Oh, right, boss. I'm returning the pea shooter to you. Tang Ping. No need. This thing isn't of much use to me right now. You can keep it yourself. By the way, do your parents, grandparents, and other relatives still have shelters? Zhang Shila. Yes, right now. Only my dad and I from our family have a shelter. Tang Ping. I have 2 more shelters here, one with F-level characteristics and one with E-level characteristics. You can take them and use them. Tang Ping. By the way, actually the shelter can be unbound. After unbinding, you can let others bind it, and you can also let others awaken their talents. After they awaken, you can let them unbind again. It's like exploiting a bug. Tang Ping figured this out himself. But unfortunately, even if someone knew about it, very few people would actually do it. What if the opponent awakens a powerful talent and kills you instead? However, Zhang Shila's family clearly did not have this concern. Zhang Shila exclaimed in surprise. Really? I didn't know you could do that. Boss, I won't use those 2 shelters. I'll just use mine later. Tang Ping, it's okay. Anyway, 2 trashy shelters won't get us anything good in return. Although we can use the unbinding bug to awaken other people's talents, without a shelter, we can't pick up the Doomsday treasure chest. Having only awakened talent, but lacking a sanctuary, one can at best be considered an ordinary person with extraordinary abilities, not a player. Zhang Shila replied. You even have these? You really are a big shot, you know so much. Anyway, they're your servants now, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is yours, so I won't be polite. Tang Ping, get lost, behave yourself. And from now on, call me Brother Tang or Big Boss. It's making me feel arrogant. Zhang Shila, yes. Boss Tang. Tang Ping rummaged through the items in the 2 shelters and traded them to Zhang Shila, requesting a handful of soil in return. The transaction was completed quickly. Over here, Zhang Shila happily took the 2 items from the shelter and went to find his family. Zhang Shila's parents and grandparents have no idea that Zhang Shila sold herself to get this. Dad, Mom, Grandma, look, I've gotten 2 more shelter items. You need to bind them right away. There was a moment of politeness from the family, but Zhang Shila quickly said that everyone in the family could awaken their talents. And as for the shelter, it didn't matter who it was in. So there were 2 shelters, one at Zhang Shila's mother's place, and the other at Zhang Shila's grandmother's place. Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, what level of talent did you awaken? Aunt Zhang sighed. The 4th to last talent is just a C-level vegetable growing expert. But this talent is quite fitting. Your mother has been growing vegetables since she was a child. With the same land and the same seeds, the vegetables I grow are always big and good. Speaking of this, Zhang Ma became proud. Grandma Zhang began. Mine is an A-level expert in animal husbandry. They say it's about raising chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. They grow quickly and well, and it's even easy to raise spirit beasts. I don't understand what they're saying. It's all gibberish, but they have an eye for things. I really do know how to raise chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep. Grandpa Zhang calmly wiped the gun. Gun king talent that can be turned into a hunting rifle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shila was overjoyed, finally recognizing someone with a talent for combat. Grandpa, what grade is your talent? Grandpa Zhang, S level. Oh, S rank, that's not bad. Zhang Shila nodded, then suddenly paused, his eyes widening. What? What level? Aunt Zhang rushed in from outside the cave, protecting the chicks. Who wants to kill the chickens? Chapter 35, Tianhua Avenue. At midnight, Tang Ping stared at the last second. Time's up. He quickly opened the transaction request and uploaded the photo. Transactions are completed quickly. His hand speed is so fast it's like he's taking off. Tang Ping was glad that he practiced frequently and didn't give those players a chance to get a refund. Finally finished. Tang Ping filled the storage box with the profits from this morning and evening and began to organize these attribute stones and experience stones. Constitution Attribute Stone plus 65, Spirit Attribute Stone plus 57, Strength Attribute Stone plus 62, Speed Attribute Stone plus 61. Grade D Experience Stone plus 400, Grade C Experience Stone plus 130, Grade B Experience Stone plus 40, Grade A Experience Stone plus 20, Grade S Experience Stone plus 130. Sure enough, there are far fewer. Tang Ping shook his head. The two combined were only slightly more than the first time, and he estimated that the next two would be even fewer. But even if it's less, at least I've improved my skills. This time, I obtained more than a dozen S-grade experience stones. These experience stones, if given to future generations, are clearly insufficient to upgrade the talent to level 3. Why not just use it on your current self and upgrade the S-rank talent Crimson Flame to level 2? I also got quite a few D-grade experience stones this time, but I'm still far from being able to upgrade my D-grade talent Blazing Fire to level 4. Tang Ping used an S-grade experience stone to upgrade his S-grade talent, Crimson Lotus Flame, to level 2. A powerful force fills my entire body. And these attribute stones. Tang Ping looked at the attribute stone. His current attributes in his future life were sufficient to deal with most situations, and he was currently in a relatively stable situation, so he didn't have an urgent need to improve his power. As for himself now, considering that he needs to go to Tianhua Avenue, enter that instance to seize opportunities, and kill Wang Yanyan to completely erase her from history. Therefore, Tang Ping decided to use all these attribute stones himself, and planned to continue heading to Tianhua Avenue early tomorrow morning. Having thought all this through, Tang Ping used all the attribute stones on himself. In addition, I also used both the D-grade experience stones from this time and the D-grade experience stones from the last time. The upgrade to S-level talent results in a significant increase in the 4-dimensional attributes. The panel has been significantly improved again. Player, Tang Ping. ID, 00000003. Physical fitness, 105. Spirit, 97. Strength, 102. Speed, 101. Talent 1, Blazing Fire D. Talent level, 3, 6,000/10,000. Talent 2, Crimson Flame S. Talent level, 2, 0/1000. Current remaining experience stones. C-grade experience stone plus 230. B-grade experience stone plus 90. A-grade experience stone plus 50. S-grade experience stone plus 4. Tang Ping looked at his personal panel with satisfaction. Currently, of the 4 attributes, only the mental attribute is 3 points away from breaking through to 100. Now, my D-rank talent Blazing Fire has reached level 3. I only need 400 more experience stones to break through to level 4. Furthermore, there's a level 2 S-rank talent, Crimson Lotus Flame. I refuse to believe that we can't kill Wang Yanyan. In Tang Ping's mind, Wang Yanyan had already been added to his list of those who must die. No matter how famous or powerful she became 100 years later, it wouldn't matter. Now, it's just a minor player in the early stages of the apocalypse. Even the Shengtian group is just a collapsed conglomerate. Instead of the terrifying force that came later, controlling numerous safe zones, and even afraid to let others easily mention its name. I wonder who the most powerful person in the Shengtian group will be in the future. If we could find out about him and kill him now, the Shengtian group might not even exist in the future. Tang Ping also felt that his idea might be a bit too naive, that he could become the leader of the Shengtian group, a dominant force in the future. In the early stages of the apocalypse, they would likely possess at least S-rank talent, or even higher, and their shelter would be absolutely extraordinary. Even if you were to encounter them, you might not be able to kill them. However, it would be good if we could seize the opportunity from the other party. Unfortunately, Tang Ping didn't even know who the other party was. Although there was a lot of information about Shangtian Group online, there was not a single word about the top leader. Not to mention, Tang Ping wanted to know about the other party's deeds so he could seize the opportunity. Tang Ping suddenly had another idea. If I can keep the Starry Glory safe zone alive, I can contact Sister Wang and Brother Lao Nyo and gain their trust. Maybe then I can get a lot of hidden opportunities. He suddenly felt a surge of energy, realizing that this matter had great potential. As for how to gain the other party's trust, with his S-level talent, it should be no problem for him to join the Starry Safe Zone and meet the highest leadership. Then I can just pretend to be my own descendant. However, I don't know if the Starry Safe Zone will still exist when I travel to 100 years in the future, or if it will still be occupied by the Shengtian group. Tang Ping was unsure whether Mo Xuanji would actually make a move, or whether he would really offend the Shengtian group for the sake of the Xingyao Safe Zone. Even more so, 100 years from now, will Mo Xuanji still be alive? After all, in the apocalyptic game, dangers abound, and even the most powerful genius might fall silently in some corner and eventually be buried in the dust of history. It was already very late. After listing the first part of the 4th chapter of the Flaming Blade technique in the trading area, Tang Ping went back to sleep. I slept until dawn, and it was already the 6th day. He had to get to Tianhua Avenue as soon as possible. Fortunately, there was enough time. With his current strength, he could at least face most dangers without fear, if not run rampant in the apocalypse. The first thing he did after getting up was to open the minigame and buy Cherry Bomb. This thing was incredibly powerful, and he was sure that even if the Calamity Beast came, one Cherry Bomb would be enough to kill his grandmother. After tidying everything up, Tang Ping headed towards Tianhua Avenue. Tianhua Avenue West Road. Director Sheng, when can we leave Jiangshan with these people? Wang Yinyan looked somewhat resentful as she glanced at the people following behind her. These were all bodyguards from the Sheng family. While they were called bodyguards, a more appropriate term would be household servants of high-ranking officials and nobles in ancient times. These bodyguards' backgrounds are basically that of people who have served the Sheng family patriarch since their grandfather's generation. Although they may not be extremely wealthy, by following the Sheng family, they have no worries about their future from birth. They only need to follow the plan to live a prosperous life. He was also a confidant of the Sheng family. Therefore, Sheng Tianqi naturally did not listen to Wang Yinyan, although he possesses an SSS-level sanctuary and an SS-level talent. However, returning to Sheng family manor requires a considerable trek, and the journey is bound to be fraught with danger. Although he is not afraid on his own, there is no guarantee that things won't change. Just like that terrifying monster, if he were to deal with it alone, he would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Whether the trip will be fast or not is hard to say. Let's go. After a good night's rest, let's get going early this morning and try to leave Jiangshan completely by tomorrow. Chapter 36, Gathering of Heavenly Splendor. The number of infected people is increasing. Tang Ping killed an infected and quickly drew his Tang sword. A whooshing sound came from beside my ear. He immediately tilted his head to dodge. With his 4-dimensional attributes approaching 100, he could easily dodge bullet attacks. That was an arrow. Tang Ping's eyes turned cold. He kicked away the infected who was rushing towards him and charged towards the arrow. It was so fast that it almost left a blur. At that moment, inside a shop, a man in his 30s stared incredulously at the person who had dodged the arrow. He actually dodged it. In the next instant, his pupils contracted, and almost without thinking, he was about to run. He was more than 100 meters away from that person, so it should have been easy for him to run away. But the man who had just reached the back door suddenly felt a chill on his neck. His eyes widened, and his gaze fell on the knife, piercing his neck. How is that possible? Zulfust. This was the man's last thought. Tang Ping stood behind the man, drew his Tang sword, casually touched the corpse, and picked up the shelter items on the ground. They took the bow and arrows with them. This bow and arrow is no ordinary bow and arrow. It is an F-grade extraordinary weapon. A D-level shelter, not bad. Tang Ping didn't even glance at the man on the ground, casually threw out a fireball, and turned to leave. Not long after Tang Ping left, 2 people came down from upstairs. The young man in the baseball cap stammered, "Wow, so fast. How can a person run that fast?" Another young man in jeans swallowed hard. Maybe it's not even human. The young man in the baseball cap looked at the burned corpse on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. "Let's go quickly. We have to leave Jiangshan as soon as possible." The young man in jeans nodded. There are more and more infected people. I also saw on the internet that someone posted about a terrifying monster appearing in Jiangshan. A giant toad as tall as a 1-story building. It can breathe out tornadoes. Hurry up, we must leave Jiangshan today. The 2 young men hurriedly left the shop. Tang Ping continued cautiously towards Tianhua Avenue. Although his strength is already extremely powerful, there are always some players who might open treasure chests and suddenly attack him. Doomsday chest. Tang Ping paused, noticing a treasure chest lying in front of a clothing store. He glanced around and immediately sensed that there were quite a few players hiding nearby. Surprisingly, not a single person dared to be the first to step forward. At this moment, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair finally couldn't resist and rushed toward the treasure chest. The next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out and struck the greasy-haired man directly in the back of the heart. However, a flash of light appeared in the slick-haired man, actually blocking the lightning. Just as the slick-haired man was about to grab the treasure chest, the people around him finally couldn't sit still any longer. "You think you can just pick up a treasure chest? I was the first one to find it." The young man in the blue coat said with resentment in his eyes, conjuring an ice spike in his hand and attacking the slick-haired man. What a piece of trash. Why didn't you dare come forward to pick it up when you were the first to see it?" The slick-haired man sneered, and a shield with a sharp blade suddenly appeared in his hand, directly blocking the ice spikes. The young man in the blue coat looked at the other man with resentment in his eyes, as if he wanted to kill him immediately. "If it weren't for you, the treasure chest would be mine. It's all your fault." The slick-haired man strode on, too lazy to pay attention to that good-for-nothing, and continued walking towards the treasure chest. But a rock wall rose up in front of him, blocking his way. "Trying to take it from me." The slick-haired man's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he roared, slamming his shield, which was covered in a sharp blade, against the rock wall. The next second, the rock wall, which was only 3 inches thick to begin with, shattered instantly. A woman with ramen noodle hair, moving with the speed of a nimble rabbit, was about to touch the doomsday treasure chest. The slick-haired man raised his shield, his muscles suddenly bulged, and he pushed off the ground, shooting out like a cannonball. The woman with the ramen noodle-shaped hair was clearly flustered, but her hands kept moving. She raised her hand, and a surging torrent of water engulfed the greasy-haired man. The woman with the ramen noodle hair was about to pick up the treasure chest when she suddenly felt something flash before her eyes. Looking down, she discovered that the doomsday treasure chest had disappeared. The woman stood there, stunned. "Hand over the treasure chest," the slick-haired man roared. "No, I didn't take it." The woman with the ramen noodle hair was quick. She rolled away to dodge. The greasy-haired man couldn't possibly believe it and began chasing after the woman. Some players around, and even ordinary people like jackals, followed suit, clearly hoping to snatch up the bargains. Unfortunately, the doomsday treasure chest was already in Tang Ping's hands. A doomsday treasure chest has sparked such a fight. Tang Ping had a deeper understanding of the apocalypse. Looking at the line of players, ordinary people, and even infected people who had been alerted, he stopped paying attention. "Open the doomsday treasure chest." Congratulations to the player for opening the doomsday treasure chest. You have obtained +10 dry bread, +10 slightly sweet mineral water, and +1 spirit attribute stone. It's just a spirit attribute stone. Tang Ping wasn't surprised. After all, most treasure chests these days don't yield anything good. Getting a special item like an attribute stone is already considered pretty lucky. In the world chat, some people have even done calculations and found that the probability of getting extraordinary items is now less than 30%. Even so, every time a doomsday treasure chest appears, it attracts a group of people to fight over it. As the food gradually decays, it becomes incredibly precious, and this struggle will intensify. Using the spirit attribute stone, Tang Ping continued his journey. He was now not far from Tianhua Avenue West. 4 Seasons Lake. A group of 5 people emerged from a strange black vortex. The one leading the group was Sister Wong. Sister Wong smiled, clearly indicating a good harvest this time. "How was everyone's harvest this time?" "Oldly nice. With this result, we'll definitely be far ahead of the competition." Bird looked at the shelter scroll in his hand. "Not bad. I can add another feature to the shelter. Hopefully it'll drop gold." Little Grass excitedly pumped her fist. "Yay! We've completed the main quest, the hidden quest, and the hidden achievement. This will definitely greatly boost our strength." Sister Wong said with a slight regret. "It's a pity that our hidden achievement only rewards us with a D-grade extraordinary item." Sister Xiao Xiao laughed and said, "That's good too. Let's quickly use our things and improve our strength." "Good." While the other 4 waited for the 5 to emerge, they began using the loot from the dungeon to improve themselves. 5 spirit attribute stones, increasing spirit attribute by 5 points. The serum from infected individuals completely eliminates their worries about being infected by others. The shelter trait scroll can also grant a shelter another trait. In addition, the hidden achievements also grant them a D-grade item. Some are defensive items that automatically protect their owner. Some are auxiliary items that enhance the 4 main attributes. And some are even one-time items that can temporarily increase one's talent level by 1 level. In addition, each person received 2 treasure chests. Soon, 4 more people emerged from the instance. After the 4 people came out, the entrance to the dungeon behind them also disappeared completely. Great! My shelter has gained another S-level trait. Sister Grass exclaimed excitedly. Damn it, another F-level shelter trait. Bird brother wailed. I've discovered that Sister Xiao Xiao is simply a chosen one. Oldly said with some envy. Sister Little Grass, hands on her hips, said, do you even need to tell me that? Sister Wang used all the rewards to improve herself, and then said, all right, let's head towards Tianhua Avenue. Xiao Tang said there are some good things there too. Okay, let's go. Chapter 37, the finally existing Starry Safe Zone. It's almost noon. Tang Ping immediately found a building, went to the underground parking lot, found a secluded corner, and put down the shelter. Soon, his consciousness left his body. When I awoke again, I found myself in a shelter 100 years in the future. Tang Ping inspected the shelter. Sure enough, they found the F-grade extraordinary weapon, the Cold Light Sword. In addition, there are mobile phones and power banks. These are all things he brought in 100 years ago. He had noticed before that the network seemed strange after the apocalypse game began. For example, during sandstorms and successive disasters, the network signal would be very weak, even if it didn't disappear. But not only do they not exist, they are ridiculously strong, always at full power. So Tang Ping brought his phone, wanting to see if it could be used here. Turn on your phone, full signal. There really is a signal. Tang Ping was thrilled. Now, he wouldn't have to go to the internet cafe anymore, saving 3 yuan an hour of internet fees. A search application automatically appeared on his phone. Tang Ping remembered seeing this software on a computer in an internet cafe. I never expected it to be caused by a post-apocalyptic game. Tang Ping was amazed. Although many of the original players had died, even those who had shelters no longer had world chat, regional chat, or trading areas. However, the internet still exists in this world, allowing for extremely fast information exchange. Moreover, this network is probably controlled by a doomsday game, so no one can limit or block any information that appears on it. No wonder those so-called Heavenly King's secret manuals have become so common. Tang Ping thought to himself that, apart from a portion of the Heavenly King and Heavenly Queen level experts who sold it themselves, there was probably a portion that was forced to spread. For example, their enemies or traders among their subordinates, etc. However, these benefits ultimately go to ordinary people. Indirectly, this raised the average level of wasteland scavengers. Tang Ping began searching online for the information he wanted to know. After searching for the names of safe zones near the Jiangxing ruins, a striking name appeared. Starry Safe Zone. It really exists. Tang Ping was excited. Did this mean that the highest leadership in the Starry Sky Safe Zone was now Sister Wang and her group? He quickly continued his search. Tang Ping quickly dug up the history of the Starry Sky Safe Zone. It was later discovered that it was indeed because of Mo Xuanji. In the 36th year of the apocalypse, the Starry Safe Zone had already been established for over 20 years. That same year, the Starry Safe Zone was hit by an unprecedented horde of infected zombies. According to the original historical trajectory, the Starry Safe Zone suffered heavy losses and was severely weakened in this zombie horde, but it managed to hold on. But now history has changed. A mysterious and powerful figure named Xuanjizi descended from the clouds, dressed in a white Taoist robe, looking like an immortal. With a single sword strike, the heavens and earth fell silent. Countless fiery swords instantly annihilated most of the zombie horde. At the time, no one recognized who this person was, but as time went on, a dominant force emerged. Xianyuan Temple. This is a transcendent force that has created a pure land. They also manage numerous safe zones under their command. Furthermore, the area within 100 miles of Xianyuan Temple enjoys a spring-like climate year-round and is unaffected by the gray sun or black moon. It is even better than Shengshi Manor of Shengtian Group. Tang Ping searched for the history of the Starry Sky Safe Zone. Later, Sister Wang used this connection to get in touch with Xianyuan Temple. Although for some reason, Xianyuan Temple did not accept the Starry Sky Safe Zone's allegiance. However, the relationship is closer to Xianyuan Temple than to other safe zones. As for the reasons, even the people in the Starry Glory Safe Zone themselves don't know. Tang Ping felt relieved and pleased. It seemed that Mo Xuanji was indeed a man of his word. But as he continued to scribble, Tang Ping's brows gradually furrowed as he witnessed a calamity caused by a Beast King. The Azure Queen and the Flame King have fallen. Sister Wang is severely injured, and Brother Lao Niu is missing. After Mingxian, Heavenly King, ascended the throne, Tang Ping's heart sank to the bottom. That's right, the current safe zone is still called the Starry Safe Zone, and it is not under the control of Queen Lihua. But the head of the family is none other than King Mingxian. Tang Ping could accept it if it were anyone else. But this person happens to be Niu Mingxian. In particular, Tang Ping also discovered that the Xingyao Safe Zone was closely connected with Xianyuan Temple. He even had a close relationship with Shangtian Group. Even through the Starry Safe Zone, Shangtian Group, a hegemonic force with a long history of evil deeds, has always been despised by Xianyuan Temple and is unwilling to associate with. After Mingxian Tianwang ascended to the throne, the two forces have actually started to intersect. Even the Xingtian Group obtained a breathing technique through this. After reading the last part, Tang Ping was filled with rage and suddenly slammed his fist against the wall. Good heavens, this is a waste of time and effort. Tang Ping's eyes were filled with rage. Damn Niu Mingxian. Damn Shangtian Group. To say that the deaths of Sister Xiao Chao and Zhou Zheng and Sister Wang's serious injury and retreat from the limelight are unrelated to these two events. He didn't believe it at all. This is also his fault. He only told Mo Xuanji about protecting the Starry Club, which is now the Starry Safe Zone. However, it was never mentioned that the Starry Safe Zone was traitorized and replaced by a substitute. Very well, Niu Mingxian, you've got guts. Tang Ping's eyes flashed coldly. Niu Mingxian had already been added to his list of those destined to die, just like Wang Yanyan. The transaction between Xingtian Group and Xianyuan Temple actually began with Niu Mingxian and Wang Yanyan becoming partners. One is a superstar, and the other is a superstar. Behind them are two dominant forces. Their wedding 3 years ago was incredibly grand, but his sister, Wang, could only sit in a wheelchair like a vegetable, receiving tea from the two devils. As for Brother Lao Niu, his whereabouts are unknown. Tang Ping took a deep breath and looked at his phone. The apps from 100 years ago were still there. He tried searching for Lao Niu Ji's number in that chat software. Ox and horse. A contact popped up quickly. It actually found it. Tang Ping's breath caught in his throat. He didn't know if the account was really Lao Niu Ji's or if it was another trap. But he wasn't afraid. Could the other party still attack him through the internet? Tang Ping promptly added Brother Lao Niu's contact information, and a note was added. The three musketeers of the ox, dog, and bird. Why isn't the horse included? Soon, the friend request was successfully added, because the horses were all let out to be used to insult Wang Yanyan. Soon, a video call came in. Tang Ping found a century-old pair of underwear, put it over his head, and then connected the call. An elderly man with a full head of white hair looked trembling and excited. However, his expression froze when he noticed Tang Ping with his underwear over his head. Then his expression darkened. Who are you? And how do you know the answer to this question? My ancestor was named Tang Ping. Chapter 38, Sheng Tianqi. What? What did you just say? Brother Niu's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen as he stared intently at Tang Ping, his eyes bloodshot. Tang Ping calmly replied, My ancestor was named Tang Ping. Even he himself is curious whether there is another version of himself in this time and space. However, judging from Brother Niu's performance, it is clear that Tang Ping exists in this timeline. But is he alive or dead? Or is he connected to me in some way? Brother Niu's breathing became heavy. Are you serious? You really are a descendant of Tang Ping. Absolutely the real deal. Tang Ping Apfim. Although he wasn't a descendant of Tang Ping, he really was Tang Ping. Brother Niu gradually calmed down. All right, since you say you are a descendant of Tang Ping, I need to ask you something. Tang Ping nodded. Okay, go ahead and ask. But I don't know much about my great-grandfather. However, there was a diary of my great-grandfather working at a company that has been passed down. I read it when I was a child. Brother Niu's eyes flickered. Okay, then tell me, What brand of instant noodles does Tang Ping like to eat? Tang Ping was dumbfounded. He thought about it for a long time, but he never expected that Brother Nyo would ask such a question. He answered decisively. Near expiration plate. Old Nyo suddenly relaxed, seemingly believing Tang Ping's words, tears streaming down his face. So, you really are Tang Ping's great-grandson? Tang Ping was speechless. It was one thing for him to say it himself, but hearing it from someone else felt a little awkward. Brother Nyo wiped away his tears. Then his eyes suddenly sharpened again. Kid, did you run into some trouble looking for me? If you need anything, just tell me. Although I'm old now, this last knife in my hand has been sealed away for 100 years. Under its title, no one can withstand it. Tang Ping was shaken. To be honest, he still didn't know what Brother Nyo's talent was. Tang Ping spoke up. Brother Lao Nyo, if I could contact my great-grandfather from the past, what do you think I should say to him? After saying this, he pursed his lips tightly and looked at Brother Nyo. He wasn't afraid of being exposed because as long as history was changed once, no one would remember what he had said. Old Nyo's body stiffened, his blank gaze turning incredulous in an instant, then suddenly filled with surprise. A variety of complex emotions swirled in his eyes. Finally, Brother Nyo's hands trembled with excitement. You have awakened the space-time talent. Tang Ping paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, but it can only be used once. Enough. Tianhua Avenue. Brother Nyo was suddenly overjoyed. Tianhua Avenue, Doomsday City Dungeon. You absolutely must complete the one and only hidden quest. His gaze was fixed on Tang Ping, his eyes filled with wild joy. The current leader of Shangtian Group, that bastard completed the only hidden mission here and obtained a top-tier treasure. The Ring of the Savior. This thing allowed him to break through from his original SS level talent to SSS level. Furthermore, in the 21st year of the apocalypse, after the shelter reached level 7, he combined with the shelter to create the 100-mile Pure Land, the Sheng family manor. That laid the foundation for his hegemonic power. Kid, if you can really pass a message to Tang Ping from 100 years ago, tell him this. Go and complete that one and only hidden mission. We absolutely must not let Sheng Tianqi get it. Must. You need to do. Tang Ping is back. Emerging from the shelter, they found themselves in a secluded underground parking lot. Then they headed towards Tianhua Avenue. Sheng Tianqi, SS-level talent. SS-level traits sanctuary, a jade mountain. Tang Ping repeated to himself, his face solemn. So he was the supreme leader of Shangtian Group, 100 years later, the controller of a dominant force. In this particular instance, the talent was even upgraded to SSS level. Tang Ping's breathing quickened. Now he knew exactly what this one and only hidden mission was. If you complete it yourself, you can obtain the reward of that top-tier treasure, the Ring of the Savior. Break through your S-rank talent to SS rank. Even in the future, after the shelter is upgraded to level 7, one can obtain 100 miles of pure land, fearless of all disasters in the apocalypse. We must get this. Tang Ping's gaze was firm, whether it was because of himself or because the Starry Glory safe zone had been replaced by a traitor. He absolutely had to get this item, especially since it could upgrade his S-rank talent to SS rank, making it even less likely that he would give it up. At this moment, Tang Ping was already in Jiangcheng, moving around as if on flat ground. Even if he were discovered by an infected person, he could shake them off in an instant. Tang Ping's speed of 101 is far beyond what the current infected can catch up with. Only if they encounter other calamity beasts would they be able to stop him. As time passed, he finally arrived at Tianhua Avenue. Then we continued along Tianhua Avenue, heading east. Wait, there it is. Tang Ping suddenly narrowed his eyes. He saw a familiar face. It's Wang Yanyan. Then the one next to Wang Yanyan, isn't that Sheng Tianqi? Tang Ping's breath hitched, and 2 cherries suddenly appeared in his hand. These cherries are as big as rugby balls. Ahead was a group of people, including 20 bodyguards in black, as well as Wang Yanyan and Sheng Tianqi. Bomb them to death. This was Tang Ping's only thought. He took a deep breath and slowly regained his composure, knowing he couldn't act impulsively. The cherry in his hand probably couldn't kill Sheng Tianqi, because even 100 years later, very few people would know what kind of talent this extremely cunning guy had, how powerful his SSS level talent was, or anything like that. Even the location of Sheng Tianqi Sanctuary is only a vague guess. The earliest record is that in the 12th year of the apocalypse, Shang Tianqi crushed a level 7 zombie king with a single palm strike from thousands of meters away. Keep in mind that this was only the 12th year after the apocalypse, and his power was even more unknowable 100 years later. Although there are many people who are also titled powerhouses, there is no doubt that Shang Tianqi is among the top group. Tang Ping wasn't confident he could kill the enemy. However, he was extremely confident that he could kill the other bodyguards and Wang Yanyan. Looking at the cherry bomb in his hand, Tang Ping quickly left the road and, with his extremely fast speed, circled around to the front of them and climbed onto the roof of a 7-story residential building next to the road. They then lay in ambush quietly. Even if the bomb doesn't kill Shang Tianqi, it will still deprive him of many of his allies in the earlier dungeons. They might even prevent the other party from discovering the instance, thus buying themselves more time to complete the unique hidden quest. In this Doomsday game, the point is to fight. As for those innocent bodyguards, don't blame me. Blame yourselves for following the wrong people. As Tang Ping watched the approaching crowd, he slowly raised the cherry bomb in his hand. Chapter 39, Doomsday Dungeon, Doomsday City, Part 1. Director Sheng, why don't we take a break? Wang Yanyan raised her hand to shield her eyes, looking at the scorching sun with a mournful expression. Her feet were blistered. Shang Tianqi said in a deep voice, "We must leave Jianchang today. Those infected people are becoming more and more agile. They were not even as good as ordinary people before, but now they're like cheetahs. I am worried that if we delay any longer, something else may happen." Wang Yanyan's gaze fell on some infected people in the distance, but her face did not show much fear. Instead, she was somewhat excited. "I really don't know how these infected people turned from humans into this. Director Sheng, when we return to Sheng's manor, we can capture some of them for research." "Let's talk about it when we get back," Shang Tianqi said calmly, his deep gaze fixed on the distance. "We've arrived," Tang Ping whispered, suddenly throwing the cherry bomb in his hand. "What is that?" Shang Tianqi immediately noticed something falling from the rooftop. It was moving very fast. He reached out and grasped at the object in the air. An extreme compression instantly squeezed the cherry bomb. "What is this?" Shang Tianqi asked, his eyes filled with doubt. This was a cherry? At that moment, the cherry bomb was only 3 or 4 meters away from their group. Because some of the bodyguards were walking in front, all the cherry bombs were also being thrown above some of the people. Upon seeing the cherry bomb frozen in midair, Tang Ping didn't hesitate and immediately activated his mind. Boom! Not good. Shang Tianqi's expression changed. Unfortunately, it was too late. A horrific explosion destroyed everything. In just a moment, the 5 or 6 bodyguard beneath the cherry bomb were turned into minced meat. Yeah! Wang Yanyan screamed as half of her arm disappeared. Suddenly, a white jade mountain, only 2 inches in size, was thrown out by Shang Tianqi. Yushan experiences a surge in water levels due to a storm. The impact and flames generated by the cherry bombs seemed to be suppressed by something at this moment, unable to advance an inch. "Who is it?" Shang Tianqi roared. The air in front of him suddenly twisted and compressed, then shot towards the rooftop like a cannonball. What kind of talent is this? Tang Ping was no longer on the rooftop at this point. The moment he threw the cherry bomb, he had already jumped off the rooftop and moved far away. His gaze was the same as Shang Tianqi's. Tang Ping's gaze also fell on the rooftop, but he wanted to see exactly what kind of talent Shang Tianqi possessed. Boom! It's still an explosion, but this explosion doesn't produce any flames or heat. Instead, it generates a violent shockwave. This talent? Shockwave. Tang Ping's eyes darkened. Combining this with the opponent's ability to make the cherry bomb hover in midair, he had already guessed Shang Tianqi's talent. When fighting this opponent, you absolutely cannot let them get close. Tang Ping thought to himself with a chill. This ability, which seemed to manipulate the air, would be fatal if someone got close to him, especially since it was an SS-level talent. On the highway, Shang Tianqi, who was standing motionless on the rooftop, narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression dangerous. Clearly, he did not believe that he had killed the attacker. Young director, a bodyguard arrived late, green energy appearing in his hand. Shang Tianqi raised his hand. I'm fine, treat the others first. His gaze was fixed ahead, his face terribly grim. 9 bodyguards were killed instantly. 5 of them were so badly mutilated that not a single piece of flesh could be found. If it weren't for his quick reaction, no one but him would have survived the sneak attack. Who exactly is it? In Shang Tianqi's hand, a ball of extremely compressed air pulsated, radiating a dangerous aura. He suppressed his anger and immediately gave orders to the others. Everyone, get out of here immediately and find a place to rest. This attack, for reasons unknown, resulted in extremely heavy losses for him. 9 people died, 5 were seriously injured, and the rest, except for Shang Tianqi himself, also suffered serious injuries. From inside the shelter, Shang Tianqi took out a cup of strange water. The water emitted a soft emerald light, and it was clear at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Distribute all these things, Shang Tianqi said. This, young director, this is S-grade life water, a bodyguard said, but his eyes clearly showed longing, indicating that this thing was extremely valuable. I know. Hurry up and distribute them to everyone. Shang Tianqi waved his hand. Thank you, young director. The bodyguard, who had initially felt some resentment and fear after witnessing the deaths of other bodyguards, suddenly became filled with gratitude. A shadow crossed Shang Tianqi's eyes. This attack had severely damaged his prestige and killed several of his most trusted key personnel. Who is it? At this moment, Tang Ping, after the sneak attack, headed straight for Tianhua Avenue East Road. Shang Tianqi probably won't set off anytime soon, Tang Ping thought to himself. Although his methods were somewhat ruthless and vicious, in the apocalypse, there are no upright people. Those who fight live, those who don't die, and no one is to blame. Blame it on the apocalypse game. If you can't adapt to the game's cruel rules, it's best to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll only suffer a worse fate. Tang Ping possesses memories of 18 years from the future and deeply understands the cruelty of the apocalypse. Therefore, he is extremely decisive and ruthless in everything he does, and will stop at nothing. For Tang Ping, these 18 years of memories from the future are no less valuable than an S-level talent. While others are slowly adapting, quietly exploring, and even struggling and tormenting themselves morally, Tang Ping, however, already understood the laws governing the apocalypse. Having witnessed the future, he knew even more clearly what he wanted. He didn't want to die in such a suffocating way, like the original owner of his body in his later life, in a dark, cramped, damp house filled with the smell of decay. In an era of great contention, those who contend rise, those who retreat fall, those who succeed live, those who fail die. It's not up to you. A black dot slowly appeared ahead of the road. The black dot slowly grew larger, forming a vortex. It is also 10 feet tall. This time, Tang Ping also noticed that there were many players watching around the dungeon entrance. Clearly, they could see a line of text above the black hole. Instance, post-apocalyptic city. However, the entrance was too strange, and no one had ever been in contact with it before. People naturally have a fear of the unknown. Everyone is thinking of waiting for others to try it. However, those who enter the instance either die or emerge by chance, and having learned of its benefits, they are naturally unwilling to share them. Tang Ping was the same. He only told Xingyao Club, since he was, in a sense, half a member of Xingyao Club. The main members of the Stars Club are all seasoned veterans who have been in the business for at least a decade, so naturally they wouldn't share this with outsiders. Tang Ping moved very quickly, rushing straight into the dungeon amidst the hidden gazes around him. Outside the dungeon entrance, the players immediately erupted in an uproar. Did someone just go in? Are you sure that's a person? How could a person be so fast? Could it be someone infected? Impossible. Even infected don't move that fast. Besides, infected aren't players, they can't see the instance. But if it's not an infected person, then what is it? Why couldn't it be a person? If you ask me, it must be a powerful player. That's right, I also think it's players. Only players can enter the dungeon. So, do you think he's in such a hurry to go in because there's something good inside? Outside the entrance, a group of players had different expressions, but their eyes were all eager to make a move. Chapter 40 Doomsday Dungeon, Doomsday City, Part 2. Doomsday Dungeon, Doomsday City. Number of people, 300. Main quest, escape the city in danger. Mission reward, unknown. Task deadline, 5 days. Simple information appeared before Tang Ping's eyes. This time, He didn't see himself appearing with the other players. However, Tang Ping knew that there were 300 players in this Doomsday instance, each randomly scattered in different locations. After reviewing the events in the Doomsday City instance in his mind, Tang Ping began to examine his surroundings. He was in a classroom. The messy desks and chairs, the textbooks scattered all over the floor, and the footprints and bloodstains on the textbooks all proved that an unusual danger had occurred here. I remember there are survivors in this city. This is a city that has been experiencing an outbreak of infections for 3 years. Although only 3 years have passed, the infected in this instance have undergone multiple mutations for unknown reasons. Therefore, it is extremely powerful, with agile limbs and unpredictable movements, making it far beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Of course, human life is tenacious, and a small number of people still survive in the city. However, it cannot be denied that this copy is extremely dangerous due to the multiple mutations of the infected individuals, especially for the new players who have only just experienced the post-apocalyptic game a few days ago. Most of their talents are still at level 1, and their 4-dimensional attributes are no more than 10 points. However, the background of this instance is 3 years after the outbreak of infected individuals, and the infected individuals have undergone multiple mutations. Escaping from here is no easy task. Tang Ping also dared not be careless. After all, he wouldn't gain much if he were surrounded by infected people. I remember there was also a hidden mission that everyone could do. Kill 10 infected, and you would be rewarded with a Doomsday chest. For every 10 more infected you killed, you would get another Doomsday chest, up to a maximum of 5. Tang Ping walked to the window and carefully observed the outside. This hidden mission is no simple task. After all, the infected here are not comparable to those who have only been infected for a few days on his blue star. The infected here, each one of them, is as powerful as something from a movie he'd seen. The xenomorph. Extremely fast, physically strong, and with sharp claws, it can easily tear open a person's throat as easily as cutting tofu. However, the quality of the Doomsday treasure chest here is also high, and you are guaranteed to get at least 2 attribute stones. Great danger is accompanied by great opportunity. Tang Ping observed the situation outside and quickly determined his approximate location by looking at the various buildings. He had also seen the simplified map in the Doomsday City instance. It seems I'm at number 1 middle school, which is more than 4 kilometers away from the Pearl Tower. Tang Ping's gaze was solemn. In this city full of skyscrapers, that was quite a distance. The reason for needing to go to the Pearl Tower is related to the only hidden quest. The only hidden task is to activate the backup power at the top of the tower, then manually pull down the air raid siren to attract all the infected people in the city. It sounds simple, but it's actually very difficult, because the Pearl Tower is a full 600 meters tall, and it contains many powerful mutated infected individuals. If you want to get to the rooftop, you'll have to fight your way up. Moreover, completing the only hidden quest basically means abandoning the main quest line. However, compared to the rewards of the unique hidden quest, the rewards of the main quest are naturally nothing. Therefore, this is not a choice for Tang Ping. We happen to be on this road, so let's go to Sunshine Kindergarten first. Originally, in order to complete the only hidden mission as soon as possible and prevent Sheng Tianqi from coming to compete for it, he did not intend to pay attention to the other hidden missions. However, there happens to be a hidden mission on his route to the Pearl Tower. Moreover, this hidden mission might actually provide him with considerable assistance. After clarifying what needed to be done, Tang Ping left the classroom without further hesitation. As soon as he came out, he saw that a woman was also coming out of the classroom next door. They are from the Great Xia Kingdom. The woman looked to be in her mid-20s, with her hair simply tied in a ponytail. She wore a close-fitting leather outfit, with sharp blades strapped to her legs and 2 long swords strapped to her back. He was clearly stunned for a moment after seeing Tang Ping, but immediately became alert again. Tang Ping slowly stepped back, clearly indicating that he had no intention of making contact with the other party. Then he jumped directly down from the corridor and landed on the ground. The woman with the ponytail stopped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Such a powerful physique. This is the 3rd floor. An ordinary person wouldn't dare to jump like that, but that person not only jumped, but was completely unharmed. And they're leaving the school at an extremely fast pace. Who is this person? In just 6 days, he has become so powerful. He is definitely not an ordinary player. She was certain that the speed was definitely over 30 points. And someone who dares to jump directly from the third floor must have pretty good physical attributes. Ziki couldn't help but feel a little curious. That person seems to have a very clear goal, but the direction they're heading isn't towards the outskirts of the city. Her eyes flickered, as if she wanted to follow them. She was certain that this person knew something about the copy. A wriggling shadow gradually appeared beneath Ziki's feet. At this moment, Tang Ping, who had already left the school, was looking for lone targets, preparing to kill some infected people as he went. After all, the treasure chest guarantees at least 2 attribute stones. You're the one. Tang Ping's body almost left after images as he flashed into the foot of a building. An infected person is perched on the glass at the corner of the building. Suddenly, a blade flashed. The infected person suddenly opened their dormant eyes and sprang up from the wall. Such keen senses, such speed. Tang Ping narrowed his eyes. No wonder he's an infected person who has mutated multiple times in the Doomsday City. However, 3 of his 4 attributes exceed 100. The sharp blade thrust out. It's almost impossible to see when the knife is drawn. But by the time the blade was clearly seen, the Tang sword was already piercing the infected person's head, and they nailed the incredibly strong infected person directly to the wall. But the infected person did not die. The infected man braced his feet against the wall, his brain passing right through the blade, and his claws reached out to grab Tang Ping. What terrifying vitality! Tang Ping's eyes changed. Of course, he couldn't let the infected scratch him. He kicked out and drew his Tang sword, then turned his thrust into a slash. With a single, powerful strike, he cleaved the infected person, who was stuck against the wall, in 2. Even so, none of the infected people died. They hopped around on the ground like fish. Tang Ping's expression changed as well. 2 fireballs the size of eggs suddenly appeared in his hand and were launched into the infected person's head. The flames completely burned the infected person's brain. The progress bar for the hidden quest finally appeared before his eyes. The progress bar has 50 squares, with a Doomsday treasure chest every 10 squares. The last square has a pattern that is 3 or 4 times larger than the other treasure chests, indicating that this Doomsday treasure chest is of much higher quality. The progress bar appears for 3 seconds and then disappears without even a notification sound. Hidden missions are just so capricious. Tang Ping turned around and continued to approach the Pearl Tower. Chapter 41, Doomsday Dungeon, Doomsday City, Part 3. 29 now. Tang Ping looked at the progress bar, wiped the Tang sword in his hand, and entered Sunshine Kindergarten. Once I got to know the infected people here, killing them didn't take much effort. All he needs to do is insert the knife into the infected person's brain, and then flames will erupt along the knife, burning the infected person's brain completely, thus killing them. Sunshine Kindergarten. You can vaguely tell that this was once a place full of childlike fun. Unfortunately, the broken slide, scattered building blocks, black and red bloodstains, and hideous handprints made this kindergarten look eerie and terrifying. Tang Ping stopped and quickly went behind the slide to hide himself. There were 2 players ahead who had also come to this kindergarten. Are you serious? This kindergarten really has a hidden mission? The pockmarked young man asked with suspicion. The information in the message scroll can't be fake. I opened 5 message scrolls in the dungeon before I got this one. There must be a hidden quest here. The horse-faced man said with absolute certainty. What is this hidden mission? The pockmarked young man shrank back, a hint of fear in his eyes. This kindergarten was too eerily quiet. The horse-faced man swallowed hard, clearly terrified. The message scroll only says there's a little girl in the kindergarten. If we take her with us, we won't have to worry about infected people. The pockmarked young man exclaimed in astonishment. That powerful? You know, the infected here are extremely dangerous. How can a little girl make us not worry about the infected? The horse-faced man nodded. That's what the message scroll says. Then we must find this little girl. The pockmarked young man's eyes were filled with excitement. Brother, did you come and play with me? Suddenly, a little girl's voice rang out all around them, its hollow echo sending chills down the spines of the 2 men. Tang Ping, who was hiding behind the slide, was also tense because he knew that the little girl was about to appear. This inquest has 2 phases. The first phase focuses on companionship. As long as you spend time with the little girl, you can receive a reward. The second phase involves taking the terrifying little girl to the biological laboratory in the Pearl Tower to find a potion that can restore her to a human body. Therefore, this hidden quest is not only on his way, but the little girl's strength is also terrifying, and she can provide him with a lot of help. Who's there? Come out. The pockmarked youth's face was filled with fear. Brother, did you come and play with me? At some point, a huge scarlet ball of flesh appeared on the wall above their heads. On that scarlet fleshy mass was the face of a little girl, who was smiling innocently. Yeah, a ghost. The pockmarked youth's eyes widened, lightning crackling between his hands as he desperately fired out his power. The lightning ball landed on the little girl, but no harm was done. The pockmarked youth's attack thoroughly enraged the little girl. A huge mouth opened on the scarlet fleshy ball, and suddenly her tongue shot out, swallowing the pockmarked youth whole. Thick saliva splattered all over the horse-faced man next to him, but he tried his best to suppress his fear and dared not move at all. The message scroll said, "Do not attack. As long as you don't attack the little girl, she won't attack you." He didn't tell his companions about this because he wanted to keep the reward for himself. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement replaced fear in the horse-faced man's eyes. This little girl is so strong. If she can protect herself, I'm sure I can leave this city safely. When you complete the main quest, you'll also be able to complete a hidden quest, and you're sure to receive extremely generous rewards. Brother, did you come and play with me? On the scarlet fleshy ball, the little girl's innocent face stared at the horse-faced man. If you ignored the little girl's body and the ball of flesh she was chewing, you would think she was a very cute girl. The horse-faced man forced a smile, his facial muscles almost completely stiff. Yes, your brother will take you out to play, okay? The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That's great. Finally, someone is taking me out to play. I'll definitely protect my brother. The already stiff smile on the horse-faced man's face was completely frozen in place. Because his head was cut off, Tang Ping calmly wiped the knife, then looked at the little girl with a bright smile. How about your brother takes you to play? The little girl blinked. Okay. Then it climbed down from the wall, waving its short limbs. Brother, where shall we go to play? Let's go to the Oriental Pearl Tower, shall we? The Oriental Pearl Tower. Really? That's great. Nyonyo's biggest dream is to go to the Oriental Pearl Tower. The little girl's face was beaming with joy. So behind Tang Ping followed a 2-meter-tall, scarlet fleshy ball, from which came the innocent voice of a little girl from time to time. Does brother like killing these little bugs? Nyonyo blinked, and the huge mouth on the scarlet fleshy ball suddenly opened, its long tongue moving with lightning speed, directly wrapping around the infected. Brother, let Nyonyo help you tie him up. Tang Ping patted Nyonyo's head. Nyonyo is such a good girl. Hee. Nyonyo is a good girl. The human face on the scarlet fleshy ball stuck out its little tongue. Tang Ping drew his Tang sword and killed the infected person who was wrapped around Nyonyo with a single strike. The flames along the sword burned away the infected person's brain. Nearby, 3 other players were staring at Tang Ping with expressions of fear. What is that thing? A little girl's voice was coming from that fleshy ball. How eerie. That must be an extremely powerful infected. But why is that infected person following that player? I think this player's talent must be charm, the blonde man said with certainty. The girl with the red waves looked at her companion with a strange expression. You mean, this person bewitched this monster? The black eye next to him angrily slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it. Why don't I have the talent for charm? This pretty boy. The girl with red waves stared at the black man, a chill running down her spine. It's a good thing you don't have the talent for seduction, otherwise your third sister-in-law would be getting married again. The blonde man nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The girl with the red waves in her eyes gleamed. Did you notice that this person doesn't seem to be heading out of the city? The blonde man's gaze was thoughtful. He must know about some hidden mission. Blackie stared enviously at the scarlet fleshy ball. Should we follow them? The blonde man shook his head. I don't want to be fed meatballs yet. Let's hurry up and finish the main quest. Don't worry about the hidden quests. Besides, we just ran out of there. Don't you know how dangerous it was? The girl with the red waves said in a low voice. Fear immediately appeared on the faces of the 2 men. Let's go. I don't want to stay here for another second. Meanwhile, Tang Ping looked at the treasure chest quest that he had finally completed and prepared to claim the 5 Doomsday treasure chests to improve his strength. Nyonyo, let's rest here for a while. Okay, brother Tang Ping. The little girl lay on the ground, warily watching her surroundings. Tang Ping thought to himself, what an innocent little girl, isn't she? Although it's crunchy and delicious when you chew it. Open the Doomsday Treasure Chest. Chapter 42, Doomsday Dungeon, Doomsday City, Part 4. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday Treasure Chest. You have received plus 10 bread, plus 10 3-fist mineral water, and plus 2 strength attribute stones. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday Treasure Chest. You have obtained 10 expired instant noodles, 10 bottled water, and 2 spirit attribute stones. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday Treasure Chest. You have received 10 small cakes, 10 juices, and 2 spirit attribute stones. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday Treasure Chest. You have received plus 10 bread, plus 10 mineral water, and plus 2 speed attribute stones. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday Treasure Chest. You have obtained a box of compressed biscuits, a bottle of water, and 1 S-grade health potion. S-grade life potion. Tang Ping examined the item and found it to be an excellent healing item. Even if someone had severed a hand or foot, as long as the severed hand or foot was still intact, this potion could reattach it. Various bodily injuries can be completely healed with just a few drops. While limb regeneration is not yet achievable, the results are already incredibly remarkable. Tang Ping put away, then tidied up all the supplies and used the attribute stones he had obtained. Finally, his last attribute, which hadn't reached 100, broke through 100. After his spirit level reached 100, Tang Ping clearly felt that his spirit had undergone some kind of change. He tried closing his eyes, and a strange feeling appeared. Then his mind began to slowly expand outward. I can actually project my spirit outwards. Tang Ping exclaimed in surprise. His spirit first circulated through his body before beginning to extend outwards. Soon, Tang Ping opened his eyes again. It can only extend to a distance of 1 meter, but within this distance, one's perception is extremely acute, comparable to dynamic vision, and even like a movie, it can slow down the scene. More importantly, my body can keep up with this reaction. Tang Ping's eyes were filled with surprise. He was going further and further down the path of non-humanity. I feel even more confident about this one and only hidden mission. Nyo, let's go. Okay, brother Tang Ping. Nyo, with her 4 short legs, supported herself and happily followed Tang Ping. Tang Ping was fast, and Nyo was like a rampaging elephant. Ordinary infected people on the street didn't even dare to approach Nyo after seeing her. Arrive. Towering buildings pierced the sky, with even a section of their spire visible, obscured by the thick gray smog. The once gleaming Pearl Tower is now covered in filth, with broken walls and windows everywhere. Under the dim light, it seems to still reflect the once glorious city. Nyo, we need to be careful next. First, go to the 32nd floor and find the potion that can make you beautiful. Become pretty? Can Nyo become pretty too? Nyo's eyes widened with delight. Of course, Nyo will definitely go back to how she used to be, I promise. Yes, Nyo believes in her brother. Let's go up. The Pearl Tower was very quiet. Even the air seemed to be frozen. The oppressive atmosphere felt suffocating, making one want to scream. The building, silent for countless days and nights, was greeted by the sound of scattered footsteps. 2 strange figures, one large and one small. The small one is a person, the big one is a ball. Tang Ping's current 4-dimensional physique can be described as having exceptional hearing and vision, as if divinely aided. Even without seeing, he could hear, through his hearing alone, that there were nests built by infected people under those dilapidated walls and inside those rooms. The infected person on the 1st floor. A great many. Fortunately, Tang Ping's journey seemed to go smoothly, and he arrived at the 32nd floor without being discovered by any infected individuals. This surprised even himself. Nyo, this is it. We'll find a medicine that can restore you soon. Nyo nodded excitedly, her mouth and the scarlet fleshy ball opening and closing with joy, revealing fangs inside that rubbed together like saw teeth. Tang Ping recalled what he knew and began searching for the medicine. At this time, Tianhua Avenue. It's getting late. Let's set off. Sheng Tianqi looked at the end of the road. Wang Yinyin stared at her hand, her left hand, half of which was missing. Although the bleeding had stopped thanks to the life-giving water, and granulation tissue had even grown back at the severed area, with the skin covering it again. However, it was extremely ugly. Her face contorted in pain. Who is it? Who is it? All right, now that the apocalypse game has arrived, anything is possible, and my arm might still be able to recover. Shang Tianqi walked ahead. He needs to return to Shang family manor as soon as possible. His grandfather has urged him many times. His cousins and younger uncles are also returning. The struggle for power will unfold here. The victor will lead their family to conquer the skies in this new world. This not only represents status, but also resources. The family will spare no effort to support the new head of the family. Moreover, Shang Tianqi's eyes burned with fervor. A spring within the Shang family manor had undergone a dramatic change. It became incredible. Incredibly miraculous. Let's go. Shang Tianqi left the supermarket and continued walking along Tianhua Avenue, his gaze fixed on those behind him, filled with coldness. Their speed didn't decrease much. In fact, it was even faster than before, and everyone felt a sense of urgency. At the very back were 3 bodyguards, their eyes filled with malice. A chat panel appeared before them, visible only to each of them. What do you think of my proposal? Are we really going to do this? Do you know what the consequences would be? This is betrayal, and once it's done, there will be no way to undo it. Betrayal. The Shang family has only ever treated us like dogs. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, they still dare to try to control us. It's laughable. Don't forget, the 3 of us are all A-level talents. The world is vast, and there's always a place for us in the future. Why should we be their dogs? But my parents, wife, and children are all in the hands of the Shang family. Every man for himself. If you lose your wife, you can remarry. If you lose your son, you can have another. As for your parents, they should be content. After all, they have enjoyed most of their lives. I believe they will be willing to make way for us. The other 2 remain silent. You should think this through carefully. Now that his loyal dog is dead, we can leave whenever we want, but once we return to the Shang family manor, we won't be able to leave as easily as we wish. Okay, I agree. Shall we leave now? Notarus, don't you want a sanctuary for Director Shang? You're insane. Haha, of course I'm not crazy. To tell you the truth, I'm not an A-rank talent in telekinesis, but an S-rank 1, an S-rank slave mark. Don't you want to see the high and mighty Director Shang become our dog? The chat panel fell silent, but one could almost feel the suppressed heat within it. Are you confident? With those 2 S-class loyal dogs dead, no one can stop me anymore. No matter how powerful Director Shang is, how powerful can he be? To tell you the truth, apart from that bitch Wang Yinyin, everyone else is already under my control. You? How dare you? I didn't dare before, but now? Alright, let us see your sincerity first. Chapter 43, Doomsday Dungeon, Doomsday City, Part 5. Tianhua Avenue. At Shang Tianqi's feet was a pool of thick blood. Crimson blood soaked the expensive leather shoes, and blood also dripped onto the long suit and leather shoes. In front of him knelt a burly man. Director Shang, let me go, let me go. I'll never do it again. Please, let me go. I'll never do it again. The burly man kowtowed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear. Wang Yinyin licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with a morbid, murderous intent. A dog tried to devour its master. Huh. The man knelt on the ground, trembling. Amidst the scattered bits of flesh, white bone fragments dotted the ground. In the warm sunlight, the wind tousled his hair. Shang Tianqi glanced coldly at the person on the ground, raised his hand, and grasped it. No, no, the man cried out in terror, but soon his skin split open, and blood seemed to be squeezed out of his body. Finally, with a bang, it exploded into pieces. Wang Yinyin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Director Shang, now there's no more burden to hold us back. Shang Tianqi's face remained indifferent as his leather shoes left shallow dents on the sticky ground. If I find out who planted that bomb, I will make him wish he were dead. Director Shang, there seems to be something ahead. A black vortex slowly enlarged in front of the 2 of them. Dungeon, Doomsday City. Shang Tianqi slowly narrowed his eyes, reached out, and suddenly gripped the back of a nearby car. Yeah, a young man stared in horror at the body that was flying through the air. Tell me, who are the people who entered here? Doomsday City, Pearl Tower. What a powerful infected. Tang Ping wiped his mouth, then wiped the blood off his sword with 2 fingers. What a pity, such a beautiful face. The infected person in front of me was wearing a loose white coat, and at first glance looked no different from a human. Especially her face, which is stunningly beautiful and aloof. But she was like a cold machine. The female doctor held a scalpel in her hand. Her body suddenly swayed slightly, and the next second, the dagger appeared in front of Tang Ping. The sharp dagger kept getting bigger. The speed is incredible. But just as the dagger entered within a meter of Tang Ping, he moved, reached out, grabbed the female doctor's wrist, and then violently slammed her to the side. The tiles on the ground shattered, and the female doctor's face was cut by the cold tiles, leaving streaks of blood. Tang Ping's gaze was cold and sharp, and in his other hand, a red lotus bloomed. Roar! The female doctor struggled to get up, but at that moment, a fiery red lotus fell down. The red lotus, like an illusion, entered the female physician's body. The next moment, crimson flames erupted. They burst forth from within the female doctor's body. This is Tang Ping's S-rank talent, Crimson Lotus Flame. The female doctor was still struggling, but as soon as she stood up, her body went limp, as if her bones had been removed. In reality, the female doctor's internal organs, bones, and muscles had been completely burned away. Finally, only his skin remained on the ground, and then the skin quickly turned to ashes. This was Tang Ping's first time using the Crimson Lotus Flame. Although he had known about this talent before obtaining the Crimson Lotus, he still felt a chill run down his spine when he saw how terrifying the Crimson Lotus Flame was. This is a talent that almost completely ignores physical defense. No matter how strong one's physique, under the Crimson Lotus Flame, one will only be burned from the inside out. I wonder how powerful the SS rank Crimson Lotus Flame will be. Tang Ping turned around and pushed open a heavy door behind the female doctor. Found it. His gaze fell on a bottle of light blue potion. The reason the female doctor didn't turn into the terrifying state of those infected people outside was because of this bottle of medicine. Unfortunately, the original purpose of the potion was to allow people to perfectly inherit the powers of the infected while retaining their intelligence and human appearance. As a result, the desired effect was not achieved. It merely retained the appearance of a human. Nyo, drink it quickly. After drinking this potion, Nyo will recover. Tang Ping stroked the scarlet fleshy ball behind him, his eyes filled with affection. The scarlet fleshy ball trembled excitedly, and a little girl's voice came from it. Really? If Nyo drinks this water, will she recover? The little girl's voice gradually became hot and hoarse, layered and deafening, like the howls of countless vengeful ghosts. The crimson fleshy ball opened its huge mouth. That was the sound from that mouth. Yes, Nyo. Thank you, brother. The little girl suddenly quieted down again, grabbed the medicine with her small hands, and threw it into her big mouth. The vial exploded amidst the serrated fangs, the pale blue liquid gleaming with a dreamlike glow. Then, Nyo trembled all over. Large pieces of meat began to fall off. Behind the face on the fleshy ball, a little girl's head gradually appeared, but that head had no hair. Next comes the neck, then the limbs, and finally the body. On a pile of fleshy, peeled pieces like onions. There was a little girl standing there. Brother, I've become a human. The little girl then raised her hands blankly, her eyes suddenly filled with a dazed look. Silly girl, you've always been human. A cute little girl. Tang Ping draped one of the female doctor's white coats over the little girl. Hee. Thank you, brother. Let's go upstairs. In the same instance, but in a different space, another 300 people entered Doomsday City. Sheng Tianqi was among them. Director Sheng, where are we? Wang Yinyan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and saw the dilapidated high-rise buildings below. Sheng Tianqi walked to a desk and began to look through the documents on it. The Oriental Pearl Tower. Another piece of paper fell out of the document. Sheng Tianqi picked it up and unfolded the paper. At the same time, Tang Ping also arrived on this floor and opened the paper. That day, the world changed. A virus appeared out of nowhere and infected the whole world at a speed that caught everyone off guard. 90% of humanity has been transformed into what the apocalyptic game calls the infected. What is the Doomsday game, and where did it come from? No one knows. Perhaps it came from an advanced civilization, or perhaps from gods, but none of that matters anymore. What matters is that this world is utterly destroyed. No one can save him, even if I become the chosen one and gain powerful talents. In the end, the world still fell. In just 10 years, it was completely destroyed. When the Doomsday game said that there were less than 1 in 10,000 human beings left, it proved that the game had failed. The world did not change, and we did not receive any punishment. Even after many years, I still do not know what the price of failure was. What will you gain from success? The post-apocalyptic game tells me that Pearl City's Human Civilization Brilliance Index has reached the standard, making it eligible to become a dungeon, which will appear in other worlds. As a reward, we will receive a true sanctuary, Pearl City. This surprised me, and also left me feeling helpless. In the end, we still failed and only managed to obtain a place to survive by relying on the apocalypse game. How ridiculous, how ironic. To those outside this world, if you see this letter, I, from another world, sincerely wish you success in winning this game. Although I don't know what will happen after successfully completing the game, it can't be worse than my failed world. Go to the top of the Oriental Pearl Tower, pull the switch that brings hope, and, as a reward, I will give you a gift. It's a very precious gift. Chung. Congratulations, player, you have triggered the unique hidden quest, the Redeemer. Accept the quest. Chapter 44, Doomsday Dungeon, Doomsday City, Part 6. Accept. Congratulations, player. You have accepted the unique hidden quest. Current number of participants accepting the task, 2. Tang Ping's heart suddenly tightened. What was going on? Why were there 2 people receiving the message? Could it be? A bad feeling immediately formed in his mind. Nyonya, let's go upstairs quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang Ping is certain that the person who also accepted the only hidden mission is Sheng Tianqi. How long has the other party been waiting? Are they about to arrive at the rooftop? How could he be so fast? He can't possibly arrive in the instance and immediately appear inside the Pearl Tower, can he? Tang Ping calmed his flustered mind and began to go upstairs. Nyonya, now let's go all out to the rooftop. Nyonya had some hair growing on her head, and she blinked her big eyes, saying Nyonya will definitely help her brother. At this point, the 2 were already on the 72nd floor, with dozens of floors remaining before the top. If all goes well, given a speed, it won't take long at all. However, this place is teeming with powerful mutated infected. At the top of the stairs stood a little boy. From behind, he looked perfectly normal. Another mutated infected. The tip of the knife in Tang Ping's hand slid across the ground, and suddenly, his figure disappeared from the spot. The next second, a blur appeared in front of the little boy. The knife tip was approaching the little boy's head. The little boy's clothes suddenly burst open on the back. No, to be precise, they opened wide. A huge vertical eye appeared behind the little boy. There are actually other people who have taken on the mission. However, it seems that it has not been completed, otherwise I would not have been able to take it on. Sheng Tianqi put away the paper in his hand. Director Sheng, have you discovered something? Wang Yinyan walked over. Let's go upstairs. Sheng Tianqi's sanctuary appeared in his hand. It was an exquisitely carved and lifelike jade mountain, with ancient pines and cypresses, cranes and koi fish, and was extremely beautiful. A beam of celestial light descended from above, and the 2 of them instantly rushed towards the rooftop. Shelter, Yuchuan Mountain. Sanctuary characteristics, SSS rank Wonderland. Such powerful mental strength. Tang Ping felt like his brain was about to explode. This mutated infected individual possesses terrifying mental power, capable of influencing reality. He was just directly blasted away by a powerful impact. How dare you hurt my brother? Nyonyo's eyes instantly turned red, and she leaped up, her hands flashing out sharp claws. The giant vertical eye behind the little boy wanted to continue attacking, but suddenly a fleshy flower bud grew from behind Nyonyo. Then the scarlet flesh, like blooming petals, blossomed and transformed into tentacles like missiles. Smash it down on the little boy. Boom! The little boy was sent flying backward. In the blink of an eye, a cold light followed, and Tang Ping's figure appeared in front of the little boy. The knife falls. Crimson flames bloomed on the tip of the blade, and with a soft pop, they pierced into the little boy's body. A sharp scream, layer upon layer of mental shock, shattered the tempered glass instantly. Tang Ping was also thrown out. The Tang sword plunged into the ground, gripping it tightly. But this only slowed it down slightly. Brother, the fleshy petals behind Nyonyo flew out like lightning and swept up Tang Ping. Cough, cough. Tang Ping coughed up a mouthful of blood and felt a little better, but he was clearly suffering from serious internal injuries. He quickly took out an S-grade life potion and took a few drops. The injury then stopped, and he recovered quickly. I'm fine, Nyo. Let's continue upstairs. His gaze fell on the little boy. On the ground, there's only a gem shaped like an eye, but it was just an inanimate object. Clearly, the little boy was dead. However, Tang Ping was awestruck, as even his crimson lotus flame had not burned him to ashes. Put in the shelter first. He felt this thing should be worth a lot of money. Even if no one recognizes its value now, he could sell it 100 years from now. Director Sheng, what kind of monster is this? Wang Yinyin looked at the little boy in fear. Use your talent to keep interfering with him, and leave the rest to me. Sheng Tianqi said solemnly. The little boy's mental energy attacked again, its powerful force interfering with reality and distorting the air itself. The Jade Mountain shelter hovered above Sheng Tianqi's head, with rays of immortal light descending to protect the two of them. The little boy's eyes darted around, and an even more powerful attack came again, the air crackling with a sharp explosion. This time, Sheng Tianqi and Wang Yinyin's bodies were shattered like a portrait. However, the two shattered individuals gradually vanished into nothingness. Director Sheng, his eyes. I need his eyes. That thing can help my talent advance. Wang Yinyin's enthusiastic voice rang out from all around. Good. The little boy suddenly felt his body tense up, and the next second, the vertical eye in his body was actually ripped off alive. Finally, the eye exploded, revealing an eye-shaped gem inside. That's it. I can feel that with it, my talent can advance to S level. Wang Yinyin and Sheng Tianqi appeared from another direction. It's a talent advancement. Sheng Tianqi nodded. Then you can use it first. Thank you, Director Sheng, Wang Yinyin said coquettishly, then stuck the eye gem on her forehead. A third eye gradually grew on Wang Yinyin's forehead. Grade A talent, Spirit Illusion. Evolved into an S-rank talent, Illusionary Mirage. Alright, now that it's alright, let's go up as soon as possible. Alright, Director Sheng. We're almost there. The mission hasn't disappeared yet, which means the other person hasn't finished. Tang Ping was slightly out of breath. Even with a physique of over 100, the hard fight he had fought his way through was still very strenuous for him. In particular, many of the mutated infected individuals are quite powerful. My SSS level shelter is still too weak in terms of supporting combat. He gave a wry smile. Although his shelter had SSS level characteristics, it offered him virtually no help in combat. Those who choose to use weapon models, fragments of ancient artifacts, or even various bronze and porcelain antiques as shelters will find that the shelter items they obtain can not only serve as shelters, but also become excellent weapons. Unfortunately, most weapon models don't have high-level shelter features, and Tang Ping doesn't have the ability to obtain rare antiques either. However, Tang Ping did not regret it. The SSS level shelter feature, minigames, may not seem to be of much help now, but it will become more and more terrifying in the future, especially in terms of support. He remembered that player who had a minigame called Pixel Farm, who later managed to support an entire large safe zone with just a small farm. And that player who had Plants vs. Zombies, later on, even used that to create an independent system outside of the talent system in his own safe zone. You can make a pact with plants and grow alongside them. In Plants vs. Zombies, plants can evolve, and after evolution, their 4 main attributes can be greatly improved. Therefore, its shelter characteristics are not weak. Tang Ping knew that Sheng Tianqi had an extremely powerful sanctuary. He figured its specific characteristics would definitely be at least SS grade. He'd heard from Brother Nyo that it was a shelter item that combined offense and defense. Fortunately, my 4-dimensional attributes are strong enough. Otherwise, I might not have been able to win the competition. Tang Ping finished off the infected person in front of him with a single slash, his entire body soaked in sweat. The Ring of the Savior, an SS-level talent, must be mine. He stood up and continued rushing upstairs. Chapter 45 SS rank talent, Crimson Lotus Demon Flame. Same copy, different space. 2 figures on each side raced against time toward the rooftop. For some reason, Sheng Tianqi frowned, feeling a sudden emptiness in his heart. He quickly understood, and his gaze turned serious. They stood still and did not continue. Very well, you win. Found it. With clues from the future, Tang Ping ultimately got there a step ahead. He turned on the power and pulled the switch. Air raid sirens blared throughout the city at that moment. Countless infected people were awakened from their slumber at this moment, and screams echoed through the desolate city. Then, figures began to converge on the Pearl Tower. The survivors also heard the sound. They emerged from various nooks and crannies, and their eyes lit up when they saw the infected attracted by the sound. That light shines on the area outside the city. Congratulations to the player for completing the unique hidden quest. Quest reward: Rare Treasure, Ring of the Savior. Rare Treasure, Ring of the Savior. Description: allows any talent to be upgraded to at least S rank, and allows talents of S rank and above to be upgraded by 1 rank. It can be combined with a level 7 shelter to create a 100-mile-long pristine area. It can even directly upgrade any level of talent to S rank. Tang Ping looked at his D-level talent, but then immediately used it on his S-level talent without hesitation. An S-level talent is far from comparable to an SS-level talent. Upgrade your S-rank talent, Crimson Flame. Congratulations to the player for using the Savior's Ring and upgrading the S-rank talent Crimson Flame to SS rank. Crimson Lotus Demon Flame. A message about talent appeared in my mind. Bang! The window pane shattered suddenly, and an infected creature with fleshy wings flew in. Tang Ping opened his eyes, and black and red flames burned from them. In the dim light, one could see a black and red flame lotus in his eyes. The next second, a black and red flame lotus appeared in the eyes of the infected with fleshy wings. Roar! The flesh-winged infected screamed and plummeted to the ground. Strangely, the infected with flesh wings had no injuries whatsoever. This is even more bizarre than the S-rank Crimson Flame. The current SS level talent, Crimson Lotus Demon Flame, can actually burn a person's spirit directly. Tang Ping murmured, his gaze falling on the window. On the ground, countless infected people were heading toward the Pearl Tower. Further away, one could see survivors desperately fleeing out of the city. Nyo-Nyo, brother. Nyo-Nyo's eyes suddenly held a hint of reluctance. Nyo-Nyo, your brother is leaving. Tang Ping patted Nyo-Nyo's head. Brother, will we meet again? Nyo-Nyo looked up. Tang Ping smiled and said, yes, I will. His body is slowly fading away. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Infected Butcher. Reward claimed. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden quest, The Lost Girl. Receive the first stage reward, plus 5 Constitution Attribute Stones and plus 5 Strength Attribute Stones. Receive the second stage reward, Nyo-Nyo's Greeting Card. Congratulations to the player for completing the unique hidden quest and obtaining the reward, the Ring of the Savior. Reward claimed. Suddenly, Tang Ping felt as if his body was being gripped. He could barely move. It's him. He didn't leave. Tang Ping's gaze turned cold and sharp, and black and red flames instantly rose in his eyes like a crimson lotus. That person is right ahead. Sheng Tianqi suddenly felt a burning sensation in his mind, as if he were being roasted on a flame. In a brief moment of disorientation, he felt a sharp sword blade piercing towards him. Duong! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The long sword, wreathed in flames, struck a small jade-carved hill. Tang Ping's attack failed, so he retreated abruptly, then flicked his long sword. 3 fiery snakes flew out. Sheng Tianqi quickly recovered, his eyes filled with killing intent. The palm-sized jade mountain above his head trembled, and the long flame snake shattered immediately. He raised his hand and grabbed at his opponent again. Tang Ping swung his sword, cleaving through the condensed air currents with a single strike, and retreated at an incredible speed of over 100 paces. Such speed, Sheng Tianqi's pupil shrank, but he did not give up at all. He stepped on the immortal light, and a vortex in his palm spun wildly. Tang Ping twisted his wrist, and the Tang sword disappeared into the scabbard on his back. He clasped his hands together slightly, and a black and red lotus flower slowly solidified. As if it were an unspoken understanding among the strong, the heavens and earth fell silent, and even insects and birds trembled. Sheng Tianqi launches a high-speed, rotating cyclone. Tang Ping unleashed a black and red flaming lotus. Rapidly compressed air collides with terrifying flames. Boom! In an instant, it was as if an oil tanker had been set ablaze, with black and red flames raging. Vehicles on the highway were swallowed up in the blink of an eye, and roadside trees were reduced to ashes in an instant. A jade mountain hangs high above Shang Tianqi's head, standing amidst a sky full of flames, like an immortal. A halo hung behind Tang Ping, standing firm and unmoved amidst the storm, like a god. So powerful, Tang Ping murmured, then stepped on the flames and sped away through the wind. We will meet again. Shang Tianqi narrowed his eyes, cleaved through the crimson flames, and rode the wind. The two tacitly agreed not to continue fighting, because it's not the right time yet. Director Shang, why don't you kill him now? I can't kill him. What? Even you couldn't kill it? You should know that your Jade Mountain sanctuary is... Never underestimate the world. Oh, I see. I just don't know who this person is, that he can actually fight against you, Director Shang. A dragon has emerged from this Jiancheng. A dragon? The woman chuckled, seemingly mockingly. So what if it's a lone dragon? He is Shang Tianqi. Awesome. As expected of a future titled powerhouse. Tang Ping, carrying a long sword and pulling down his baseball cap, walked through the broken city in a loose white tracksuit. A strong wind swept up tattered pages and scraps of paper. The magnificent office building was deserted, and the once bustling road was now only filled with the smoke of gunpowder. The infected people around him growled and retreated in fear, seemingly on the road of terror, towards the man wearing the baseball cap. Ding! Sister Wang has sent you a transaction request. Chapter 46 Level 2 Shelter. 20 Spirit Attribute Stones, 10 Shelter Fragments, 1 E-Grade Weapon Upgrade Stone, trade a handful of soil. Message: don't be shy about the loot from the dungeon. Without your information, we wouldn't have had such a large harvest. Please take this. It's all from our own rewards, so it's not much. After reading it, Tang Ping put the items away, sent some of the information from the dungeon over, and replied to Sister Wang. I have already sent you the details of the Tianhua Avenue dungeon, so I won't go into more detail. This dungeon will disappear on the 10th day of the apocalypse. Everyone has one chance, so don't rush on your way here. But be careful, there may be people lying in ambush near the entrance, trying to kill other people who come out and pick them up. After a while, Sister Wang sent a message. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements for all of this. Besides, we're quite strong. By the way, where are you planning to go next? Tang Ping. I don't know for now, but I'll let you know if any new dungeons are discovered. Sister Wang. I won't say thank you. Just let me know if you need anything in the future. By the way, we're planning to build a survivor base in the planting area opposite Siji Lake on the outskirts of Jiangxing. I estimate that we'll head there after we come out of the dungeon this time. We'll gradually clear out the infected in the surrounding area and gather the survivors. Tang Ping suddenly thought of that letter. If the human population is less than 1 in 10,000, the game is lost. He didn't know if the safe zones in later generations knew this information, or if the large number of gray citizens were related to it. Although he himself did not want to establish any base or safe zone, he was clearly very supportive of Sister Wang. Tang Ping replied, Okay, if you encounter any powerful infected, polluted beasts or calamity beasts that you can't deal with in the future, you can tell me and I will come back. Sister Wang, so confident? Can you give me a hint about your current strength? Tang Ping, I guess I should be considered one of the top players. Sister Wang, okay. Little Tang, I'm relieved to hear you say that. I won't remind you to be careful out there. You can come visit the base anytime you have time. Tang Ping, of course. Tang Ping closed the chat and used the things that Sister Wang had sent him. Perfect timing. It allows me to upgrade the shelter to level 2 and create a 2-bedroom apartment. There are also E-grade weapon upgrade stones, which can upgrade your Tang sword to an E-grade extraordinary weapon. Soon, Tang Ping digested these things, and his foundation increased significantly once again. Furthermore, he completed the trade of his 4th flame blade technique in the trading area. And after glancing at his haul, he found that he had even fewer attribute stones and experience stones left. Tang Ping didn't care about this. He would sell as many as he could. Even if he only sold 1 attribute stone, he would still make a profit. In the early days of the apocalypse, there were opportunities everywhere. He was too lazy to scheme against those people over this, unless someone brought out something good. After digesting the food, his strength increased significantly, and now his mental attribute is the highest. Player, Tang Ping. ID, 00000003. Physical fitness, 133. Spirit, 148. Strength, 130. Speed, 125. Talent 1, Blazing Fire D. Talent level, 3, 7300/10,000. Talent 2, Crimson Demon Flame, SS. Talent level, 2, 0/1000. It was already quite late when Tang Ping arrived at a building. He placed his shelter on the ground floor, entered the shelter, and began separating the storage room from the bedroom. The level 2 shelter is much larger than the level 1 shelter, covering a full 60 square meters. Each room is 20 square meters, almost twice the size of a level 1 shelter. Tang Ping's strength now far surpasses that of an ordinary person, and he easily moved the shelves away. After tidying up, the bedroom suddenly felt much more spacious, but it felt somewhat monotonous. Tang Ping came out of the shelter again and went upstairs to some of the residents, knocking on doors along the way to see which ones were empty. Find an empty room and move all your favorite furniture into the shelter. Sofas, wardrobes, beds, dining tables, chairs, stools. Nothing was spared. Tang Ping didn't even glance at the unattractive or old rooms. There were plenty of empty rooms available now, some of them new and nice. Is anyone home? If no one's here, I'll come in. Tang Ping knocked on the door, but there was no response. He then used force to pull the entire door down. Tang Ping looked around the room, then went to the bedroom and immediately spotted a European-style wardrobe, which he picked up and started moving. A girl immediately rolled out from inside. Don't kill me, don't kill me. You can have everything, all my food. Wah! Tang Ping, clutching the wardrobe and digging his toes into the ground, stole furniture right in front of the homeowner, even shaking the homeowner out of the wardrobe. That's a bit unethical. However, he acted as if nothing had happened and casually put the 2.6-meter-long wardrobe into his pocket. 1, 2, 3. The girl on the ground, seeing that the robbers didn't make a sound, secretly looked over and saw her bedroom being gradually emptied. The mouth gradually opened wider. Wow, that's amazing, the girl couldn't help but exclaim, then quickly covered her mouth in fright. After moving the wardrobe, Tang Ping set his sights on the large bed, which was even better than the one he had just bought. He simply picked up the bed, and it vanished instantly. Then a seemingly ordinary large bed replaced the girl's Simmons mattress. Do you have a problem with me switching beds with you? Tang Ping turned his head. The girl trembled with fear. No. Tang Ping not that. See? The homeowner said he had no objections. He turned to leave, his gaze falling again on the door he had unloaded and tossed to the ground. He turned back to the girl and asked, "Are you a player?" The internet didn't disappear because of the apocalyptic game. The girl shook her head in panic. "I'm not a player. I don't have a shelter." Tang Ping casually tossed something to the ground, a thermos. "This shelter item is for you." They then left. Yi Zhixiao was stunned for a moment, looking at the thermos cup that was rolling towards her and was slightly glowing. Suddenly realizing something, she quickly grabbed it with both hands. Item found in the shelter. Bind to account. A mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Yes, bind. Congratulations to the player for successfully binding their shelter. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have bound to a shelter, become a player, and awakened your personal panel in the awakening system. Congratulations to the player for awakening the S-rank talent. Rain Light. S-level talent. The girl's mouth gaped open, clearly incredulous. What awaits you is a pleasant surprise. I have awakened an S-rank talent. After leaving the building, Tang Ping found a corner and returned to the shelter. Chapter 47 Historical Correction, New Identity. The shelter, thanks to Tang Ping's arrangements, now felt very cozy. I turned on my phone, ate a steam bun with spicy strips, and started playing a minigame. Tang Ping gave Zhang Shila the pea shooter and potato mine from Plants vs. Zombies. At present, these two plants can no longer keep up with his development, but fortunately, there is still the cherry bomb. You can buy one cherry bomb and one potato mine every day. Give the potato mine to Zhang Shila and protect your future manor. He tapped the orange tree icon and saw that a lot of water droplets had already been collected. He tapped rapidly, and the small oranges on the tree were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the oranges ripened and were ready to be picked. There are 8 in total. Although it's not a lot, it's something that can be obtained in a day. Of course, Tang Ping didn't expect these things to bring anything. He just wanted to satisfy his craving. No matter how good the oranges are, they can't be exchanged for attribute stones. He took out 2 oranges from the fruit basket. They were very large, about the size of his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. "It tastes delicious," Tang Ping exclaimed. "The oranges in this orange minigame are really good." Tang Ping took out all the oranges, intending to give them to his magical girl to try as well. In the magical girl game, in a clean and tidy room, the magical girl is sitting at the table, talking to herself. "Little ball, do you think the gods will appear again? Do you think the gods might abandon me?" Sophia was still not devout enough. Almost a month has passed, and the deity still hasn't appeared. Tang Ping was surprised. He never imagined that one day in reality would be equivalent to a month in the magical girl game. The time difference is indeed quite large. He immediately recharged the magical girl's account with 3 oranges. Then it was dragged in front of the magical girl. A look of surprise appeared on the magical girl's head. "My Lord God, you finally arrived. Is this a divine gift bestowed by the gods?" "Thank you, gods. Wow, it smells so sweet and refreshing. Is this something to eat?" Tang Ping dragged the orange and brought it to the magical girl's lips. The magical girl blushed slightly. Thank you, your majesty. Sophia will certainly savor it carefully." "This little girl actually tried to bite me." Tang Ping shook his head with a chuckle. "This little game is quite well designed." He immediately dragged the orange away from the magical girl's mouth, then clicked on the orange, peeled it, and handed it to the magical girl. "Ah, so this is how you eat this divine fruit? What an amazing and beautiful fruit. My God, the pulp inside this divine object is as clean as crystal. Does such pure food even exist in the world? That's incredible. Thanks be to God for his blessings." A string of pink hearts appeared above the magical girl's head. Tang Ping found it quite fun and couldn't resist filling it with all the oranges. If only this game wasn't so ordinary. He shook his head regretfully. It was a small game where you could only put in the money and not get out, but it was still nice to have some fun every day. After closing the minigame, Tang Ping swiped to the Baidu Tieba forum on his phone. He hadn't yet paid attention to what changes had occurred in the world after the Apocalypse game, or what ordinary people were like. Clearly, the situation is dire for ordinary people. However, to Tang Ping's surprise, the authorities had already begun establishing a safe zone. Furthermore, it is guarded entirely by military personnel with shelters, and with the addition of firearms, it still poses a significant deterrent to infected individuals, so it is relatively safe. He scrolled through the forum and saw that many people were fleeing toward the official safe zone. Some people were relieved that the official safe zone was nearby, while others had to travel 300 or 400 kilometers, facing numerous dangers along the way. Tang Ping knew that these officially designated safe zones were not actually safe, and many of them would probably collapse soon, because we'll have to wait for the second disaster, contamination, to strike. A large number of polluting beasts have appeared. In addition, there are infected individuals who have fully adapted to their bodies, and even those who have undergone a mutation. In addition, the food completely rotted, causing a severe food shortage. These flimsy security zones are simply incapable of protecting the large number of ordinary people. In the end, it can be said that only 1 in 10 of these initial safe zones remained. Humanity will also face a dark age that will last for more than a decade. Only when powerful players grow stronger will those survivor bases spring up like mushrooms after rain, expanding their territories and establishing new safe zones. Unfortunately, very few people survive this period. Most of them were ordinary people living in those survivor bases. There are too many things to manage in a survivor base, so Tang Ping didn't have the time or inclination for it, and he wasn't cut out for it either. After looking through it for a while, Tang Ping roughly understood the current situation of the world. Because the internet hasn't disappeared, information is generally readily available. Many ordinary people are familiar with the player's situation. In the online forums, there were even many ordinary people showing off the shelters they had obtained, and the reasons for how they got them were self-evident. I also browsed the world channel, the regional channel, and the local channel. Most of the comments were just pointless complaints, boasts, and wailing. Tang Ping shook his head and stopped paying attention. It was already quite late, and after the Doomsday City instance, he was exhausted. I woke up at 11 a.m. Seeing that he was about to return to the future, Tang Ping hurriedly got up and completed the transaction for the last manual in the trading area. He took all the attribute stones he had obtained and then headed back to the location of his burial shelter. Before transmigrating, Tang Ping placed the 4 attribute stones and the eye gem into the pebble shelter. His consciousness faded into darkness, and Tang Ping lay in his shelter, once again arriving 100 years in the future. Tomorrow is Awakening Day, and it is also the most crucial turning point in your lives. Perhaps most people will not be able to awaken successfully, but don't be discouraged. Our Starry Safe Zone still offers tremendous potential for advancement for ordinary people. In other regions, there's almost no room for advancement for the Greys. They don't even get to go to high school after graduating from junior high school. But it's different in our Starry Safe Zone. Every Grey citizen, through hard work, can receive the baptism of the Rain Queen, washing away all the pollution, entering the inner third ring road, and becoming a white citizen. So even if you can't awaken your talent, don't be discouraged. Just take it easy. Also, everyone, go back and think about which high school you want to attend. High schools today are different from those 100 years ago. Now, high school curriculum focuses on learning various technologies and professional knowledge so that students can have a skill and make a living no matter where they go. Unlike other safe zones, where you have to risk your life or even become a scavenger just to get enough to eat every day. So everyone should thank you for being born in the Starry Glory Safe Zone, where there's a heavenly king, 2 heavenly queens, and 4 level 7 experts with A-level talent. Alright, I won't waste any more time. Everyone, don't worry too much about the awakening tomorrow. Just rest well if you need to. If you awaken, that's something to be happy about. If you don't, it won't hinder your future. As your teacher, I wish you all a bright future. Tang Ping's head was spinning, but he suddenly came to his senses. A strange memory surfaced in my mind. Having my identity corrected by history? Chapter 48, Rain Queen. Tang Ping looked at the countdown in front of him. The original 6-hour countdown has now turned into 3 days. It seems that my identity is not independent of time either, and their new identity will only be corrected each time there's a major change in history. Tang Ping accepted the new memories. Clearly, the Starry Glory Safe Zone had safely passed a century. Sister Wang, Brother Lao Niu, Sister Xiao Chao, and Zhou Zheng were all still alive, and there was even a new Queen of Heaven, Queen Yu Guang. This Rain Queen has made a significant contribution to the Starry Sky Safe Zone. Although their combat power is slightly weaker, far inferior to the Lava King and the Azure Queen, their support abilities are terrifying. Its healing abilities, in particular, are unmatched. Most importantly, the Starry Safe Zone has extremely high food production because of the Rain Queen. This resulted in the Starry Sky Safe Zone being completely different from the safe zone he originally belonged to. Although the people here don't eat very well, they don't have to worry about going hungry at all. Compared to the safe zones in other regions, their quality of life is several levels higher. Who is this Rain-like Queen? Tang Ping was also somewhat curious. However, he suddenly tensed up, realizing something, and quickly checked if his personal panel still existed. Upon seeing this, his tense body relaxed. Fortunately, my S-rank Extreme Ice talent is still intact. He paused for a moment, then noticed that the shelter items in his mental sea, which were supposed to take 3 years to fully bind with him, were already bound to him. This greatly surprised Tang Ping, as it meant that as long as no one else examined his mental sea, virtually no one would discover that he possessed a sanctuary. Moreover, even if he is discovered, he doesn't need to worry about being robbed, because the items in the shelter are completely bound to him. Now that I have awakened my talent, will tomorrow's awakening result in either no awakening at all, or will I awaken a new talent? Tang Ping's heart pounded. After finishing his course, Tang Ping packed his things and headed back to the home he remembered. But when he thought of home, Tang Ping frowned. His current identity was much better than before. He was still called Tang Ping, and he was 2 years younger than before. He was now in his final year of junior high school and about to graduate. The family's living conditions were also many times better than under the first identity. Because the original owner's parents were experienced scavengers, they were later recruited by the Starshine Safe Zone and became official personnel, patrolling the area around the safe zone every day. Although this job is much safer than scavenging, it is still working in the wasteland, which is a very dangerous profession. As a result, Tang Ping's parents never returned after a patrol trip to the wasteland 5 years ago. After his parents died, the family inherited a considerable amount of property, including a 100-square-meter house, which, although located in the 4th Ring Road, could definitely be considered a luxury home. In addition, Tang Ping receives a monthly subsidy. However, ever since my parents died 5 years ago, the house has been occupied by my uncle's family. The original owner of the body, Tang Ping, ended up living under someone else's roof. Moreover, due to years of brainwashing, the original owner was extremely cowardly and was always manipulated by her uncle's family like a puppet. They are also required a hand over their monthly pension payments. If the house could only be inherited by the original owner, and if the pension wasn't paid monthly, his uncle's family would probably have kicked him out of the house long ago. After sorting through his memories, Tang Ping headed home. He was Tang Ping all along, but unfortunately, he was no longer the same Tang Ping. Today happens to be the day to collect the pension. Normally, my aunt would definitely be waiting at the school gate. But since tomorrow is Awakening Day, there are no classes today. After leaving school, Tang Ping went to the police station in District 43 to collect his monthly pension. 100 star coins in total. In the current star safe zone, food production is abundant. 1 star coin can buy 10 flatbreads. 100 star coins is enough for Tang Ping to live a very carefree life every month. Unfortunately, for the previous 5 years, Tang Ping had been in a state of semi-starvation and severe malnutrition. He was thin and small and had not grown much taller than he had in the previous 5 years. If it weren't for my good physique over the past 5 years, I'd probably be even thinner and smaller. Tang Ping went home early today. This time when I go home, of course I'm going to kill those bastards. I heard that bastard is going to awaken his talent tomorrow. Do you think he might awaken his talent? Aunt's face was gloomy and uncertain. The uncle scoffed. How could it be so easy to awaken? There might not be 1 in 2 or 300 people. How could it be his turn? Hearing this, Auntie breathed a sigh of relief and smiled broadly, saying, "That's true. If even that bastard could awaken, the sun would rise again." Squeak! The door was opened. Tang Ping calmly went home. Annie was startled when she opened the door. Seeing the figure she hated the most, she frowned and said, "Why are you back? This is my home. Do I need to tell you I'm back?" Tang Ping turned around with a half-smile. Auntie's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, she felt a strange sense of fear rising within her. The eldest uncle, sitting on the sofa nearby, said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. Is this how you talk to your aunt?" Tang Ping looked the middle-aged man up and down. He had to admit that compared to 5 years ago, his uncle had gained dozens of pounds and developed a beer belly. He suddenly spoke, "Bastard, do you want to die?" The room fell into an eerie silence. The uncle's face flushed red, and he slammed his hand on the sofa angrily. "How dare you? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." As he spoke, his thick, fleshy hand reached out to grab Tang Ping. Tang Ping opened his arms. Although he looked very thin, none of the 4 attributes on his panel were missing. The uncle sneered. "Perfect. Today he'll beat this kid so badly he can't get out of bed and won't even have to participate in tomorrow's awakening." The hand moved as slowly as an old tortoise in front of Tang Ping. Tang Ping suddenly gripped that thick palm, and then with force. His thick palms deformed in his hands like dough. "Yeah!" The uncle screamed, staring in terror at his hands. He couldn't even believe that it was his own hand. The aunt standing next to her also backed away in fear. "What happened? What's going on? Who are you?" Annie was more inclined to doubt that the person in front of her was Tang Ping than to accept the fact that he might have awakened. "Who is it?" Tang Ping tilted his head slightly, a smile on his face. "Does this matter?" Thump. The uncle suddenly knelt down. "Tang Ping, nephew, I was wrong. I'm sorry, but please let me go for the sake of the 5 years I've taken care of you." Clearly, this man reacted much faster. "Unfortunately, what's the use?" "Okowo." The uncle was pleasantly surprised. Then it turned into an ice sculpture. "I will release you into the wasteland." Chapter 49, The Great Moth, the Mutant. The boy, carrying a body bag, stepped into the wasteland and casually tossed out a package. "It wasn't in vain that I made a special trip to the high school to bring your family of 3 together." Tang Ping killed his uncle's family without feeling any remorse. In this historical timeline, Tang Ping was just short of starving to death. This family deserved to die. They died so easily, they got off too easily. As for what happened next, they said that the family went to another safe zone. After all, this family was living off his subsidies, had no jobs, and not many people cared about them. Tang Ping went quite far and discovered that there were no infected people near the Starry Glory safe zone. Even the polluted beasts were small ones like toothed sparrows and earthworms. There are also many scavengers, most of whom come to catch birds, worms, and the like. Very few scavengers can run far. Near the starry safe zone, there are still many outposts. Beyond these outposts lies a very dangerous area, where infected individuals roam and even extremely dangerous contaminated beasts lurk. A century later, the infected are no longer corpses, but a living being, because they can reproduce. So even after a century, the number of infected in the wasteland has not decreased but increased. Every safe zone even has to regularly clear out the infected in the surrounding area to prevent a zombie outbreak. Two scavengers were walking towards them. "Old gal, are we really going there today? That place is extremely dangerous. One wrong move, and we could be dead." "Of course I know it's dangerous, but do you know why I didn't achieve anything all day yesterday?" "What else could it be?" "Of course, it's because he's hiding somewhere and slacking off again." Slacking off? Let me tell you, yesterday I discovered a giant worm that's about to undergo its metamorphosis. I followed it all day and found that it went to the Jiangsheng ruins to build its nest. Wan Lao Air, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. "What? A king worm in its metamorphosis stage? Are you serious?" Van Lao asked excitedly. Old Gao nodded, his eyes filled with excitement. "How could it be fake? I've been a scavenger for over 10 years, collecting earthworms for over 10 years. How could I not recognize a giant earthworm? If it really is a giant worm in its metamorphosis stage," Wan Lao Air excitedly rubbed his hands together. "If we catch it, we can live a carefree life for 30 years. That's right. If we weren't brothers, I wouldn't have told you." Gao Laosen clenched his fists nervously. As long as he seized this opportunity, sold the molting giant worm, and saved money, he wouldn't have to worry about his son's livelihood for the rest of his life. Wan Lao Air suppressed his excitement and regained some composure. However, the Jiangxing ruins are quite complex, and there might be polluted beasts or infected people there, so we still have to be careful. "Of course I know. That's why I spent a lot of money to buy 2 packets of powder to mask human odor." Gao Laosan took out 2 packets of powder from his pocket and said, "But we agreed in advance that the profits would be 70% for me and 30% for you." "That's not a good idea." Wan Lao Air grinned. "I've eaten a strange fruit, and my strength has reached 11 points. I'll definitely be the main force this time. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. How about we split it 50-50ths? Deal." Gao Laosan nodded immediately. Wan Lao Air was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Hi, Gao Lao-san. Just as cunning as ever. Hee, not all. Let's hurry up and go, lest we be late and someone finds us." Gao Laosan urged. "Good." Tang Ping emerged from behind a bare rock. A giant worm in its metamorphosis period is so lucky to encounter such a good thing. With his new memories, Tang Ping naturally knew about the giant worm recorded in his biology textbook. The great worm is a polluted beast that evolves from a groundworm, and not every groundworm can evolve. Only 1 in 10,000 earthworms can successfully evolve into a king worm. The probability is much lower than that of an ordinary person awakening their talent. After growing for 10 years, the giant worm has a small chance of entering a metamorphosis period. Once it successfully enters the metamorphosis period, the giant worm will find a safe place to pupate. After pupating, the giant worm's body completely transforms into a mucus, resembling an egg, and a new body is conceived inside the pupa. Once successfully conceived, this king worm, which was originally only equivalent to a level 1 D-level talent, will become. In a single leap, it transformed into a great emperor moth, comparable to a level 3 A-rank talent. Among the polluted beasts, they are all infamous and fearsome. The pupal fluid of the molten king worm is extremely precious and has many uses, including delaying aging and refining strengthening potions. Therefore, a molten king worm can be sold for at least 200,000 star coins. Even Tang Ping was tempted. However, he was only slightly tempted. After all, he had hundreds of attribute stones and infected serum on him. Infected serum is even more precious than attribute stones. A single bottle is worth 50,000. However, Tang Ping still followed. As the old saying goes, when you meet, you share half. Meanwhile, Tang Ping used all the attribute stones in his shelter along the way. Constitution attribute stone plus 29, spirit attribute stone plus 28, strength attribute stone plus 24, speed attribute stone plus 31. Player, Tang Ping. ID, 007-935-1681. Physical condition, 71. Spirit, 71. Strength, 52. Speed, 55. Talent, Extreme Ice S. Talent level, 2-0/1000. Following the two people ahead, Tang Ping arrived at the Jiangxing ruins once again. Inside an underground parking garage, I saw a giant, bright red worm pupa hanging on the wall. On the ground, there were the remains of many polluted beasts and even human bones. Clearly, this giant worm killed a large number of prey in order to complete its metamorphosis. In a secluded corner of this underground parking garage, the surroundings were also eerily red because of the blood-red pupae. Look, that's it. Gao Laosan's eyes were filled with eagerness, and he didn't seem to feel any fear despite the surrounding scene. It really is a king worm in its metamorphosis stage. Wan Lao Air said in a low, hoarse voice. Let's hurry up and dig those pupae off. Gao Laosan took out 2 leather bags from his backpack. Suddenly, Wan Lao Air, holding a dagger, plunged it into Gao Laosan's heart. One? Gao Laosan's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe that his brother, with whom he had scavenged for over a decade, would betray him. Why? Old Gao's eyes were bloodshot. Wan Lao Air smiled and said, Actually, if you had found anything else of value, even if it were worth 300,000 or 500,000, I wouldn't have done this. But you just happened to find the king worm in its metamorphosis stage. He continued talking to himself. Do you know why those who buy giant worm pupae choose to buy the whole pupae, but the value drops drastically once only the pupil fluid is collected? Is it really less than 100,000? Gao Laosan stared intently at his brother in front of him. You don't know, do you? Actually, I heard it from a powerful, gifted individual while scavenging, quite by chance. Wan Lao Air's eyes were filled with fervor. Because the pupil fluid of the king worm in its metamorphosis stage contains incredible metamorphic power. At this time, if a person enters it and occupies the position that originally belonged to the king moth, there's a chance to become a mutant. A superhuman who is in no way inferior to the gifted and wields incredible power. Those mutants who transform through the pupa of the great emperor moth are not only very safe, but also have extremely high potential among mutants. Do you understand? Chapter 50 Awakening Day. Wan Lao Air pulled out a knife and walked straight towards the pupa, his eyes filled with fanaticism. Gao Laosan, lying on the ground, was barely breathing, his eyes fixed on the ground, filled with resentment. Tang Ping walked out from the corner. He was quite surprised by what Wan Lao Air had just said. After all, it was something he had never heard of before. Besides the gifted, there are also mutants? Special groups of people who have undergone body modification. Who? Wan Lao Air turned around, looking at the newcomer warily, his eyes already filled with murderous intent. It doesn't matter who it is. A teenager wearing a baseball cap emerged from the shadows. The important thing is, you're going to die. Ice spread across the ground, and Wan Lao Air's face was instantly filled with fear. A gifted individual. He tried to escape, but the ice had already spread to his feet, and in his struggle and pleas, he gradually turned into an ice sculpture. Tang Ping didn't care. He hadn't originally planned to kill the other party. After all, he was still kind-hearted. At most, he would just rob some money based on the principle of splitting the loot in half. But who can blame me when I suddenly find myself disliking the other person again? The pupa of the great emperor moth has this function. If it truly could turn someone into an alien, regardless of strength or weakness, Tang Ping knew that its value far exceeded what 200,000 star coins could measure. However, while the pupa is extremely precious to others, it doesn't hold much appeal for talented individuals, especially those with advanced talents. However, Tang Ping was somewhat unwilling to hand over the business after learning this news. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ping came up with an idea and went to Gao Laosan. The man was still alive, and it seemed that upon seeing Wan Lao Air die, his eyes held a mixture of satisfaction and complexity. In the end, he simply closed his eyes in silence. Gao Laosan knew that he was doomed, whether the gifted individual intervened or not. Do you want to become an alien? The clear sound dripped onto the heart, which was gradually drying up due to bleeding. Gao Laosan opened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. He tried to open his mouth, but found that he didn't even have the strength to do so. I can give you this opportunity, but you must serve me as your master from now on and never betray me. If you agree, blink twice. If you don't agree, I'll make your death more comfortable. How could Gao Laosen disagree? Nobody wants to die, especially since he still has a chance to become a mutant who controls the extraordinary. What's more, he has a wife, a lovely son, and parents. He wants to live. So Gao Laosen blinked without hesitation. Very good. Remember the decision you made today. Remember, I gave you your life. Remember that your strength was also given to you by me. If you choose to betray, Tang Ping's face shimmered faintly in the crimson light, seemingly carrying a slight smile. All right, I won't say the rest, or you'll really die. Tang Ping dripped a drop of S-grade life potion onto Gao Laosan's chest, then reached out and grabbed him, bringing him to the front of the Great King Worm's pupa. The pupa is very large. It can easily fit a person inside. With a flash of cold light, his sword sliced open, and he stuffed the dying Gao Laosan into it. As for whether this was the correct procedure, Tang Ping didn't know. In any case, Gao Laosan was going to die anyway, since he had only used a drop of life-saving potion, which was far from enough to revive someone whose heart had been pierced. After closing the pupa again, Tang Ping discovered that although the pupa of this molting giant worm had no ability to resist, it was not only very tough, but also had a strong self-healing ability. If it weren't for his strength exceeding 50 and the presence of an F-grade extraordinary weapon, it probably wouldn't have been easy to open it. With a flash of cold light, Tang Ping dug the entire pupa off. They were put into the shelter. He certainly hadn't considered leaving the pupae here. Wouldn't it have been better to pack them into the shelter and carry them with him? Tang Ping left the underground parking garage. At this moment, Gao Laosan, inside the pupa, had already fallen into a deep sleep. If you had a microscope, you could discover that everything that seemed calm was actually undergoing amazing changes. In particular, unknown changes are taking place in Gao Laosan's body, including his blood, bones, and muscles. Tang Ping was unaware that by mistake he had placed the molting giant worm pupa into the shelter, but in fact he had chosen the most correct way to open it up. This method also allows for the inheritance of more of the power belonging to the Great Moth. Starry Safe Zone, District 43. Back home, Tang Ping began tidying up his current house, discarding all the things that belonged to his uncle's family. Then he took out the manual and continued to memorize its contents. The next day, Starry Safe Zone number 7 Junior High School. Today is a very important day for 9th graders. Awakening Day. If awakening is successful, there is no doubt that one can directly achieve a leap in social class. Even if the probability is very low, it still won't affect this important day. Tang Ping also returned to his class. The 7 Junior High School in Xingyao Safe Zone has more than 2,000 students in the 3rd year. In previous years, only 5 or 6 students had successfully awakened. Among these 5 or 6 people, most of them have F-level or E-level talents, and very few have advanced talents. On the playground, students from each class stood. The entire 3rd year of junior high school students shared a single awakening stone tablet. Tang Ping had no idea where the stone tablet came from, or why it had the ability to grant ordinary people access to data panels. He was very curious about this. Was this awakening stone tablet forged by human hands, or did it come from a dungeon or a doomsday treasure chest? Next, Wang Qi from Class 3. Next, Lulu from Class 5. Next, the awakening process is very fast. Basically, you only need to place your hand on the awakening stone tablet, and if you successfully awaken, the stone tablet will light up. And you can also see your personal panel. The awakening stone tablet will also display the level and name of the awakened talent. If the awakening fails, the stone tablet will remain silent. The process is quick. Whether someone has talent or not can be known with just a touch. Tang Ping waited quietly in his class's line. Next, Wang Ji from Class 5. The stone tablet, which had remained unresponsive for a long time, finally lit up. Everyone saw a small flame condense on the orange-red stone tablet. Wang Ji, awakening successful. You have obtained an E-level talent. The usually stern-faced headmaster now smiled and said, "Congratulations, Wang Ji. You have successfully become a gifted individual. I've awakened my talent." Wang Ji was so excited that he became incoherent. The other students also cast envious glances at them. We were classmates before, but from this moment on, we were no longer on the same level. Our status and position were worlds apart. Tang Ping had very sharp eyes and saw the awakening stone tablet in front of Wang Ji. The talent displayed on it made his mouth twitch. Good heavens, the awakened talent was actually an E-level talent, weakness to fire. The surrounding students were talking about it. I've met this Wang Ji before. He was a student with very poor grades and came from an average family. I never expected him to awaken. Awakening has nothing to do with academic performance or family background. It just shows that God is fair. Fair my ass. You must know that every member of those extraordinary families with sanctuaries can awaken. What can we do? Those extraordinary families are from a different world than us. Many of them even live in a wasteland independent of the safe zone. You can only blame your bad luck in being born into an extraordinary family. Be content. If you had been born into a gray common family in another safe zone, that would have been a truly disastrous start. Who can argue with that? I'm quite satisfied to have been born in the Starry Glory safe zone. As for being a gifted individual, I've never thought about it. I'm just planning to go back and inherit my dad's convenience store and live a carefree life. Next class, Class 9. Class 9. It's finally our class's turn. The tall boy in front of Tang Ping excitedly stood on tiptoe. Chapter 51, Second Talent. As students stepped forward one by one, Tang Ping's Class 9 was undergoing a rapid test. More than 10 students passed by, but there was still no movement. The head of the teaching department looked haggard. Clearly, it wasn't in his good mood that only one student from Class 9 had succeeded. Next up, Zhu Yusin from Class 9. A girl, sitting about 20 or 30 students away from Tang Ping, nervously stepped forward. The slender yet resolute hand had just touched the awakening stone tablet when the tablet suddenly turned golden. A blazing golden flame slowly emerged on the stone tablet. This, a B-level talent, golden flame. The dean's blank face suddenly became lively with surprise. What? Golden flame. A B-level talent. The surrounding teachers exclaimed in surprise, their gazes towards Zhu Yusin becoming incredibly fervent. The students below the stage were in an uproar. B-level talent was something they could only dream of, and even F-level or E-level would be enough. But this year, one of their classmates had awakened a B-level talent. The last time a B-level talent appeared in the school was 13 years ago. This talent immediately caught the attention of the principal. The principal of the 7th middle school is also a level 3 D-level talent. He is skilled in marksmanship and has considerable combat strength. Later, he was severely injured by a polluted beast, leaving him with a hidden injury. This is why he retired from the Starry Sky Safe Zone Army and became a teacher at the 7th middle school. As for the head of the teaching department, he is also a level 2 D-level talent. Apart from that, there are no other talents at the 7th middle school. He had heard that there was another teacher who owned a pet beast, but Tang Ping had never met him. The other students in the class were obviously extremely envious of Zhu Yusin. Even if they didn't quite understand what a B-level talent meant, they knew that this student would definitely be a very powerful figure among talents in the future. Tang Ping's classmate was personally escorted down by the principal, looking so eager that he couldn't wait to get to the Star Glory Legion. As Zhu Yusin left, the head of the teaching department beamed with a smile, and even the students who followed became more amiable. Soon, it was the turn of the tall guy in front of Tang Ping, who sat at the table in front of Tang Ping. Next up, Zhao Lei from Class 9. Zhao Lei stepped forward excitedly. Clearly, the appearance of a B-level talent user had made him feel that he could do it too. He thought that getting a D-level talent user wouldn't be too much to ask for. The head of the teaching department still had a bright smile on his face. Put your hand on the stone tablet. Zhao Lei nodded hastily, but as he approached the awakening stone tablet, he suddenly became somewhat insecure. Actually, awakening even a random E-level talent isn't bad, Zhao Lei muttered. The head of the teaching department, whose physique far surpassed that of ordinary people, heard everything clearly, shook his head with a slight smile, and realized that the probability of a gifted individual appearing in this class, especially at the B level, was already extremely low. As for the emergence of a second gifted individual, to be honest, he has never seen one in his more than 30 years of teaching. The head of student affairs had already spoken and was about to call on the next student. Suddenly, the head of the teaching department felt a flash of earthy yellow light. He was startled and quickly looked down. His face immediately showed astonishment and surprise. C-rank talent, Heavy Stone. The level of talent is clearly displayed on the awakening stone tablet. Not only did another one awaken, but it's also a C-level talent. The head of the teaching department felt dizzy, as if he had been drinking. This is because they were blinded by excitement. It's important to know that for every new awakened talent in the school, they can gain experience stones, and the higher the talent, the more experience stones they will receive. He felt that he might become a level 3 extraordinary powerhouse this year. Aha, Xiaolei, good, well done. Come on, stand next to me first. After the awakening is over, I'll take you to the inner city to register. Awakened. I've really awakened. Zhao Lei's eyes widened, still somewhat incredulous. However, upon hearing that Zhao Lei had awakened again, Tang Ping's expression suddenly turned strange. It would be one thing if only one person awakened, but how come 2 people in his class had awakened at once? The probability of this happening is even lower than awakening a B-level talent. Tang Ping couldn't help but wonder if there was a reason for this. It wasn't that he was narcissistic, but rather that he did indeed possess a supernatural item that could bring him good fortune. The fact that his classmate had awakened and seemed to have a good relationship with him was a kind of luck. However, Tang Ping hadn't put this item in the cobblestone shelter. Could it be that this luck was affecting his consciousness? Next, Tang Ping from Class 9. After regaining his composure, the head of the teaching department forced a smile and called out Tang Ping's name. Tang Ping felt a little uneasy. He already possessed a talent, but it was obtained in the previous timeline. He didn't know if he would awaken a new talent in this timeline. Tang Ping would obviously be very happy if he could awaken a new talent, even if it was only an F-level talent. However, thanks to the opportunity he had during the early stages of the apocalypse 100 years ago, he would definitely have more chances to obtain talent upgrade stones. It's not impossible that in the future, the second talent could also be upgraded to A level or even S level. Of course, all of this is predicated on the awakening of a second talent. Tang Ping placed his hand on the awakening stone tablet. The awakening stone tablet was very cold, and he felt a strange power entering his body. At this moment, the head of the teaching department, whose eyes were all on Zhao Lei, suddenly felt out of the corner of his eye that the awakening stone tablet had lit up again. He turned his head in surprise and saw the talent on the awakening stone tablet. For some reason, he felt relieved. Fortunately, it was only an E-level talent. Tang Ping from Class 9 has awakened his E-level talent, Isai. Come on, stand here, kids. The head of the teaching department smiled. I'll take you to register later. You'll be upper-class citizens from now on, and you can even get an apartment within the inner third ring road. Thank you, teacher. Tang Ping remained calm on the surface, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He had awakened. He had actually awakened. Moreover, Tang Ping discovered something that made his heart flutter even more. Within his spiritual sea, in his sanctuary, lies something. It makes his entire body seem to scream. Obtain it, use it. His innate talent, the Isai, will undergo a transformation. What's inside the shelter? What is it related to this new talent that I have awakened? Tang Ping suddenly remembered something. It seemed there really was such a thing. That, the eye gem. Chapter 52, the Eye of Ice Soul. Could it be that this eye gem can help me advance my talent? Thinking of this possibility, Tang Ping clenched his fingers, his eyes filled with joy. However, now is clearly not the time to use it, as he is worried that it might cause some strange occurrences, so he will wait until he gets back to use it. After that awakening, there was no more miracle like Class 9, and perhaps there never will be again. After all, under normal circumstances, out of more than 2,000 students, there are only 5 or 6 students with awakened talents. How could there be 3 of them in the same class, and even one with an awakened B-level talent, and the other with an awakened C-level talent? As for Tang Ping, he was merely an extra. The glory and praise that should have belonged to him seemed to have been forgotten in a corner after the birth of Zhu Yusin and Zhao Lei. Of course, Tang Ping felt that no one would notice, which suited him perfectly. The awakening process was very quick. Even though there were 2,000 people, they basically just placed their hands on the awakening stone tablet and left, the whole process taking less than a few seconds. After it was over, the students who had successfully awakened followed behind the head of the teaching department. There are 7 students who have awakened their talents, including Zhu Yusin, who was taken away by the principal. That makes 8. This number far exceeds that of previous awakened students. The head of the teaching department was clearly beaming. Inner City Awakener Registry. Hey, isn't this the Dean of Students of number 8 middle school? What? Only 5 this year. The Dean of Students stepped aside, as if afraid that the other person wouldn't see the person behind him. The Dean of Students at number 8 middle school immediately widened his eyes and his voice became shrill. You have awakened 7 gifted individuals this year. What's the use of having a lot of them? They might all be useless F-level talents. The principal of number 4 middle school walked in from outside, followed by 6 students. His face was full of disdain, but he also spoke with pride. Our school has produced a student with D-level talent this year. A D-level talent. The head of the teaching department at number 7 middle school feigned surprise. That really surprised me. Your number 7 middle school is naturally no match for our number 4 middle school, the number 4 middle school director said disdainfully. At this moment, the middle-aged man registering in front of him, with a big smile on his face, looked at the dean of students at number 7 middle school and congratulated him. Congratulations, your school has produced a genius this time. Haha, Director Zhang. Thank you for your praise. The director of number 4 middle school laughed and replied. The director of number 10 middle school, who had arrived earlier, sneered. Did I tell you that? You just spout nonsense. A mere D-level. You don't deserve Director Zhang's congratulations. Old he, what do you mean? The director of number 4 middle school's face darkened. What do you care what I mean? The director of number 10 middle school was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Although he was only the director of teaching at number 10 middle school in Xingyao Safe Zone, he was not afraid of the other party in terms of strength. The director of number 10 middle school turned to the dean of students at number 7 middle school, his eyes filled with envy. Congratulations, Lao Tong. Your school has actually produced a B-level talent this year. What? Grade B. The principal of number 4 middle school was immediately shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, it's just a B-level. Not as good as your number 4 middle school, which produced a D-level student this year. The number 7 middle school director waved his hand, looking tactful. The principal of the 4th middle school's face flushed red instantly, and he glared fiercely. It's just good luck. What's there to brag about? The director of number 7 middle school had already walked in front of Director Zhang. Director Zhang of the Talented Individuals Registration Office looked at the students behind the principal of number 7 middle school in surprise. Good heavens, Lao Tong, what kind of luck did number 7 middle school have this year? There are actually 8 talented individuals. There's even a B-level talented individual. Director Zhang also attached great importance to the girl who was personally brought to register by the principal of number 7 middle school and then rushed to Xingyao military region. After all, she was a B-level talent, and her talent was the same as that of the Molten King of Xingyao Safe Zone. Her future prospects were limitless. Even the essence of the golden flame has the attribute of light. These 2 attribute traits perfectly correspond to the 2 heavenly king-level powerhouses in the Starry Glory Safe Zone. Their future combat power will probably not be weaker than that of A-level powerful talents. That's not all. The principal of number 7 middle school smiled subtly, but anyone could see the arrogance emanating from him. Zhao Lei, come over and register. Okay, teacher. Zhao Lei stepped forward nervously. Director Zhang was also curious. Could it be that some outstanding talent had emerged at number 7 middle school? In previous years, it was considered extremely lucky to have 2 E-level students. It seems that number 7 middle school has really had a stroke of good luck this year. They've probably produced another D-level talent, Director Zhang thought to himself. Don't underestimate those with D-level talents. Before meeting the headmaster of number 4 middle school, they were incredibly arrogant. This is Zhao Lei from our number 7 middle school, a C-level talent, heavy stone, the number 7 middle school director said with a smile. This attribute is also quite good. After all, General Nyo from the Starry Sky Safe Zone has an Earth-type talent and has created many Earth-type secret manuals. If he can get even a little bit of the true teachings in the future, it will be of endless benefit. C-level talent. Director Zhang exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong with number 7 middle school this year? In previous years, we haven't seen a single D-level talent, but this year we have C-level and B-level talents. Zhao Lei's hand was already on the stone tablet on the table. C-rank talent, heavy stone. It really is a C-level talent. Director Zhang exclaimed in amazement. Well done. Congratulations in advance, Lao Tong. It looks like you'll become a level 3 talent this year. Sigh. It's all thanks to the students, the number 7 middle school director said smugly. The principal of the 4th middle school had returned to normal. He looked at the other student, and then at his own student, and his face flushed with shame. He regretted not showing off. Soon, all 7 students from number 7 middle school, including Tang Ping, had completed their registration. Throughout the entire process, Tang Ping didn't say a single unnecessary word, and no petty thugs came to cause trouble. Then he pretended to be weak while actually being strong, putting on a show of bravado. There weren't any sneak attacks or assassinations, since these days, the growth of a talented person isn't about talent, but about resources. Without experience stones, even if you have S-level talent, you can only be a level 1 newbie. With enough experience stones, even an F-level talent can be stacked up to level 7, breaking through the life limit and enjoying a lifespan of 200 years. Of course, if you have the resources to stack an F-level talent to level 7, you'll also have the resources to obtain talent upgrade stones. Therefore, level 7 talents generally have a talent grade that is no lower than B level. After registering, Tang Ping went from being a nobody to a respected citizen. Owns a luxury house in the 3rd ring of the inner city, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 150 square meters. He can also receive 7,000 star coins every month. Even if he does nothing, Tang Ping can live a comfortable life. Before leaving school, Tang Ping, on the advice of the head of the teaching department, applied to the same extraordinary high school as 2 other awakened classmates in his class. Back home, it's time to use this. Tang Ping took the eye gem out of the shelter. As if it were natural, guided by the eye sai, he learned how to use the eye gem. Tang Ping placed the eye gemstone between his eyebrows. A strange force transmitted to the brain, and then it flowed into his eyes. Chapter 53, Peach Blossom Queen, Wave Seeking. Player, Tang Ping. ID, 007-935-1681. Physical condition, 71. Spirit, 71. Strength, 52. Speed, 55. Talent 1, Extreme Ice S. Talent level, 2, 0/1000. Talent 2, Ice Soul IA. Talent level, 1, 0/100. To think that my E rank talent has been directly upgraded to A rank. Tang Ping was astonished. Although he had expected his talent to advance, he did not expect it to be upgraded to A rank in one go. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. If he had an A-level talent, Tang Ping was certain that his talent could definitely have been promoted to S-level. What if I asked Sister Wong to help me get another eye gem? Tang Ping had this idea, but he quickly dismissed it, because even he, the little boy, was almost killed. With a mental strength below 30, he probably wouldn't have any ability to resist. He couldn't let Sister Wong and her group risk their lives. After all, the little boy's attack was simply impossible to defend against. If Sister Wong and Brother Lao Nio died in history, I could still save them. However, in his own timeline from 100 years ago, if any of the people in the Starry Club, including Sister Wong, died, there was nothing he could do. Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's just an S-grade talent upgrade stone. Tang Ping wasn't in a hurry. Now that he had an A-level talent, he would only need one S-level talent upgrade stone in the future. In his own timeline, on the 7th day of the apocalyptic game, there were many opportunities. Now we can start packing and move our home to the 3rd ring road. Tang Ping tidied up the things in the room. There weren't many things. After all, as a gifted person, the house he received was fully furnished with all kinds of furniture and facilities. He only needs to tidy up a few things before he can move in. Thanks to the rainy weather, the Starry Safe Zone is one of the few safe zones where all areas can enjoy normal lighting. With up to 10 hours of sunshine every day, some of the 81 districts are entirely planted areas, such as wheat fields, rice paddies, and cornfields, as well as livestock breeding areas. It is precisely because of these factors that the people in the Starry Safe Zone enjoy a much higher quality of life than those in most other safe zones. 3rd Ring Road, District 22, Chunchao Wudong Residential Area. The bright sunlight filtered through the lush sycamore trees, leaving dappled patterns on the ground like light rain. There are many residents in the community, most of whom are family members of gifted individuals. Tang Ping had no intention of communicating with his neighbors. He still had many things to do. He hasn't memorized many of the secrets yet, and he hasn't checked on the situation of Sheng Tian Group since he returned this time. I wonder if Sheng Tianchi has still established the Pure Land this time, now that he has lost the Ring of the Savior. Does the 100-mile Pure Land of the Sheng family manor still exist? And has Sheng Tianchi's talent also broken through to SSS level? Tang Ping returned to the house and immediately began a search. A lot of things about Sheng Tian Group appeared on my phone. Tang Ping carefully read through the documents, and as expected, there was still very little information about Shang Tianqi. All he knew was that this person was the controller of the Shang Tian group. What weighed heavily on Tang Ping's mind was that, although the Starry Glory Safe Zone and Sister Wang's group were all alive and well. However, Shang Tian group does not appear to have weakened in the slightest. Shangshi Manor remains a pure land, and Shang Tian group remains a dominant force. Moreover, the safe zone of Pingqing City, near Jiangqing City, is also under the jurisdiction of Shang Tian group. The person in charge is none other than Empress Li Hua. It seems that Shang Tian group has realized that the Xingyao safe zone is not so easy to deal with now, so they have shifted their attention to Pingchang City, a safe zone with only one heavenly king whose strength is not particularly strong. Tang Ping's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that no other dungeons would appear in Jiangqing City in the short term, so he might as well go to Pingchang City to take a look. If there are any dungeons available, I'll go there and continue accumulating resources. Besides, perhaps we could recruit the future heavenly king of Pingchang City's safe zone into our camp ahead of time. Thinking of all this, Tang Ping checked the heavenly king in the Pingqing safe zone, and the other party's information quickly appeared. Wang Haiji, 141 years old, level 7, talent S level, Tao Hai. The leader of the Tao Hai safety zone in Yuanping City is currently missing and has been put on a kill list by the Shengtian group. The current leader of the Tao Hai safe zone is Empress Li Hua. Information about Li Hua, the diva. Tao Haitian Wang information. Tang Ping reviewed the information about Tao Hai Tian Wang. Because of the pursuit by Shang Tian group, the information about Tao Hai Tian Wang was very detailed. 100 years ago, he was a high school politics teacher who worked part-time as a food delivery driver. Later, when the apocalypse game came, he chose a seashell from his phone charm as a shelter. They have acquired the S-rank shelter trait and the S-rank talent. This person has great leadership skills. In the early days of the apocalypse, he quickly gathered a group of people and seized a grain warehouse. From then on, he began his path to becoming a king. In 10 years, he suppressed all the other forces in Pingqing. In 20 years, he completely occupied the entire Pingcheng area. Furthermore, the Taohai safety zone was established. Thus, he became the uncrowned king of Pingcheng City. Unfortunately, because of Shangtian Group, the century-old foundation collapsed overnight. Countless relatives and friends were killed or injured, and in the end, he managed to escape by relying on the same trump card to save his life, after which he disappeared without a trace. A political science teacher at Pingqing No. 1 High School, Tang Ping didn't know if he could find the other party or if he could win them over. However, we can start by searching for the dungeon in Pingqing. I searched for Pingcheng City again, and the first thing that popped up when I first encountered this opportunity wasn't a dungeon. A seed. Tang Ping was surprised. He hadn't expected that the first thing he would find when searching for opportunities in Pingqing was a seed. This means that among all the opportunities, this seed has the highest potential. Curious, he clicked to see what kind of seed it was. The post has been widely discussed, and the most recent information is from today, which shows how popular this seed is. Even a century later, it is still remembered. Alas, what a pity. If it weren't for that calamity beast tide, where Empress Peach Blossom and the Holy Spirit Peach Tree perished amidst the 4 calamity beasts and the polluted beast tide, the victor in the Pingcheng region would certainly not have been King Tao Hai. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, that Holy Spirit Peach Tree, as a plant, has too many limitations. If it could just leave its original place, things wouldn't be like this. It's such a pity. You know, Empress Tao Yao was once hailed as the goddess of prosperity. The survivor base she established was even known as the Apocalypse Granary. That's right. If anyone had survived to this day, the roots of the Holy Spirit Peach Tree would probably have spread throughout Pingcheng City. At that time, I feel that the value of grain in the entire Jiangdong province would be greatly reduced, and ordinary people in Jiangdong province would no longer have to live such a difficult life. That's right. And if the roots of the Holy Spirit Peach Tree were to spread to a region, then Empress Peach Blossom would truly be an invincible presence within that region. Who can argue with that? It's a real shame. Wah, I could have eaten cheaper pancakes, maybe even cheaper than those in the Starry Sky safe zone. It's a pity that because of a scumbag, a beast tide was brought about, ruining the century-old fortune of our Jiangdong province. 100 years? More than 100 years. If the Heavenly Queen Peach Blossom and the Holy Spirit Peach Tree still exist, I'm sure our entire Jiangdong province wouldn't have to worry about food. That scumbag deserves to die. Every time I think about how I could have eaten plain white steam buns and rice, or even just thrown away bowls after eating one, I feel like I could dig up that scumbag's corpse and beat him to a pulp. I had a dream yesterday. I dreamt of the Holy Spirit Peach Tree, as tall as a mountain. Beneath the tree, a fragrant breeze carrying the scents of straw, wheat, and peach blossoms blew through every corner of Pingcheng City. Ugh, that despicable scumbag. He deserves to die a horrible death. I curse him to be reborn as a maggot in his next life. Tang Ping browsed through all the information. I was shocked. I couldn't believe such a thing even existed. The Holy Spirit Peach Tree. It can purify a region, keeping disasters such as pollution, corruption, gray sun, black moon, and disastrous winds at bay, and transform this place into a true granary. Tang Ping could not imagine that in this apocalypse 100 years from now, many gray people would risk their lives for a single mixed flour pancake. What would it be like if a city were able to grow all its crops? The person in the post is right. This has indeed ruined the future of Jiangdong province for a century, or even longer. Tang Ping glanced at the time when the Holy Spirit Peach Tree seed appeared. It seems that this seed has already been contracted by that milk tea girl. However, this milk tea girl should be easy to win over. He suddenly had another idea. If he had the Holy Spirit Peach Tree, wouldn't the Plants in Plants vs. Zombies be able to become pets that people could contract with even faster? With the Holy Spirit Peach Tree, plants can even evolve better. Then, in the future, he will have a powerful legion that also controls extraordinary abilities. Plants versus infected? Interesting. Time finally stopped 3 days later. Tang Ping closed the last manual and returned to the past. Pingcheng, the Holy Spirit Peach Tree, the love-struck milk tea girl. Slowly opening his eyes, Tang Ping stood up. They left the shelter and headed towards Pingcheng. Chapter 54, Flying Sword Sanctuary. The wind is picking up again. Tang Ping emerged from the underground parking garage with a slightly grave expression. The wind, which had been at level 6 in the morning, was now rapidly rising. The sandstorm, like ocean waves, rose from the ground, getting higher and higher. It's important to understand that the infected individuals outside are now extremely agile, moving as fast as cheetahs, with sharp teeth and claws. Once an ordinary person is discovered, the probability of escaping from the infected's pursuit is almost zero. Now, with another hurricane rising outside, the already dangerous environment has become even more perilous. Even players with shelters can die on the spot if they're not careful. The wind grew stronger, and the sandstorm howled, obscuring the sky and uprooting vegetation. A Category 10 hurricane. To be precise, it was a Category 10 sandstorm. However, in a wind strong enough to blow a person away, Tang Ping, dressed in a white tracksuit, seemed to be walking in the wind. A treasure chest? Amidst the sandstorm, Tang Ping clearly spotted the gray-black box. A figure rushed towards a treasure chest ahead of Tang Ping from a nearby restaurant. Tang Ping slightly bent his fingers and extended a fireball the size of an egg. Crimson flame spread, engulfing the doomsday treasure chest. The person couldn't break in time and was so shocked that he quickly dodged, rolling 5 or 6 meters away on the ground before coming to a stop. By the time the man stood up, Tang Ping had already pocketed the doomsday treasure chest. Although inside, there might only be one attribute stone or even no extraordinary items. But that doesn't mean he would give it up to a stranger. Who are you? I found this treasure chest first. What right do you have to steal my treasure chest? The figure is actually just a 15 or 16-year-old girl who got up from the ground and stared at Tang Ping with a face full of resentment. Because I'm stronger than you, you little trash. You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. I have a B-grade talent. The girl seemed a little scared, but she was clearly unwilling to give up. This is the location of the treasure chest that I found with a treasure map. I've been waiting for more than 2 hours. You can't take my doomsday treasure chest away. Treasure map? Tang Ping raised an eyebrow. What was this? It sounded like it could help him find the location where treasure chests would spawn in advance. It seemed a bit magical. Yes, I found this doomsday treasure chest 2 hours early using a treasure map. It's mine. The girl clenched her fist. Sorry, the treasure chest is mine now. Tang Ping turned and left. If you don't give it back to me, I'm going to get physical. I really did it. Take this. A sharp sword gust pierced towards Tang Ping's shoulder. Tang Ping was startled. This was a sword sanctuary. He turned around, drew his Tang sword from his back, and crimson flames instantly spread out as he slashed down at the sword flying through the air. Clang! The sound of metal clashing together vibrated. The powerful force, along with the Tang sword, flowed into the flying sword, causing it to instantly fly away. However, because shelter items are inherently indestructible, no matter how powerful the attack, it is impossible to destroy them unless they are completely bound to the player and disappear upon the player's death. How is this possible? The girl stared blankly at the flying sword that had been sent flying. Someone had actually managed to block her flying sword. It even sent the sword flying. In the past, when she encountered people, she only needed to stab their shoulders to frighten them into begging for mercy, or even run away at the sight of the flying sword. Why this time? The girl's eyes were filled with astonishment. Just now, she felt as if this person had eyes in the back of their head. Flying sword sanctuary? Tang Ping stopped in his tracks, immediately having the idea of taking it away. Although it was only a B-level talent, it was only the early stage of the apocalypse with opportunities everywhere. In the future, it could be upgraded to an A-level talent. As long as this girl dared to fight for it, there would be almost no problem. Not bad. Scared now. Lu Huihui straightened her back again and threatened, "Hand over the Doomsday treasure chest right now, or I won't let you off the hook." Suddenly, Lu Huihui felt the person in front of her disappear. She immediately became alert, but in front of her, a fist the size of a sandbag suddenly enlarged. Lu Huihui's eyes widened. The next second, he fainted. "All right, it's on the way anyway. Let's find Sister Wong and the others and drop you off there." Tang Ping clapped his hands, sighing inwardly. In the early days of the apocalypse, it's so easy to find people with good talent. Picking up the girl's shroud, Tang Ping examined it closely. It was a small sword that looked like a toy, but without its enhancement, it was only 10 centimeters long. After all, when choosing a shelter, items that were too large were simply not suitable for selection. But to Tang Ping's surprise, the material of this small sword seemed to be quite extraordinary. He could project his spirit outwards, and by observing the small sword through his spirit, he could see a mysterious flow of energy within it. Tang Ping, who already knew that his world was not simple, immediately judged that the origin of this small sword was probably also an item from the mystical side of Blue Star. This shelter stats are probably quite high, at least A grade. Tang Ping thought to himself. Even the gold tier guaranteed item has C-level characteristics, let alone this kind of mysterious item. Of course, Tang Ping had no intention of plundering. After all, a person can only have one shelter. In the post-apocalyptic game, no shelter has better features than his. Tang Ping found a shopping cart in a nearby supermarket, put the girl in it, and continued walking towards Sister Wong's direction. I wonder how Sister Wong and the others are doing in the Doomsday City instance. That's a very dangerous dungeon, but with 2 players possessing S-rank talents, it shouldn't be a big problem. Tang Ping walked slowly forward against the wind and sand, opened the panel, and asked Sister Wong for advice. Tang Ping. "Sister Wong, how's the situation over there?" Not long after, Sister Wong replied, "With that little girl around, there shouldn't be any major problems. We've already completed quite a few hidden quests, which reward you with attribute stones, experience stones, and the like. This city is very big, and so far, we've only completed half of the hidden quests you gave us." Tang Ping. "All right, I'll head toward the dungeon. Later, I'll drop off a girl at a hotel on Tianhua Avenue East Road. Don't forget to take her with you when you come out." Sister Wong. "What's wrong? Is this your girlfriend? Let me tell you, you're not allowed to bully her, or I won't let you off the hook. When you were a sophomore, your grandfather traveled a long way to bring me a basket of farm eggs, and I can't accept them for nothing. By the way, I also brought that cane with me. If it weren't so big, your grandfather's cane would probably be my shelter." Tang Ping. Tang Ping. "Sister Wong, what nonsense are you talking about? I just think this girl has good talent, and I want to bring her over to you. Maybe she can become the main force of the Star Glory Club in the future." Sister Wong. "Oh, I see. Okay, I'll talk to Xiao Lu later and have him pick you up. You can hand the girl over to Xiao Lu so she won't encounter any danger outside." Tang Ping. "Okay then, Sister Wong, you can go ahead and get busy. By the way, I'm going to Pingshan City next, and I won't be back for a while." Sister Wong. "Pingxing City? Okay, but be careful. I heard that several very powerful calamity beasts have appeared there. Tang Ping, I know. After ending the chat, Tang Ping headed back towards Tianhua Avenue. At the corner of Tianhua Avenue East Road, Tang Ping spotted Xiao Liuzi, who was cowering in fear from a distance. Brother Tang Ping, Xiao Liuzi exclaimed in surprise, rushing over. Little Lu catch. Chapter 55 Treasure Dungeon. The shopping cart was pushed over, or rather, flown over. Lu Huihui woke up at this time. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Help! Are you planning to call on the infected to save you? Tang Ping asked. Lu Huihui noticed the shadow in the sandstorm and immediately shut her mouth. Little brat, don't try to make your own way in the world anymore. I'll find you a powerful backer, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury from now on, Tang Ping admonished. No. Lu Huihui sat in the shopping cart, shaking her head resolutely. Duong. Tang Ping clapped his hands. All right, she's just a young girl going through a rebellious phase. A little beating will do the trick. The outside world is dangerous these days. I'm doing this for her own good. If she hangs out with Sister Wang, she'll be eating 9 meals a day, won't she? Xiao Lu shuddered and nodded repeatedly. Brother Tang Ping is right. He's right. He thought to himself, Tang Ping is so cruel. How could he bully such a young girl? She looks only about 15 or 16 years old. However, what Xiao Liuzi might not know is that this young girl can kill Xiao Liuzi with a single sword strike. Without Tang Ping, Xiao Liuzi's sea-level talent really couldn't withstand it. Sister Wang and Brother Niu should be out soon. You find a place to continue hiding. I'm leaving now. Brother Tang Ping, where are you going again? Aren't you staying with us? I'm planning to go to Pingsheng to take a look. Pingsheng? It's 70 or 80 kilometers away from here as the crow flies. If we walk, it's at least 100 kilometers away. The road is too dangerous. Xiao Liuzi said with a worried expression. Don't worry. Tang Ping looked at the infected people wandering around and drew his Tang sword. Perfect timing. I'll clear out these infected people around here, so you won't run into any danger. Just as Xiao Lu was about to say no, he saw Tang Ping suddenly turn into a blur. He opened his mouth wide, swallowed the words that were about to come out, and opened his eyes, which were originally only slits, widened them as much as possible, though they were not very big. Brother Tang Ping. Brother, you're so strong. Tang Ping's 4-dimensional attributes far surpass those of the infected. What others see as incredibly fast infected are like 3-year-old children to him. The Tang sword, wreathed in flames, pierced the infected's head, burning its contents to ashes, before being pulled out and inserted into the heads of other infected. The speed was so fast that Xiao Liuzi could barely see the Tang sword. He only saw infected people falling down one after another, their bodies unharmed except for black smoke coming out of their heads, as if the machines had burned out. Gulp! Xiao Lu swallowed hard. With this strength, even if Zhou Zheng and Sister Xiao Chao were combined, they wouldn't be enough to defeat Brother Tang Ping alone. He couldn't help but wonder what level of talent Tang Ping had. Although it may seem that Tang Ping's flames are not particularly outstanding, relying entirely on extreme speed and power. Could it be a dual talent, fire and advanced enhancement talent? Xiao Lu thought to himself. This speed is truly terrifying. Is this even human? Unable to figure it out, Xiao Liuzi simply stopped thinking about it and just stared intently at Tang Ping. These are the strong members of their star club. Tang Ping moved around the building, clearing out most of the infected people before returning. He then delivered another punch to Lu Huihui. All right, find a place to hide. I won't stay any longer. Tang Ping, be careful on the road. Tang Ping waved his hand and then disappeared into the swirling sandstorm. He's so handsome. Tianhua Avenue is already outside Jiangxing. Following Tianhua Avenue will take you towards Pingsheng. Tang Ping didn't drive. Driving would be too noisy and attract infected people, which would be troublesome, and they might not be as fast as him. He turned on the navigation, determined the direction, and chose to cross the road in a straight line. We came down from Tianhua Avenue and entered the fields. Han Mingfei. Hello. Are you selling secret manuals? It was already afternoon, and Tang Ping, who had been running around for most of the day, was squatting in a small shop in a market town, eating. Is this person trying to buy the secret manual from me? Tang Ping replied, Yes, what do you want? Han Mingfei. Are there also manuals for other attributes? Tang Ping. Yes, I originally planned to sell in a couple of days. If you want to buy it in advance, it won't be cheap. Hanming Fei, I want a light element sword manual, but I need the complete version. I can trade you a very precious item for it. Tang Ping. You need to tell me what items they are first, so I can see if their value is enough to complete the transaction. Hanming Fei, I will send you the pictures. A violent explosion suddenly erupted outside. Tang Ping immediately deployed the shelter to block the shockwave from blast. What's going on outside? After the explosion, Tang Ping packed up his shelter and hid under the window to check the situation outside. A huge head flew over his head. His eyes seemed to still be moving, as if he had died too quickly and still had a little consciousness. Those eyes met Tang Ping's gaze. Thump! His head slammed into the kitchen and rolled into the soup pot. Tang Ping also saw what was happening outside. It was a group of players, seemingly fighting fiercely over something. As his vision gradually cleared, Tang Ping saw a golden vortex. Ha, it's finally open. I'm next. The middle-aged man, his face a bloody mess, was about to step into the golden vortex with madness in his eyes. Want to get in? Get out. Court death. Don't even think about getting in. The players, who were originally fighting each other, suddenly united against a common enemy and began to attack the middle-aged man. The smile on the middle-aged man's face froze, and the next second it exploded into a cloud of blood mist. You think you can get in? A young man in jeans sneered, then turned and attacked the others. Today, I must be one of the lucky ones to enter the treasure dungeon. The young man in jeans, sporting a sharp look, crackled with lightning in his hand. You little brat, when I was out in the game, you were still some bastard in some slug's bag, said a man in his 50s or 60s, his muscles bulging and veins popping out. You can't just talk your way in. The woman, wielding 2 kitchen knives, glared fiercely at the others. Those 2 knives were actually extraordinary weapons. Nobody can stop me. A young man with a buzz cut, his eyes bloodshot and panting heavily, charged toward the entrance. The result was being ganged up on. However, the young man with the buzz cut suddenly had a golden light emanating from his body, and in the next second, he instantly teleported. All attacks missed. Meanwhile, the young man with the buzz cut arrived at the entrance to the golden vortex. You guys keep arguing? I'm going in first. You're asking for it, the young man in jeans roared in fury, but his opponent dodged and had already entered the golden vortex. There were 10 spots, but now there are only 5 left. The woman's eyes were like those of a venomous snake. At this moment, Tang Ping, inside the restaurant, muttered to himself, treasure copy. There's actually one here. Treasure Dungeon. Chapter 56, Treasure Dungeon. Monster Killing Experience. Treasure Dungeons. Kill monsters to gain experience. Moreover, those minor monsters are far less monstrous than the calamity beast, and the experience gained can be used regardless of the talent level. Even killing monsters can drop items. Most importantly, players cannot die inside the treasure dungeon. Dying inside will only exit the instance. The treasure dungeon is indeed worthy of being called a treasure. Each time a treasure dungeon appears, players within a 3,000-meter radius will be notified an hour in advance. Without further hesitation, Tang Ping stormed out of the restaurant. At first, no one paid much attention to the emergence of yet another competitor, because there were still many hidden players around. No one was surprised or took it to heart. If they were truly capable, they would have been in prison long ago. A bunch of rats daring to show their faces. The young man in jeans, his eyes filled with murderous intent, hurled a lightning bolt at Tang Ping's head. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the smartly dressed young man in jeans. When he came to his senses, he saw a knife stuck in his head. I'm not reconciled. The sudden death of the young man in jeans left the surrounding area in silence. His lightning talent made people want to stay away, but he had no chance to resist at all when this young man suddenly appeared. Tang Ping took away the items from the other party's shelter, a gold and silver lucky bag the size of an egg. This shelter's features are definitely not bad. He placed the items from his shelter into his own shelter and walked straight toward the golden vortex. Surprisingly, no one around him dared to stop him, seemingly acquiescing to him taking up a spot. It wasn't until Tang Ping went inside that the people around him seemed to have a huge weight lifted off their shoulders and were able to breathe again. But looking at the corpse of the young man in jeans still sent chills down my spine. He just died like that. Otherwise, their brains would be fried, and the infected person wouldn't survive. Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly a fireball appeared out of nowhere, igniting the powder keg once again. Only 4 spots are left. Meanwhile, inside the treasure dungeon, Tang Ping stood in a deserted town. The town is clearly a modern building complex with many buildings, but most of them are dilapidated and look as if they have been abandoned for more than a decade. Tang Ping stood on the roof of a 7-story building. This is the treasure dungeon, but I can't tell yet. Before he could finish speaking, a foul gust of wind swept across the ground, closing in on Tang Ping. Clang! The Tang sword was drawn and struck the attacker. It is a humanoid monster with a crocodile tail. Sparks flew from the blade, revealing that the scales covering its body were even harder than steel. Roar! The monster hissed with its foul-smelling mouth, spraying sticky saliva all over Tang Ping's face. Damn it, you've gotten my clothes all dirty again. A bewitching red lotus rose in Tang Ping's pupils. The crocodile-tailed monster was taken aback. As their eyes met, a fiery red lotus appeared in its pupils as well. The black and red flame lotus sways. The crocodile-tailed monster's claws slowly weakened, and then Tang Ping pushed it backward, causing it to fall to the ground. Congratulations to the player for defeating the crocodile demon monster in the treasure dungeon. You have gained 5 experience points and received plus 10 crocodile demon scales. Tang Ping added the experience points to his SS level talent, Crimson Lotus Demon Flame. If nothing unexpected happens, the experience gained from these treasure dungeons will be needed to upgrade this SS level talent in the future. 1 crocodile demon gives 5 experience points. You need to kill 200 crocodiles to upgrade the Crimson Lotus Demon Flame to level 3. Pick up the scales from the ground. The crocodile demon's corpse has vanished. Tang Ping leaped off the building. This was a golden opportunity, and he was ready to have his fill of killing. In a dilapidated residential building, a man wearing a black hoodie had his face buried in the hood, and a long gun in his hand was dripping with blood. Thank you, the 2 girls in the corner said with surprise. The woman in the black hoodie twirled her long gun and landed it on the 2 girls. Hand over the treasure map for the treasure tree. The 2 girls froze, and the short-haired girl gave a dry laugh. Sister, what are you saying? I don't understand. The spear tore through the air, a cold glint shooting straight at the girl's head. I'll hand it over, the short-haired girl exclaimed, finally gritting her teeth as she handed over the treasure map. The woman in the black hoodie unfolded the treasure map and saw a red that kept moving on it. That's a treasure tree. Having verified the authenticity of the treasure map, the woman in the black hoodie left immediately. She leaped lightly out the door and silently jumped to the 4th floor, then chased after the treasure tree. Sister, we just gave her the treasure map like that. The long-haired girl was full of resentment. The short-haired girl sighed. What can we do if they don't give it to us? It's better than dying. Then she rallied her spirits. Let's rest quickly, and then go kill the cat-faced child. We both have A-level talents, and A-level experience stones are hard to come by outside. We finally managed to break in, so we should at least raise our talents to level 3. When our talents combine, we won't be afraid of even S-level talent players. The long-haired girl, Jiang Zian, nodded, then suddenly became melancholy. Sister, can we still go back to our hometown of Jiangshan? It's over 600 kilometers away. Jiang Hongyan, a girl with short hair, said with sadness in her eyes. They will definitely be all right. My parents will definitely be fine too. Didn't they say that someone cleared out all the infected people around the building this morning? Yes, Mom and Dad will definitely be all right. Sister, we must improve our strength as soon as possible and go back. Sister, I've rested enough. All right, let's keep killing. The baby's cries began, then suddenly stopped. The weapon that killed the cat-faced child was a tang sword. Suddenly, a piece of parchment burst forth from the spot. Oh, what's this? Tang Ping picked it up, his eyes immediately lighting up with surprise. Treasure map, treasure tree. He stared at the red dot above, then turned and chased after it in one direction. With the treasure tree here, who would still want to kill monsters? The treasure tree is the real treasure in the treasure dungeon. You will automatically gain experience points by attacking it. The experience points will keep dropping as long as you keep attacking, until the treasure tree disappears into the ground. He had to hurry because every time the treasure tree appeared in the treasure dungeon, many treasure maps would be scattered around. If he arrived even a minute late, he might lose a lot of experience points. Tang Ping leaped onto the rooftop and, using the rooftop as a springboard, quickly approached the treasure tree. On the cracked cement road, A tree shaped like a piece of glass is leisurely walking along the road, and the cement ground at the base of the tree seems to avoid it like water. On this precious tree, adorned with jewels and exuding an air of nobility, hang numerous fruits inlaid with gemstones, each containing various rare and extraordinary items. Suddenly, a spear beam shot out. Chapter 57 Treasure Dungeon, Treasure Tree. The treasure tree seemed startled and ran in other directions. But then a spear flashed, relentlessly pursuing, and experience points turned into stardust, falling from the treasure tree. The treasure tree struggled, trying to resist, but to no avail. Just as the spear was moving with the speed of the wind, another Tang's sword came slashing down, sparking a series of sparks against the glass tree. A dense mass of star-shaped experience points fell. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. The woman in the black hoodie glanced at the sword technique, a glint of brilliance flashing in her eyes, but she didn't pay it any further attention. After becoming more vigilant, she continued attacking the treasure tree. Tang Ping was also astonished by the marksmanship of the person in front of him. This level of marksmanship is definitely not something someone practiced after the Apocalypse game came to be. The mysterious woman in front of me should come from a martial arts family, or she may very well be a figure from the mystical side of Earth in the past. He became more vigilant. The opponent hadn't used his talent yet, but with just his marksmanship and physical abilities, he could probably easily slaughter the crocodile demon. The woman didn't attack. She was only focused on gaining experience points. Tang Ping didn't act rashly, because if the two of them fought, it would only benefit others. Distracted by the woman, he showed no mercy with his Tang sword, hacking wildly at the treasure tree. Suddenly a fruit fell, and Tang Ping, quick as a flash, caught it in his pocket. "Ha, I found it. There really is a treasure tree." A deep voice rang out. A man wearing a leather jacket and with a full beard emerged from behind the low-rise buildings nearby. The man was capable of storming into the treasure dungeon, so he must have some skill. Upon seeing the man and woman chopping down the treasure tree, he immediately narrowed his eyes, filled with vigilance. A long-handled axe appeared in his hand. It was an extraordinary weapon. He swung the axe, clearly not wanting to clash with the two men. He just wanted to chop down trees and gain experience points. But the woman in the black hoodie, without exchanging any words with Tang Ping, unleashed her spear and Tang's sword simultaneously. "You!" the bearded man exclaimed in shock and anger, raising his axe to resist. But then he felt two terrifying forces travel from the axe to his arm. Click! The bearded man's arm was broken. The axe was flung away. Then a chill ran through the man as he looked down and saw the spear piercing his chest. A sudden heat surged through his head as he saw a crimson knife plunged into the top of his head. The bearded man's eyes widened, and he moved his lips, muttering, "Dog, man, and woman." Then the stubble-faced man exploded and disappeared in a flash of light. The woman in the black hoodie holstered her gun, spun it around, and landed it on the treasure tree again. Tang Ping gripped the knife hilt, and for some reason, he also felt a chill run down his spine. What a ruthless woman. At this moment, the two seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Anyone who wanted to claim a share of the treasure tree would have to get past them first. A market town. The bearded man emerged from the golden vortex, his face grim. "Damn you two. Don't let me ever run into you again." "Damn it. What are you pretending for? Just because you're wearing a hat doesn't mean you're a pro." "Damn it. Just you wait. One day I'll blow your heads off with an axe." The bearded man looked resentful. He had finally fought his way into the treasure dungeon from a group of players, only to be killed and eliminated before he could even upgrade his level 1 talent to level 2. Suddenly, he felt someone attacking him from behind. They're trying to ambush him and take advantage of any loopholes. The bearded man's eyes were filled with ferocity. A bunch of useless trash who couldn't even break through the entrance, and they still want to ambush me. Court death. A long-handled axe appeared, carrying immense force, and shattered the fireball with a single blow. Then, the stubble-faced man sprang up and leaped onto the attacker's head. The long axe fell. A huge head flew up from eyes filled with terror. "Ha, trash, you dare to ambush me." The stubble-faced man scoffed, shouldering his axe and cursing as he walked away. This place is not safe to stay for long. He is not like these blind and mindless bastards. He knows very well what kind of people are capable of breaking into the treasure dungeon. Although he came out relatively quickly this time, he still gained quite a lot. After trading some extraordinary items for B-grade experience stones, he only needs to collect 20 to upgrade his talent to level 3. Thinking about all this made the stubble-faced man feel much better. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone looking for that treasure tree. The stubble-faced man felt even more regretful when he thought of those two monsters. What kind of monsters were they? They actually managed to break both of his arms with a single blow, even though he had a B-level enhanced talent. The bearded man left. Unfortunately, around the golden vortex, there were clearly many players who were not willing to give up and were still lying in wait, wanting to ambush others to gain the spoils. In a treasure dungeon, Tang Ping looked at his SS level talent, his experience points gradually approaching 1,000, and he was about to level up to level 3. He was in a great mood. A level 3 SS grade talent. It goes without saying how awesome it is. Suddenly, a huge rock rose from the ground and crashed down on Tang Ping. Tang Ping's face darkened. Someone had attacked him. He split the boulder in two with a single stroke, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. Soon, he noticed a young man standing on the 3rd floor of a building. Tang Ping's gaze was icy, but he didn't chase after them. His immediate priority was to chop down trees and continue gaining experience points. Nobody knows when the treasure tree will slip away. The Tang sword flashed, creating a phantom image, and the treasure tree swayed. Despite being attacked for so long, its surface showed no signs of damage. However, as the stars continued to fall, it was clear that every attack had hit its mark. The young man, who manipulated the boulder, this time, controlled the stone to smash it against the treasure tree. Clearly, they want to gain a share of the spoils through long-range attacks. The woman in the black hoodie suddenly raised her spear, and with a jolt, the boulder shattered. The gun then fell, and the attack continued on the treasure tree. Friend, why be so aggressive? The young man's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. However, neither of them answered the young man. Only the clanging sounds of ping-pong attacks could be heard. Another group of rocks rained down on the treasure tree, clearly showing that the young man was not willing to give up. The blade in Tang Ping's hand created a myriad of phantom images. The woman in the black hoodie was accompanied by a blur of motion as she brandished her long spear. Not a single stone hit the treasure tree. Fine. You want to eat it all by yourself, huh? You just wait, the young man said threateningly. He turned around and suddenly felt a chill, like a rabbit being watched by a lion or tiger. Its whole body stiffened, and its blood seemed to stop flowing. Do you want to tell others about the treasure tree? Tang Ping's voice drifted over. That trash. The woman in the black hoodie sneered. Then the young man felt a rush of heat to his forehead and a chill to his heart, and he died. You all. The young man raised his hand and laboriously raised a middle finger. Me. Tang Ping drew his sword and continued chopping down the treasure tree. Not long after, SS rank talent, Crimson Lotus Demon Flame, has finally reached level 3. Chapter 58 Treasure Dungeon, The Jiang Sisters. Player, Tang Ping. ID, 0000000003. Physical fitness, 133. Spirit, 148. Strength, 130. Speed, 125. Talent 1, Blazing Fire D. Talent level, 3, 7300/10,000. Talent 2, Crimson Demon Flame, SS. Talent level, 3, 0/10,000. Black and red flames swirled above his eyes. Within his pupils, a bewitching demonic lotus bloomed. An unnamed power is unleashed. The woman who was chopping down the treasure tree suddenly shuddered, her eyes widening in surprise. SS level talent, huh? What a bizarre talent. She felt her spirit as if it had become burning hot at that moment. But in an instant, a shadowy light flashed by, and the nameless flame was extinguished. Tang Ping recovered and looked at the woman opposite him. Sorry, I couldn't suppress it just now. It's nothing. The two did not say anything more. A few minutes later, the treasure tree suddenly shook, and more than a dozen treasure fruits fell to the ground. Then the entire tree shrank into the ground. There was almost no chance for the person to react. There are a total of 18 treasure fruits on the ground. Tang Ping swung his sword, drawing a line. Those 9 over there are yours, and these 9 over here are mine. Can. After picking up the fruit from the ground, Tang Ping hesitated for a moment before asking, how about we add each other as friends? The woman in the black hoodie smirked. What, trying to pick up girls? Tang Ping was immediately a little embarrassed. No, it's just that you seem to be quite strong. We might meet again in the future, so it would be good to get to know each other. My name is Tang Ping, what's yours? He Chintzy. After Tang Ping added the other person as a friend, the two separated and went off to hunt monsters to gain experience. Hey, that a very rare surname. Tang Ping closed the panel. He didn't mean anything by it. He just saw that the other party was very strong and wanted to get to know him. The circle of the strong is very small. If they reach the top in the future, they may meet again. To upgrade to level 4, you need 10,000 experience points. There are almost no SS grade experience stones available outside. Fortunately, the Crimson Lotus Demon Flame has just been upgraded to level 3. I should seize the time to hunt it down. Tang Ping entered the town and began a rapid battle. The experience points for the SS level talent Crimson Lotus Demon Flame also began to slowly increase. 3 hours later, Tang Ping was sitting in an abandoned hotel, eating compressed biscuits and canned luncheon meat. I wonder how long it will take to raise my talent to level 4. Tang Ping shook his head slightly. At this moment, the Crimson Lotus Demon Flame only had a little over 2,000 experience points, of which more than 1,500 were from the drops from chopping down the treasure tree. As for killing monsters, the monsters in this treasure ruin don't drop much experience. Cat-faced child gets 1 experience point, lizard girl gets 2 experience points, crocodile demon gets 5 experience points. For players with level 1 or 2 talents, leveling up is relatively easy. However, once you reach level 3, it becomes extremely difficult to gain those 10,000 experience points by hunting monsters. However, besides experience points, Tang Ping also gained a lot of good stuff. 12 treasure fruits, and a bunch of materials dropped by killing monsters. These materials can be sold because some people, or those in sanctuaries, have the talent to forge extraordinary weapons from these materials. Of course, he also possesses the legacy of a blacksmith, but unfortunately, it requires a lot of time to learn, and Tang Ping doesn't have time to learn these things at the moment. As for materials, his shelter is big enough that he can stockpile them, and there's no need to sell them. Tang Ping took out the treasure fruit, wanted to see what good things were inside. The way to open the treasure fruit is very simple. Just crush it. Congratulations to the player for crushing the treasure fruit and obtaining a strength attribute stone +5. Congratulations to the player for crushing the treasure fruit and obtaining a spirit attribute stone +5. Congratulations to the player for crushing the treasure fruit and obtaining the F-grade extraordinary item, the soul-chasing talisman. Congratulations to the player for crushing the treasure fruit and obtaining a C-grade talent upgrade stone. 12 treasure fruits yielded the following rewards: +10 constitution attribute stones, +10 spirit attribute stones, +15 strength attribute stones, +10 speed attribute stones, F-grade extraordinary item, soul-chasing deadly talisman, F-grade extraordinary weapon, black gold bow, and C-grade talent upgrade stones. Tang Ping added all the attribute stones to himself, which greatly increased his strength once again. The D-level Blazing Fire talent has also been upgraded to C-level Blazing Flame. Moreover, the original D-level Blazing Fire talent already had 9,300 experience points, not far from 10,000. Tang Ping happened to have enough C-grade experience stones, so he upgraded his C-grade talent to level 4. During his break, Tang Ping opened the document containing the previous transaction between Han Mengfei and him. Han Mengfei, where is he? Is he still there? Han Mengfei, hey, where are you? Are you dead? Han Mengfei, are you still going to make the deal or not? Say something. Han Mengfei, dang bing dang bing dang bing dang bing. Tang Ping, I had something to do just now, I'm sorry. Han Mengfei. Han Mengfei, I thought you were dead. Tang Ping, I'm doing very well, don't worry. Let me see what you posted before. He swiped up and quickly found the item Han Mengxue used to trade for his secret manual. A mental defense item. Tang Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he was deeply tempted. Moreover, this mental defense item is not low level. It's a B-grade item. Exchanging it for a secret manual is a huge win. Tang Ping, okay, but I'm a bit busy right now, and we'll have to wait until tonight to make the deal. Han Mengfei, okay, I've sent you the transaction request first. Just don't die. Han Mengfei, add me as a friend. Dang Ping, no. Han Mengfei, I have an S-rank light type talent and 2 S-rank shelter traits. Are you sure you don't want to add them? Inside a level 2 shelter decorated in a very girly style, Han Mengfei replied to the other party. Ding! You have received a friend request. Tang Ping has requested to add you as a friend. Do you want to accept? Han Mengfei's lips twitched. Her expression changed faster than she flipped through her math workbook. Han Mengfei, I'm waiting for you to make the deal. Hurry up. Tang Ping, we will definitely complete the transaction today. Han Mengfei felt relieved. As long as the deal was completed, everything would be fine. She had only asked around with a let's give it a try attitude, but she didn't expect it to actually exist. Thinking that she had learned that powerful secret technique, she realized that her light-based talent might not necessarily make her weaker than those of fire or lightning. It wasn't like it is now, with the sun blazing down like an insane, scorching sun. The battle relies entirely on blinding the enemy. Cuckoo, a golden parrot, radiating a soft glow, landed on Han Mengfei's shoulder. Gugu is hungry and wants to eat. Cook Gugu some dishes. Han Mengfei immediately retorted irritably. Why didn't you just say you'd make 4 dishes and a soup? I even cooked 2 dishes for you. Gugu shook her head. For dishes and a soup is fine, but Gugu wants to order braised pork, braised pig schrotters, peanuts and edamame, sweet and sour carp, and a seaweed and tofu soup. Han Mengfei rolled her eyes. I think you want to eat braised gooseberries. 1 bag of birdseed, take it or leave it. You naughty girl, Gugu won't eat pre-cooked food. Eat it or don't, it's up to you. Treasure Dungeon. After finishing his meal, Tang Ping prepared to continue hunting. A sound came from downstairs. Sister, do you think the treasure tree will really reappear? We've already found the treasure map. It can't be fake. But this time it's outside of town. So let's sneak out quickly and not get discovered by anyone else. Don't worry, sister. We can't be unlucky and let someone else take it away from us again. And sister, we're all level 3 A-grade talents now. I reckon there aren't many in this dungeon stronger than us. Jiang Zian said proudly. It's always better to be careful. Jiang Hongyan cautiously observed her surroundings. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her neck. Her eyes drooped, and she saw a knife pressed against her neck. Hand over the treasure map. Chapter 59 Treasure Dungeon ended. Hello. Jiang Hongyan greeted cautiously. Hand over the treasure map. A red lotus appeared in Tang Ping's hand, its captivating aura causing the 2 sisters to break out in a cold sweat. SS level talent. You probably don't want to try it, so bring out. Jiang Hongyan closed her eyes in despair and resolutely handed over the treasure map. Here you go. Tang Ping took the treasure map, glanced at it, and then leaped onto the rooftop, heading out of the town. The 2 sisters were left behind, heartbroken and speechless. Sister, our treasure map has been stolen again. Jiang Zian gritted her teeth. I know, let me calm down. I need some peace and quiet. Jiang Hongyan rubbed her forehead. She felt that something must have gone wrong. Otherwise, how could she have been robbed twice by the treasure map? She's practically a money-giving charm. Sister, what do we do now? Jiang Zian asked, her eyes brimming with tears, feeling extremely aggrieved. Jiang Hongyan gritted her teeth. Anyway, our time inside is almost up. Let's follow them and see. We found 2 treasure maps, but we haven't even seen what the treasure tree looks like. Isn't that a huge loss? Should we follow them? Jiang Zian's eyes lit up, and she pursed her slightly dry lips. Sister, let's hurry and follow them. Tang Ping was heading out of the town. The houses around him gradually became sparser, and some bungalows appeared at his feet. Finally, he came to a grove of poplar trees and saw the familiar treasure tree. There's less than half an hour left, enough time to cut down this treasure tree. Tang Ping raised his knife and struck the treasure tree with it. He added all the experience points that dropped to his SS level talent, Crimson Lotus Demon Flame. Just 2 minutes later, another curly-haired woman, who looked to be about 27 or 28, suddenly darted out of the woods, holding a whip in her hand, and lashed out at the treasure tree. Tang Ping's eyes darkened, and with a swift turn of his Tang sword, he slashed at the whip. The deep red flames, carrying terrifying heat, attacked the curly-haired woman. The whip in the curly-haired woman's hand suddenly emitted a cold mist, extinguishing the flames. However, the Tang sword, carrying immense force, flicked and curled against the long whip, then used the whip to violently pull up the curly-haired woman and fling her towards a large tree. Cough, cough. The sudden force caught the curly-haired woman off guard, causing her to crash into the tree trunk and cough up a mouthful of blood. She stood up with a cold look in her eyes. You want to monopolize the treasure tree. You're too weak. The curly-haired woman frowned, not understanding why the other party would suddenly say such a thing. Moreover, she was a level 3 S-rank talent, and the item in the sanctuary was the long whip in her hand. Her strength was not weak. What just happened was just an accident. Whether you're weak or not, we'll only know after we fight. The curly-haired woman's eyes flashed coldly, knowing that if she couldn't show some strength, she probably wouldn't have a chance to get a share. Tang Ping raised his face, revealing his face which had been covered by a baseball cap. The curly-haired woman was stunned, her eyes flashing with amazement. What a face this was! Ethereal, handsome, and delicate. How could she see so many different kinds of beauty in one face? This beauty was like the red lotus in her eyes. Wait a minute. Red lotus. The curly-haired woman felt a chill run down her spine and retreated in terror. Unfortunately, before she could take more than a few steps, a red lotus rose in her eyes. Her body suddenly stiffened, and she collapsed to the ground. Inside a building, a curly-haired woman emerged from a golden vortex, her eyes still filled with terror. What kind of talent is this? It's so bizarre. She tried to recall when she was attacked. Suddenly, that face appeared in her mind again, and she was momentarily lost in thought once more. So handsome. What a nice view. His talent is definitely at a very high level. The curly-haired woman composed herself, then licked her lips with longing. He was truly powerful and captivating, and those eyes, those slowly blooming red lotuses, if only she could see him one more time. Although it was a bit painful and almost life-threatening, she loved beautiful things. She deserves this stunningly handsome young man. Yin Suya licked her lips, thinking that she could ask her father to investigate this person when she got back. Suddenly, a sharp spike emerged from the ground beneath her feet. The curly-haired woman flicked her whip, leaping into the air. Her dazed gaze turned cold as she sneered. A bunch of useless trash. You can't even get through the door, yet you want to ambush us? You're asking for death. With a flick of the whip, a torrent of icy mist erupted, instantly enveloping the entire floor, layers of ice crystals covering everything. Yin Suya jumped out of the window, leaping dozens of meters high. When she was 10 meters from the ground, she lashed out with her whip, piercing the glass and wrapping it around a pillar. Her body swung, and then she landed steadily. They disappeared into the swirling sandstorm. Treasure Dungeon. Tang Ping picked up the treasure fruit that had fallen to the ground and saw the two money-giving twin sisters chasing after him. Where's the treasure tree? Jiang Zian asked, taken aback. They got away. Tang Ping picked up the last treasure fruit, then disappeared, leaving only a blur in his wake. Jiang Zian snapped out of her daze. Hey, you robber. Bandit. At least leave us some. Seeing that the person had vanished, she was so angry she wanted to tear them to pieces. Damn it. So many treasure fruits just fell, and you didn't leave me a single one. How could there be such a person? You stole our treasure map. You should at least leave us some. Jiang Hongyin quickly comforted them. It's all right. They didn't kill us, so it's already a good thing. Jiang Zian complained. So, I should thank him for sparing our lives? Our time in the treasure dungeon is up. Let's go. We've had a pretty good harvest this time. At least our talent has been upgraded to level 3. Jiang Hongyin comforted herself. Don't let me run into that robber again. Otherwise, I'll make him pay. You'll get what's coming to you if you try to eat alone. Jiang Zian spat viciously. Suddenly, a piece of paper flew over. Jiang Zian grabbed it. What is this thing? The secret manual? The first 3 chapters? I bought them. What I bought? Jiang Hongyin also took it and looked at it, her eyes flickering. It was left behind by that person just now. You mean you want to trade a piece of paper for our treasure map? Jiang Zian cursed. The writing on this is all crooked and ugly. The ink isn't even dry. It's obviously just written. What use is it? This thing is very precious. Jiang Hongyin's heart pounded as she carefully folded the paper. The secret manual on it was a whip technique for water-based talents. A piece of tattered paper. What's so precious about it? The two sisters then left the treasure dungeon together. At this moment, Tang Ping's body gradually faded away. Time's up so fast. It's a pity. I wonder when I'll be able to encounter a treasure dungeon again. After exiting the treasure dungeon, we returned to the entrance of the golden vortex. His keen senses allowed him to perceive many hidden presences around him. Tang Ping vanished in a flash, disappearing from his spot like a phantom. Before the players who wanted to ambush him could react, he was gone. "Huh, you're lucky you ran fast," a man cursed. "Humph, you should be glad he left quickly, otherwise there would be another corpse on the ground now." The people around sneered. The man frowned. "What, is he very strong?" An older man next to him pointed and said, "He's the one who killed that guy who used to call himself the Thunder King." Instant kill. The man's face turned pale and then red. "Humph, maybe that arrogant guy just died by accident." Silence fell over the surroundings, as if waiting for the next person to emerge. In the basement of a residential building, Tang Ping casually found a spot and set up his shelter. Then he took out all the treasure fruits he had on him. After this upgrade, the four-dimensional attributes should be close to 200. Chapter 60 Zhang Shila, Zhang Qiansui. 24 treasure fruits yielded the following rewards. Constitution Stone plus 20, Spirit Stone plus 30, Strength Stone plus 25, Speed Stone plus 20. F-grade Extraordinary Item, Cleansing Ring, F-grade Extraordinary Clothing, Baseball Cap, F-grade Extraordinary Weapon, Ghost Dagger, E-grade Healing Potion, D-grade Antidote. Player, Tang Ping. ID, 0000000003. Physical Condition, 163. Spirit, 188. Strength, 170. Speed, 155. Talent 1, Flame C. Talent Level, 4, 2500/100000. Talent 2, Crimson Demon Flame, SS. Talent Level, 3, 5239/10,000. After using the Attribute Stone, Tang Ping closed his eyes and pondered, searching through his memory for light-type sword manuals. He then began to write them down from memory, a total of 6 chapters, more than 3,000 words. Because he wrote quickly, it didn't take long, only the drawing took a little effort. After writing, click on Han Mengfei's trade request, complete the trade, and obtain a B-grade mental defense item, the Mental Diamond. This is a diamond-shaped item that can be placed directly into the Mental Sea. After Tang Ping acknowledged it as his master, he began to use it. Han Mengfei. Thank you. This manual is very useful to me. Tang Ping. Happy transaction. Han Mengfei. I enjoyed the transaction. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. Tang Ping. Yes, we will. Among his friends, there were other people's information. Tang Ping clicked on it and saw that it was Sister Wang's, and there were 2 transaction requests. Sister Wang. We've already come out of the dungeon. We've gained a lot this time. Except for Lao Nyo, who is slightly injured, everyone else is fine. Oh, and I'm bringing you some things. They're all from the community. Sister Wang. I sent you another transaction message separately. Remember to receive it. Sister Wang. In Shi County of Pingsheng, 3 level 3 calamity beasts and storm beasts have appeared. The entire Shi County has been ravaged into ruins. You must be careful. Tang Ping. Don't worry, Sister Wang. I won't take any risks. By the way, Sister Wang, did you pick up that girl? Sister Wang. I have calmed her down, and she is willing to stay. She is going with me to Four Seasons Lake to build a base together. Her strength is, just as you said, very good. She has that flying sword with S-level characteristics as a sanctuary. Even Zhou Zheng has to be careful. Tang Ping. That's right, but this girl is too naive. When she faced me, she didn't even dare to kill me. She only dared to attack my shoulder and had to warn me beforehand. If she doesn't change, she'll definitely suffer a great loss. Sister Wang, you should teach her well, but there's no rush. After all, she's only 15 years old. Take it slow. Sister Wang, leave it to me, don't worry. Just finish the transaction quickly. I won't say any more, I'm still on my way. Tang Ping, okay. He opened 2 trades, one of which was 20 attribute stones and 1 S-grade health potion. The other one, which was sent to him privately by Sister Wang, was an extraordinary item, a heart-protecting talisman, which could withstand 1 fatal attack. Without a doubt, this is an extremely valuable item. After all, it's equivalent to having an extra life. Tang Ping held the talisman in his palm. To be honest, it was just a request from his grandfather. Sister Wang had helped him get a job when he graduated, even though the environment was so bad. She helped him so much at work. She had already done more than enough. Moreover now, compared to Sister Wang, he seemed rather petty. Tang Ping took out the Divine Stone. He knew it wasn't very useful to him, and he couldn't bear to sell it, so he decided to give it to Sister Wang. Perhaps 100 years from now, even if Sister Wang's talent cannot break through to S level, With this breathing technique she has cultivated for 100 years, she may not be inferior to the heavenly king and queen. Tang Ping. Sister Wang, I'm sending you a trade request. You should use this yourself and never tell anyone. Once you get it, return to your shelter and use it immediately. This thing is extremely valuable. After giving the divine stone to Sister Wang, Tang Ping began to organize the secret manuals in his memory and wrote them all down from memory. There are 76 books in total. At the same time, 5 books were sent to Mo Xuanji, which was considered to fulfill his previous promise. Then Tang Ping found a water attribute book and listed it in the trading area to continue selling it. Looking at the remaining manuals, Tang Ping couldn't help but ponder. Sold individually, they're nothing more than attribute stones and experience stones. Using these in the early stages can quickly boost your strength, but as your 4-dimensional attributes and talent level increase, the quantity of these items needed to achieve another significant boost in strength is already staggering. Upon careful consideration, it might be better to exchange it for what you need most. For example, talent upgrade stones. Tang Ping looked at his panel. His original first talent was now C level. Upgrading one's talent to be level shouldn't be too difficult. A level is a bit challenging, but one might be able to obtain his secret manual. As for S-grade talent upgrade stones, they are extremely rare and almost impossible to trade. You can only rely on luck. Tang Ping didn't have high hopes. He was already lucky to be able to trade for an A-grade talent upgrade stone in the trading area. As for upgrading one's talent to S rank, one can rely on future encounters and dungeons to improve it. Tang Ping posted an anonymous message in the trading area. Any attribute skill book, trade for C-grade or higher talent upgrade stones. He then stopped paying attention to the trading area. As for other things, Tang Ping hadn't thought of anything else he needed. He simply kept the manual in his hand, figuring that as long as he didn't give it away, it would only become more and more valuable. It's late at night now. Lying in a shelter, I opened a mini-game, watered all the oranges I planted, and harvested another batch of fresh oranges to eat. Just as he peeled the orange and was about to eat it with some compressed biscuits, Zhang Shila sent him a trade request. Trade for a piece of air. Zhang Shila. Brother Tang, my grandpa just hunted a deer in the mountains and stewed it. I'm sending you a can. It's so delicious. I also caught a litter of baby deer. I'm going to raise them. If you want to eat some in the future, just ask on Jihu. Looking at the fragrant venison, Tang Ping suddenly felt that the compressed biscuit sandwiched with orange in his hand was utterly tasteless. God knows how torturous it is to eat compressed biscuits for 7 days. Tang Ping, thanks. By the way, I still don't know where you are. Zhang Shila, in Luanqing City, Nanchuan Province, there's a mountain called Big Butt Hook Mountain. Many of the trees here seem to have mutated, and even the animals seem to have. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but it seems like the mountains have grown too. Tango, what about your place? Tang Ping looked puzzled. Had the mountain gotten bigger? He hadn't noticed any changes since leaving Jiangsheng. It doesn't seem to have changed much here. If it had gotten bigger, the road would definitely have broken. It's all intact now. Zhang Shila, is that so? Maybe these changes only happen in deep mountains and forests. But thinking about it is really scary. I feel like my whole family might become wild people in the future. Tang Ping thought for a moment and replied, if possible, you might try to establish a survivor base at the foot of the mountain first. In the future, you might even be able to build a safe zone deep in the mountains. Moreover, with your shelter manor, it can completely support a huge safe zone in the future. Zhang Shila quickly replied, No, I don't think I can do it. I'm not cut out for it. It's more comfortable with my family. We don't have so many things to worry about. It's good as it is now. Tang Ping, it's really good now, but have you thought about the future? The mountains and fields are full of polluting beasts. Can your family really survive there? Establishing a base is actually a way to protect yourself. You're not like me, who could travel around. If you can't stay here, you can go to other places. Besides, the mainland isn't as dangerous as your place. Zhang Shila, I feel like I might really not be good enough. Tang Ping, you can discuss it with your family first. It's not about gathering thousands or tens of thousands of people all at once. You can start with a dozen, a few dozen, or 100 people and try it little by little. Otherwise, no matter how powerful your family is, it will be difficult to establish a foothold in the deep mountains and forests in the future. But if you can really establish a base, or even a safe zone in the future, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people relying on the inheritance of the sanctuary's bloodline, can easily pull out a team of tens of thousands of talented people. What are you afraid of, mutated beasts or polluted beasts? Young man, don't be afraid. Besides, don't you think, are kings and generals born with a special destiny? Zhang Shila, I don't have the guts. Zhang Shila, I don't want to. Zhang Shila, if it's really that good, why don't you do it yourself, Brother Tang? Tang Ping, I'm busy improving myself right now, and I need to travel to different places. I don't have much time. Otherwise, I would definitely make one myself. You're different. You have nowhere to go. Moreover, your protective nature is naturally suited to be the throne of kings. In the future, as the shelter is upgraded, and with vast tracts of fertile land, one will be neither emperor nor king. Zhang Shila, I can't handle this game. I prefer to stay put. I can't be a king, but I'd be more like a paparazzi. At most, I'd be a eunuch. Besides, I like to cling to powerful figures, especially Brother Tang. Tang Ping's temples throbbed, and he rubbed them. I remember I was your master, wasn't I? Zhang Shila, yes, master. Tang Ping, all right, then I'll give you an order now. Build me a safe zone. Since you don't want to be king, then be a 1,000-year-old king. I'll save the throne for you. I'll sit on it later. Outside a cave, Zhang Shila, enjoying the breeze, stared blankly into his eyes. Huh? Is this right? I looked down at my bird. It's still there. How did he become a eunuch? Chapter 61, The Old Town Mayor, Spark Base. The communication with Zhang Shila ended. As for what will happen to Zhang Shila in the future, we'll see when he returns to the future. Tang Ping took a break and began organizing the items in the shelter. We have already acquired a great deal, including many extraordinary weapons and items. He didn't sell any of these things. He just kept them as stock. While packing his things, Tang Ping realized he still had a doomsday treasure chest that he hadn't opened, so he immediately opened it. I was pretty lucky. I actually got 2 shelter fragments. After a long day of running around, Tang Ping felt exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already past 6 o'clock, which was quite early. Tang Ping got up and sat cross-legged, choosing to practice the breathing technique for an hour. Although this technique had little effect on his improvement at the moment, it would still be quite considerable over time. Moreover, when one cultivates to a high level, it is even considered an extraordinary talent, possessing various mystical abilities. An hour passed quickly. Tang Ping opened his eyes, and a flash of purple light disappeared. After leaving the shelter, Tang Ping continued towards Pingxing City. Shanyang Town, yesterday. Old Mayor, our food supply won't last much longer. Inside the room, a young man wearing glasses looked worried. Yes, Old Mayor, there are over 1,000 people in the base now, and the amount of food they consume every day is astronomical. It's not enough for just a few of us to search. Another man in a police uniform spoke up. A burly man next to him sneered. Those people are really just bored and have nothing better to do. Today, a few of them actually led a protest, wanting more food. Don't they even know what the situation is like now? Another short man spat out. They're still yelling that whatever we eat, they want to eat too. A bunch of parasites who barely survive by relying on us to go out and risk our lives to search for supplies, and they still want to eat and drink well. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. I think they're just being spoiled. They don't even look at what's going on outside, or who's protecting them. Old Mayor, if you ask me, those troublemakers should have been arrested and shot dead. The short man's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. All right. Sitting across the table, an elderly man who looked to be in his 70s with a ruddy complexion tapped the tabletop. Let's put these matters aside for now. Our top priority is to eliminate that sandstorm beast as soon as possible. Upon hearing the name, Sandstorm Beast, the surrounding people also paled. That's a calamity beast, comparable to an S-rank talent player, and with its terrifying physique, it's even stronger than an S-rank talent player. Most importantly, that calamity beast was close to level 3. We need to discuss how to deal with him, the police officer said in a deep voice. If you ask me, we should just leave here. With our strength, we'll have to pay a huge price to fight the sandstorm beasts, the short man asserted. What will happen to the survivors if we leave here? Are we just going to abandon them? One woman asked, her voice trembling with reluctance. Don't they think they're so great? They think it's our duty to take care of them? It's the end of the world. Who do they think we are? The burly man spat. All eyes finally focused on the old town mayor. Clearly, everyone had a deep respect for him. This old mayor had come here when he was young and stayed for more than 20 years. Later, he stayed to retire and work as a teacher. Behind every time the town took off and soared to new heights, there was this old man. It could be said that this old man single-handedly transformed what was once a barren land into a town that is among the best in the country. Most of these people grew up listening to the Old Town Mayor's stories and were watched by him. Those who stayed are basically trustworthy people. As for the others, they have long since left. They also believe that the old mayor could still lead them to establish themselves in this apocalyptic world, even though the old mayor looked very old. The old man banged on the table. The sandstorm beast must be eliminated, but before that, let's awaken those who followed you back then. A woman who looked to be around 40 years old asked in confusion, "Is the old mayor talking about those who don't have shelter?" But they don't have shelter supplies, and we don't have that many shelter supplies either. How are we going to awaken them? The old mayor smiled and took out a glass bead the size of an apricot. Let's take turns using it. Take turns using them? Everyone was puzzled. But the man in the police uniform perked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Old mayor, you mean that as long as you've been bound to a shelter, you can awaken your talent?" The others also realized what was happening, their eyes filled with surprise. The old mayor nodded. "That's right, but for now, let's awaken the talents of those we trust." The old man sighed. The world has changed. Order establishes humanity. When order ceases to exist, humanity collapses as well. Our morality may allow many people to retain their humanity for a while longer, but the end times are cruel. If a shred of moral integrity can be preserved, it may already be the greatest good. I'm not surprised by their appearance. In fact, I expected it. Without comparison, there's no difference. As the saying goes, there can be no construction without destruction. Shall M.O. give them those 3 shelter items, and we'll leave. As for when we'll be back, someone will let us come back. Let us establish a new order. Those around were horrified. So, all of this was something the old mayor had foreseen, or even orchestrated. The old town mayor said slowly, "The base must exist and must be owned, not only for them, but also for ourselves. You may not understand this now, but you will in the future, so the base cannot be abandoned. As for what we'll do after we leave, we need a better base, such as Little Wolf Mountain. And that sandstorm beast. It's time to jump around enough. Shao Mo, you're the only one here with A-level talent. Get ready to advance to level 3. The people around were immediately filled with envy, but no one was jealous because they knew that the old mayor, whom they regarded as an elder, would not leave anyone behind, just as he had not left any household behind in the past. The transfer of power was so swift. While those people were still gloating and celebrating how they had used human nature to chill the hearts of the old mayor and his group, forcing them to leave, little did they know that their own lives were also entering their final countdown. The thousands of people inside the base were suddenly plunged into dire straits. Food did not increase due to the protests, but rather became even scarcer. Just one night later, some people began to miss the old town mayor. The sun hangs high in the sky, and sandstorms rage. Tang Ping walked for a while and stopped outside a small town to rest. He had already entered the territory of Pingchang City. Leaning casually against the foot of a large tree, Tang Ping opened a bottle of mineral water and took a drink. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. A group of figures gradually appeared in the sandstorm. "Young man, it's so dangerous outside. Are you all alone?" A burly man pushed through the sandstorm. Tang Ping did not speak. The man in police uniform glared at the burly man. "You're so scary. You'll frighten anyone." Then the man in police uniform smiled gently. "Huh, young man, you're quite vigilant, but don't worry. Would you like to come with us?" Tang Ping looked at the group of people, including the elderly and children, but they were all people who had awakened their talents. "Okay, thank you." Tang Ping stood up. "Haha, welcome. Let's go. Let's go to Little Wolf Mountain first and establish our base there." Spark Base. Chapter 62, Little Wolf Mountain. The appearance of this group of people gave Tang Ping a very different feeling. He was also curious about how such a group of people had come together in the apocalypse. There were about 70 or 80 of these people, and they showed no signs of wariness towards each other. "Young man, where are you from?" After leaving the base, the burly man Wu Zhenhai felt refreshed and invigorated. Finally, I don't have to suffer the humiliation of raising those ungrateful wretches anymore. "I come from Jiangsheng City." "Jiangsheng," Wu Zhenhai exclaimed in surprise. "I've heard that the situation there is much worse than in our Pingxing." Tang Ping nodded. It was originally a developed city with a huge population. Then, infected people appeared, so the situation is very bad now, and many people are fleeing to the outside world. Wu Zhenhai sighed. Those ordinary people in Jiangsheng are in a terrible situation. They probably can't escape now. The infected people now are not as stiff as they were a few days ago, walking like they've been drinking fake alcohol. But you're lucky, young man, to have met us. If you had met someone else, you probably wouldn't have been so fortunate, Wu Zhenhai said with a smile. Our strength is quite impressive. Tang Ping nodded. Are you going to Little Wolf Mountain to establish a survivor base? Wu Zhenhai waved his hand. We all went there together to take refuge and live together. Humans are social animals. If you stay away from home for too long, you'll go crazy. Young man, you look pitiful sitting alone under the big tree in this strong wind. Why don't you come with us to Little Wolf Mountain? There is a tunnel at the foot of the mountain in that place. If you block both ends, it will be a natural refuge. There are also many wind turbines for wind power generation on the mountain. I heard there's a large cave up in the mountain. Once we tunnel it up from below, it'll be an excellent refuge. As Wu Zhenhai spoke of these things, he couldn't help but admire the old town mayor for choosing the location. Tang Ping's eyes flickered slightly when he heard this. He knew a little about Little Wolf Mountain, but hearing what the other party said, it was indeed very suitable as a survivor base. Once they've guarded both ends of the tunnel, even if they face a horde of infected zombies, they can escape through the tunnel connecting to the cavern. That's really good. Do you have a water source there? If not, it would be a big problem, Tang Ping said. Wu Zhenhai shrugged. I haven't asked about that, but since the old mayor chose that place, he must have made arrangements long ago. It was the old town mayor again. Tang Ping secretly remembered this person. Now that he was in the team, his senses were sharp, and he had heard those 3 words more than once. It seems that among this group of people, the words Old Town Mayor possess a special magic. It seems that the old mayor is the key figure in this group. He was also extremely curious about this person. In the face of the apocalypse, to be able to gather 70 or 80 people to this extent is clearly extraordinary. Judging from these 3 words, it seems he used to be an official and probably had considerable prestige in the local area. A group of people continued to traverse through the sandstorm. This group was heading in the same direction as Tang Ping, both heading deeper into Pingsheng City. However, Shaoling Mountain is only about 8 or 9 miles away, not far from the town. Pingsheng City, being mostly hilly and rocky, was relatively economically underdeveloped compared to its brother city, Jiangcheng, before the apocalypse. However, Tang Ping had heard that Shanyang Town, the town he was in, was developing very well. Honestly, if Tang Ping hadn't known it was a town, he would have thought he was in the city's center. There's a TV tower nearly 100 meters tall and several skyscrapers over 100 meters tall. Even in many city centers, there aren't any like it. Unfortunately, it is now just ruins. As people gradually moved away from this bustling town, some in the crowd frequently looked back. Some elderly people sighed, some young people lingered, and some middle-aged people felt regret, but none of them stopped walking. A mountain that, from a distance, resembles a wolf's head gradually emerges from the sandstorm. The journey wasn't entirely peaceful, but this group consisted of people who had awakened their talents, including several level 2 players with considerable talent levels. Therefore, the infected didn't pose a significant threat to them. As for why 70 or 80 people have awakened their talents, Tang Ping is certain that someone has discovered that the shelters can be linked in rotation to awaken talents. Although there were 70 or 80 people, they moved quite quickly, and by noon they had arrived at the foot of Little Wolf Mountain. Well, it seems we'll have to settle down here from now on, a rather imposing middle-aged man sighed. 70 or 80 people also stopped, looking at the mountain in front of them and the dark high-speed rail tunnel. We'll take some people in to clean up first and see if there are any infected people inside. Wu Zhenhai, Chun Pingliang, and Mei Wan, the 3 of you stay here and take care of the others. Don't worry, leave it to us. Chun Pingliang, though short in stature, exuded confidence. Mei Wan nodded. You all need to be careful too. If anything happens, be sure to notify us immediately. Don't worry, it's just clearing the tunnel, nothing dangerous. The bespectacled young man waved his hand, then followed the others into the tunnel. The remaining elderly, weak, women, and children also stayed where they were. The woman named Mei Wan walked up to an old man and said, Old Mayor, Upon hearing these 3 words, Tang Ping immediately looked towards the group of elderly people. Old Mayor, how are you? Mei Wan asked with concern. The old man waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm in great health. I used a few constitution attribute stones, and I feel like I could walk another 10 or 8 miles without any problem. You all go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me. Mei Wan looked hesitant. Seeing this, the old town mayor asked, what's wrong? Mei Wan said, Old Mayor, isn't Xiaoyu in Shi County? I'd like to take a few people to bring her back. A trace of sorrow flashed in the old town mayor's eyes, but he then decisively waved his hand. Shi County is more than 40 kilometers away from us, and it is on the other side of Pingchang City. Given the current situation, we don't know how long it would take to get there and back. There are still so many people here who need to be protected, and I can't let you take this risk. But, Xiaoya, Mei Wan said urgently. All right, it's decided then. I'm tired. You go ahead and get busy. The old mayor closed his eyes, leaned against a rock, and remained motionless. Mei Wan sighed and then left. Wu Jinhai and Chun Pingyang gathered around. How is it, Sister Mei? Mei Wan shook her head. The old town mayor disagrees. We're going even if they disagree. Chun Ping said directly. We've watched Xiaoya grow up, and she's the old mayor's only family. The old mayor can live without us, but he can't lose Xiaoya. Otherwise, I'm worried. No one dared to say what they were worried about. Wu Zhenhai said in a deep voice, once everyone is settled down, we'll go hunting the sandstorm beast tomorrow. After that, Chun Pingliang and I will go to Shi County to bring Xiaoya back. Okay, it's decided then. Tang Ping sat in the crowd and heard that they were also going to Shi County. Chapter 63, Old Knife. Tang Ping's goal was also Shi County, not only to find the future Peach Blossom Queen and the Holy Spirit Peach Tree, but also to hunt the 3 calamity beasts. Level 3 calamity beasts have an extremely high probability of dropping rare items. With his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced 3 calamity beasts together. In addition to these, Shi County also has a dungeon, but this dungeon will not be available until the day after tomorrow. The group rested for half an hour, ate and drank water, and then began building the base. The high-speed rail tunnel in Xilangshan is more than 2 kilometers long, enough for many people to live inside. Everyone got busy, some moving things, some blocking the holes. Tang Ping ate a hot meal from the other party and helped with the moving. An older woman even praised his good health, saying that if he were 20 years younger, she would definitely marry him. Tang Ping was so scared that he quickly ran to build a wall. Among this group, more than 20 people had shelters. On the way, they passed a cement factory and carried a lot of cement and sand. Little Tang, where's your hometown? An uncle next to me asked casually. From Mabei Province, working in Jiangcheng City. Another guy sighed. Mabei Province, huh? I know that place. I even dug a canal there when I was young. It was so desolate. Even now, the whole province probably doesn't have as many people as Jiangcheng City. But it used to be a remote and impoverished place with vast land and sparse population. Now, it's a peaceful haven. The old man next to me sighed. That's right. You can only say that life is unpredictable. People of my generation have experienced all kinds of changes. Now, when we face the end of the world, we don't feel anything. Yes, our generation is all right. We've experienced famine and all sorts of hardships before. It's a pity that your generation, like Xiao Tang's, was born in this era. How can you adapt to these changes? An old man with half-white hair carried stones. Tang Ping smiled and said, What's there to be unable to adapt to? Our generation was born into a world with advanced internet. What kind of wild things haven't we seen? So what if it's the end of the world? Don't underestimate us. Ah, that's true. My granddaughter loves listening to apocalyptic novels and keeps nagging about stockpiling supplies. The old man with half-white hair suddenly stopped talking, fell silent, picked up a stone from the ground, and began to build. Hey, Lao Li. The old man next to him sighed. He was relatively lucky. At least he still had his daughter-in-law and grandson with him, but Lao Li was all alone. He didn't know what to say. It's terrible. Hundreds of infected are rushing over from outside. There are also 2 mutated infected. A lookout ran over in a panic. What? So many infected people. Wu Zhenhai's face was grave. Chun Pingliang, take 7 or 8 people and come with me. Mei Wan, you take the rest of the people and keep watch over everyone. We're going to clear out those infected people. Mei Wan's eyes were filled with worry. Be careful. Those mutated infected people are very dangerous. Don't worry, they're a bunch of brainless idiots. They can't hurt us. Besides, they have Hua Xiaoru's healing talent, don't they? Chun Pingyang called to a few of his brothers, who went to intercept the infected. But no sooner had these people left than another piece of bad news arrived. Sister May, no, something terrible has happened. The sewers. The sewers. What's wrong with the sewers? Sister May asked anxiously. A roar accompanied by a foul stench blew in, and Meiwan knew what had happened without the sentry saying anything. Without the slightest hesitation, a half-foot-wide Han sword appeared in her hand, which she raised and brought down with unparalleled power. The infected person, running on all fours, was torn apart. Teams 4 and 5. Assume with me. Meiwan acted swiftly and decisively, kicking an infected person away with one kick. After a brief period of panic, the group of dozens of people quickly calmed down. Apart from a few who were directly facing the infected, most of them were F-level and E-level talents with little combat power. They leaned against the mountain wall, nervously facing the sudden attack of the infected. Tang Ping walked out from inside. Young man, come back quickly. An old man grabbed Tang Ping anxiously. Those infected people are not something we can handle. Going up there will only make things worse, and we might even become infected ourselves. What we need to do is to keep the other team leaders as focused as possible. Tang Ping patted the old man's hand. Uncle, don't worry, my talent level is still pretty good. Then a Tang sword appeared in his hand, and he plunged it through the brain of an infected person. Terrifying flames ran along the blade, sizzling and oozing oil from the infected person's brain. With a single strike, Tang Ping took down one infected individual. He swept his blade across the battlefield, severing the heads of 2 other infected individuals who were charging at him. The severed head, still open and cracking, was not dead yet. A man rushed out and smashed the infected man's head to pieces with a shovel, like smashing a watermelon. Meiwan's tense and anxious heart lit up immediately when she saw Tang Ping. Of those remaining, only she was a team leader. It would undoubtedly be very difficult to stop these infected people, and it could very likely lead to personnel losses. But Meiwan could tell at a glance that Tang Ping was definitely at the captain level among their group. With Tang Ping joining the team, Meiwan's pressure was greatly reduced. The infected individuals were also quickly cleared. Suddenly, the ground rippled, and a mutated infected creature covered in rocks sprang out. This is an infected individual with awakened talents. They were rushing towards the group of elderly, weak women and children. Everyone felt their hearts sink. Damn it! Meiwan's eyes turned bloodshot. She tore the infected man in half with a single sword strike and charged into the crowd. Roar! The infected, whose body was covered in rocks, had excitement in their eyes. A group of elderly people, squeezed out to protect the children and women. The Old Town Mayor stood at the very front. Old Mayor! Meiwan shouted in terror. She panicked. The Old Mayor waved his hand. The people around him also wanted to pull him in, but the Old Mayor, who had used 8 Strength Attribute Stones and 5 Constitution Attribute Stones, was not someone they could move. Children, you must stick together, the Old Town Mayor sighed. Holding a shotgun, he fired at the infected rock. With a single shot, the infected person's eye was precisely blasted apart. But he didn't have time to fire a second shot. The Old Mayor gripped a gleaming knife. Old friend, see me off on my final journey. Roar! The foul-smelling wind tousled the Old Mayor's hair. The knife gleamed, but not the Old Town Mayor. Old Mayor, it's too early to give your last words now. A Tang sword pinned the infected rock to the ground. The brand-new knife reflected a vibrant light, highlighting the slightly trembling old knife. Chapter 64, Official Safe Zone. Good, 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 the Old Town Mayor exclaimed 3 times. Once everyone recovered from their shock, seeing the unharmed Old Mayor, the weight lifted from their hearts. Everyone looked at Tang Ping with gratitude. Take care of the other infected first. Tang Ping drew his knife and charged toward the other infected. With this infected individual no longer present, the remaining infected were quickly eliminated. Everyone then sat down to rest. Thank you, Sister Meiwan said with gratitude. Tang Ping smiled and said, I've eaten a meal from you guys, so it's only right that I do my part. In short, we owe you a huge favor this time. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to us. You saved the Old Mayor's life, which is to say, you saved ours, Meiwan said solemnly. Tang Ping was also slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that the old man held such a heavy place in the hearts of this group of people. Okay, I won't hold back if you ever need anything in the future. Sister Meiwan smiled and said, we won't even blink an eye at mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A group of people rushed out of the tunnel. They were the ones who had gone to clear the tunnel. What happened? Something's happened here. The man in police uniform ran over, still shaken. It's all right now. The old mayor was almost killed by a mutated infected just now. Meiwan pointed to the infected covered in rocks on ground. Fortunately, with this little brother by his side, it was a close call. The young man wearing glasses next to him also changed his expression slightly when he sensed the aura of the mutated infected. Clearly, this mutated infected was very powerful. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so strong. No wonder you were able to travel from Jiangcheng to Pingcheng. The bespectacled young man's eyes were somewhat wary. The man in police uniform bumped into the bespectacled youth, then smiled apologetically at Tang Ping. Sorry, this guy is just like that. He's been reading too many suspense novels, and he sees everyone as a bad guy. Tang Ping shook his head and smiled. It's all right. Actually, it's quite good for a survivor base to have someone like this. By the way, where are Lao Wu and the others? Why aren't they here? The man in the police uniform frowned. Hundreds of infected people appeared in the northwest, and the two of them led a team to clean it up, Mei Wan said. The man in the police uniform nodded. We just came out too. The tunnel has been mostly cleared. I'll go check on Lao Wu and the others. The two, along with a group of people behind them, went to support Wu Zhenhai. The old town mayor then walked over enthusiastically. Little Tang, I really have to thank you for what you just said. Otherwise, this old man of mine would have been in serious trouble. It was just a small favor. Old mayor, don't worry about it. Tang Ping had no intention of seeking any reward. He simply thought these people were nice and offered a helping hand. Little Tang, where are you headed? The old town mayor sat down and chatted with Tang Ping. Mei Wan, the man in the police uniform, and the young man with glasses all glanced at each other before retreating. I'm going to Shi County. Tang Ping knew perfectly well that the old town mayor was chatting with him, clearly trying to recruit him into the Xingho base. Shi County, the old town mayor said in a low voice, the words of advice he originally wanted to give suddenly turning into something else. But how could he ask this young man for help again after he had just saved him? But if not, what about his only granddaughter? After hesitating for a long time, the old mayor finally spoke up, wanting to ask if the other party could go and look for his granddaughter. The old mayor is going to talk about your granddaughter, isn't he? Tang Ping spoke first. The old town mayor stared at Tang Ping in astonishment. You, how did you know? Tang Ping laughed and said, Sister Mei was talking to you earlier, and I happened to overhear it. Brother Wu and Brother Chun also said that after hunting the sandstorm beast tomorrow morning, they will go to Shi County. It's on the way, so I can go with the two brothers. These brats. The old mayor was furious, but then he suddenly relaxed. Thank you, Brother Tang. Tang Ping waved his hand repeatedly. Old mayor, you could just call me Little Tang, otherwise it would be too formal. The old town mayor glared at him, saying, I called you little brother. Let's see who dares to say I'm a junior. Hey, haven't seen you in a while, Little Tang. You become like my uncle. Wu Zhenhai's teasing voice came. Haha, so should I call him Uncle Tang now? Chen Pingliang joked. The old mayor pondered for a moment, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I've made up my mind. I'm going to become sworn brothers with Little Tang. From now on, it'll be your Uncle Little Tang. The smiles on everyone's faces gradually froze. Night. With many talented individuals present, both ends of the tunnel have been blocked off and thick steel doors have been installed. Hidden holes have also been dug in the tunnel ceiling, and people are always on guard. Inside the tunnel, there were already electrical wires and lights. With the help of professionals, they were connected to a large windmill on the mountain, and the dim tunnel was immediately illuminated. Inside a shelter, people brought various cooking utensils and gathered together for dinner. The elderly and children, men and women, chatted amongst themselves, subconsciously ignoring the outside world, that broken world that seemed like a dream. They didn't talk about their own sorrows, but just laughed and talked together, piecing together their broken hearts. Late at night, rows of level 1 shelters and several level 2 shelters were lined up inside the tunnel, with only the doors protruding from the stone walls, making them look like houses dug out of the tunnel. 70 or 80 people slept peacefully in these 20-odd small shelters. Perhaps someone lies in bed, eyes that remain open, only silent tears falling onto the bedding, telling of longing and uncertainty. Tang Ping stayed in his level 2 shelter and opened the information in the trading area. The matter of the talent upgrade stone has been settled. The place he was trading with was an officially established safe zone. Chapter 65, A Rank Talent, Flame. He asked Zheng Dong, "Hello, I'm from Safe Zone 7. May I ask how you sell these skill books? We can trade them using talent upgrade stones." Tang Ping perked up as soon as he saw it was an official safe zone. When it comes to wealth, who could compare to these official safe zones these days? They must have a lot of good stuff. However, all he needs now is a talent upgrade stone. Tang Ping, "I need B-grade and A-grade talent upgrade stones. Do you all have them?" He asked Zheng Dong. "Yes, but we need to trade 10 manuals." Tang Ping, "I don't have that many. Including the ones that have already been sold, I only have 5 books in total. There are 3 more that haven't been publicly sold yet. I can trade them all to you." The other party replied after a while. He asked Zheng Dong, "Yes, but this can only be traded for 1 B-grade talent upgrade stone." Tang Ping, "I want both." He asked Zheng Dong, "These things of yours can all be resold. Exchanging them for 2 talent upgrade stones is not worth the price at all." Tang Ping, "If we trade with you, it's like a one-time transaction. If you make it public in the safe zone, it will probably spread to the internet very quickly. I'll be the one who suffers then. So, in general, my secret manual is most valuable in the first transaction and naturally deserves a higher price. Besides, with these, your army's strength will be greatly enhanced." Tang Ping, "This is a very fair deal, isn't it?" When asked, Zheng Dong replied, "Our people are all strictly disciplined and would not do such a thing." Tang Ping, "Do you even believe that yourself?" The other party replied after some time. Zheng Dong was asked, "Okay, we agree to the deal, but we will also have the right to freely trade these 5 secret manuals." Tang Ping, "That's none of my business." He asked Zheng Dong, "Okay, I've already sent you the transaction request." Tang Ping also took out the manuals. Besides the flaming saber technique and the water sword technique, which was currently for sale, he had already made a deal with Mo Xuanji for the remaining 3 manuals, so they were being resold. The transaction is complete, and Tang Ping has finally obtained a Grade B talent upgrade stone and a Grade A talent upgrade stone. Upgrade your talent first. His current C-grade flame talent has reached level 4. To upgrade to level 5, he needs 100,000 experience points, most of which will definitely come from the treasure dungeon. Even 100 years later, very few people with talents of level 5 or above improve their abilities purely through experience stones. Most of them relied on grinding monsters in treasure dungeons and cultivating in secret realms. The secret realm is something only level 6 sanctuaries possess. Players can increase their experience points through meditation and cultivation within it, which is also the foundation of those top extraordinary families. Of course, besides level 6 shelters, secret areas can also be obtained through other means, but the size of secret areas varies, as does the maximum daily experience limit. In a normal level 6 shelter, the maximum daily experience limit in the secret realm is 100, which is 36,500 experience points per year. Theoretically, it would take 3 years to cultivate a level 5 talent. However, this is only theoretical, because even if you cultivate the meditation method that comes with the secret realm to perfection, you can only gain 50 experience points per day. The remaining experience points can be saved or given to other talented individuals. Therefore, normally speaking, in a top-tier extraordinary family in later generations, even if a talented genius with good comprehension appears, it would take 10 years to cultivate a level 5 expert and several decades to cultivate a level 6 expert. Maintaining a continuous stream of level 6 experts with talent no less than level A would already be considered very good. After all, treasure dungeons only appeared in the first 30 years of the post-apocalyptic game, and most level 7 players had already successfully broken through to level 7 before that. It will be very difficult to break through to level 7. Tang Ping knew a little about treasure dungeons. Those dominant forces did have permanent treasure dungeons that could be opened periodically. As for the post-apocalyptic wasteland of later generations, they are basically no longer visible. For ordinary talented individuals to advance, they mostly have to rely on these powerful forces. In the secret realm of a level 6 sanctuary, experience points can also be extracted and condensed into experience stones. However, unlike the experience stones produced by the system, which can be upgraded with a single click. The experience stones produced in the secret realm require meditation to absorb. This is quite similar to the spiritual stones in the world of cultivation. These experience stones are also known as acquired experience stones. Most wild-born talents rely on these leaked acquired experience stones to improve their strength. In advanced trading venues, experience stones are also a mainstream currency. Transactions between the various safe zones are primarily settled using experience stones, and their own currencies only circulate within their respective jurisdictions. Use 2 talent upgrade stones. Tang Ping's first talent has finally been upgraded to A-level. A-level talent, Flame Blaze. A pure high temperature, an extremely hot golden red flame. Before improving his talent, Tang Ping also used up the B-grade experience stones he had previously stockpiled. As for the A-grade experience stones, he planned to take them back to the future. 100,000 experience points. Tang Ping opened his eyes, the golden red flames at the corners of his eyes slowly dissipating. Looking at the 2 talents on his panel and the required experience points, Tang Ping sighed softly. One required 10,000, and the other required 100,000. This is only level 3 or 4. If it reaches level 5, the next upgrade will require 1,000,000 experience points. Tang Ping took a deep breath. As for what would happen next, he dared not even think about it. Even for someone like him, it would probably take an extremely long time to reach the level of a heavenly king. Just as Tang Ping was about to practice the breathing technique, a transcendent skill that could improve his 4-dimensional attributes, a voice rang in his ears. The voice belonged to a young girl, and sounded like a prayer to a deity. Tang Ping was somewhat taken aback, not knowing what had happened. Then, Tang Ping saw a flower emitting a soft light appear in front of him. The flower was still in an illusory state. Your magical girl, consumed by longing, sacrificed herself to pluck a rose of light for you, at the cost of her own life. Will you accept it? Chapter 66, The Contract Made with a Magical Girl. Tang Ping was shocked. A magical girl? Suffering from lovesickness? Severely injured? A sacrifice? This isn't just an ordinary little game. Receive, he said immediately. The illusory rose of light before my eyes gradually materialized, and a warm glow enveloped the room. The fatigue from a day's journey vanished instantly, and he felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, completely relaxed and comfortable. Rose of light, a transcendent item from a magical otherworld. The warm sunlight it emits has the ability to eliminate negative effects such as fatigue, poisoning, and coma. Note, your magical girl is critically injured. An S-rank life potion can heal her, and an experience stone might help her through the upcoming danger. Severely injured and on the verge of death. Tang Ping was shocked. Having witnessed the extraordinary nature of this little game, he certainly couldn't let the magical girl die like that. Immediately open the minigame Magical Girl, and you'll see a pale-faced magical girl lying on the bed, hugging a pink teddy bear. But the magical girl had a smile on her face. God, have you abandoned Sophia? Why haven't you shown up for so long? God, did you accept the rose of light that Sophia offered as a sacrifice to you? The light of the rose of light is the purest light in the world. I hope God will like it. It's a pity Sophia senses that she's about to leave and will no longer be able to offer the rose of light as a sacrifice to the gods. Sophia had originally planned to plant a garden of roses of light for God someday. Sophia can't finish. Please forgive Sophia. I wonder if heaven exists. God, do you live in heaven? In heaven, is there a sun and a moon? The sun there is so bright it can illuminate the whole world, and the moon there is so beautiful. I heard the pastor in church say that the moonlight is as soft and beautiful as the veil woven by mermaids. How can the moonlight be like a mermaid's veil? God, will you take Sophia to heaven? Tang Ping sighed and gave the magical girl the S-rank life potion he had left over. The potion appeared at the magical girl's lips, and her eyes, which had been gradually dimming, suddenly lit up. God, is that you? God, you haven't forgotten Sophia after all. However, Sophia's life gradually faded away. Let's not waste these gifts from God. Tang Ping noticed a feed button and clicked it. In the scene, Sophia's mouth opened slowly and uncontrollably, and then the emerald-like life potion was poured into the magical girl's body. Life, which was gradually withering away, began to radiate new life, and its vigorous vitality began to flourish. The girl's complexion regained its rosy hue, Her gray hair turned a soft, emerald green, and her fair skin became as translucent as a pearl, making her resemble an elven maiden. This, God, my revered and merciful God. Sophia stared in shock at the changes in herself. She raised her hands and stared incredulously at her skin, which was as white as a baby's. Even the noble ladies of the city could not compare to her skin. And that vibrant life force. No, it's not just vitality. She felt that she had undergone some kind of evolution, and that she seemed to have awakened some ancient bloodline. God, it seems Sophia has acquired an ancient, mysterious bloodline, and an inheritance from her bloodline. An elf. It's actually the legendary elf of the children of nature. Rumor has it that they possess the power to revitalize barren lands and breathe new life into decaying wastelands. They possess the power to purify filth and evil. God, did you bestow this noble and ancient bloodline upon Sophia? Yes, it must be your power, God, and only you could grant me this ability. Sophia sat up excitedly, then immediately knelt on the bed, seemingly praying to a god. Thank God for giving Sophia a new life. Sophia will surely spread God's will in this world. Build the tallest idol for the great God. Tang Ping looked at the magical girl, noticed a line of small text appearing above her head, and touched his nose. Had he triggered the second stage of his character? I never expected that this magical girl game could actually sacrifice an item that seems to be from another world to me. He felt a surge of excitement. According to the time flow in this minigame, 1 year here is 30 years for a magical girl. If you raise a magical girl well, wouldn't she be able to come into contact with even more advanced supernatural items? Behind this, there seems to be a magical world. If a magical girl reaches the top of this world, then Tang Ping's breathing became somewhat rapid. Compared to the treasure chests, dungeons, and secret realms possessed by overlords in later generations, he possessed an entire world. As expected of an SSS-level shelter, it's a minigame. It seems he needs to carefully nurture the magical girl, and absolutely cannot let her die easily. God, can Sophia know your divine name? A text box appears on the minigame screen. Please enter your god's name. Please enter your clergy. Tang Ping calmed his excited emotions, thought carefully for a moment, and entered his divine name. The god's name is naturally Tang Ping. As for the divine office, Tang Ping entered creation, but the input failed. I entered the time again, but it still failed. Space failed. Cause and effect, failure. Fate, failure. Tang Ping retorted angrily. Good heavens, are you kidding me? Please enter the priesthood that best suits your talents. Tang Ping was taken aback. So there was such a hidden condition? You should have said so earlier. He immediately began to think about his own talent. Without a doubt, both are fire. A-grade talent, flame blaze, and extremely scorching fire. SS rank talent, crimson lotus demon flame, burning with the fire of the spirit. After careful consideration, Tang Ping entered into his divine office, ruling over fire and civilization, light and hope, judging evil, and controlling souls. When the golden red lotus of fire blooms in the world, all evil souls will have nowhere to hide. All chaos will be annihilated in hope, and a new order and civilization will be established. Cleric verification in progress. Ding. Verification successful. In the minigame, the magical girl's face showed shock. Clearly, even she hadn't expected that the god she worshipped was so great. It seems that some kind of contract has been concluded. A golden red lotus flower of flame slowly formed on the magical girl's forehead. The magical girl closed her eyes, then excitedly opened them short while later. God, you've finally chosen Sophia. Sophia will definitely not let you down. That's quite novel. Tang Ping's eyes were full of surprise, clearly also surprised that a magical girl would undergo such a change. It seems that magical girls can use that golden red flame lotus as a medium to employ abilities similar to Tang Ping's talent. They really do seem like divine messengers, able to draw upon the power of the gods. All right, and experience stones too. Tang Ping moved a pile of glittering stones from the corner to the bed, his eyes sparkling. What the minigame said earlier, does it mean that these experience stones can directly increase the magical girl's strength? He counted the remaining A-grade experience stones. There were 83 in total. Top up the entire amount. Charge. Chapter 67, Little Uncle Tang, Invincible. Your magical girl's strength has increased from the early stage of a beginner mage to the late stage of an intermediate mage. The experience stones did indeed enhance the magical girl's strength. Tang Ping closed the minigame. He couldn't offer Sophia much help. After all, there is a significant time difference between the two, and there are many things that he cannot pay attention to. True growth still depends on Sophia herself. After practicing the breathing technique for an hour, Tang Ping went to sleep. When he woke up, the captains outside were already rubbing their hands together, preparing to hunt the sandstorm beast. Tang Ping also learned that the sandstorm beasts hunted by the captains of the Starfire base were level 2 sandstorm beasts that were about to break through to level 3. As a type of calamity beast, its strength goes, without saying, comparable to an S-rank talent player of the same level. Uncle Tang Ping, you're up pretty early, huh? Wu Zhenhai said through gritted teeth. Tang Ping touched his nose and tentatively asked, "How about we each stick to our own way? The old mayor calls me little brother, and I'll call you older brother." Roll. Tang Ping immediately turned away and shamelessly said, "How dare you talk to your uncle like that? You have no manners." Wu Zhenhai's face instantly turned red, and his neck seemed to swell up. As he was to go to Shi County with Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingyong, he also followed the group to hunt the sandstorm beast. All 7 captains of the Spark base were mobilized, and they carried a special item with them. It was given to M.O. and the man in the police uniform by the Old Town Mayor. It was enough to protect everyone's lives in a critical moment. This is also the source of everyone's confidence. The others, however, were unaware of just how strong Tang Ping was. They all assumed he was a captain-level officer, just like themselves. "Be careful on the road. Have a safe journey. We're waiting for you to come back safely. You absolutely must come back for lunch today." As a group of people watched them leave, the 8 people departed from the tunnel. After closing the heavy steel door, they were completely isolated from the world behind them. The smiles on their faces disappeared, replaced by determination and indifference. "Let's drip the blood onto this first," said M.O. and the man in the police uniform, as he took out a strange octagonal plate. "Drip your blood onto this thing, and for the next hour, we will become one. To kill anyone, we would have to kill everyone at the same time. Otherwise, they will not die, and as long as one of them is in good condition, all the other injured people will recover to good condition in a short time." This is what the old mayor found in the Doomsday treasure chest at the very beginning of the Apocalypse game. The only pity is, M.O. sighed, that this thing can only guarantee 1 hour of use, and it cannot be used for the next 3 days. It can also only link the lives of a maximum of 8 people, and the distance between the 8 people cannot exceed 1,000 meters. There's actually such a wondrous treasure. Tang Ping's eyes gleamed with wonder. This thing shouldn't just be an extraordinary item, but rather one of the rare treasures. M.O. exclaimed in surprise, "Little Tang, Uncle actually knows about rare treasures." Tang Ping nodded. "I understand. Each of these rare treasures is extremely precious and possesses all sorts of incredible abilities. This is indeed a rare treasure." Montaka nodded. "Unfortunately, although its effects are incredible, it also has great flaws. It can only be used as a trump card when going out hunting." "All right, everyone, drop your blood onto the paper." Once ready, the 8 of them were swallowed up by the sandstorm and headed towards the sandstorm beast. This hunt for the sand beast was also to help M.O. and level up to level 3. Hunting a calamity beast of the same level grants 1/10 of your own experience bar, which is an extremely generous reward. However, this only applies to S-level talents and those below. As for SS-level talents, they will only gain 1% of the experience points. In other words, if Tang Ping wants to improve his SS-level talent, Crimson Lotus Demon Flame, he can also do so by hunting 100 level 3 calamity beasts. But that's obviously quite unlikely. Calamity beasts are extremely rare, essentially like bosses, and they spawn anywhere at any time and are not stationary. Therefore, even with the buff of traveling to the future, Tang Ping was unable to track down the calamity beast. Of course, Tang Ping never expected to level up by using the calamity beast. "Oh, right, Uncle Tang. M.O. took out something. This is what the old town chief asked me to give you." In Officer Mo's hand was a card. This card can designate one item and upgrade it into a rare treasure. Tang Ping's hand, which was originally reaching for the card, trembled, and he looked at M.O. and incredulously. This thing is so precious. designate an item, and upgrade it into a rare treasure. Moen stuffed the gift into Tang Ping's hand. Just accept what the old mayor said. He said it's a gift from his older brother to you, and also to thank you for your kindness. Uncle Tang, you're practically our elder now, so don't refuse. We'll be relying on you for support in the future. Wu Jinhai said sarcastically, clearly displeased with Tang Ping's excessive favors. That's right. Now you're our Uncle Tang, so you'd better take good care of your knees from now on. Mei Wan winked, which made everyone burst into laughter. Oomph, who said I would refuse? How could I not want something so good? Tang Ping's eyes were burning as he took the card. At the same time, he was secretly amazed. As expected, the old mayor was shrewd. He had probably already determined Tang Ping's extraordinary nature from this brief encounter. Of course, perhaps it was also for his granddaughter. Tang Ping would never refuse anything. There is no such thing as kindness without a reason in this world. Even when parents treat their children, countless interests are often involved. Tang Ping gladly accepted the card. He will also do his best to search for the old mayor's granddaughter. All right, let's go then, Moen said with a smile. Shangyang Town Stadium. The yellow sand has turned the stadium golden, and from time to time, shouts like thunder drums can be heard, accompanied by harsh screeching. From the sky, a colossal beast appeared to be perched on the basketball court in the center of the stadium. With a lion's head, a bear's body, a scorpion's tail, and elephant's legs, its fangs curled like two curved blades, gleaming with a chilling light. This is the calamity beast, the sandstorm beast. With every breath, sandstorms rage. With every step, dust fills the sky. Within a kilometer of the stadium, where it resides, no infected person dares to approach. But at this moment, 8 humans trespassed into the territory of the sandstorm beast. Tang Ping looked up at the stadium and exclaimed, "If we could catch a sandstorm beast and use it to build walls, we could probably build a safe zone that's as solid as a fortress in no time." The others twitched their lips. No, you really have wild ideas. Capturing calamity beasts to build walls for you? What kind of lousy idea is that? Ready? This sandstorm beast is very strong. Moen's body tensed, and the 7 captains were on high alert. Don't worry. With your Uncle Tang here, I'll make sure you don't lose a single hair. Chapter 68 heading to Shi County. The others took it as a joke and didn't pay any attention. The sandstorm beast, 7 or 8 meters long and with a robust body resembling a heavy truck, suddenly opened its eyes, which were as large as copper bells, as if it had discovered an intruder. But the storm of attacks has already begun. Spikes, flames, ice cones, and metal rained down on the sandstorm beast like a storm. Wu Jinhai roared, his body growing several times larger, like a real-life Hulk. His 3-meter-tall body took a step, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Wearing a pair of metal gauntlets, he punched the sandstorm beast in the head. The sand beast was enraged and stood up, resembling a small, imposing mountain. With a whoosh, a sandstorm rises, and countless grains of sand can instantly turn an ordinary person into a bloody mess. But no trace was left on Wu Jinhai. "You beast, take this punch." Wu Jinhai leaped up and slammed down. The force of the punch blasted through the sand and dust, landing on the sand beast. The sandstorm beast's lion head, with its bristling mane and golden eyes that were captivating, tilted its head back and collided directly with Wu Jinhai. The sandstorm beast, which was the size of a truck, actually took a half step back, but Wu Jinhai was sent flying. Damn, as expected of a calamity beast, awesome. Wu Jinhai stood up, seemingly unharmed. The sandstorm beast shook its head, clearly indicating that Wu Jinhai's punch had hurt it. A shadowy figure moved with incredible speed toward the sandstorm beast, landing beneath its most vulnerable belly. Suddenly, a dark purple dagger shot out from the shadows. The dagger slashed a gash across the sandstorm beast's abdomen, the surrounding flesh torn open and instantly stained with a dark purple hue, before finally rotting. A glint of light flashed in Chun Pingliang's eyes. It was done. But the next second, accompanied by a roar, a black afterimage sliced through the sand and stabbed towards Chun Pingliang. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Tang Ping held his knife, blocking the scorpion's tail, which was as long as his waist. His expression changed slightly. The physique and strength of this calamity beast are truly terrifying. Even with his physique and strength approaching 200, he felt his arms tingling in a tearing pain. Chun Pingliang was secretly shocked. This Uncle Tang actually possessed such terrifying power, and he seemed to be even stronger than Wu Junhai after he used his talent. Tang Ping and Wu Junhai engaged in close combat with the Sandstorm Beast. One fights with deadly force, the other with deadly precision. There were other talented individuals around, and for a time, the Sandstorm Beast, known as the Calamity Beast, was actually being suppressed and beaten. The Sandstorm Beast was finally enraged by a group of small insects. Its golden pupils turned blood red, and the sandstorm around it suddenly accelerated. The sandstorm swirled around the Sand Beast, forming a tornado that sucked in some nearby tables and chairs, instantly shredding them to pieces. Not good, retreat quickly, Montaken shouted. Wu Jinhai was forced back by the suction force, like a cannonball. Chun Pingliang, on the other hand, sank into the shadows. As everyone retreated, they discovered that Tang Ping had not yet come out. Where's Uncle Tang? Hasn't it come out yet? That shouldn't be the case. With Uncle Tang's speed, you should be able to get out so easily. No, look inside that sandstorm. At this moment, Tang Ping shook the sand off his Tang sword. As expected of a calamity beast, but that's enough for now. I have a lot of things to do. Golden red flames burst forth from the sandstorm. Is this his true strength? Mo and S pupils trembled. I made up my mind. From now on, Uncle Tang is my uncle. Wu Jinhai shouted firmly. What kind of strength is this? To actually take on a calamity beast single-handedly, Sister Meiwan murmured. The sandstorm did not extinguish the blazing golden red flames. Instead, it made them burn even more fiercely. The scorching flames caused a burning sensation on the faces of the 17 leaders, who were separated by 100 meters. A figure emerged from the flames. Officer Amoan, come and finish the job. Tang Ping walked out, and the sandstorm and flames behind him gradually subsided, revealing the charred sand beast, which also emitted a meaty aroma. However, judging from the slight undulations in its body, the sandstorm beast was still breathing its last breath. Thank you. Officer Mo nodded without refusing. He stepped forward to the sandstorm beast, whereupon a sharp metal rod materialized above its head, and then slammed down. Roar! The sand beast let out a low, mournful howl before its utter demise. Immediately following, Officer Mo and's aura suddenly surged to a much higher level. It's obvious that they've broken through to level 3. However, after carefully sensing his own strength, Officer Mo and finally confirmed that Tang Ping's strength was even above his own. He was even more shocked. In just a few days, someone had become so terrifyingly strong. So, have you broken through to level 3 yet? Wu Jinhai asked with a burning gaze. Officer Mo nodded. Level 3. With a thought, the metal within a 30-meter radius around him flowed toward him like water. Then, beneath its feet, it was cast into a metal platform, which then transformed into a cage, like clay, at its mercy. Awesome! Wu Jinhai exclaimed. Level 3 is this powerful. If it's level 4, it'll be absolutely invincible. Officer Mo walked up to Tang Ping. This is something that just fell down, a C-grade extraordinary weapon. A long spear appeared in Mo's hand. Grade C. Tang Ping was surprised. It was indeed a good item, but he shook his head. I don't use guns. You can keep it for yourself. Officer Mo thought for a moment, then took out a scroll. After all, it was you who helped us kill this calamity beast. Otherwise, we might not have been able to finish it in an hour. This is a scroll I obtained from the Doomsday Treasure Chest. It's a mental talent skill that can be learned as long as your mental attribute is over 50. I'm giving it to Uncle Tang. A mental skill book. Tang Ping was surprised, not expecting Officer Mo to have such a good thing. Thank you. It just so happens that my mental requirements are already met, so I'll accept this mental skill book. He immediately began studying it, and the scroll shattered, turning into specks of light that entered his brow. Soul-shattering nail. A nail formed from concentrated mental energy, specializing in attacking the mind. It strikes unexpectedly and is difficult to defend against, often playing a pivotal role in battle. When used in conjunction with mental talents, it becomes even more unpredictable and impossible to anticipate. Uncle Tang, your spirit has actually reached 50. Wu Jinhai now calls him Uncle Tang affectionately. We were just lucky. By the way, let's head straight to Shi County. The sooner we get there, the less danger Xiaoya, the Old Town mayor's granddaughter, will face, Tang Ping said. Having accepted the Old Town Mayor's gifts, he naturally wanted to handle things as efficiently as possible. Wu Jinhai nodded. Chun Pingyang and I have already discussed it and we're just about to ask Uncle Tang for his opinion. Since Uncle Tang said so, let's set off immediately. Chun Pingyang agreed and turned around, saying, I'll leave the base to you. Don't worry. Officer Imoa nodded. Take care on your journey, Sister Maywan instructed. With my Uncle Tang here, you can rest assured. Wu Jinhai waved his hand and said, I'm off. Tang Ping waved his hand and said, you should all go back to base now. Goodbye. Chapter 69, Tiandong Base. Under the blazing sun, looking up from the ground, one could only see a golden halo through the sand and dust. The strong winds did not cool the air. Instead, it felt like being in a steamer. The scorching, dry air and swirling sandstorms seemed to be trying to squeeze out the last drop of water from one's body. The houses lining both sides of the street are indistinct, and the former prosperity, which was just a few days ago, seems like it was centuries ago. Humans, who were once considered rare, suddenly became scarce, while the infected were everywhere, crawling in the sandstorms. 3 people were braving the wind and sand to move forward. This awful weather, it's so hot. Wu Zhenhai, shirtless, untied his shirt from his waist, wrung it out, and water gushed out. He then tied his shirt back up, took out a bottle of mineral water, and drank it all in one gulp. Drink less. You've already downed 2 cases on the way here. Supplies are scarce right now, and you can't keep wasting water like this. Chun Pingyang's short figure was wrapped in a black overcoat and wore a top hat. You have an F-grade supernatural clothing hat. It's easy for you to talk when you're not in the situation. If you give me the hat, I promise I won't drink a single bottle of water for the next day. Wu Zhenhai said resentfully. Of the 3 people, he was the only one without supernatural clothing and could only dry out. He felt like he was turning into an old, dried-up piece of meat. This awful weather. Let's walk a little further ahead. There's a supermarket up there. Let's rest there for a while, Tang Ping said. The 3 of them had been on the move for most of the day, and it was now 2 p.m. They weren't far from Shi County, so they decided to find a place to rest and grab a bite to eat. Upon entering the supermarket, I found it to be in relatively good condition, with all the doors and windows intact. After pulling up the roller shutter, the noisy apocalypse finally quieted down. Damn it! How did the world become such a monstrosity? If it stays like this forever, how can anyone live here? Wu Zhenhai cursed. Tang Ping tore open a bag of compressed biscuits and ate them. At least we still have shelter. Once the shelter is upgraded to a higher level, it might become a doomsday fortress. Chun Pingyang shook his head. Upgrading to a level 2 shelter requires 10 shelter fragments. Level 3 requires 100, and level 4 requires 1,000. These things are not easy to obtain. Wu Zhenhai muttered as he ate a dry steamed bun. I wonder if humanity will ever be able to return to the world. Chun Pingyang tore open a bag of bread. It's probably unlikely. Most likely, they'll be surviving in the base or the safe zone. I wonder how the official safe zone is doing now. The situation isn't as good as we thought, Tang Ping sighed. Most of those safe zones are now underground air defense facilities, which are very crowded and cramped for a large number of survivors. Moreover, food, water, and security are all problems. If an infected person were to infiltrate, the dense population would inevitably lead to disaster, and the final outcome would likely be Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang fell silent. Indeed, in the first 3 days, there were messages everywhere urging survivors to go to the safe zone. Now, the focus has shifted to supporting survivors to establish their own survivor bases nearby. They were originally going to the safe zone, but were stopped by the far-sighted old mayor. The base later established in Shenyang town was put on fire by a group of ungrateful people. The leaders of the Xingho base, led by the old town mayor, took the opportunity to step down, get rid of this burden, and chose the Better Shaoling Mountain to rebuild the base. Everyone thought the old mayor loved the people like his own children, and that he left in despair after being forced into a corner. Little did they know that the old mayor was actually frighteningly calm. Sigh, I wonder how those people are doing now. Chun Pingliang sighed softly. Wu Zhenhai scoffed. Who cares what they do? Now that those guys who only know how to leech off us are gone, I can eat anything I want. Back in that base, we worked around the clock collecting supplies to feed them. And look what happened, they kicked us out. If you ask me, Tang Ping took a sip of water, you've protected them too well, so they have no idea what they're going through. They still think it's just an ordinary natural disaster. In this apocalypse, how can you manage thousands of people without a tough and ruthless approach? We must not only make them clearly realize that the so-called equality for all and having enough to eat and wear a thing of the past, but also make them feel awe and fear towards those who are gifted. Chun Pingyang sighed. Yes, a new era has arrived, and the old order is no longer suitable. Unfortunately, many people still don't understand. Time will teach them, Tang Ping said slowly. Teach them to recognize themselves, to recognize that human life is no longer noble, that no one will pay for their lives anymore, and that no one will protect their lives. Only you can protect yourself. While the three were resting, they heard the voices of a group of people outside. Hurry up, you idiots. Stop dawdling. If you keep this up, I'll beat you to a pulp. All right, Mao, stop smoking. We're still counting on these women to get food. I know, I'm not stupid. I'm going all out. I'll make sure they cry for their parents and only suffer some minor injuries. Brother Dong, there's a supermarket up ahead. Should we go in and see if they have any supplies? Let's go in and take a look. A knife slashed through the roller shutter door, and sandstorms rushed in, along with a group of people. Tang Ping looked over calmly. There were 3 men, all of whom were talented. Behind them were 7 women who were tied up with ropes. The women were dressed in a disheveled state, with gruesome bloodstains on their bodies, but their faces were completely unharmed. These women, some only 17 or 18 years old, and others looking only 20 or 30, were like sheep being led into the supermarket. All you could see in their eyes was numbness. The end of the world was so clearly laid out before the 3 of them. As a result, Wu Jinhai's eyes turned bloodshot. Court death. His body swelled up, his muscles bulged, and he threw a punch at the leader. Brother, we didn't mean to trespass. We'll leave right now, the man exclaimed, thinking that he had angered Wu Jinhai by trespassing on their territory. Wu Jinhai did not stop, but the man was fast enough to dodge. Seeing that the other party was about to attack again, Dong Gu angrily said, Brother, I am the second in command of the Tiandong base. Do you want to oppose our Tiandong base? What kind of bullshit Tiandong base is this? I'll beat you bastards to death today. Wu Jinhai's anger surged. In these women, he seemed to see his wife and daughter thousands of miles away. Will they feel the same way? No. Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Dong Ji's eyes were fierce, and his body instantly flashed with a metallic luster. Then their fists collided violently. Wu Jinhai and Dong Gu retreated simultaneously. Dong Gu was terrified. The excruciating pain in his arms made him feel a chill, and he wanted to back down. Wow, this person is even stronger than me. Wu Jinhai also narrowed his eyes. This second leader of the Tiandong base is quite capable, but not much. Wu Jinhai's body suddenly rose higher, gradually touching the ceiling in Dong Ji's horrified gaze. You. Dong Ji's legs went weak. This was definitely a higher talent than his sea-level talent, steel skin. Bustat, D. Wu Jinhai grabbed Dong Ji's head. Chapter 70 Those Girls. Dong Gu died. His head exploded like a watermelon. The other 2 also perished. What do you plan to do with these people now that you've saved them? Tang Ping asked calmly. Wu Jinhai remained silent. He truly didn't know how to deal with these 7 women. You think you've saved them? Actually, you've only made them die sooner. In less than 1 night, these powerless women will be torn apart by the infected and become the beast's dinner. Tang Ping calmly ate from a can of luncheon meat. But Wu Jinhai clenched his fist. I can't let them be sold around like merchandise. In the apocalypse, being able to become cargo is already a kind of luck for them. At least they can survive, right? But do they want to live like this? Of course they don't want to, but they're afraid of dying, or rather, they dare not die, and they have no ability to resist, so they can only live like this. Tang Ping's calm words sent chills down one spine. Wu Jinhai felt a buzzing in his head. Was his wife and daughter going through the same thing? However, he was unable to protect them, because before the apocalypse, his wife and daughter had gone on a trip abroad to Australia. He was filled with regret. Why? Why did he agree to let them go on a trip abroad? No. A woman suddenly spoke up. I'm not afraid to die. Her numb gaze suddenly filled with tears, like a living person. I just want them not to kill my son. I'm willing to go in exchange for food myself. Tang Ping was surprised, but his face remained expressionless. Foolish. Do you think they'll treat your child well if you sell yourself? They said they would. The woman's voice gradually weakened, and tears rolled down her cheeks, only to be devoured by the greedy sandstorm before they could even touch the ground. None of you have recognized your own position or where you are now. Of course, it's also possible that you just don't want to see it for yourselves. After saying this, Tang Ping ignored him. The people in the supermarket fell silent. Only the sound of wind and sand rushing in could be heard. Please, please save me, I don't want to die. Suddenly, a girl of about 17 or 18 pleaded. How about I take them back to the Spark base? Wu Jinhai said reluctantly. Chun Pingliang, on the other hand, remained oblivious throughout, silently eating his bread. Tang Ping rubbed his forehead. The straight line distance is more than 30 kilometers. Don't you know how we fought our way here? How many of them do you think will survive the journey back? And Wu Jinhai, you need to understand why you came out here. Besides, there are so many people like them. Are you going to save them every time you see them? Please, save me. I don't want to die, the girl pleaded. Wu Jinhai lowered his head. Suddenly, a girl of about 18 or 19 years old spoke up. Can I borrow your knife? The girl's gaze fell on Tang Ping. Okay. Tang Ping handed over the knife. Thank you for saving me earlier. The girl touched the knife, which was very sharp and easily cut her fingertip, but she seemed not to feel any pain and let the blood drip down. What a fine knife. You've used it, let me use it too. A woman in her mid-20s said in a hoarse voice. You should ask the owner of the knife, not me. The woman, around 25 or 26 years old, looked at Tang Ping. Casual. Do you want to die? It's better than being eaten tonight. The woman suddenly turned around, and the others silently lowered their heads, offering no response. Please, save me. I'll do anything. The girl on the ground crawled over and grabbed Tang Ping's feet. Tang Ping frowned and dodged away in annoyance. I can't save you, and no one can save you either. The girl froze, her eyes instantly filled with resentment. Why? Why didn't you save me? If you didn't save me, why did you kill Brother Dong just now? I could have survived if I'd been sent to another base. But now, because of you, I have to stay outside and wait to die. You have to take responsibility. You're the ones who ruined me. Wu Jinhai suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the girl in shock. The girl scrambled to her feet, her eyes blazing with fury. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Why did you kill Dongji? I didn't have to die. Why did you have to meddle? With my looks, I could have lived a good life anywhere, even if I had to sell myself. You ruined my life. You have to take responsibility. Tang Ping shrugged. See? This is just your wishful thinking. Wu Jinhai remained rooted to the spot, silently watching the girl who kept blaming him. Snap! The young mother who had willingly sold herself for her son slapped the girl, her hand trembling. This slap is for your mother. Your mother was torn apart by the infected so that you could live. Is this the only way you can live? Snap! This slap is on behalf of us women. You treat yourself like a commodity, despising yourself so much and not treasuring yourself. You really make me feel ashamed. Snap! This slap was for myself. Consider it repayment for the food I gave you. Consider it my food that I fed to the dogs. Why did you hit me? What right do you have to hit me? Who do you think you are? What makes you superior to me? You still have to sell yourself, don't you? The girl went crazy and lunged at him, baring her teeth and claws. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? You're so high and mighty. Can being high and mighty put food on the table? Can being high and mighty keep me alive? What did I do wrong? The girl collapsed to the ground, crying, I just wanted to live. What did I do wrong? I could just let those men play with me and get food and water in return. Why can't I? Why not? The girl suddenly looked up at Tang Ping, as if she wanted an answer. Tang Ping ate the canned food in his hand, not replying to the girl who was slumped on the ground. After all, what did it have to do with him? He went around to the girl who was holding a knife and cutting her own neck. The blade had already cut through the skin, and blood seeped down, staining the pale skin red. He gently gripped the blade. The girl looked up blankly. Bind this to me, then unbind it and give it back to me. A shelter item appeared in Tang Ping's hand. You know what this is, but it's not for you. If you don't exchange it, I can kill you and take it back. The girl didn't understand what the other party wanted to do, but she obediently took it and then heard the system's voice. Then she bound it, and then unbound it. Tang Ping handed it to another girl, around 25 or 26 years old, and repeated it. He handed it to the young mother, then took it back. As for the other four girls, they had no idea what had happened. Tang Ping inserted the knife into the scabbard on his back. Leave a message. The more brutal the environment, The more women at the bottom of society are objectified. To break free, they either need to move up or change their environment. This is the end of the world, a very different kind of end of the world, but it is also full of opportunities. Everything is just beginning, and strength is the only thing that matters. With strength, you will be on the top and become the rule maker of the environment. I'm giving you a chance. What the future holds is up to you. Old Wool Chun, let's go. The supermarket's roller shutter door was torn open, and sand and dust were still pouring in. The two girls and the woman could only squint to see what was going on. They're gone. Yes, they've left. Then what do? Go back to Tiandong Base and tell them that Flying Tiger Base killed these three. The 18 or 19-year-old girl seemed to have flames rising in her eyes. Her gaze pierced through the blowing sand and dust, looking at the figures that had already disappeared. I will be the one who makes the rules. Chapter 71, Extraordinary Treasure. The People's Grand Aspiration. Try to think more positively. Tang Ping patted Wu Zhenhai on the shoulder. After all, there's no use in trying to figure it out. One sentence made Wu Zhenhai even more dejected. Don't worry too much. Right now, all you can do is stay alive. Maybe one day, even if you're separated by the ocean, you'll be able to reunite with your wife and daughter. After all, we are all evolving. Who knows, one day we might be able to fly, or even travel through space. At that time, the ends of the earth will be just a stone's throw away. Uncle Tang, you finally said something sensible. Wu Zhenhai took a deep breath. Don't worry, Uncle Tang. I'm not the kind of person who would do something stupid. It's okay. I wasn't worried about you anyway, so don't worry. Night fell, and the three arrived in Shi County. However, having lost contact with Yao Xiaoya, they had no idea of her location. After all, although the internet still exists, there is no electricity. So for most survivors, they're still in a post-apocalyptic state and have no idea what is happening outside. And this situation will continue to worsen over time. However, Tang Ping and the other two did know where Yao Xiaoya used to work and live. It's getting late tonight. Let's find a place to rest for now. We'll have to find another one tomorrow. Tang Ping glanced at the time. It was already 10 p.m. Okay, let's set up the shelter here and rest. Chun Pingliang pointed to a restaurant, and the three of them went into the kitchen and set up the shelter underground. Tang Ping returned to his shelter. I haven't been able to return to the future these past 2 days. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Had his cheat system disappeared, or were the intervals between uses becoming longer in the future? But no matter what Tang Ping thought, he couldn't figure out the reason. After all, he didn't even know what his ability was or where it came from. Keeping this matter to himself, Tang Ping took out a card. Extraordinary Treasure card. You can designate an item and evolve it into a rare treasure. Tang Ping had a deep understanding of just how powerful the extraordinary treasure was, because he himself possessed 2 extraordinary treasures. Spark Metal, Ring of the Savior, an item that can increase your 4 main attributes by 100% in dangerous situations, and constantly increase the luck of your blessing badge by 500%. As for the second item, it elevated his talent to SS level, and in the future, when it merges with the level 7 shelter, it can create 100-mile-long pure land to resist all apocalyptic disasters. Moreover, the Ring of the Savior is itself a very powerful defensive artifact. He can use it for a lifetime. What exactly evolved into this extraordinary treasure? Tang Ping examined his belongings. He has a lot of good stuff, including many F-grade and E-grade extraordinary weapons, props, and clothing. E-grade extraordinary weapon, black diamond knife. F-grade extraordinary weapon, bow, and arrow. F-grade extraordinary item, soul-chasing talisman. F-grade extraordinary weapon, black gold bow. F-grade extraordinary item, cleansing ring. F-grade extraordinary clothing, baseball cap. F-grade extraordinary weapon, ghost dagger. There are even better ones. The D-grade extraordinary item, holy light bracelet. The B-grade extraordinary item, water purifier pump. And the B-grade mental defense item, mental diamond. And rare items without specific levels, but with extremely powerful effects. Resurrection Scroll, Heart Charm, Soldier's Blessing Badge. There is also a magical artifact from another world, the Rose of Light, which can remove many negative effects. Many of these items were quite effective, and Tang Ping was very interested in them. If it evolves into a rare treasure, without exception, it will be of great help to him. However, he only has 1 rare treasure card. This is the one. In the end, Tang Ping chose the item that best suited his taste from among the many items. Special item, Soldier's Blessing Badge. Description: carrying it on your person or placing it in a shelter can bring good luck. This item can increase your luck. More importantly, he was attracted by this item because, under the influence of his other extraordinary treasure, his luck could be greatly amplified. Actually, he really wanted to use the Resurrection Scroll, because once the Resurrection Scroll evolved into a rare treasure, it would definitely no longer be a one-time use item. Even if it wasn't a one-time use item, Tang Ping knew that it would never allow him to revive however he wanted. If it really did, it probably wouldn't be considered a rare treasure. There is a high probability that there will be a long cooling-off period. After careful consideration, Tang Ping chose the item that could increase his luck. Although luck is invisible and intangible, its effect is no less than that of a resurrection scroll. Most importantly, this item is always effective. What's more, it can be combined with the spark metal for a 500% boost. What if this blessing badge became a rare treasure and gained an additional 500% blessing? Tang Ping was incredibly excited, staring intently at the crimson gold badge in his hand. Use the extraordinary treasure card. Do you wish to upgrade a soldier's blessing badge into a rare treasure using a rare treasure card? Yes. Ding. Successfully used. Congratulations to the player for upgrading their soldier's blessing badge to a rare treasure. The People's Aspiration Badge. Exotic treasure. Bound the People's Aspiration Badge. Introduction. It can bring a certain amount of good fortune, gain favor from the world, and make it easier to win the favor of others, naturally carrying the aura of a leader. When you want to do something great, you often receive unexpected help amidst difficulties. Note, not limited by different worlds. Player detected to possess the Starfire Medal. Li Min's Grand Vision Badge, boosted by 500%. This, Tang Ping gasped, his hands trembling with excitement, his eyes fixed on the object in his hands, as if he wished he could merge it into his own body. Luck and fortune are just two words, but by simply swapping their positions, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. One comes from within oneself, and the other comes from the world. Once the position changes, a person's entire status is transformed. Even Tang Ping hadn't expected that after this item was upgraded to a rare treasure, it could actually change a person's fortune. Although it's unknown how much good fortune she received, and it might even be relatively little, it's still far more incredible than so-called luck. Most importantly, Tang Ping stared at the note. Not restricted by different worlds, what does that mean? His eyes sparkled, his heart was filled with joy, and he felt lightheaded. A wave of relief washed over me. I had chosen to upgrade this badge into a rare treasure. With a slight thought, Tang Ping's badge transformed into a stream of light, merging into his brow and forming a mark before slowly disappearing. Chapter 72, Prey and Hunter. This extraordinary treasure can be integrated into his body, making him one with it from then on, and he no longer needs to worry about it being stolen by others. In this respect, it is better than the Savior's Ring and the Starfire Medal. Opening the trading area, Tang Ping approved all the trading requests for the manuals he had listed. I obtained some attribute stones and A-grade experience stones. The amount of goods was much less than before, but there was still some profit, so Tang Ping didn't mind. The 4 types of attribute stones add up to less than 40, and the A-grade experience stones are less than 200. However, Tang Ping estimated that these experience stones should be enough for the magical girl to break through to the late stage of intermediate magician. He opened the magical girl game, took out 100 A-level experience stones, and recharged the magical girl's account. As expected, the magical girl broke through to the early stage of advanced magician. At this level, even in the magical world, one should have the basic ability to protect oneself. Tang Ping can only upgrade his magical girl character to this point now. He really can't afford to go any further. According to his estimate, it would probably take 1,000 A-grade experience stones for the magical girl to break through to the next level. Just as Tang Ping had thought, Sophia, already a high-level mage, is indeed considered a strong person in a small town. Outside the room Tang Ping couldn't see. Sophia lived in a world shrouded in darkness. God, merciful and great God Lord Tang Ping, Sophia will certainly not let you down. Sophia prayed fervently, reciting the Bible she had compiled herself. After praying, Sophia picked up the Bible, wrapped herself in a large black robe, and walked out of the room. Like a city on a deserted island in the darkness, groups of people dressed in different ways, men and women, young and old, walked through secluded alleys and converged on an underground church. When Sophia arrived, the place was already packed with people, all staring at her with fervent eyes. The magical girl stepped onto the stage, removed her black robes, and revealed her exquisite and flawless face, and a golden red lotus flower on her forehead. When the lotus appeared, light enveloped everyone. That was light, warm, brilliant, and noble light. The fervor in the eyes of the believers below the stage intensified. In this world shrouded in darkness, nothing is more precious than light. That the lowest of the low were illuminated by this light. It even banished their illnesses. Who dares to say this isn't a miracle? Who dares to say they aren't God's chosen people? I'm afraid that in the next moment, these fanatical believers will put them on the stake and offer them as sacrifices to God. God said that all beings are equal, and every person has the right to pursue the light. Sophia, with a solemn and dignified expression, proclaimed the deeds and will of God. The believers below the stage also listened to God's teachings with solemn expressions, hands clasped in reverence and eyes closed. Tang Ping knew nothing of this, because all he could see was this small house. How about we upgrade Sophia's house? Tang Ping stroked his chin. Upgrading your house requires spending a lot of gold coins, but you don't get many gold coins from things like buying food. His gaze slowly fell on the 30-odd attribute stones he had just acquired, and he was tempted. Once upon a time, magical girls, even dogs wouldn't play with them. Now, what should I top up today? Tang Ping directly recharged 10 attribute stones, instantly gaining a large amount of gold coins, which he immediately used to upgrade his house. The original one-story house was upgraded into a two-story building, and the area was much larger, making it seem somewhat empty for a moment. While the magical girl was away from home, Tang Ping happily purchased various furniture and decorations from the shop, gradually transforming the magical girl into a cozy home. I'll buy the European-style table lamp with golden flowers. White and gold-trimmed European-style bedside table, buy it. Double room with king-size bed, buy it. 7-color glass window, buy it. Crystal chandelier, buy it. Pink cat pour rug, buy it. With a flurry of swift actions, the magical girl's house was instantly transformed. Tang Ping's girlish heart was satisfied, and he fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow, there was another dungeon in Shi County to open. As dawn broke, Wu Zhenhai was the first to get up. He got up at around 5 a.m. You wouldn't guess that this big guy was quite meticulous. He used the kitchen gas cylinder to cook a sumptuous meal. Old Wu, your cooking is pretty good, Tang Ping exclaimed. This is much more fragrant than the instant noodles he makes. It's so fragrant it's almost intoxicating. And the compressed biscuits I eat are, in comparison, almost like pig swill. Pig, don't insult my pig swill. I'm glad Uncle Tang likes it, huh? On the surface, Wu Zhenhai seemed to have already adjusted his state. Where should we search today? Chen Pingliang asked. Tang Ping swallowed the chicken nugget in his mouth. According to what the old town mayor said at the beginning, Xiaoye is bound to the shelter. That is to say, even if the phone and other communication devices are out of power, the regional channel is still available, and Xiaoye must be inside. We can send out messages to find Xiaoye while heading to where she lives. Didn't the old mayor say that if Xiaoye leaves, she will leave a mark every so often? We can use that to find her. Chen Pingyang nodded. Xiaoye lives in that neighborhood not far away. We can go there and see if we can find any clues left by Xiaoye. The three of them devoured the meal in no time, and without even washing the dishes or pots, they left and headed to the nearby neighborhood to look for Xiaoye. Four Eyes, are you sure those three people are players? Brother how could it be fake? I saw it with my own eyes. That big guy pulled out all sorts of food out of thin air. Who else could it be but a player with a sanctuary? All right, once we get a shelter for the three of us, we'll definitely give you one. Brother Hao's eyes were filled with greed. Third sister, we'll be counting on you later. Don't worry, with my big belly, I don't believe they won't fall for it. The woman's face was gentle, and her palm was gently stroking her belly. Good child, whether mommy can live a good life depends on you. The woman's smile, though seemingly very gentle, gave off a strange sense of madness. Even the eldest brother, Hao, standing nearby, had a flicker of fear in his eyes. This third sister beside him was terrifying, She would do anything to survive. Brother Hao, what if these three rob their shelter? What will happen to the other two? Four Eyes licked his dry lips. Of the three of them, he was the only one without a shelter now. The eldest brother killed his wife, the third sister killed her husband, and they still haven't finished eating. A green light gleamed in the four-eyed man's eyes. Soon, very soon, he too would have his own shelter. If there are any extras, we'll go to the largest nearby base, Cloud Sky Base, and exchange them for experience stones from their leader. Go to Yintian Base? Will those people trade with us? Four Eyes asked, his face filled with fear. Boss House sneered. What are you afraid of? They're currently in a standoff with another base. Both bases are amassed troops and frantically recruiting talented individuals who haven't joined their factions to bolster their strength. They won't easily attack us at this time. Brother Hao, they're here. I'm going down now. The woman touched her stomach, and 2 tears slowly welled up in her dimples, making her look pitiful. She bent down and drew a foot-long bloody line on her thigh. The eldest brother looked at his third sister in fear. Chapter 73, Poison Queen. That building over there is the apartment Xiaoya rents for work. Chen Pingliang raised his hand and pointed to a 10-story building in the residential area ahead. The 7th floor is where Xiaoya's room is located. Let's go take a look first. Tang Ping entered through the main gate, but the iron gate on the main gate of the community had long since disappeared. A dark figure leaped down from the window with a roar. The infected person landed on all fours and pounced on Tang Ping, its agility more absurd than that of a tabby cat. Let alone ordinary people, even many level 1 talent users can be dismembered if they are not careful. With a flash of light, the infected man was split in 2, landing on either side of Tang Ping. However, the infected person, who had been split in 2, was still able to move around even while standing on 1 hand and 1 foot. Damn it, you're telling me this thing is a zombie? Wu Jinhai stomped his foot down, crushing the infected's head with each step. Right now, they're just gradually getting more familiar with controlling their bodies. When these infected evolve and mutate again, that will be truly terrifying. Tang Ping thought of the freakish infected in the Doomsday City instance. This thing can evolve. This isn't even evolution. Wu Jinhai's expression changed. Of course not. Right now, they're just gradually adapting to their own bodies. Once they're completely familiar with and adapted, they'll be considered a different kind of creature, and they can even reproduce. Tang Ping slowly uttered this information, which would be perfectly ordinary about infected people in later generations. What? It can reproduce? Wu Zhenhai exclaimed, and even Shun Pingliang's pupils shrank. That's right, these infected individuals can reproduce. Tang Ping nodded and added, not only can they reproduce between males and females, but also between males and females. In bad situations, if no other infected individuals can be found, they can even reproduce with themselves. A litter can have 2 or 3 fewer offspring and 7 or 8 more. Moreover, these creatures can run, jump, and climb rocks within a day of being born. Furthermore, it can survive in many extremely harsh environments. Even in barren mountains and deserts where not a blade of grass grows, it can survive by eating sand and gnawing on rocks. It can survive from high-altitude permafrost to deep-sea chasms. Isn't that incredible? Actually, if we disregard intellectual decline, it would be more accurate to say that these infected individuals represent human evolution, because this phenomenon is somewhat absurd. This, Wu Zhenhai gasped. If what you said, Uncle Tang, is really true, this is simply the strongest carbon-based life form. Tang Ping shook his head. It's not the strongest, but in terms of adaptability, there aren't many species that can compare to it. He thought to himself that if he really wanted to find one, the earthworm would definitely be one, because in later generations, earthworms could survive in space. If this thing is allowed to continue growing, how will humans survive? Wu Zhenhai sighed. Tang Ping immediately laughed. You don't need to worry about that. After all, in comparison, the infected may be the chosen ones, but humans are overpowered. Wu Zhenhai was speechless. What you said makes sense, after all. Every player has a system and a shelter. As the 3 of them talked, they arrived at the foot of building number 7. Help! Help! Help me! A stumbling figure fell out of the stairwell. Roar! A foul-smelling wind chased after the pregnant woman, who was about to die on the spot. Wu Zhenhai rammed into the infected person, sending them flying. Then, Wu's hand grew larger, and he grabbed the infected person's head, which was stuck to the wall, and squeezed it hard. Bang! brain matter spilled out, and the infected person's body slowly went limp. Thank you, thank you. The woman sat on the ground, still shaken, her hands protecting her stomach. It's nothing. Wu Zhenhai shook his head and got up to leave. But the pregnant woman followed. He frowned. You'd better find somewhere to hide now, instead of following me. The pregnant woman clutched her belly, tears streaming down her face. She suddenly knelt on the ground. Please take me in. I could do anything, laundry, cooking, any dirty or tiring work. I'm willing to do it all. I just beg you to let me stay with you and give my unborn child a way to survive. Wu Zhenhai frowned and finally shook his head. I'm sorry, I have important things to do and can't take care of you. Staying with us will only make things more dangerous. Chun Pingliang's gaze fell on the pregnant woman's belly. After a moment's thought, he said, How about this? You wait here for now. We'll come back to pick you up after we're done and take you to the nearby survivor base. The pregnant woman's eyes instantly filled with panic. No, I don't want to go to the survivor base. I don't want to go. Why? They eat people. Chun Pingliang frowned, his expression turning indifferent. He couldn't possibly be carrying a pregnant woman. I'll give you some food. Find a place to hide yourself. No, please let me go with you. You are good people. I could do any dirty or hard work. The pregnant woman knelt on the ground, dragging her bloodied legs forward, her face full of pleading. Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang were both moved by compassion. But at that moment, Tang Ping's cold voice rang out. Leave now and don't follow us anymore. I'll spare your life because you're carrying a child. The other three were shocked. Wu Zhenhai was astonished that Tang Ping would say such a thing. Chun Pingliang was shocked, causing his heart, which had been filled with pity, to fall again, and he remained silent about the pregnant woman. As for the pregnant woman's trembling, it was out of surprise. A hint of unease flashed in her eyes. Had she been discovered, or was the other party truly too indifferent? Young man, please take my child and me in, the pregnant woman pleaded. Do you think you've hidden it well? Tang Ping drew his Tang sword and pressed it against the pregnant woman's neck. If you don't leave, I don't mind letting the child in your belly die with you. Of course, it might be lucky for the child. After all, it's the end of the world, isn't it? Tang Ping's meaning is already quite clear. Wu Zhenhai opened his mouth. Uncle Tang, do you think she's weak? Tang Ping turned to look at Wu Zhenhai. Believe it or not, she could crush you with one hand. Wu Zhenhai's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instantly understood what Tang Ping was talking about. His face turned ugly as he looked at the pregnant woman on the ground, covered in blood and looking weak and frail. Could the other party really have crushed him with one hand? Ha. The pregnant woman stopped pretending, realizing she'd really been found out. She casually brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. How did you find out? What business is it of yours how I found out? The incision was pressed against the pregnant woman's chin. The pregnant woman suddenly laughed, her two dimples appearing on her face. So what if they find out? You can't escape now. After she finished speaking, Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang suddenly collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide. You what? When was the poison administered? Sorry, I can't tell you. The pregnant woman looked up at Tang Ping in surprise. Why didn't you collapse? Tang Ping's gaze turned deep, and he suddenly realized who the woman in front of him was. Later historical records state that in the 36th year of the last calendar, a poison queen appeared in Pingchang City, known as the Demon Queen. She possessed a unique talent for poison, making her unpredictable and mysterious. She also had a poison child who was nurtured in the womb with countless poisons for 7 years. When the child was born, the poisonous gas was overwhelming, and within a 10-mile radius, nothing grew for decades. After that, the mother and son disappeared from public view. They reappeared in 36 years after the end of the world, when they almost overturned the safe zone established by King Tao Hai. Even the original King Tao Hai had a brother with S-level talent, who was just a little short of advancing to level 7 and becoming a king, but unfortunately died at the hands of the Poison Queen. Rumor has it that the Poison Queen is delicate and charming, but she is actually ruthless and vicious, and will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. She is a true ruthless and cunning Poison Queen in the apocalypse. It seems the rumors were true. Poison? You think I didn't notice you poisoned it? You're too confident. A rose appeared in Tang Ping's hand. The rose was bright yellow, like a reliable light bulb, but the light it emitted allowed Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang behind him to slowly regain their mobility. Mo Baiji's face immediately darkened, her eyes flashing with venom. What is this thing? It's none of your business. You're quite good, very suitable for the apocalypse. Perhaps without me, you would be a figure destined to be looked up to in the future. Unfortunately now, you are destined to die. After confirming the other party's identity, Tang Ping did not care at all about her being a pregnant woman. After all, she was truly a killing star. He single-handedly slaughtered almost half of Tao Hai's safe zone. You think you can kill me? Mo Baiji suddenly revealed a somewhat manic smile. No one can kill me, not even myself. Is that so? A strange, black and red flame lotus appeared in Tang Ping's eyes. The flaming lotus flower swayed and appeared in Mo Baiji's eyes. And now, Chapter 74 S-Rank Healing Talent. What kind of talent is this? Mo Baiji clutched her head in anguish, a sudden fear rising within her. She felt as if her spirit were being burned like a piece of paper. She tried to escape, but the intense mental burning made her feel as if she had lost control of her body. She collapsed to the ground, her face contorted in extreme pain. Let me go! Let me go! Black and red flames burned her spirit, while golden and red flames burned her body. However, the body, in a bizarre way, continued to grow and repair itself like a tumor. Tang Ping's gaze turned serious. No wonder this woman said that even she couldn't kill herself. However, it is clear that Mo Baiji is no match for Tang Ping. She died, this demonic empress of later generations, the venomous empress who inspired fear in all, turned to ashes. It blended into the sandstorm. Only one item from the shelter was left behind, which Tang Ping picked up and put into his pocket. Although this poison queen has extraordinary potential and is a very capable person, she is among the top in the world of heavenly kings and heavenly queens. However, Tang Ping did not receive any instructions from his subordinates. This woman is like a poisoned dagger. She can kill others with ease, and she can kill herself with ease as well. No one knows if she might turn on herself. After all, this woman dared to poison even the child in her womb, and she poisoned it for 7 years, turning it into something neither human nor ghost. Tang Ping looked up and met the gazes of the two people upstairs. In an instant, a fiery red lotus bloomed in their eyes. Ah! Boss Hao clutched his head in terror, trying to run away, but after taking only 2 steps back, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes dimming, and he died on the spot. As for the four-eyed man next to him, he was instantly killed. You two go to building 7 and look around. I'll go up and pick up the items from the shelter. Okay. Wu Zhenhai felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed he had underestimated his Uncle Tang. No wonder he's his uncle. Tang Ping went upstairs. The 2 people he had just killed were on the 10th floor. After entering the room, he saw 2 people lying on the balcony. He groped around for a while and only found the shelter items on the burly man's corpse. Including the items from the 2 shelters after the poison, their attributes are surprisingly quite good. The strong man's item has a B-grade attribute, super long health bar. The health bar of the shelter is much longer than that of other shelters, and the health bar can also be applied to the person bound to the shelter, serving to heal and lock in health. As for the sanctuary of that future poison queen, it is the S-level characteristic, 5 poison nest, which can cultivate various rare poisons and raise goo. Upon seeing the mention of raising goo worms, Tang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the child in the poison queen's womb might have been conceived through the goo worm breeding program in the sanctuary. Both of these shelters are extremely valuable, and it would be a great pity to sell them. Tang Ping had no intention of selling them. He wanted to keep them for himself. Like any shelter with advanced characteristics, none of them can be measured by price because shelters have growth potential, and every shelter with advanced characteristics is priceless. We're desperately short of shelter fragments right now. We have to find a way to get some. Tang Ping thought to himself. His shelter was already at level 2, but he needed 100 shelter fragments to upgrade it to level 3. He has less than 10 coins on him now. Thinking about what he had, Tang Ping remembered that he still had 10 bottles of infected serum. It shouldn't be difficult to exchange that for 100 shelter fragments. Tang Ping thought for a moment and then hung up a bottle of infected serum and 50 shelter fragments. This price is outrageous. After all, even he himself has only obtained less than 20 shelter fragments so far. However, this serum from infected individuals was not originally intended for sale to individuals, but but rather to bases and official safe zones. The world is never short of powerful people. Even in the end times, they can still gather a lot of resources and quickly improve themselves. Serum from infected individuals, a drug that can eliminate the risk of infection, is naturally highly sought after. A message pops up in the information panel. Wu Jinhai. Uncle Tang, we found a mark left by Xiaoye. Tang Ping. Okay, I'll be right downstairs. The three met downstairs, where Wu Jinhai had already found another marker based on the existing markings. Uncle Tang, this way. Let's go, let's catch up. Tang Ping was also eager to fulfill the Old Town Mayor's wish. Cloud Sky Base. Chief, according to the information, that instance will be opened soon. They've finally appeared. Pass on my order. Summon all talented individuals and prepare to enter the dungeon. The man sitting at the head of the table, wearing a black overcoat, held a message scroll in his hand. The scroll had been stolen 3 days ago by his people who had infiltrated the Taohai base. Yes, great, Chief. The man at the door withdrew, but the leader's eyes were burning with excitement. This dungeon was an experience stone dungeon, containing a large number of treasure chests that carried experience stones. The probability of getting an experience stone was close to 50%. As long as he could collect all the treasure chests, he was even confident that he could break through to level 4. Half an hour later, several high-ranking officials from the Yuntian base gathered. Big brother, have you still not convinced that girl? The second leader turned his head and looked around, but found that he did not see the girl. That girl possesses an S-level healing talent. If we can persuade her to join the Cloud Sky base, it will definitely boost their strength significantly. No, the chief's face immediately darkened. If you ask me, we should use some tough measures to make her join whether she wants to or not, the third leader said coldly. The second leader shook his head in denial. After all, he has an S-level talent. Even in our Cloud Sky base, we don't have a talent of that level. The strongest one is only Big Brother's A-level talent. What's more, he has an S-level healing talent. Although it's only level 2, you've seen his healing ability before. Even with his heart pierced, he could still be brought back to life after 2 minutes of being gone. What, you're forcing him now? What will you do if he gets injured and refuses to treat you? The third leader was speechless for a moment, then snorted coldly and said nothing more. After all, what the second leader said was true. The chieftain rubbed his head and said, if you ask me, we should let Song-gu take care of her first. As long as we can get Song-gu to win her over, she will be obedient to our control. Women are easily deceived by sweet words. Just then, a very handsome young man with a well-proportioned figure walked in. Godfather, the man said to the chief. The chieftain smiled. How's the situation progressing? Although this pretty boy only has an E-level talent, he has a good-looking face, and women nowadays like this kind of guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized such a person as his godson. The handsome man laughed and said, we've made pretty good progress. I believe I'll be able to win her over in less than half a month, and then she'll be completely one of our Yuntian base's people. The chief nodded in satisfaction. Good. Now you are in charge of keeping her happy. As long as you keep her under control and make her willing to contribute to the development of our base, I can promise that in the future, I will collect enough talent upgrade stones for you, and then you will become the second in command of the Cloud Sky base. A hint of ambiguity flashed in his eyes, clearly indicating that he was not being honest. The handsome man's face lit up with surprise. Thank you so much, Godfather. I will definitely work hard. Well, there's nothing more for you here. You may leave now. The chieftain nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Godfather. The handsome man bowed and turned around, his head hanging low, his expression gloomy and disgusted. Are you really comfortable letting him control that girl? The second leader asked. Hee. Of course you can rest assured. After all, what waves can an E-level talent cause? Alright, let's continue with the dungeon arrangements. This dungeon is crucial to whether our Cloud Sky base can truly survive in the apocalypse. Chapter 75 Cloud Sky Base. You mean, Xiaoye is very likely the Yuntian base. There's no mistake, the direction the mark points to is the Cloud Sky base. It seems we'll have to infiltrate the base to search. This base is quite large, with at least several thousand people. Finding Xiaoye won't be easy. Wouldn't it be better to just charge in? Wu Jinhai's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Tang Ping shook his head. Before we know Xiao Yu's location, we shouldn't act rashly. It's better to be safe than sorry, in case the other side makes a move against Xiao Yu first. Then let's join the Cloud Sky base. Aren't they recruiting? Okay, let's sneak in first and gather some information. New here, huh? Register your personal information, then go wait over there. We have important things to do at the base today. If you have high talent, the base offers you high benefits. However, high-level talent is not something you can just fill in casually. Those who are C-level or above need to demonstrate their strength. The man casually tossed 3 sheets of paper over for Tang Ping and the other 2 to fill out. In addition to their names and ages, the sheets also listed their talents and levels. Tang Ping glanced at it. It was a C-level talent, with a lot of empty promises written on it, such as how C-level talents would receive special training and how the higher the talent, the more priority they would have for advancement. Moreover, as long as you hand the Doomsday Treasure Chest, you will receive an experience stone as a reward, regardless of what you get inside. Such things seem incredibly appealing, making you want to join immediately. In short, the conditions are excellent, but unfortunately, many of them require the talent level to be met before one can enjoy them. It's probably for discovering people with advanced talents. Many people might be tempted to exaggerate their talent, but probably no one would have thought of that. The 3 people in front of me are all exaggerating their talents. Tang Ping picked up a pen to fill in the form. Of course, he couldn't fill it in truthfully, so he just made up a name. As for his talent, it was E-level weak fire. Wu Jinhai and Chun Pingliang also casually made up their F-level talents and level 1 before handing over the paper. The man looked at the information on the paper, and his eyes immediately showed disdain. All right, go wait over there. You guys are lucky to have come at the right time. Just wait and see what a bargain you can get. Thank you, sir. Chun Pingliang, short in stature, smiled humbly and obsequiously, completely unlike the ruthless and cold-blooded assassin he had been before. The man was pleased to be addressed as sir and casually reminded them, remember not to wander around today. Just stay on playground. Don't blame me if you miss something good. Yes, thank you, sir. You can continue with your work. Chunping nodded and bowed before leaving the room. The Cloud Sky base was established in a high school in Shi County. It houses several thousand survivors. The fact that so many survivors have gathered here in just a few days makes it a large-scale survivor base. As a large base, the number of talented individuals is naturally not to be underestimated. Although it's unknown whether the Cloud Sky base is aware that the shelter can awaken talents simply by binding and unbinding, Tang Ping observed that there are still many people here who haven't awakened their talents. However, there are quite a few people who are talented. Tang Ping estimated that there might be thousands of people in this base who successfully chose the shelter and became players. However, 9 out of 10 of these thousands of people have F-level talent, making them no different from ordinary people. The remaining 10%, more than half of which are E-level talents, pose a slight threat to ordinary people, but the threat is limited. As for picking up Doomsday Treasure Chests, with the outside world so dangerous, once they leave the base, the infected should be picking up brains instead. Uncle Tang, what do you think is the purpose of gathering so many talented individuals at the Cloud Sky base? Are they going to clean up the infected? But those F-level and E-level talented individuals don't have the strength to clean up the current infected population, do they? Wu Jinhai asked with doubt in his eyes. Tang Ping narrowed his eyes. Based on the anomaly at the Cloud Sky base, the information he had just filled out, the Doomsday Treasure Chest, and what he knew about the dungeon, he already had an answer in his mind. I suspect they must have discovered somewhere in advance where a copy would appear. A copy? Wu Jinhai and Chun Pingliang exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes lit up with excitement. They had naturally learned about dungeons from the world chat. They knew they contained all sorts of opportunities, and many people had even soared to great heights after entering dungeons. Uncle Tang, what do we do now? Chun Pingliang asked in a low voice. Of course we should go in with them. The instance doesn't exist for long. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we'll encounter it again. However, we also need to pay attention to Xiaoya. Xiaoya is also bound to the shelter and has naturally awakened her talent. She is currently in the Cloud Sky base and will probably go to the dungeon as well. The talented individuals are all gathered on the playground. Search the area thoroughly and see if you can find Xiaoya. We'll bring her with us when we enter the dungeon. Chun Pingliang's gaze was solemn. I seem to have heard that Xiaoya's talent is quite high. I wonder if they will release her then. Tang Ping said calmly. With our strength, we have nothing to fear. When we leave the instance, we will take Xiaoya with us. If Yuntian base dares to obstruct us, we will just fight our way out. Wu Jinhai and Chen Ping nodded. Their strength was definitely top tier, even in the Yuntian base. Not to mention they had Uncle Tang with them, so there was no problem with them going out to fight. The three arrived at the playground, which was crowded with talented individuals. Finding Xiaoya would take some effort. 10 minutes later, Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang returned to Tang Ping with rather grim expressions. Well, didn't find it. Tang Ping's heart sank. If it wasn't found here, the situation might be a bit bad. No. Wu Zhenhai suppressed his anger. If even a single hair on Xiaoya's head is harmed, I will spare no effort to make Yuntian base pay a heavy price. Don't rush. Perhaps Xiaoya isn't here because of her talent. After all, this place only has people with F, E, and D level talents, Tang Ping reassured her. He added, let's enter the dungeon first. Xiaoya will most likely be inside. The dungeon isn't without danger. On the contrary, it's fraught with peril. We need to find her as soon as possible. If we don't enter the instance, that's even better. We're unlikely to encounter any major danger. But if we do, so Lao Wu, you need to stay calm right now. Wu Zhenhai's chest heaved as he took a deep breath. Uncle Tang, I understand. Everyone, quiet. The once bustling playground fell silent instantly. The three leaders of the Cloud Sky base appeared. I'm sure everyone is wondering what we need to do next, the chief of the Cloud Sky base said slowly. All you need to know is that after today, many of you may advance and even gain the ability to survive in the apocalypse. And all of this is because I will lead you all into a dungeon. I won't go into the rest of the nonsense. I've already sent the details to the group chat. You can see them on the way. Now everyone follow me. Set off. Chapter 76, Yao, Xiaoya, Doomsday Instance. You're here again. Inside the room, a gentle girl sat quietly by the window. Xiaoya, this is a cake I made. It tastes pretty good. Would you like to try some? Songa said with a smile. Yao Xiao looked out the window. The wind and sand were howling, and the shadows of buildings were indistinct. The dungeon is about to open. She stood up and walked to Songa. Despite being less than 1.7 meters tall, his aura was even greater than that of the chief of the Yuntian base. She's very good looking, it's a pity. Yao Xiao shook her head slightly, took the cake, and walked to the window. Do you know who the initial information about the dungeon came from? Song Ji's body suddenly stiffened, and fear flashed in her eyes. You know my grandfather, right? Since you know my grandfather, what makes you think that? I'm just a pretty face, Yao Xiaoya said with a smirk. Tang Ping also opened the announcement in the group chat and felt a bit of admiration for the leader of the Yuntian base. The announcement clearly stated that there are many treasure chests in the dungeon, and these chests can contain experience stones of different levels, but the probability of getting an experience stone is only 30%. However, as long as you hand over the treasure chest, you can get 2 experience stones corresponding to your talent level. There's absolutely no need to worry about not being able to obtain experience stones. It seems that the leader of the Cloud Sky base lost out. However, Tang Ping, who knew the situation, knew that the big boss of the Yuntian base was the one who really made the big profit. Because although the probability of getting an experience stone from a treasure chest is only 30%, you'll get 5 experience stones as long as you get one. Most importantly, the leader of the Cloud Sky base deliberately overlooked the most crucial point. That's the Doomsday treasure chest. It doesn't just give you experience stones, but also other extraordinary items. Many high-level extraordinary items are even worth hundreds or thousands of experience stones. Acquiring just one is a huge profit. Therefore, this is a surefire way to make money. As for the gifted individuals, many may only find fewer than 10 treasure chests on this trip, and each chest has a 70% chance of not yielding even a single extraordinary item. For example, if you find 5 treasure chests, in this situation, you might choose to open the first one yourself. You might become incredibly rich, or you might get nothing at all. The second option is to hand over the treasure chest and receive 10 experience stones, which will allow you to break through from level 1 to level 2. Therefore, many people might choose the second option. Ultimately, this will result in a large number of treasure chests ending up in the hands of the higher-ups at the Cloud Sky base. The people from Yuntian base set off. A large group of people arrived in the suburbs. The high school was located in the suburbs, not far from the dungeon, and the infected people in the surrounding area had already been cleared out. Tang Ping mingled in the group and gradually spotted the dungeon entrance. In another direction, another group of people were heading towards the instance. The person in charge gave Tang Ping a jolt. It's actually him, the future king of the seas. I didn't expect that Wang Haiji would have already gathered such a base so early. He remembered that this Wang Haiji was also a high school teacher, but it seemed that he was not from Shi County, but from the neighboring county. He didn't expect that he also knew about this instance in advance. Wang Haiji, you actually came. Yin Changgue said. We discovered this instance first. So why can't we come? Wang Haiji's eyes flashed with murderous intent, because that message scroll revealed that the enemy spies had killed more than 10 of his students. You guys found out? This is my Yuntian base's territory. Everything here naturally belongs to my Yuntian base. Yin Changgue laughed. Your territory? Wang Haiji narrowed his eyes. What arrogance! You dare to say that? The land of Great Xiao will never belong to anyone, and never will. Yin Changgue smiled faintly. Anyone can say nice things. It's already the end of the world. Wang Haiji, don't pretend with me. Those people in the official safe zone won't help you. They're too busy taking care of themselves right now. A petty person gains power. Let's stop wasting time here. The dungeon is about to open. Let's see who's the best inside. The mist above the black vortex gradually dissipated, completely revealing the entrance to the dungeon. Everyone automatically learned some basic information about the instance. Doomsday Dungeon, Worm Wasteland. Number of participants, unlimited. Main quest, none. Mission reward, unknown. Opening period, for hours. Description. This is a treasure chest dungeon containing a large number of Doomsday treasure chests. These Doomsday treasure chests have a 30% chance of yielding experience stones of different levels. The entrance has 2 sides, which correspond to the 2 bases. Each side can choose one side to enter. To prevent a sneak attack, the high-ranking officials of both bases chose to enter last. It wasn't that they were particularly kind. They simply knew that no matter how many treasure chests they obtained, most of them would eventually end up in their own pockets, and they would divide up the resources. Tang Ping followed the flow of people and entered the instance. You two, have you seen Xiaoya? Wu Zhenhai said no. Chen Pingyang also shook his head. However, the two of them clearly looked very happy. You're so happy, even though you haven't found her? Tang Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he asked again, did you get in touch with Yao Xiaoya on the regional channel? Wu Zhenhai smiled, but shook his head. It's not on the regional channel. He opened his hand, and a note appeared inside. Just now, this thing suddenly appeared in my hand. Tang Ping picked it up curiously to examine it. Uncle Wu, Uncle Chun, don't worry, Xiaoya is fine. Just take good care of yourselves. Also, let me tell you, the most precious thing in this dungeon isn't any treasure chest, but the pupa of the great moth before its metamorphosis. It looks like this image. If you find it, please remember to take it with you. Also, who's that handsome guy next to the 2 uncles? He's really good looking, playful. Tang Ping was speechless, but relieved. He thought to himself, it seems that the old mayor's granddaughter is exceptionally talented. He could clearly sense a threatening aura from the letter. It was clear that the old mayor's granddaughter was warning herself not to have any designs on her 2 uncles. He chuckled and handed the letter back to Wu Zhenhai. Since Yao Xiaoya is alright, let's focus on finding treasure chests in the dungeon. You can bring them back with you and improve the strength of the Starfire base. Thinking of this, Tang Ping shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that this instance only existed for a very short time. Wu Zhenhai didn't seem to care. It's good that Xiaoya is alright. As for the dungeon incident, it was just a pleasant surprise. It would be even better if we got something good, but it's fine if we didn't. Old Wu was clearly in a very good mood at that moment. Tang Ping nodded, looking at the gloomy sky inside the instance. The pupa of the great emperor moth that Xiaoya mentioned before its metamorphosis is indeed a good thing. If you can find it, it will greatly help improve the strength of your base. Then look carefully. On the gray-black earth, jagged rocks were everywhere, and beneath these rocks lay countless dark and narrow tunnels. And then there are those pupae pulsating like giant hearts. Snap! A crack appeared on a blood-red pupa, somewhere unknown. Chapter 77 Worm Wasteland, Giant Worm, Part 1. The treasure chest here is so easy to find. Tang Ping found another Doomsday treasure chest, the 5th one he had found in half an hour. Thanks to his speed and sharp mental abilities, he has a higher chance of finding treasure chests than others. A message popped up on the panel. It was from Wu Zhenhai. He, Wu Zhenhai, and Shen Pingyang had separated, which made it easier to find the treasure chests, although they weren't far apart and were all nearby. Wu Zhenhai, Un Sotang. There's a worm nest here with over a dozen treasure chests, but it's teeming with giant worms. I can't handle them all. Tang Ping, the nest? Okay, I'm coming right away. Old Wu actually discovered a worm nest. His eyes were filled with excitement. Inside the nest, there were usually a dozen or 20 treasure chests, and most importantly, there was a high chance that there would be a giant worm in its metamorphosis stage. That is, the pupa of the great emperor moth before its metamorphosis. If used properly, this thing can be used to cultivate a mutant comparable to an A-level talent, making it extremely valuable. Tang Ping was very fast. By the time he arrived at Wu Zhenhai's location, Chun Pingliang, who was not far from Wu Zhenhai, had already arrived first. Uncle Tang, this is the place, look. Wu Zhenhai pointed ahead to a small basin formed by strangely shaped rocks. The small basin is about 500 meters wide, surrounded by strange rocks ranging from several meters to tens of meters high, like the claws of a giant dragon, enveloping the basin. Inside the small basin and on those towering, strange rocks, there are countless wormholes, some only the size of a fist, others as wide as 7 or 8 meters. The dozen or so treasure chests that Wu Zhenhai mentioned are located in the center of the basin. However, the surrounding area was teeming with worms, including some giant worms. As for how many more worms were underground, no one knew. Uncle Tang, can we take these treasure chests? Wu Zhenhai asked with longing in his eyes. Whether they could succeed this time depended on his Uncle Tang. Otherwise, he and Old Chun really couldn't. Although Lao Chun can infiltrate the shadows, his talent level is only 2. So he can't stay in the shadows for long. He can't reach the location of the treasure chest in one go over such a long distance. Simple. So what are Uncle Tang's plans? Plan? Just charge in. Tang Ping jumped down and had just stepped into the territory of the earthworms when the unfamiliar aura instantly made the earthworms restless. One after another, grayish-white bodies wriggled out of the cave. Its mouth, covered with rings of serrated fangs, suddenly launched an attack on him. Boom! A burst of golden-red flames erupted instantly, burning the surrounding worms to ashes, leaving only a pile of teeth. These earthworms are so powerful that even an ordinary person could kill a single one of them. His golden-red flames are a level 4 A-grade talent. The flames bloom, adding a bright splash of color to this monotonous world. But beneath this color lies a ruthless slaughter. Tang Ping charged in all by himself, or rather, without a gun or a horse. Wherever it passed, the rocks on the ground were scorched red-hot, making it impossible for the earthworms to even get close, let alone burrow inside. They would probably turn into roasted stone worms in no time. Then Wu Zhenhai swallowed hard and asked, Old Chun, are we still going up? Chun Pingliang stared at the scorching hot rocky ground, looked at his feet, and silently pulled his feet back. I'm not going. Wu Zhenhai wholeheartedly agreed. Good idea. I also think it's best for us to stay here and keep watch over the area for Uncle Tang to prevent anyone from coming. Tell me, what level or grade of talent does Uncle Tang have? Wu Zhenhai asked curiously. Chun Pingliang, short in stature and hidden under a top hat, glanced at Chun Pingliang and said, I suspect that Uncle Tang may have more than one talent, possibly 2, and both of his talents should be at a level above ours. More than one talent, Wu Zhenhai exclaimed. But upon closer reflection, it seemed to make some sense. For example, the extremely hot golden-red flames before him, and the strange talent that killed without a trace and appeared to others as a fiery red lotus, did indeed seem to be 2 talents. Gulp. Wu Zhenhai swallowed hard, his eyes filled with envy. I really don't know how Uncle Tang managed to level up to this level all by himself. He has a B-level talent, which is currently only level 2, and he is still more than 30 experience stones away from upgrading to level 3. At this moment, Tang Ping, who had already entered the basin, was no longer hindered by the jagged rocks, and his flames spread out even more fiercely. But here, some giant worms also appeared. Each of these giant worms was as thick as a water bucket and 3 to 5 meters long. Their mouths were full of spiral serrations that could suddenly open like an umbrella. Even the fierce tigers of Earth could not escape from the mouths of these giant worms. The king worm has long, blood-red stripes on its body. The more stripes it has, the older and stronger the king worm is. The giant worm will typically turn blood red after 10 years. If it has enough potential, or if there's an unexpected opportunity, it has the chance to transform into a giant moth. Not every giant worm has the chance to become the giant moth, this powerful pollutant. More often, they become giant worms, those giant worms with bodies the size of a van and lengths of over 10 meters. Clearly, this worm nest contains a giant worm. Since there are no giant worms, it is impossible for a hole 7 or 8 meters wide to exist. A giant worm, like a wall, blocked Tang Ping's path. Tang Ping narrowed his eyes. This giant worm was known for its thick skin and incredibly strong vitality. The golden red flames receded and gathered on the Tang sword in his hand. The entire Tang sword became like a red-hot branding iron. Facing such a behemoth, spreading out flames over a large area is clearly not an option. The giant worm's serrated mouth, with its rows of barbed teeth, is enough to send chills down your spine and trigger trypophobia. The sharp, piercing roar revealed the giant worm's rage as it slammed down towards Tang Ping. With a body as wide as a van, if Tang Ping were to be hit hard by the other party, he would be turned into a meat pie. However, Tang Ping was very fast. He pushed off the ground, leaped to the side, and swung his Tang sword in the process. The golden red flames formed a crescent shape and were a full 3 meters long. This is the secret technique of the second part of the 3rd chapter of the Flame Blade technique, Flame Moon Slash. At this moment, Wu Zhenhai, who was standing outside, was trembling with fear and beads of sweat were appearing on his forehead. Thank goodness I didn't go in. Damn it, a dozen or so doomsday treasure chests, and you give me this level of difficulty. Chun Pingyang was also tense. If these worms were released outside, even one could cause heavy losses to the Yuntian base. Do you think this kind of thing might appear in our world in the future? Wu Zhenhai suddenly had this thought. It's hard to say, Chun Pingyang said in a low voice. Hopefully it won't happen. Chapter 78 Worm Wasteland, Treasure Chest Harvest, Part 2. The flame moon tore apart the giant worm's body, slicing it in half. Because of the intense heat of the flames, the torn parts were charred black, and no blood gushed out. Only a strange smell of burnt flesh filled the air. The giant worm's raised upper body crashed heavily to the ground, but this obviously did not kill it. Countless buds of flesh began to grow wildly from the charred areas, and charred old flesh fell off. It twisted its body, tried to squeeze its broken body together so that the buds could connect and restore it. However, Tang Ping wasn't stupid, and of course he wouldn't give the giant worm such an opportunity. With another slash, the giant worm was split in two. But seeing the giant worm still writhing in two halves, Tang Ping was also troubled. The vitality of this giant worm is truly extraordinary. The key is that this guy doesn't have any weaknesses like a brain or heart, so he can be killed with a single blow. Tang Ping didn't have time to burn such a huge giant worm. Now that the worm was no longer a threat, he immediately went around it and headed for the treasure chest. 17 treasure chests. At the center of this worm's nest were 17 doomsday chests. Based on a 30% probability of obtaining experience stones, there should be 5 or 6 treasure chests that contain experience stones. However, this is in theory. If you're unlucky, you might not get any at all. After collecting the 17 treasure chests, Tang Ping bent down and pressed his ear to the ground. If there were any king worm pupae undergoing metamorphosis below, he would surely be able to hear a sound like a heartbeat. The pupa of this giant worm, being in its metamorphosis period and unable to resist, mimics the heartbeat of a giant beast to intimidate other polluting beasts and keep them away. However, for humans familiar with the pupae of the giant worm, this method can also be used to find the pupae. What is Uncle Tang doing? Wu Zhenhai asked, puzzled. Chun Pingliang shook his head. Perhaps they're looking for something. Tang Ping changed positions several times, but found that there was no heartbeat at all, so he gave up. I won't give you any more. You found this place, Lao Wu, so I'll give you 3. Lao Chun, although you didn't contribute much, everyone gets a share, so I'll give you 1. Tang Ping also took out 4 treasure chests. No need. I'm just providing Uncle Tang with a spot. Besides, I don't have the strength to pick up these treasure chests. Wu Zhenhai waved his hand. Take them if you want them, or throw them away if you don't. You're so fussy. Tang Ping tossed them to the 2 men. These treasure chests mostly contain experience stones, which, to be honest, weren't very helpful to him. Even if he got experience stones, they were unlikely to be A grade, let alone SS grade. F rank and E rank extraordinary weapons, props, and clothing might be somewhat useful, but that's about it. Okay, thank you, Uncle Tang. Wu Zhenhai was very happy to get 3 extra treasure chests for watching a performance, since he had only picked up 1 treasure chest in half an hour. By the way, Uncle Tang, we noticed someone in that area while you were fighting. Should we go check it out? Judging from the expression on Wu Zhenhai's face, you could tell he had ill intentions. Tang Ping nodded. Picking up treasure chests yourself isn't as fast as snatching them. Let's go take a look. On a pile of rubble. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Of course I want to steal treasure chests, silly boy. If you want the treasure chest, go find it yourselves. Why are you trying to steal it from us? Chi Jun, a thin high school boy, said indignantly. Hand over all the treasure chests you have, or I'll kill you all and take them again. It won't matter, the tall, muscular man sneered. Come and take it if you dare. I'm not afraid of you. A ball of lightning appeared in the hand of the thin high school boy, Chi Jun. The lightning wasn't big, but clearly made the tall, thin man somewhat wary. See level talent? Humph, it's only level 1. I advise you to obediently hand over the treasure chest and the shelter. Otherwise, I guarantee I will kill you before you can unleash the second lightning bolt. The tall, muscular man's arm muscles bulged and veins throbbed. Kid, our boss keeps his word. As long as you hand over your shelter and treasure chest, we'll spare your lives. One of the henchmen held a steel bar. 6 people gradually surrounded the 2 high school students. Junzi, how about we just hand it over? The short high school student seemed a little scared. You can pay it yourself if you want. Chi Jun's eyes immediately turned cold. A murderous glint flashed in the tall, muscular man's eyes, and he sneered, "Make your move." The short high school student suddenly lunged at his companion, pinning Chi Jun's hands down. The lightning bolt in Chi Jun's hand immediately flew to the side. The tall, muscular man's arm slammed down on Chi Jun's head. Chi Jun was terrified and instinctively turned his head away. He gathered lightning in his palm and pressed it directly against the short high school student's waist. The short high school student screamed and let go of his hands. Chi Jun broke free of his restraints and moved to the side. However, the tall, strong man's hand, like a heavy hammer, still slammed down on Chi Jun's shoulder. Chi Jun's arm went limp instantly, but he ignored it and glared fiercely at the short man. Zhang Hao, what do you want to do? Zhang Hao, a short high school student, stood up, clutching his back, his eyes darting around. I'm sorry, Chi Jun, I just want to live. Idiot, Ki Yun cursed angrily. Unfortunately, his eyes were filled with despair as the tall, muscular man swung his fist again. This time, he had no chance to dodge. The shadow on the ground suddenly shifted. Suddenly, a dagger slashed across the tall, strong man's neck. A faint line of blood appeared. The tall, muscular man froze, his body stiffening on the spot. He touched his neck in disbelief. Then like a fountain, crimson blood gushed out. Thump! The tall, muscular man fell to the ground, and the sudden turn of events plunged those around him into an eerie silence. Big Brother is dead. Run! Run! Someone realized what was happening and tried to flee in terror. But the next second, his body was engulfed by flames, and in the blink of an eye, only a pile of ashes remained. All 7 people, including the man killed by Chun Pingliang, were reduced to ashes, leaving only 7 shelter items that shimmered faintly, lying quietly in the ashes. You all. Chi Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kid, see level lightning talent? Wu Zhenhai's eyes burned with interest. Chi Jun didn't know who the other party was, but the situation was beyond his control, so he nodded. Sea level talent, purple lightning. All right, kid, want to join our spark base? Wu Zhenhai clapped his hands. Can I say no? Ki Yun smiled highly. Joining? Excellent, very good. Welcome. Wu Zhenhai said happily. From now on, you're under my protection. Tang Ping rolled his eyes. You might as well not ask at all. It's pointless. You might as well do what he did and just knock him out and take him back. Let's go. We still need to collect treasure chests. Wait. Chi Jun cried out in alarm, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Don't go in that direction. There's a very dangerous giant moth there. A large fluttering moth. Chapter 79 Worm Wasteland. Taming the Great Emperor Moth, Part 3. What kind of giant fluttering moths are there in the Worm Wasteland? Of course, it's the Great Emperor Moth. Tang Ping immediately went there. For no particular reason, he simply wanted to try and see if he could tame one to use as a flying mount. The Great Emperor Moth was an extremely famous pollution beast in later generations. Not only did it have extraordinary potential, but it also looked completely different from the ugly pollution beasts. Instead, it was extremely stunning and naturally exuded an aura of nobility and royalty. Was that big fluttering moth you mentioned seen around here? Tang Ping asked, standing on a cliff. The cliff is not high, only a little over 200 meters high, and below it is a forest of strange rocks. Yes. Shi Jun's eyes were filled with fear as he pointed to a giant pillar in the distance. That giant fluttering moth was right there, its wingspan nearly 10 meters. There were a few people who had just entered the instance and landed there. The giant fluttering moth simply flapped its wings, and they were instantly blown into a bloody mist. That's the great Emperor Moth's talent, the might of an A-rank emperor with an extremely powerful oppressive force that can make the weak submit or even enslave them. Moreover, its attack is extremely powerful. Under its pressure, even steel would crack. Tang Ping's gaze was also somewhat solemn. Although the Great Moth's talent is only A rank, it is definitely top-tier talent within A rank. In addition, the Great Moth hatches from its shell at least at level 3, so its strength should not be underestimated. What's more, this thing can fly. Old Wu, let's part ways here. That Great Moth is quite powerful and can fly, so I might not be able to look after you. Once the dungeon is over, you can just return. The main focus is on Tang Ping, whose intention is to subdue him. If the intention is to kill him, then bringing 3 people along would naturally not be a problem. And what about you, Uncle Tang? Wu Zhenhai asked. I still have some things to do, so I need to stay here. We'll meet again in the future. All right, Uncle Tang, take care. Wu Zhenhai nodded. The 3 parted ways with Tang Ping. Tang Ping also entered the strange rock forest to search for the great Emperor Moth. Emperor Moths generally have a very strong sense of territory, so they rarely leave their territory. If they're not there, they're most likely hunting for prey. Tang Ping simply climbed up the giant pillar and waited for its return. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he took out his treasure chest. There are a total of 25 treasure chests. Besides the previous 17, some of them were spoils of war, and some were found on the road. He opened them all at once. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have received plus 10 bread and plus 10 mineral water. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have received plus 10 bread, plus 10 mineral water, and plus 5 grade A experience stones. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have received plus 10 bread, plus 10 mineral water, and plus 5 E grade experience stones. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have received plus 10 bread and plus 10 mineral water. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have received plus 10 bread, plus 10 mineral water, and plus 5 grade A experience stones. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have received plus 10 bread and plus 10 mineral water. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have received plus 10 bread, plus 10 mineral water, and a C-grade extraordinary weapon, Xiandao. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. You have received plus 10 bread, plus 10 mineral water, and plus 5 grade A experience stones. 25 treasure chests, 10 of which contain extraordinary items. The probability is much higher than 30%, and the item level is much better. Tang Ping checked the experience stones. Compared to most others who had F-grade and E-grade experience stones, he actually had the most A-grade experience stones, with 25 of them. He also had 20 other experience stones that were lower grade than his talent. The best item is a C-grade sword. It's also a Tang-style sword. Among 25 Doomsday treasure chests, to get such good stuff, especially considering it's the type of weapon he uses, he simply doesn't believe it wasn't influenced by his ambition badge. The experience stones are all stored in the shelter. He has no use for them, even though they are A-grade, and plans to leave them to future generations. As for the sword, it was replaced with a Xian blade, a C-grade extraordinary weapon that he had just acquired. Suddenly the sky darkened, and a pressure descended upon Tang Ping, squeezing his bones until they creaked. He squinted, looked up, and sure enough, saw a huge, fluttering moth flying towards him. The wings of the giant fluttering moth are reddish gold, with a dark purple outer ring and layers of blood-red wavy stripes inside. Finally, a blood-red eye pattern is formed in the center of the 4 wings, with bright gold pupils, giving it a majestic appearance. On its head, there's a horny growth resembling a crown, and two antennae, like the plumes hanging from a crown. I've finally waited for you. Tang Ping, bearing the regal aura of the great Emperor Moth, met its gaze. Being able to withstand the opponent's royal might is very helpful in taming the great moth. In the sky, the Emperor Moth's eyes were filled with doubt, as if wondering why such a small insect didn't explode into a bloody mist for it to suck. 1 minute later, the great moth continued to unleash its royal power. 5 minutes later, the great moth amplified its royal might. 10 minutes later, the Emperor's might reached its peak. At this moment, traces of blood had seeped from the pores of Tang Ping's body, but thanks to drops of S-grade life potion, he did not suffer any substantial damage. 30 minutes later, the great Emperor Moth seemed to be unable to hold on any longer and began to retreat, a hint of panic clearly appearing in its eyes. Because in the great moth's mind, ignoring its innate abilities means that there is something stronger than it. Despite its regal nature, the great moth is extremely cautious by nature. It rarely stays on the ground, and when hunting, it doesn't approach its prey. Instead, it uses its regal power in midair to crush its prey into a blood mist, which it then consumes. It rarely hunts in close combat. Once the prey is not crushed into a bloody mist, the great Emperor Moth will leave and search for new prey. However, Tang Ping was in the nest of the great Emperor Moth, which is why the great Emperor Moth did not choose to leave for a long time. But after half an hour, the great Emperor Moth seemed to realize that this two-legged little insect, very strong. Buzz. The great Emperor Moth's wings trembled, wanting to leave. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood. Losing territory is no big deal. It can just choose another one. It's too late to leave. Tang Ping smiled as he finally outlasted the great Emperor Moth, and the aura of his SS-level talent exploded out like a tsunami. The majestic aura of the great moth, which it had not yet concealed, shattered in an instant, like invisible glass. Sizzle. A sharp hissing sound came from its mouth parts, and the great Emperor Moth flapped its wings in panic. Get down here. The soul-shattering nail, imbued with the properties of Crimson Lotus Demon Flame, pierced straight into the great Emperor Moth's brain. Chapter 80. Back a century later, starshine and sparks. A blood-curdling scream, piercing through gold and shattering rocks, accompanied by a massive shadow plummeting from the sky. Tang Ping sped down the nearly 90-degree steep slope from the giant pillar, and just as he approached the great Emperor Moth, he leaped up and jumped onto its back. The great Emperor Moth flapped its wings in panic, its 4 blood-red patterned eyes revealing eerie golden pupils. The mesmerizing glow made Tang Ping feel dizzy for a moment, almost causing him to lose his grip and fall off. Startled, he immediately became more vigilant towards the great Emperor Moth. I never expected that this great Emperor Moth would have mental attack methods. Tang Ping gripped the great Emperor Moth tightly, his eyes filled with even more excitement. This giant fluttering moth was even more powerful than he had imagined. That mental attack almost hit him even though he had a B-grade extraordinary item, the mental drill. Sizzle. The great Emperor Moth flapped its wings and finally stopped its descent, its entire body rising upwards, as if it knew that Tang Ping could not fly and wanted to use this to shake him off. If you want to get rid of me, you'll have to submit today whether you like it or not. I'm going to have your flying mount. Tang Ping laughed, braving the fierce wind. A soul-shattering nail was thrust out again as the great Emperor Moth flew high into the sky. Sizzle. A scream rang out. The great Emperor Moth was now filled with fear. It frantically spun its body, trying to shake off the 2-legged insects on its back. But how could Tang Ping possibly give the great Emperor Moth that opportunity? After entangled with it 17 or 18 times, the great Emperor Moth finally became exhausted. And perhaps because it had been attacked by the Crimson Lotus Flame multiple times, a fiery red lotus would occasionally flash in its pupils, as if it were imprinted deep within the great Emperor Moth's spirit. Submit or die. Tang Ping stared intently at the great Emperor Moth. The great Emperor Moth, lying on the ground, chirped pitifully and lowered its head. I give up. I gave up a long time ago. I was ready to land and surrender, but you still stabbed me so many times, wah. Unfortunately, the great Emperor Moth does not yet possess the ability to communicate telepathically. Such ability is generally acquired only at level 5. Tang Ping, of course, had no idea what the great Emperor Moth was thinking. He simply nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he had finally won and that his 18 attempts to use the soul-shattering nails had not been in vain. Very good. From now on, you'll follow me. Trust me. In the future, I will definitely elevate your talent to the S-level Emperor realm. Tang Ping was very confident about this. These polluted beasts could also use the player's talent upgrade stones. Don't forget, he used to have a sanctuary that was bound to the big tree. Being able to bind to a shelter naturally means that the player can use the player's items. However, compared to the talent upgrade stone, Tang Ping remembered something even better, the Imperial Crystal. Its talent is a perfect match for the Great Moth. The Great Moth seemed to understand, its eyes filled with excitement as it fawned over Tang Ping. In the eyes of the Great Emperor Moth, Tang Ping was far more powerful than it, so his words carried a lot of weight. Regardless of whether the pancake is edible, it at least has to be big enough. From now on, you'll be called the Huang, Big Yellow. It matches your name quite well. Tang Ping gave him a very fitting name. The Great Emperor Moth chirped twice in agreement, like a puppy trying to please its owner. Let's go find the treasure chest. Suddenly, Tang Ping felt a sense of separation from his consciousness, which startled him, but was quickly followed by a feeling of joy. He didn't disappear. His incredible cheat code didn't disappear. Big Yellow, quick, stop on the ground first. He placed a shelter on the ground, turned around, and went inside. This time, because the incident happened so suddenly, he couldn't find a place to bury the things he had prepared in time. But there's no rush. He can prepare for the next time. It seems that he now returns to the future every 3 days and stays there for 3 days each time. His consciousness detached and entered the unknown, but this time, what Tang Ping saw was no longer just darkness. In that deep blackness, there seemed to be countless indescribable colors flashing. But upon closer inspection, it seems to be only black. Before Tang Ping could even pay attention to this strange phenomenon, when he woke up, he had already returned to 100 years in the future. 3rd Ring Road, District 22, Chunchao Wudong, residential area. They're back again. Tang Ping basked in the sunlight, streaming through the window. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland a century later, places to enjoy the sunshine were few and far between. The Starry Safe Zone happens to be one of them. We also have to thank that Rainlight Queen. Although Tang Ping didn't know who this Rainlight Queen was. Tang Ping opened his phone, went online, and checked the Xingyao Safe Zone and its vicinity to see if there had been any changes. Especially in the Tao Hai Safe Zone. Since he killed the Poison Queen, the Tao Hai Safe Zone should not suffer heavy losses because of the Poison Queen, and Tao Hai King's brother with S-level talent should not perish either. As Tang Ping read on, he gradually learned about the changes that had occurred in history. The Starry Safe Zone hasn't changed much. However, the Tao Hai Safe Zone, which was originally occupied by Xingtian Group's Li Hua Tianho, has not disappeared. Moreover, there is an additional Spark Safety Zone. The Starfire Safety Zone is no ordinary place. Not only does it have 2 Heavenly King-level powerhouses, but one of them, Empress Yueshi, is also listed as one of the 10 Heavenly Queens. Their strength is unfathomable. As for the other Heavenly King level, it is Gangjin Heavenly King, Mo, who is said to have fused with a piece of rare gold, which allowed his talent to advance to S level. Although the 3 safe zones are independent of each other, they band together for mutual support because of a nearby Shantian Group, a dominant force in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. They also formed a council called the Star Council. The Star Council members include Tao Hai Tian Wang and Yunlan Tian Wang from the Tao Hai Safe Zone, the Moonlit Queen and the Metal King of the Spark Council, the Azure Queen, the Flame King, the Rain Queen, and Sister Wang of the Starry Council. Tang Ping's eyes were filled with surprise. The members of the Star Council were all Heavenly King and Heavenly Queen level experts. If Sister Wang could get in, she must also have strength comparable to them. This means that it is very likely that Sister Wang has mastered another ability that is not a talent, but is even better than a talent, through the Xian Yuan breathing technique. The 3 save zones form a triangular area, with each zone positioned at an angle to the others. Within this area, almost all infected individuals and contaminated animals have been eliminated. The rest are mostly small polluting creatures like groundworms, toothed birds, and gray rats, which pose little threat to ordinary people. Therefore, ordinary people can move freely within this area. Some villages were even established. The three safe zones share resources and are significantly stronger than other safe zones. The Starry Safe Zone has cheap food. Taohai Safety Zone has abundant water resources. The Starfire Safe Zone has a variety of medicines. With the three security zones united, their strength has increased exponentially. Even the Shungtian group cannot be destroyed at will. Moreover, the Starry Safe Zone has intricate connections with the Xianyuan Temple. After understanding the current situation, Tang Ping turned off his phone and was about to leave when an unfamiliar phone call interrupted him. Your name is Tang Ping, right? I know you have a sanctuary, but you only have an 11 talent, right? Who are you? Tang Ping squeaked. I mean you no harm. I'll be waiting for you at the Blood Jasmine Tea House. Perhaps we can talk.